Trader TV Live. All four major averages starting in the green today, with the NQ up 0.18, the ES up 0.16, the Dow essentially flat, up 0.4, and the Russell yet again outperforming all four major averages, up almost 0.5%. And oh yeah, Bitcoin knocking on the door of all-time highs, just a skosh below that $110,000 mark, so we'll keep an eye on that. Oil continues to rise, and gold having a bit of a flat day today. Lots to talk about, guys. Tesla in focus yet again as the stock recovers after, possible, reconciliation between Donald Trump and Elon Musk takes place. Apple, day 2 of WWD minus, more like, not WWDC, essentially flat on the day, selling off yesterday. The market was quite unimpressed with what they've had to offer. Nvidia and HPE in focus today for a supercomputer being built out in Germany. And oh yeah, artificial general intelligence, or so Zuck wants to pursue.
Yeah, according to Bloomberg here, our friend Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Meta, is kind of trying to assemble a little super team. We heard reports of his $10 billion investment in Scale AI. Well, apparently part of that is because he wants Scale AI CEO Alexander Wang, on his secret AGI team. So apparently the Llama, we know Llama didn't go that well, some of these Llama launches. So what they want to do here is completely flip the script, come up with this new team, build it from the ground up, and pretty interesting stuff here, actually, guys.
And Paramount, guys, looking at doing some layoffs. Uber as well in focus today as they look to get autonomous vehicle up and running in jolly old London. Good morning, boys.
The jolly old England, level 4 autonomous for Uber. Uber is definitely
so many levels.
I know. It's just the one where you don't have to have a supervising driver in there. But that's a big step. Good step for Uber. Good morning, everybody. The president and Elon, of course, yesterday with maybe the makeup, but the I'm not getting rid of my Tesla, the I'm not getting rid of we're not getting rid of Starlink, and Tesla looking pretty strong off of that crypto move. Joe was asking everybody this morning if we think Bitcoin's going to make it to an all-time high today. So strength continues there. You had the meeting yesterday, which was bumping all the crypto names. And oddly enough, that did include, we'll talk about some better ones, but that included GME, which reports after the bell tonight. So there's probably something for everybody today. There's more nuclear news for OKLO. That's going to be in play here. So yeah, there's a lot to watch, I think, this morning. And some serious excitement last night if you were a Florida Panthers fan. Not so much.
Yeah, that game was over pretty.
Oh boy, yeah, that was not very competitive.
Yeah, we tweeted this out yesterday. Grok made this. There was Bitcoin. I don't know what's on top of there, but some gold pieces or something. And there it goes. Yeah, Bitcoin yesterday. That's funny. What Jonathan? What is BTC? Never heard of it. And I said something like gold. That's what it was there. Yeah, but anyways, there it goes to the upside there. We're looking at 110 again. We'll look at IBIT. Thank you, Randy.
Thanks, sir.
For the drop-off of the bananas. Lots of construction going on in the background there. So these tables are almost done, or they are done now? They are done.
We're going to drive it through.
I feel like we should go with like a darker color. Like stain it. You like the lighter?
I like the light.
You like the lighter kind? Okay.
Contrast.
All right. I thought the darker might be nicer. I don't know.
Well, then when they make a mess over there, you can't.
Yeah.
It looks like it's burnt.
We have to replace the tables because of Sharif. Oh. All right. So yeah, I think IBIT is something there today as well. I mean, up 1% already, starting to get going. We've already saw it take out that 110. It's right here right now. It's at 109.5. I think it's going to go through, and you may just want to break that top. I mean, you might just want to go long at any point, really, for IBIT, because it doesn't matter if the market opens or not, right? More volume will come in once the market opens, but the price won't affect anything other than what's happening with Bitcoin. So, we like the 200 period moving average. I'm going to write down $62 or so for a dip buy opportunity on IBIT. So we're almost there right now. That's what I like. About that yesterday when we were asked about what some of our levels are. There's the 200 period moving average yesterday, just riding it up, and right now we'll see if we can get that dip opportunity. I think it's been important to wait for some of these. I mean, I do think that we have Tesla right now blasting through the highs again of 318 could be a trade, maybe. Well, what is that, 316 right there, something in and around that area for a long take, and that might be happening immediately off the open. I actually had on eSignal Tesla was more around that 318 from this morning. Yeah, there it was right there. That's 5 in the morning right there where we opened up, touched out at 318. Now has been falling back in a little bit. So we'll see what Tesla does here in the pre-market, but that has to be on watch, right? I mean, that was an absolute monster there in the afternoon yesterday. So it's funny that we were talking about trying to get long off this 50 period and never did. All right, it's going to be another good one. I mean, Tesla's already up 2%. Bitcoin's moving around. The semis are kind of all right. We have Apple movement as well. We've got, like we just mentioned, with Uber there. And yeah, pretty excited for another day.
Palantir had a good day.
Palantir's Palantir.
I was going to go to Palantir, but no, Oklo also had some news this morning. It's pulling back a little bit, but you got to remember the work that this put in yesterday as well. Like, the nuclear names gave you something. Almost 2 fresh highs for OKLO. We were discussing this one in the aftermarket show. Would it have a chance to make the break of the 52-week high? Doesn't look like it just yet. But like you said, there's something pretty much for everybody. I was going to go over the run that Palantir had because that's filled in the Thursday gap, right? So the government was, they were concerned with the level of access and some of the data that Palantir had. And pretty much right back to 131, almost entirely. The top was 132.5. I mean, effectively, you've filled in the gap yesterday, and looking for it to potentially break back out. Not really. This one doesn't have a catalyst on it this morning, so maybe it doesn't have. They need another deal to go through or something, and then it'll break out this little bit of a top here. But yeah, that had a strong day as well. So you could have. There were so many good longs yesterday. Really, it was just Apple that was weak, and then Meta. Meta was surprisingly weak as well. We were discussing that. Like, it was a weird day in that a lot of the stuff that you would have traded in the afternoon as a day trader was strong. But if you looked at the overall market, it was kind of sliding down to end the day. Although Meta's back up 1%. Go Zuck.
Yeah, we're going to go back to the desk. But yeah, Meta's just, I don't know, some of these stocks, like Microsoft, Meta, up one day, down the other, but they seem to always be up more than they're down recently, that's for sure. While Amazon is, I love Amazon. Amazon's the most recent name that I bought, and just of the big cap names, we bought Marvell. That's been good, in Eli Lilly, but yeah, wanting to get longer in Amazon, and I did pretty good to do that. You know, we did see that Bill Ackman and Pershing Square had apparently that was their dip buy, and they posted that a couple weeks ago. So we'll see if Amazon. I think it gets back to all-time highs in the next couple weeks. And then we get back into reporting season already. After 4 weeks from now or something like that, we start bringing out some of the big reports again. So we'll see what winds up happening there. And I mean, if tariffs only get better or I guess less worse, then, you know, I think Amazon has a lot of runway to the upside, especially with some of the other things that they're working on as well. So remember, they still have a piece of Rivian, and there's stuff going on there with Amazon. So I like Amazon. And again, putting satellites in the sky as well. They're trying to compete a little bit with Starlink there. There's a new project for them. So I like Amazon. I mean, I don't like Bezos sending everyone up into this orbit here, but you know, they're the ones paying for it. So yeah. I don't know. I just don't know if there's going to be any money there ever for that kind of stuff. But
well, the technology I think is going to be useful down the line. I mean, at the end of the day,
so far away from making.
Like, there's the big things that have to happen is, man, come on, let's land on an asteroid and let's get this baby done. Let's do that. Let's do Armageddon for real, but just mine an asteroid and then abundance for everybody. You just reminded me that Rivian has an outside chance to make a rounded top break.
There we go.
Or, sorry, rounded bottom breakout. Because Rivian, there's your, I guess you could draw something for it, but whatever. There's your rounded bottom. It looks like it would have to take 1470. Again, needs a catalyst. Kind of like, it's like Palantir. Like, it was strong yesterday going into a level, but I'm not sure there's an actual catalyst for this. But I'm going to put this one on watch, as I know Rivian Randy will be excited to see if that one is.
Oh, Rivian Randy.
Yeah. Oh, he loves that one.
But he didn't get longer. He just missed that bottom. That's too bad. I hate when that happens. But
I've done that so many times. My new rule is, like, if you miss the bid that day by like a matter of cents, either just buy it after the miss or buy it the next day if you like the stock, especially if it's around the same level. Because but it did get to 10. I guess the last time it didn't get.
It came close. It was like 1080 or something, and his magical level was 1022. Yeah, no, my plan is if there's a stock you like, I just buying it. I don't even care about the levels really. I mean, if the market's absolutely tanking and you don't want to step in there and buy something, that's fine. But if everything's been cool and you just want to get it, because if you're holding it for a longer term, then the price isn't going to be that specific, then I think you're good to go. All right, it's 8:40. Let's go back over and see what they're talking about at the desk.
All right, guys, China back in focus as day 2 out in London between the United States delegation, Scott Bessent, we got Jameson Greer, as well as Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and others meeting with their Chinese counterparts. In focus here is going to be the easing of the rare earth minerals and exports or elements, whatever you want to call them, out of China. In exchange, Donald Trump has advised his team that they could, kind of loosen the sales of certain strategic goods like chip making software, jet engine parts, ethane as well, or ethane. So we'll keep an eye on that. Apparently, Donald Trump expressed, content. He was kind of content with how the talks went, calling them well, and he's receiving good reports, Adara. So possibly some more good news coming out today.
Possibly. We're going to have to wait and see here. We've already had both Lutnick here, U.S. Commerce Secretary Lutnick, and Scott Bessent speak positively, of course, about yesterday's meeting. Apparently, today's meeting has already begun. We're going to have to wait and see. I have seen apparently some Chinese media sources are, of course, a little bit less optimistic. We're going to have to wait and find out. I think the biggest thing to mention here, though, these export control eases, they do likely seem like they're going to happen. First, we had comments from Kevin Hassett yesterday morning suggesting they were going to happen. Then we had a report come later in the day saying, oh, these are being talked about. Like, we definitely know that there's a very good chance we're going to get that release. So keep an eye on these tech names if we get any confirmation. Could be a nice move or could be sell the news.
All right, guys, Nvidia is already up 0.5% here, staying green after yesterday's good day.
Yeah, it was a great morning for Nvidia, and then for some reason it was just the weaker of the chip names in the afternoon. It basically did the same sort of pattern in the afternoon that it did on Friday, where you had like this triple bottom. Only it was a triple bottom off of lows instead of a bull flag. But either way, you see what's going on here? Like when this dips and catches a bid after the opening range, now 2 days in a row, that bid is holding like a brick wall. It was 141.5 on Friday, and it was 142 yesterday. So it kind of makes it obvious where to look for support, at least initially on Nvidia. But if you're looking at the chip names, which a lot of people are, AMD was super strong. There were other ones too, like ARM was super strong, SMCI was super strong as well. But AMD off of prior highs was golden at 119.5. And SMCI in particular, well, these are flat today. SMCI in particular had the same rally where it broke out the prior high, bounced off the prior high. Those are both looking for some continuation today. I think SMCI's got some room to challenge into this like high to mid 44s that we were talking about for the next leg to the upside. So strong day for the chips. It was a weird one for Nvidia in particular. So I think you got to be. I think some days you got to be willing to look to some of the other chip names that are playing a little bit of catch up to get a more of an outsized move, because that's what you saw with AMD, SMCI, Micron also had a really good day. The list is pretty long.
Yeah, yesterday's number one trade for me was AMD. We had it early. It was on the watch list. It was on the sticky note. It was the number one trade, and we banged it so good there early. Hit that break of 119, had that move, and it was fantastic all the way up. And even had the break of 120, had the dip buy in there to 119. It's all on my Instagram, Twitter. And then there it was again all afternoon, where the whole market kind of just lifted into the close. And it was a good close, right? Did a little bit of a scare there at the end, as many names fell down as we got some of that. Trump was talking, and there was just some random things happening. But today with China news back into the forefront here, AMD and Nvidia, definitely stuff to watch. We've been trading them. Yesterday was huge. That's it. We had this move, and it was great. It barely held anything on the way back in, so it was good. I think we're going to watch that again today. Dip buys into some kind of support. Hard to find it right now. So we're just going to wait to see if maybe this 121.50 could be something. We're a little close for that. And then we'll see about breaking out the top. But right now, AMD just as aggressive as the market, although that's That's what's the NASDAQ doing right here. Yeah, 0.18. So yeah, I'm not super excited about the chips today. The sticky note's going to be out in a couple seconds. It's Tesla is going to be the #1 name on there. And I said that was going to be like that. Yes, at 3 o'clock yesterday, I was like, Tesla's going to be the #1 trade for me tomorrow. So we'll wait to see if we can put on a trade here for Tesla. And we'll talk about that as we run through the watch list and whatnot. So, all right, man, it's 8:45. Let me just check over there. I do not see a guest yet. But what was that, Andre? Wait? I don't know. All right, if we're ready to go back, we can go back, Andre. I don't know, I can't see your face because we have the chair in the way.
I think we're just lining up, maybe.
There. Oh, they're doing a mic test with Mitch. So he's getting ready to go right now. So we will have Mitch Hoke coming from Trade the Pool, talk about some good ideas. We do have, just early, I saw you have the imbalance locator up. There's really nothing on here so far here today. There's a couple buys, a couple sells. Not much going on. Verizon, Archer. We had Archer yesterday, was a monster trade. We were long 10, average price around 1040 yesterday for Archer, and you could see like what that wound up doing, Aviation there, based on that bill that Trump signed. We actually were wrong on it because it was all the way up here, and then we had to suffer. We didn't have to suffer. We bought 11s. No, we didn't buy 11s. What am I talking about? We bought lower. Our last buy was down here at 1020. I can go find it on Twitter, but nice move down. Obviously some big selling coming in, taking early profits. And then that name, Joby, another name, Rocket Lab. You have that up right now. That was a monster yesterday.
Well, the problem with Rocket Lab, though, is as Tesla goes up, ASTS, Rocket Lab, they were dwindling in the afternoon yesterday because
right.
some of their move had to do with like the spat and the talk of SpaceX losing contracts, and you got some sympathy moves to the upside. I'd almost be like, if I'm looking, the other side of the trade, like if you think Tesla's along today, I think it makes some sense to look at our Rocket Lab and ASTS, AST Space, Mobile. These guys as a potential short, because look at the rally that this just put on, and if there's no chance that Starlink is going anywhere in terms of government contracts. Now this one, the reason why I look at Rocket Labs over them is they're actually rallying in the pre-market, whereas Rocket Labs is doing absolutely nothing. But they should be on watch as well. There's so much to look at, everybody. And I saw in the chat there, it was Go Bills, which that name's always going to stick out. Anytime you put Go Bills in the chat, whether it's your name or you just say it because it's the right thing to say, I'm going to see it was asking, how do you accept gifted memberships when we have them? My understanding is that's when you first log into the chat, you can enable accept gifts, and we appreciate everyone that sends the gifts. I know Nimrod does it all the time. We have a great community out there. Remember, if you want to join that community, if you're listening right now, you got to hit the like and the subscribe. Subs only chat, everybody. So get in that chat, contribute, enjoy it for sure. And maybe Loke G, Plug will go to the moon. I have no idea, but that's the last message I saw typed in there. Why not, Plug Power?
People like,
it's a popular one. Like anytime that moves like a little bit, you see it's like Plug Power, go, wow, it's up.
NQ.
Look at that, it's up 13%. So go Plug Power, apparently.
Yeah, it's been a mover there. All right, we're ready to go. Let's go back over to the desk and get our guest of the AM.
Before we get to Mitch, I want to remind you guys, GameStop reports earnings after the bell today. For some reason, this company is a $13 2/3 billion market cap. I was just looking at Macy's, kind of a random comparison. $3 billion market cap for Macy's, $13.62 billion for GameStop. Everything makes sense. This one actually ended up breaking out a little bit there, Adara, in late May, but reversed the entire move, still holding above 30.
Well, that late May breakout might have something to do with the fact that I believe that's when the company started buying Bitcoin. We know they have this Bitcoin treasury strategy.
Boom.
They're trying to pull a little bit of a sailor, if you will. And I want to say here as well, we do have some earnings estimates for you guys. They're expected to come out at 4 p.m. Eastern sharp. Check that out with Sean and myself and maybe Brian Shannon on the market recap. So earnings here, 8 cents per share. We're expecting revenue of $750 million. I don't have the expected move yet, but let's wait and see what happens tonight.
All right, if Mitch is ready, let's bring him in if we can. Andre, there he is. Everybody's favorite Money Mitch from Trade the Pool. Good morning, Mitch. How are you?
Hey, you know, we say I trade the pool, stock and roll. Let's get it. Let's get it, guys. It's looking great out there. There's a lot to look at out there, guys. We can talk anywhere from nuclear reactors going strong, and then we started seeing the dip get bought. I would be watching those names, especially those 9 EMA pullbacks starting to go higher. A lot of flag action that I'll be watching there. OKLO looking a lot better with that bounce. And we brought up some names there with the energy. I brought up BEP last week. That's up 8% from that call. And what is that? That's just a leader to laggard style trade. And we're going to see a lot of these trades continue. Yeah. Right now, I'm watching for some swing trades in the semiconductor space and semiconductor equipment. AMD, really nice move. Coming off of a flag, now starting to go to that resistance at that 122.50s. I'd be watching AMD to get hot here as, of course, this was the stock that everyone was watching at the beginning of the year. It kind of got left on the sideline with this pullback that we had, and now it can really start to get going. I'm watching for a big run in AMD, and then also similar setup, very similar on the daily. I'm seeing Amazon starting to lift, and I think that this is more of that institutional play, trying to play a little catch up, right? If I was a money manager and I'm looking for a way to get exposure to some of the bigger names, of course I'm looking at a Microsoft breaking at all-time highs, but why not take a stock like Amazon with potential China deal that could be mentioned here? I think it's important, right? Because Amazon's the #1 that was hit with these tariffs. Also, Apple, that's on the sideline for right now, but Amazon could be continuing that move higher. And of course, the Temu cutout could actually be a good thing for Amazon.
Little drone and aerospace here. We all know the main names. We know the Jobies. We know the Archers.
Yes.
You have a couple of different names over here that are a little bit lesser known. Let's talk about ARCAT.
Yeah. That's been a great one off of the break of the 7, and this has been one that I've been waiting for. And the way that it got started to get hot was out of that Russia-Ukraine mention of that attack by drones, and then more mentions by Trump this weekend. I think this is a great breakout. Of course, it just broke out to 9, so maybe pullbacks to 8. Like yesterday, we got a pullback to 8 right out the gates. It recovered that and kept going higher. I'm looking for those similar setups. I keep seeing this strategy where it's a breakdown of support right out the gates. It's like that psychological wash. It's coming back. It's reclaiming VWAP, holding there, and continuing higher for the rest of the day. ARCAT's a good one. UMAC is another one to take a look at. Of course, that has Trump's son to keep an eye out. And then there's also UAVS, but I'd be watching ARCAT and UMAC as the top plays here in drone. Of course, you could look at Joby and Archer on the nice little pullback. Also a flag kind of starting to break above the trend line. Look for maybe a throwback look on that Archer to go higher, but the pure plays are more into ARCAT. Why? Because that's the military drone. If we're really focused here, it's military drone over your kind of air mobility that's in Joby and Archer.
And we've had a nice catalyst continuing here for these nuclear names ever since we got the executive order signed by Donald Trump not that long ago. Nuclear continues to be strong here, Mitch.
Yeah, I'd watch NNE, and that $30 level was a really good recovery. If you remember last week, I actually had this on a swing and a little upset because I didn't take as much profit as I expected. I had a 10% overnight. I did take some gains there, but it was only a split profit and it came back break even. Now that we're going back above that flagging pattern and we're starting to break, I'm looking for that 32 break to join the party and look for the run back towards the highs. We'll see if we get it. The better move right now is in SMR that's hanging out near the resistance, a little closer towards the breakout. I think SMR might lead and NNE follow. Leaders to laggard style trade, guys. And what about crypto? I think that you guys were just talking about something with GME that makes sense to me because I'm looking at MSTR and potentially these miners starting to get hot. So keep your eyes on them. I think this is a really good spot as we're seeing Bitcoin, you know, breaking highs. Why not MSTR start to play a little catch up, right? And start to make that move. Of course, the platforms were the first movers. I don't think those stop by any means. I like Coin over Hood now because Hood is a little bit extended, but I'm also watching for Mara to break the 17 resistance. It's right there. Mara's been sideways, sideways, sideways. At some point, Bitcoin's going to get to a price where things start looking better for the mining companies. I'm looking for this to maybe break 17, and maybe the run happens today.
Great calls there, Mitch. Let's finish off on some TA here. You're talking about some gap fill opportunities here on the technical side of the equation. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so gap fill is all about SMTC here. I really like this gap fill on the chart. It just looks really nice. It has a really nice base that it's starting to break out above. And that's what you're looking for in a lot of these gap fills. The base has been built for a long time and you're starting to break above that resistance. Current price is around 41.50. The target would be like a move to 50.57, which is that gap fill. That's a potential 22% gap fill higher, right? And this is in a nice space, semiconductors, that could get that lift. This looks like a nice inverse head and shoulders pattern that could also break the neckline. The reason I didn't open with that is that I don't think that's the best pattern, the inverse head and shoulders, but what I'm just looking for is the gap fill and the break above these levels.
All right, Mitch, always great having you on. It's nice to.
Yeah,
where are you broadcasting
great,
from, Mitch? We always wonder where you're coming from there.
Yeah, I'm by Melbourne Beach, but in Florida, so Space Coast. I get to see the rockets launch all the time, and definitely they shake the house. I love the ones at like 3 in the morning when you're in the middle of your sleep and you feel like you're having an earthquake. You know, nothing like that. Thank you, Elon. I always love those rockets that you launch up in the middle of the night. And small cap, a little added bonus.
Absolutely, you got my attention.
I know that you guys like following some of these small caps. IWM is starting to break higher. So what about MGNX? Let me know at MoneyMitch_TTP. I have a feeling you guys will be hitting me up later. Trade the pool, guys. Check it out.
Thanks, Money Mitch. We'll see you again soon. Thanks for coming on.
Always appreciate it, Mitch. My godmother lives in Melbourne, Florida. My mom's older sister. Like I've been down there a couple times. It's a great spot down there. Like that's the cool thing. I don't know. I think being around launches is a cool thing for sure. But I was gonna say something about our cap, but then MGNX. Well, that looks a little bit spicy. 10 million in volume on Macrogenics here. Bit of a day one type of play, breaking out. Volume looks pretty good. The only thing I'm always a little bit curious of these ones where, you know, it's made the move, it's done the pullback, and then maybe you got to, for the day trade anyways, maybe you got to wait this one out because it needs to resume the upward trend, but bit of a day one breakout type of play. Those are always good. But when we talk about the drone names, I mean, RCAT leveling off here today. After yesterday's rally in some of those names, this one looks, and you can always tell when there's accumulation in a stock. Yeah, did anybody like this around $5? Did anybody like this off the 50 and the 200 period moving averages? You can see the buyers that have lined up and gotten into stocks like this for those breakouts. So when you like something, you see the accumulation. Usually it's a pretty good go sign. This one looks pretty good. In terms of day trade, it only does 160,000. So I know Mitch is talking swing here, not necessarily the day trade, which is important. You want to make sure you know which ones are doing enough volume to be a good day trade and which are more in that swing category, as Mitch says.
Yeah, yesterday we traded Archer, but today really not moving around too much. So maybe there are other names obviously there. I just want to check out Apple quickly because you're still looking at that 200 level area as well. Not really moving around too much considering yesterday when, we had this kind of a move down once the iOS event started at WWDC. So not iOS, WWDC. So nice little bounce opportunities here into $200. This could be something that we look at some point here today as well. But yeah, some interesting names there. From Mitch, I can't remember what that last little one was that he dropped there, but go find him and ask him. So shout out to Trade the Pool, again, continuously sponsoring the show. So we want to thank Trade the Pool for all of that. Make sure you scan that QR code right there on your screen and get that watch list so we can all talk about it together. We're going to go over to the desk now and discuss what's, I guess maybe the futures first and then the watch list. What's up, Fabian?
All right, guys, let's have a look at the futures over here. Excuse me, I'm a little unprepared. All right, guys, 6,007. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES June contract with the overnight high being that 60-40 area. So we're still using the same levels, 60-50 as resistance. And if we maintain our level today with nothing new, we'll use 6,000 as support. All right, guys, make sure to get the watch list. Adair prepares it and we all use it. It helps you organize your morning. You get to know know what's running, what's making the news, and so you can prepare your day and have those runners ready to go. All right, let's look at the first ticker here, TSLA, already up over 2% here in the pre-market. Looks like maybe Donald Trump and Elon Musk may be making up here, because Elon Musk was retweeting some of Donald's posts about the LA riots. Secondly, we've also seen Tesla, that is, get the official now autonomous vehicle designation from the city of Austin, and they're preparing, Adara, for that June 12th launch. That's when the official start date is.
Yes, that's actually on Thursday, guys. So coming up very quickly, they are officially listed now on the DMV website in Austin, Texas, as an autonomous vehicle provider, though in the development stage. So good luck there. We also had a bit of a, I would say, kind of a mixed Model Y sales number here. So they did sell over 24,700 vehicles. That's up 24% month over month, but it's down 38% year over year for China. So kind of a mixed number. I will say we're gonna have to wait and see, much like Trump not knowing where he's going to put his Tesla, as he said yesterday, we're gonna have to see where the price of this chart ends up going, because, to quote Trump, there's a lot of locations.
Oh boy. A lot of locations. I'm sure he's got a few places they could throw it. You could throw that around. Look, you're just looking for a quick little continuation play on Tesla today. When we had the big spat on Thursday, you cleared out. It was 306. That was kind of like the one bounce spot outside of the absolute low at 275. On a 15-minute, you got like the only green candles were supporting that level. That ended up being the resistance yesterday. You've blown through it. As long as it holds that, to me, it's a continuation play, which does mean you have to weather. You could weather a dip. Yesterday, it dipped at the open. Well, if you go from the pre-market highs, it dipped at the open about $7-ish. If you go from the pre-market highs, if you just go from the actual open, the prior bar, it was still a good $5 move to the downside. So I think you put that in, and the gap fill is 310, and then 306. Those are the levels I'm looking for, long continuation. But it did it yesterday. It actually dipped as well on, if you go back to Friday, it dipped at the open before ripping. So we've seen it as a pretty normal pattern for Tesla to go into the dip and rip. So I'm looking for, again, for that today, to try to fill in that gap and then bounce off prior resistance.
Yeah, for me, I have Tesla written down here on the note today, and it's going to be my number one trade idea. I, was sort of getting excited about it yesterday. I don't think we dip down into 310, but that would be where. And then I really think that 318 breakout long is what's going to happen right away early. And there it is on Tesla. So we have a couple ideas on here, iBid, Palantir, Uber, things like that. And I'm sure we're going to get to some of them in a minute, but go check it out on the sticky note. But yeah, there it is, man. I think this 318 break, we talked about that it got up there at 5 o'clock today. And yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking about breaking that top. I mean, it could be also the pre-market top break as well of 316.50. So I think that that's just as good of a break, man. 316.50 if we can get through that. But let's just wait to see where we are in about a half hour, well, about 20 minutes, and then we'll get a good idea. I mean, the momentum is just real in this name. We got to play it. It was really successful yesterday. I mean, any long yesterday pretty much would have worked other than the first 5 minutes. So, I think the momentum is back. We got that little slip up last week, planned or not, between Elon and Donald, got us back into some great support levels. The stock was bought up. It was bought up the next day. It was bought up yesterday. And then here we go. We're going to find out where we go from here. So I think a gap fill is imminent right now up to 332. We could even get that today up to 330 for Tesla. So that's where it's going, and then after that, it's going up here to 370. So I like Tesla. I like the long. I think it's the right play, and I don't see a better trade for me this morning than Tesla. So yeah, we will try to make our day on Tesla right away. I mean, that's what we want to do. That's what we've been doing, and that's the way I'm trading. So we're trying to make some money on these names. So Tesla will hopefully be in the pocket at some point today.
Day 2, WWDC, Worldwide Developer Conference for Apple. So some of the announcements yesterday, there was nothing really groundbreaking. It really did lack that, like in the Vision Pro that they announced in 2023, Apple Intelligence last year. We didn't really get that kind of announcement yesterday. What we did here was a upcoming, more personalized Siri, which was delayed, indicating obviously more need for them to develop and to meet their high quality control standards. But they are looking at redesigning the OS, which hasn't been really redesigned since 2013, back in iOS 7. I think we're in iOS 18 and change now. So there's this new liquid glass, which is supposed to have good transparency, and it really utilizes a lot of Apple's new silicon. Again, as I mentioned, since 2013, the new design, will really emphasize some of the physical designs of the phone, kind of looking to shadow that. They did introduce some notable improvements for artificial intelligence, especially image generation as well as translation. What really caught my attention, though, Adara, was the small language model that they're going to have based on the phone, which not need to basically go to the cloud, so everything gets to stay on the phone, and app developers can actually tap into that small language model to use AI.
I really like their emphasis on app developers. One thing that I think left a lot of people disappointed was the fact that they kept saying they'd introduce an update, they'd be like, oh, you guys wanted this, so we gave you this. But I think what people really wanted was AI. And with that in mind, Needham here with a pretty pessimistic note. They downgraded the stock ahead of WWDC, like a lot of people here, from buy to hold. They still have a hold rating and no price target after the event. They called the keynote disappointing. They said, sure, we got a lot of updates, but nothing was AI related. And they actually don't think Apple shares are going to go significantly higher unless and until we get a new iPhone upgrade cycle. So we might be waiting until September, Sharif.
So guys, is it a WWD plus or WWD minus?
Both those grades are bad. So like, is it bad or is it really bad? I suppose. I mean, you got to give another option. Okay, fine. Like, I didn't tune in for the last half of it. I mean, we were watching it at least until we got close to doing the afternoon show. You're tuning. It just, there was nothing really there that was all that exciting ultimately, and that's what you're going to hear from the analysts as well. The 206 ended up holding yesterday's resistance level, and then there was a very, very clean bounce off 200. I think the over-under is at the 200. I mean, do you test? You could look at 203 and say, okay, fine, that's a lower high resistance level, but I think all roads are leading to the 200 break or hold today, and that's the one level to key in on Apple. If you lose that, I think you got room to 197-ish, I believe, because that's, I don't know what's going on with that wick. It didn't get to 193 on the 30th, but it's like, yeah, 197. You have a bit of a gap fill if it loses the 200 level here today. I think we're going to talk about Meta a little bit here, and then we are not going to talk about Amazon. But you have some other names, and Microsoft is much more in play today. In terms, not in play, but in looking strong and loved here today. So I just feel like the money in Apple right now, you need to prove to me you can hold 200 today. Otherwise, I'm looking for fades. There's no chance I think we get to the 206 level that we liked yesterday, but the 203 is sitting there for us on an early look.
Yeah, for me, for Apple, I mean, I think it's 200 and short. Like, I think it's just a break of this 200 and you go short. I mean, we tried it yesterday. I didn't try it. I was long on this name early. Shorted it. Then we got out numerous times there in and around $200. Like yesterday's Apple trade, I don't know. I'm not sure if I tweeted it out or not because we were just so busy there in the afternoon. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, well, all we tweeted out was this. This is what we did right at 1 o'clock. So here we are long at 204 because yesterday's sticky note had 204 long. So we were trying the long early. Then when we lost on that, we went short 203 and then we started covering. Unfortunately, it's not the greatest chart to show you because I don't have the extension on it. But yeah, we were getting some more outs right into there. And then, we started to bounce off of basically right now, 201 and change was a good level. So if we break that, then the next move down is lower. I'm not going to, look, as long as people don't switch off of iOS, they're still going to capture all the revenue that they need. It's just a matter of time before, they get the AI done properly. So I'm not worried about it. Like Neil, I didn't really pay any attention to any of the releases or anything like that. So I'm going to be the wrong guy to talk about as far as what's available for Apple. But just looking at this technically, if we start to break down, then we can see about holding the 50 period and see about a trend lower. And then once you break 200, then it's just a matter of where do you take your profits because it will probably retest 198. So yeah, I mean, I think a 200 break gets us to 198. It's a $2 winner. I think you might want to take $1 just to be careful because Apple will have buyers come back into it, especially with a NASDAQ that's green. So let's wait for that one. It's not on my watch list today, but Apple 200 break, I think it's a short. and then you deal with it after that, and you just see what happens, because it could really break, right? And if it does, then you'll be glad you took it, and if it doesn't break, you can get out of it. So I think 200 is the right play. Generally, I'm long in front of it, but the fact that we're red today on Apple lets me think that we'll just try the short and then see. But I'm not in love with it. The market's not doing anything. I probably will stay away from this one. So for me, Apple, I think the only play is a 200 break short and then deal with it after that. But I'm not overly excited about it there today.
Yeah, Freddie, before we go back to the desk, there was a small, I see a few people mentioning Webull. I put it in the chat. There was a small headline here. Webull launches cryptocurrency hourly contract trading for U.S. retail and via partnership with CFTC-regulated Kalshi.
Kalshi, yeah,
Kalshi, which we all know, because that's what we're following during the election cycle. Maybe trying to break out yesterday's high. So that's what Webull is moving on, if you saw that volume spike just a couple of minutes ago. What is not volume spiking yet is Nvidia, although it's stronger than the market, but only 0.5% for them. Let's see if it can get charged to the upside the way the other chips were.
Some puns. Okay, so Nvidia and HPE guys in the news together as they announced a partnership out in Germany. I'm not going to try to say the name of the center. It's a supercomputing center. They're looking at basically creating a joint venture to create a supercomputer named Blue Lion. It's going to be available to scientists starting in 2027. It will utilize Nvidia's next generation Vera Rubin chips. This is for scientific purposes and scientific research, not for AI in general. In a separate development, Nvidia confirmed that their Jupiter, another supercomputer also in Germany, powered by Nvidia chips, has officially been recognized as Europe's fastest system.
Well, it's pretty fast here, Sharif. Apparently, they're delivering more than 2 times the speed up for high-performance computing and AI workloads compared to the next fastest system. And now Jupiter will soon apparently also be capable of running 1 quintillion, Sharif, FP64 operations per second. Dang. So it's on track to be Europe's first exascale computer. That's how fast it is. Here with a little bit of a catalyst as well. We know AMD was really strong yesterday morning. Apparently, Nokia is using AMD processors to power its next-gen 5G networks. If you check us out on X at TTV Research, you might see Nvidia, I believe, is set to be at a couple conferences today, I believe. So keep an eye on NVDA for sure all day.
Yeah, well, I think the chips you saw yesterday, Nvidia at the open was super strong, failed 145, and then you had to wait all the way to 142. I saw in the chat, GoBills just said buy 142, sell 145. Basically, just yesterday's range. It's hard to argue with that, although I would tell you, even if you lose 142, whoever was buying it Friday afternoon at 140, 150, could mean some business too before you have any kind of a gap fill. The chips, I think, were more yesterday's play, and the ones that were super strong, AMD 119.5, SMCI was 40, it was like 42, maybe not that clean, like 42 and a third was the big level there. I was kind of hoping SMCI would be blowing out the top, and then we going this long, breaking out over like 44.5. But that's not happening this morning. I was just sort of turning to Sean like, I don't know. I'll be looking at Bitcoin and Robinhood a little bit more than the chip names today, because that just seems a little bit stronger, and that's where the juice is continuing. Like it was good longs in BTC yesterday, just going long into prior highs, and then it trended up, and then try to buy your dips. I think you look for the same thing in here today. These prior highs work out to like 61.9. Think that works out to 108. Don't at me if it doesn't when it gets down there. But yeah, I'll look for that dip and rip, just like yesterday, into prior resistance, gripping and ripping on crypto. But I'm not as excited about the semis today as we were yesterday.
Yeah, no, yesterday I had AMD on my mind, and it was the #1 trade idea on the sticky note. We hit it. It was good. But yeah, again, like down today against the up market here for AMD. Not super excited about it, but if we get 120 again, we'll take it on AMD. I'm not super gassed up about it. Nvidia, the same kind of a play as well. What I've been really happy about lately is Marvell. I mean, we bought this one at $64, up to 70 right now. It was always supposed to be a little bit of a swing trade, and maybe it's time to get it out for 10%. But I don't know. We heard Mitch talk about he was upset that he missed out on 10% on NNE there. But yeah, this is a good one. I feel like these levels down here, we bounced around on Marvell yesterday. This $69 level, we bounced off of it like 4 or 5 times, once there, twice, 3, 4, and then basically came into it at the close again. So I think a 69 level there for MRVL, a name a little bit outside of what we normally talk about, but a name that has been good off of earnings, right? I mean, we had that whoopsie daisy moment there and they didn't even miss. They beat both top and bottom line. It's just, it came in and gave great opportunities at $60. I was waiting a little bit lower because we did take a shot pre-earnings, and that's where we go. I'm long at 64.90. So that candle right there before earnings is where we're long, and then now it's up, like I said, about $6 from that level. So you know, it's there. It's like an 8% win for us on this. But I'm really thinking that we can get a lot higher, which is what I'm waiting for, 75, and then up into the $80 mark. And, you know, this name has a lot of room to run, right? It's AMD's kind of already broken out through that 115, 116 top area. This is the top here for Marvell. I mean, these levels here, 78, 79. So if we can get through, first of all, this 73 area, then this is where we're going. So it just has to work out for us. It's been a nice move off the 50 period. If you're going to hold the 50 period like this, the next move is the 200 and then up to VWAP. But I don't use VWAP on the daily charts, probably around the same level here. But let's go higher on Marvell. So for me, 69 today should be a great dip buy level. So I'm going to be on MRVL if we can get into that 69 level. And if any of you guys are watching it, please pull it up for me because, or remind me when that happens, because I'll definitely be distracted with other things. But Marvell, I'll put a low stink bid. Actually, that's what I'll do. I'll put a low bid near like near 69.10. And if it gets filled, then I can go over there and look at it. So that's strategy that I'll do. Put around 10% of my position down there.
69.42. If
we get filled, then we can try it there for Marvell. So, all right, man. The string of Mag 7 names continue with Meta.
They got the headlines, Katina, man. Let's talk about Zuckerberg and his plans for artificial general intelligence. Apparently, he's establishing a dedicated team of experts looking at basically gaining AGI to meet or exceed human intellectual capabilities. Apparently, he's created a super intelligence group driven by his dissatisfaction about the state of Meta's AI. He's not pleased, apparently, with how the market's been receiving Llama 4, so he's really doubling down. We already heard that he's, looking at investing up to $10 billion in Scale AI, who's owned by Alexander Wang. Apparently, go the rumors that if this Scale AI deal does go through, Alexander Wang will be part of this super intelligence group. Adair, what more can you tell us?
There's a lot here that's very fascinating. Basically, we have some people who are working with Meta who, of course, asked me to remain anonymous. They're telling Bloomberg that apparently he's gone full founder mode in recent weeks or recent months. Mark Zuckerberg, he's rearranging desks so that his new super intelligence team can sit the closest to him. Oh. He's hiring 50 people. He's trying to hire them all personally, and they're coming to his homes. They're coming to Zuckerberg's homes for these interviews. So he's taking this very personally, quite literally. Yes, Alexander Wang, though, if this Scale AI deal goes through, is very likely to have a role in this committee, though it's unclear what his role will be. But apparently he believes that Meta can and should achieve AGI the best. So that's his method here. We're going to have to wait and see if it works. But Sharif, it's very ambitious.
All right, boys, Meta back above 700. What is the look?
I love that he's not happy. Good. Because I feel like that's the attitude that you should have if you're trying to win, right? Like everyone, it's a battle out there for the big names. So respect it. Like, let's see. Look, on the weekly chart here, which is kind of the look that I have up, Meta's not really the day trade for me. We've gone over some of the names that I think we're going to go into. Like, I think Tesla's more in play today. I think the crypto names and Robinhood is going to be in play today. There's some small cappers that are going to be out there for you, no questions. Well, we haven't over Palantir either, which was a good long yesterday. But for Meta, everything about this weekly chart suggests to me the next stage might be a consolidation before a run at the high. Right? Like what did we have last time? We had a dip and we had a consolidation, break, consolidation, break. So I think maybe one consolidation and then we get back to the highs at 740. Love the stock. I think you're favoring longs more than anything else. But there's been a pattern that I've seen happen on Meta and we were talking about this on Friday actually because we noticed it on Thursday. Like, just look at what happens with the opening high on Meta. My head's in the way, so there. So when you make a run at the open, oftentimes, whether it's that or the opening range push, that ends up being the top for the day for 3 days in a row. So generally speaking, if you see that happen 3-4 times, you break the high in the afternoon, I think it's a long. If we do that same pattern but end up with an afternoon high break, I think you want to just take it because the sellers have, on pops, remaining control. That's why I think we're in a consolidation stage on Meta. So until it does like an afternoon break of the high, I think you're looking for more inside days. There's some traders that would look at that and just say, let's just fade the opening pop. I guess you could do that, but I'm going to stay away from that because I'm pretty bullish on the stock overall.
Yeah, so I'm going to go over to something that I think is consolidating and pretty decently right here with Snapchat. Like this name's been hit pretty hard. They still have a huge user base, man. I mean, all the kids around the school that my kids go to are all about Snapchat. And same with all like the hockey team she's on and everyone's using Snapchat. I don't know, I'm just channel checking. But yeah, this $8 mark down here, I just wonder if it's worth a shot right now, Snapchat, just because you do have some bottoms right around here, 780 or so. Forget about those. Like, we're not even that far away from its April lows. Many names have already got going again. Snapchat hasn't, which to me lends to believe that maybe there is something wrong there. I don't think it's like the strongest name in the market. It's not even close. It's not strong at all. But it does have a chance to make a little bit of cash. I think here in your pocket, Snapchat back to $10 wouldn't surprise me. I mean, that's a level that I think it wants to retest anyways. I'm not long this name. Should be maybe. That now that I look at it, you talk about consolidation above the 50-period moving average, looking to break through this 870 area up to 9 and then breaking higher. I think Snapchat does have a chance here to do something. I mean, we've been, a lot better than where we are now. Last June, we were up $16, $17. And I don't know if things have gotten worse for Snapchat. Obviously, the stock price determines yes. But, I mean, their user growth is still growing. I think there's an opportunity there. I know that they didn't really succeed with the glasses or anything like that. Now you have Oculus and some Meta products for that. But I just think Snapchat, we don't talk about it enough. Some days you'll get an upgrade or something will happen, and this thing could be northbound there. I don't know if it's a buyout target for any reasons, but Snapchat up here, this is 950 right here. I think that's a level too. So I think Snapchat, a good chance here to get higher. I don't know, just kind of a sleeping giant, maybe. I don't know if it's a giant, but it's definitely sleeping.
If someone wanted to create a super app.
I mean, I don't know. We've seen Elon Musk make some crazy decisions. I don't know.
If you were going to do if you wanted to make a super app and you're not talking about, and someone wanted to start small because obviously the big names are the ones that would have to do it. I mean, Snapchat's one of the things that you'd want to see. Like, it's not crazy. Like, maybe someone gets creative with Lyft. Maybe Uber gets creative, which is what we're going to talk about next. Uber doesn't have to get that creative. They're already winning, though.
Uber is looking at striking a deal with Wave, Neil, out again in jolly old England. It's a self-driving company, Wave that is, technology firm, and they're looking to commence trials of fully autonomous rides out in the UK. The pilot program marks a significant shift for Uber that enables users to take rides without a safety driver, which is Category 4, as we know. Wave is a London-based startup backed by SoftBank and Masayoshi Son, specializing in developing software for self-driving vehicles, Adara, especially using AI.
Wave certainly has a great pedigree here, and this is actually a really big step for Uber. This is going to apparently make UK the largest market where Uber has announced plans to pilot these autonomous vehicles. So Uber is trying to step up. I think the timing of it is really good too. We know Uber has dropped a little bit when Tesla announces huge advancements in these autonomous vehicles. We know Robotaxi coming on June 12th. I think the timing of this announcement is excellent for Uber. And before we send you back to the guys, I really quickly want to mention Big Bear AI. Moving a little bit here, announcing collaboration here with Analogic to enhance threat detection and streamline airport security operations across the world. Back to you.
Big Bear AI, never heard of it.
Were they?
Yeah, I like Big Bear.
But Uber, look, there's a saying. Well, it's probably not even a saying, but there's a thing in the market. Like, what's the most likely thing to happen today? What happened yesterday? If it was an update yesterday, then your mind should go to update today, just in a general sense. Well, Uber's been doing that for a few days now, and as you can see, since making the bottom, it's filled in that rounded bottom gap that we discussed last week. Maybe not outside of yesterday's move, like that would have been the cleanest one on the longs. I still think you have a little bit of room to go before you run into big resistance at 90. So this might be the last day before we have a long that runs into that 90 level. So Uber's on the note to look for the long today. I mean, I like a couple of places. I love those previous close prices when they hold support. And, not to be a broken record, but we like playing into previous clear resistance levels. Sometimes the wick levels hold. Like yesterday in the afternoon, like what a crazy move. Like it actually bounced right off this wick high as a support level. So there's a consolidative level here at about 87.70. That's the first place I'll look for the dip buy on Uber. And like I said, like they're winning. We talk about, and I was just making stuff up with regards to like Snapchat and Lyft. I'm not even sure how likely that might be, but I think Uber is the one that's winning. And until you get to 90, whoops, wrong direction. Until you get to 90, I think you want to look for the longs. My plan for dip buying is going into the prior day high. If that fails, I take it at the closing price, which was right around that 87. So a couple of dip buy levels for me on Uber. Yeah, I like them into the 90 level.
Yeah, so for me, for Uber, I mean, I have it written down right here. I was just writing some notes. I have it as a big trade idea on the sticky note right here, 87, 87.50, again, for Uber. I mean, I think the new, what did I write down here? New trials in the UK should spark some interest in the name for sure. I mean, we've already got some interest over here already in Uber, and we're starting to head higher. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, this just happened. This happened at 9 o'clock, this dip down in there. It's now 9:25, but that was the level that I written down, 87, 87.50, and that's where we just cracked into. I don't know. I wasn't sitting there. I'm not going to sit there in the pre-market when there's not this much volume, but there it is, man. Comes right back in. So I think Uber down at those levels is something to watch out for. So I'm going to put my dip buy opportunities down there for 87.50 or so for Uber and wait to see if that comes in, because again, I like the name. 4 or 5 straight days upside right now, and we already have that support of the 50-period moving average looking to break through highs, man. We didn't feel too good about not getting anything out up there, but we will get a chance to get some out of our trade. We're long at $60 on 63 or something, 64 on Uber. So up here in the 90s, I think is well worth it for now. Trim some out, worry about it later. Yeah, I like Uber. It's going to be a long opportunity. It's on the sticky note for me today, so you know I'll be looking at that. Here early, we had some talk there about Plug Power. Nice move there today, up 14%. Not doing too much here in the pre-market other than what this is called a barcode right there, but we'll wait to see. Almost like it's a buyout, but there goes Plug Power there. Service Titan had some moves last week, so they're there as a sell as well. There's Uber, actually as a buy.
Oh, come on. Son.
Wow, Sharif. There it goes right there. Uber with a 162 as the bell tolls on Sharif. 162 right there for a downside play for Uber on the buy side, though. There's Snapchat. There's Intel. Talk about another name I should never be in. And then there's Snapchat there as well. There's Randy's XOM with the buy. So just wanted to show you this. There's not a whole heck of a lot of action. And then Tesla, which I think will be the first stock that I get into, isn't doing much either this AM. So Tesla right there. Trying to think about this 316.50 area as well. Austin, 316.50 maybe. And then Webull.
Yeah, I was going to say Bull.
Yeah, Webull's a new name, new entrant there as we talk some crypto. There's some crypto licensing there. Kalshi also with a deal. I don't remember the exact story. But yeah, but it was not very big. On Webull. But I mean, the volume's really picked up, right? So
volume's really holding on Webull. I think with this one, if it's a little bit of a late entry to most people's list, but look at 11.13, sort of, last 3 days, 11.13. That gives you a pullback area. You also have this 11. What is that? 11.40 right now. So at the open, I'm not really interested in that. I think 11.14 back in. We also talked about Robinhood. Robinhood was an absolute beast yesterday in the afternoon, breaking away from that 71 level and then consolidating. Well, it's trying to consolidate. Actually heading lower right now, Robinhood. So Bull stronger than Robinhood. Robinhood 72.5 was that morning high. I think you dip back into this. But Webull might be taking its reins, the way I'm seeing it here. And wow, Nvidia, there wasn't a sell imbalance on Nvidia, but that just went briefly red just now. I mean, the market's going down. Nvidia went briefly red here. So go Bills in the chat. That 142 that you like, maybe you get a crack at that one. Not really as, I don't know, I'm not feeling the semis the way that we were yesterday. They just don't seem to be going. I mean, look at crypto, see the strength over in IBIT or Bitcoin. mean, Bitcoin, IBIT, same thing. See the strength that's going on right now in Webull, and that might be the place to play. So I'm going to have IBIT on the mind first, probably add Webull to the list. Uber, we already mentioned, Tesla as well, with just 1 minute to go. I see, QUBT, Brandon Smith is, forgot about the quantum names, didn't really mention any of those today.
Right.
Yeah, they're, like, it's not really doing much of anything here today, but this did have a potential breakout yesterday through 15, which ended up being a complete rejection of that level. Looks like it's a decent chance. It's up 2.5%. It's trying to go again. If it can get through 15, this one could be a runner. So yeah, good look on QUBT. But yeah, the crypto-related names probably front of the mind for me and Tesla.
All right. I'm just asking. I want a profile pick there. All right. So IBIT, $62. Looking at that coming through, man. That's a 200 period moving average. We're going to see if that can happen. Also, where VWAP lies its head right now on IBIT, and then it looks like Apple right here could be the first trade I get into. I'm going to try a break of $200. So it looks like it's trying to do that coming up very, very soon. So we're on that one, and then Tesla also for a top side surprise, hopefully, because the market's heading to the downside. Hey, Adara, there we go. We see some redness on those charts right now, but we'll figure out what's going on with only 3, 2, and 1, and there we go. We are now ready to rock and roll. Yeah, there goes Apple upside. Real nice upside there for Apple. So considering what we thought would happen, no there for Apple. Wow, Apple. 202 and ripping right now for Apple. Tesla's going the other way around. Tesla downside right now. So we'll try, I'm going to try, I just missed Apple there, but Tesla's coming back. Oh, there we go. Now we have Apple. I'm going to give Apple this shot right now. See about, I should show it to you. Short 202. We just made that move up. Let's see if we can test that high again. We could be completely wrong on this one. 202.10 or so, and we're out. Oh, here it goes right now for Apple. It could be an early L right now. We're short at 78. Well, it's coming back in. Short right now a little bit on Apple. Let's see what winds up happening.
Yeah, that was a big move upside on Apple initially. You had Tesla going to the downside, however, as that's pulling. Well, never mind. Tesla's not going to get to 310, just dipped to 312 and now coming all the way back in. Let's go to Adara right away.
Keep an eye here on DIS. We have Bob Iger, CEO of the company. He is on CNBC right now and he's some comments here saying that the company will probably stop disclosing its subscriber numbers, likely for Disney Plus subscribers here at some point. So keep an eye here in DIS. Just be aware Bob Iger is still talking. We know they finalized their deal with Hulu. They got some positive analyst notes this morning as well. Back to you.
Apple was really funny there because we were getting out sub there at 201.60s for a decent play, and then it just broke through the top there. So we wound up getting out of Apple. It's just, wow, talk about being wrong. I thought our first trade was going to be a 200 break on Apple, and it's like, no, we're going the other way. But look at the market, which is making me think that, like,
bring a break at 142.
Like that I want it. Nvidia's going downside, yeah. That's strange. All right. Yeah, right now I'm just going to sit back and relax just a little bit because the market's definitely not doing what I thought. I'm actually thinking about shorting Apple again.
Well, it just broke out yesterday's high in the afternoon.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Well, just very quickly, that was very fast. I was short in front of the $0.50 yesterday. Not yesterday's high.
Wow,
apologies.
203.
Afternoon highs. Afternoon highs broke on Apple. I took one shot in. We got some out of two. As fast as you like there, 202 quarters, and then it just busted the 203 level. Robinhood, look, Nvidia just lost 142. So I was about to say Robinhood's tanking, but everything is heading back into the downside unless you're Apple. Robinhood pulling back in. I'm waiting for 72.5 is the spot that we're looking to go dip by on Hood. And I don't wonder if it isn't the bullish one that is heading,
where's it going?
It's right back to VWAP.
Okay.
So Webull, there was a good story with them partnering up with Kalshi, everybody. So if you're tuning in for the moves, if you're tuning in for the news, you got it right here, 10,000 plus. If you're tuning in for the chat, make sure you hit the subscribe button, everybody, because if you want to communicate with us, holler out names or ask any questions, it's a subs-only chat, everybody. So enjoy the show with the market now.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
Who's that ugly guy?
Yeah, there is. Oh, it's you, Neil. Don't worry about it, but you're very handsome. There we go. Nice little move to the upside right here for Amazon coming back in. So there it is, man. We talked about 216 buying on Amazon. We were just, I cannot believe Apple still went that as high as it did. But there it goes, man. It's a nice little win coming back in right now for Amazon. We like that trade. I just took some out there in the 90s. Did I get a 90 fill there? No, my bad. We got a 78 fill. Now we're waiting at 86 for Amazon. I'm not dropping this until we break through 215.80. And actually, I didn't even put my stop order in. So let me put that in right now, 215.79. That low would be a nice one to break. And if it happens, then yeah, we take that L. There's another out for us, 50 more cents out for Amazon as we wait to see what else is going on. Apple was the other play that we had. Nice move up to 203, got washed there. Now you're starting to come back down in. And Tesla's not really, it's doing things, but not like giving us a idea yet of what it wants to do. I mean, that dip buy into 312, has been bought up, but also the fade up at 315 has been sold. So, whatever way you're looking on Tesla right now, you're probably like me, dumbfounded on what to do. So we'll wait. Yeah, 87.50's come in for Uber. I mean, this is the level that I thought I liked. I'm bidding 87.50, so we should. There we go. Well, now we're long. So there it is. There it goes, man. We talk about the trades we like, and that's one that I just put on. So 87.50 right there long for Uber. If this breaks like 87, where's that low today? I'm not sure if we need to worry too much about that. I kind of like these kind of closing levels there, maybe 87. We wrote down 87 to 87.50. So let's give this a little bit more room. There goes Amazon finally. Tesla's trying to figure it out still at 313.
Yeah, and here comes IBIT to the downside as well.
Okay.
Tesla's headed downside. Nvidia is still red and holding at 142, but Bitcoin is threatening the pre-market low. So yesterday, right off the open, we tanked into tanked is the wrong word. We dipped into the pre-market lows and then got a bit of a reversal. We're sitting in front of 62 now. It's this. I mean, Robinhood's not doing the same thing as IBIT. Robinhood already made its bounce off of 73 instead of 72.5, which I like, and could end up just breaking this out. So if I don't get Hood on the dip buy, then I want Hood on the breakout, which would be just above that 74 level. So I'm out of Apple and just waiting for it to calm down at this moment because I feel like if the market heads down, this should still be a short. Obviously, I got wicked out, so we'll slap the fail on it. It goes right into yesterday's high, blows it out by afternoon high, blows it out by 70 pennies or so, and now wants to bounce off VWAP. So this is going to be Did I just see what I thought I saw? Okay, it's cool. Do what you got to do there, Sharif. Apple, if it's going to bounce off VWAP, looking pretty strong. I don't know. I just saw you taking a selfie. Oh, that's what it was. I thought you were taking a selfie over there. I'm like, okay.
He was taking a selfie.
It looked like look, man, I'm saying what I saw because that's what we do. I'm just saying what I saw.
Yeah, man. Okay, so what I'm seeing right now is close to a little bit of a breakout here as Amazon. We're long at 216.40. It's at 217 in change right now. Our Uber trade is also working out. Again, we can swing and miss on Apple, but we're in the game, coach. I mean, this is you don't just rest on one or two trade ideas. You make the ones that you put down, and we could miss. We missed on Apple. I mean, we didn't even have Apple on here. So there goes the lesson of the day for everybody again. Trade the names that you have on your mind, not necessarily ones that are moving around, and get some of that FOMO going on there. But that's Amazon. We are in a new position as well. Let's hit the sirens up right here as we've got 3 positions on. I do like IBIT. My IBIT's waiting at 62 flat, but here's Marvell. So we said we'd get something if it comes down to 69. We're long at 69.15. Let's take something out at 30s because we seem to be stopping there. Then let's take something else out back at 50 if we can get sort of back to the 200 period moving average. And then hopefully if the market goes, which it's trying to do, we can get a backside trade on Marvell up right there. So there goes Amazon, Marvell, and Uber. Those are what's on my mind right now, and trading pretty well. The only thing that I'm down on, obviously, is going to be Apple, as that's there early. So, yeah, Neil's been looking at some of these other names, AMD, Nvidia,
well,
things.
Not really AMD.
No, I think you mentioned Nvidia, but we're not really trading them. Yeah, right now, AMD just kind of dancing around as well. We mentioned 120 maybe. The lowest that got to was 122. 120.80. Amazon still going. Let us know. I thought I just heard Adara say for her, but I didn't hear it in my ear. Amazon right here, 217 again. Let me just take out a little bit more there, and then we'll see what we can do after that. So right now, this is what we're talking about, man. It's Amazon, it's Marvell. Ooh, there goes Marvell right now. Siren's up on that one. Can we get this trade going for us as well? What's up, Adara?
Small cap trader, I might have a stock for you. NCNA, Nucana. It's run in the past. This is a penny stock, making new day's highs as we speak. Could not find any news, but it has a healthy 57% short float. So massive short float here for penny stock runner NCNA. No economic data today at 9:45 or 10 a.m., guys. An extremely light day in that regard. So no economic data to worry about. Back to you.
Well, there's QUBT, which is absolutely running like wildfire. Shout out to COSPI. SIOSPI?
SIOSPI, yeah.
Is it SIOSPI?
I have no idea.
Well, it doesn't matter. You got yourself a running here. 18% to the upside. Oh, we forgot about Palantir. I'm in IBIT and Robinhood now, and I went to type in Palantir, but we're going to move over to the hooded one.
There goes
because
Amazon.
Robinhood just broke out that top. So if it's not going to give me the dip into 72.5, we're continuing this to the upside. We're in IBIT and Amazon. IBIT and Robinhood are the only two names, but I can tell you Webull, which was the other one of the crypto-related names, is not holding that volume-weighted average price. So, Webull's starting to come back in here, still up 4.5%. They did have a catalyst, but fading back in is Webull. So I'm going to stay away from that one, temporarily at least.
All right, man, Amazon, your first
It's not working.
Dollar Club winner right there. Nice move there off the note. So just too bad that we got sort of, we lost our way there a little bit with Apple. We shouldn't have not even been in that name. But Marvell was a good one down there at 69 for those of you that were looking at that one. And if you join us on the show earlier, I mentioned if Marvell gets down to 69, and this is when we were talking about AMD and Nvidia, and I said, Marvell, I choose you. And we did that, and it's been a good trade there. Uber, we were able to get out of half of our Uber up here. I mean, it went to 90. We got a whole bunch out at VWAP, which was 80. We got a whole bunch out at the 200 period there as well. So we got some good dip buy opportunities. That's a mistake right there, actually. This fill right there, I think I was trying to hit sell, but I hit buy. So we got a little more shares there than we wanted to. But there it goes, man. Nicely cooking now to the upside. This one is a mistake right there, 87.70. So we'll wait to see if we get a drip down into 87.25, because that's what we had wrote down, 87 to 87.50. So that's too bad. I really feel feel bad about Apple, because I thought that that was a good chance there to make that going. Apple, Marvell, so on and so forth.
Palantir clean break.
That's what I was going to say about Palantir. Wasn't on the list, but for a downside, wow. I really love this name, man. Palantir is just has been so good.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, there it goes, man. Upside. If you're going to say something, you have to stop eating first.
No, there's no direct story on Palantir, but CNBC had their disruptors list. I think they do like 50 names or whatever.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
But number one was a defense name. There was at least, I don't know, by just a quick scan, there was at least more than half a dozen in the top quarter, or the top half of the list that were defense-related names. So Palantir, obviously getting a big run to the upside in there. Robinhood gave one fill at the quarters, and then starting to come back in a little bit. Look, if it can hold on to the volume-weighted average price, I think this looks good on a dip. If we don't, then I'm still waiting for 72.5, which was the buy zone that we preferred a little bit there. But strong movement to now break out on the overall market. Although Tesla, which I thought was going to be a little bit more active, it's not that it's not doing anything, but no gap fill to pull us back into the prior high, no break at the top. So still a little bit of an inside day going on here for Tesla, and if anything, trending down. So we're going to be patient with Tesla. If the long comes in, it's not happening just yet. There's plenty of strength in the market, but it doesn't look like it's gravitated toward Tesla yet. I still think there's an opportunity. I'm only looking long on Tesla today, so it's a good thing that we're not in yet.
All right, we're going to get ready to maybe lose out here on IBIT. I mean, there's our long came in, and we wrote down 62. So IBIT just comes in, man. We're long 62.05, as both of us have IBIT here. So let's see. Hopefully that one wants to move to the north side here. The market's, I don't know. I'm not getting like a strong feeling, even though the market went up there off the open. I'm still not loving what I'm seeing right now. It feels heavier. Some of the names that we're in, like Uber doesn't really want to go. Some of the catalyst names just aren't really doing anything right now. Amazon was a big winner. I still have about a little less than a third of this trade on. But here we go. We are starting to lose a little bit. Now Apple probably, see, Apple's still not falling down again either. So, yeah, we're going to wait. There comes the market moving down. What's up, Dara?
Now here in RX, Recursion Pharmaceuticals announcing a 20% workforce reduction. They have a 33.5% short float. We know this one can move. RX. Again, guys, no numbers this morning. Back to you.
They just
All right.
I know that name for some reason, but it doesn't really matter.
All right. Yeah, I don't know what that name's. What's up with that name? But we'll thanks to Dara for that. And again, Dara's going to be dropping any kind of news. We have news in our ear as well. If we hear something, we'll bring it to you. Thank you for hitting the like and the subscribe right now. How many do we even have? I keep on my stream. I load it in the morning and it doesn't reload. Like I have to reload it there. But
it doesn't update the likes.
There it is, man. Over 11,000 of you watching right now. Just under 11,000. Come on, man. If 1 in every 10 of you was only hitting the like, let's get that going a little bit. We are here every single day for you. So thank you for watching and thank you for coming back. But there it is right now, IBIT. So we're in this play right now. Our average price is 97s right there as we get a dip buy opportunity for IBIT. Let's see if it wants to get back up. 62.10 maybe for an area there if we were worried about it. That could be a spot where we start to get some more out of IBIT. But we average into that one, IBIT right now. So right at this price. Things just kind of cruising right now. Is there anything else that we're not looking at that's moving? Let me just check out Tesla because that's obviously doing something. Okay, so I was still waiting for 310 on Tesla. I don't know. Like the way this market is moving here, I'm not excited about it. We barcoded pretty much all afternoon until we had a little bit of a move. That's this morning. Then we had a little bit of a move right there. We had a strong move off the open that didn't make that much sense to me. We lost on the Apple short. Now we have that huge move, not a huge move, but now we have a move down and now it's coming right back up again. So, you know, without too many economic numbers or anything, we're going to wait to see. Oh, OpenAI taps Google, I just heard for something in my ear there.
I'm not going to restart.
177, Google. Wow, Google's having a nice move again here. What's going on with my chart here? Oh, all the way up here, it just gapped up there. 176 to 178.80 there for Google. So nice move higher now for GOOGLE. Google making moves.
Well, they may be burning Waymos, but Google's certainly hot for
Yeah, Google's trying to go higher here. So
wow,
maybe there's a move there, 179 for Google. Wow, selling that name was wrong, but nice upside play there for GOOGLE. Now back into 178 again. So interesting right there. Google and OpenAI coming through. Now it just takes out 179. Okay, here we go. What's up, Adara?
Here's the full story here. So Bloomberg reporting that OpenAI is trying to use Google here for a unprecedented cloud deal. That is despite their AI rivalry. So it looks like this is purely a cloud deal. Again, just being reported here by Bloomberg for OpenAI and Google. No confirmation, of course. Just be aware here, GOOGL popping up. Cloud deal on watch with OpenAI. Back to you.
Okay, so softies moving to the downside. I mean, the market is starting to come back in here. Well, one thing is not like the others. Well, you're going to see it come out there, and that's IBIT. IBIT loses support. Like, at the moment that IBIT lost support, Robinhood broke the high of the day because logic, which is clearly not there. So we're going to go over, we just got it out in front of 74.40 on IBIT, and we're going to try to reload, on Robinhood, and we're going to reload that one at VWAP because that's holding trend, but we just lost the prior day high on IBIT. Now, yesterday, it trended down pretty heavily and broke support on the initial candle in the first 10 minutes and then made a fresh low and bottoming tail candle. So I think you got to wait for something. I'll wait for something like that. Like, show me a trend reversal, and then we'll jump back into it. Uber also came in. That filled in the gap into the prior close. It came all the way to VWAP and pulled back. So I reloaded it after it bounced off of VWAP, long in here in front of the third on Uber. So that's looking okay. Robinhood's looking okay. The market's looking okay as well in terms of strength. I think we're in the right names, at least for now. And and Apple. Yeah. That's the one. I mean, Apple, they'll slap the old fail-a-rooney on that because it looks like it was the right idea to fade the pop, just not the best timing of it to take that opening rush to the short side of the trade. Because now Apple's and tanking. Not tanking, but heading back lower. So I think it was the right idea to look short. But at the end of the day, Apple will be an L. If it breaks 200 later, I'll probably take a 200 break at
One
some
second.
point. Robinhood, that just got a nice little reload on VWAP. Let's see if we can't get something going into 74.20 again.
All right, there we go, guys. We are now into Alphabet. This is a monster trade right now, man. We just bought that, man. Like I said, I'm going to be here to take these kind of plays. This is what we want to do, man. We want to play names that are moving around, that have some catalysts. We finally found one. And the rest, as they say, is history. Nice move there for Google. Now $1 in the money on that one, but we're starting to get out, right? We're not going to like rest on this. We're just going to wait to see what winds up happening. We're out of half, a little bit more than half of this trade. If you are interested in a prop firm, make sure you do scan that QR code right now. Level up your trading game with Prop XP, up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. Scroll the site, pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on our platform. Sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts with real human support. No bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off your code with code TRADERTV. Get that 50% off. Links in the description. Be a trader. Get funded. Join Prop XP. Visit propxp.com. I had to do that real quick because your boy right now is going, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, because we got Google in the pocket right now. That's a good one right now. Multiples right now, Neil. We are going dollar club. Surfing right now on Google. There it goes, man. Traders got to trade. We sort of talked about that one, and there it is. We got to have some merch with that on it, Neil. There it goes, 179, 179.60. Boom goes the dynamite right there on that report that you heard live here out of my mouth, out of Adara's mouth, from my mouth to your ears. There it goes. It is a huge trade for Google right there, man. Brought everything back to life. It's Google. It's all good right now. So thank you to OpenAI and to Google and to Stories because we play those momentums, and there it goes, man. Nice upside play there for Google as it comes right back in again. So you just saw me. We had about a third left, or we said just a little bit under half. We got some more out up there, but here it comes right back in. So just be careful with everything. Take them out when you see profits. That's what we're talking about, and so far so good there on Google. Oh boy, that was a fun trade.
Yeah, great trade. You've got to take your profits. The only thing that's holding up at those highs that we're in right now, Uber is holding the higher lows as we speak. So I don't know if we're going to get a third salvo down here in front of 87, but it needs to break out the volume weighted average price. That's not just anything. You want it breaking the afternoon highs. That's 87, 80 or so. Once you get through that, I think we're smooth sailing back into the upside. Just going to quickly throw the chips at you because Nvidia bounced off 142. Shout out to Go Bills. That was your level. If this can take VWAP, it's starting to look a little bit better for them. And AMD, well, AMD's the one, not Nvidia. It was true yesterday. It's true again today. AMD's breaking out in a big way a second time here today. So back through those highs. We were kind of thinking other names. And the way I see it, okay, we just got back into IBIT, which should pop in any second.
Let's go IBIT.
That just regained the 62 level, and it looks like we got the right end of the V. But AMD, if we pull back into prior high, that's the way I like to join the trend. So we're back into IBIT. We're into Robinhood. Uber is still looking pretty solid. Tesla's a nothing burger for now because it's still trending down into the prior lows. So I want to be patient. Anywhere from 310 to 306, I'm willing to take a mean reversion here on Tesla. You only need one shot at this bad boy. They started to slow down the selling, but the buyers are still not winning on it yet.
Guys, we are 5 for 5. We have 5 positions on right now, and they're all just like cruising right here. So there we go, man. Uber, mate, right? Great in. What? Oh, man, we're waiting at 87.25. That's hilarious that we just missed a monster trade. Monster trade on Uber if we got that fill, but we missed it. That's too bad. Marvell's winning, but yeah, it's not doing too much. We're already out of half of Marvell. IBIT, let's go on IBIT. Again, Neil and I trade this a little bit different, but we're both into IBIT again. I'm still in it. There it goes, IBIT. Nice move, right back up to VWAP. I think this is worth getting something out right now. So, hey, man, I mean, we were here yesterday doing similar stuff to this. We're here again, doing it again here today for you. So again, hit the like, hit the subscribe. 50 cents in the money as well for Amazon. So these are the trades we've had so far. Apple, I mean, in and out of that one early, no good. Amazon, boom, goes a dynamite on that one, man, dollars. This is still $1. Google, IBIT, boom, this could be a good one, man, IBIT. Marvell, 25 cents in the money. Uber, 40 cents in the money. So it's Amazon, Google, IBIT, Marvell, Uber, that's 5. 5 for 6 today so far, and big winners. It's not like we're just hanging around here. This is Google right now in the money, now $1 and change. We just got some more IBIT out though at 10s right now at VWAP. So these are all printing out pretty good right there so far. And I'm just going to watch out for Google, man. Let's just let this thing continue to go. I'm at 179.40. Those are the highs that we had gotten before. We're taking a little bit more out here because we just dipped down into 178. Was unsure of what was going on there. So we covered a little bit more at 178.50s, things like that. But there goes IBIT. Sorry, there goes Google, and there goes IBIT, and there goes Amazon, and there goes Uber and Marvell. So far, so good here today.
Highest day on Apple just now.
Yeah, Apple's.
Good thing we got away from that one because that has just gone absolutely ham to the upside. So we got to stay away from it, at least for now. If you're looking long, congratulations on it. We were looking short, so it's a good thing we're not in it. Tesla just broke the trend heavily and is trying to get through the volume weighted average price. The problem with a trend line break is sometimes you're put to test with a big break that you cannot get the prior bar breakout because it just happens so quickly and so big to the upside. But if we can get any kind of a dip, now I'm looking at 312 to be able to get back in. We're going to buy the dip on. If we get another shot at that low on IBIT, we'll go back over to it. But Tesla, I don't want it to get too far out of the pocket here. First available dip back into that break we're going to take on TSLA. Only looking longs. And finally, the buyers are starting to win here on Tesla. Adair, I believe the call was for.
Here's Microsoft. Just be aware of this one, MSFT. We had this drop down. We're really sure why. Not sure if this is the reason, but apparently CNBC reporting that ChatGPT is down for some users. I know some of us here in the office experienced that this morning as well. So ChatGPT might be having some issues. Not sure if that's why MSFT made that drop, but we're noting this one definitely lower here. Back to you.
Here comes Amazon. We're not going to be in this for too long, man. If it breaks this 216, we'll give it a couple pennies under that, and then we'll work with it. But right now, we are longer. 216.15 right now. Yeah. I don't know. It just went back to flat for us. But this market's going to need to bounce off this 50-period moving average for Amazon to work. So came in fine. We've taken profit on it. We're relatively light on it. So that's why my reloaded price is right here at 216.15. I mean, this is what we reloaded it at. And so, yeah, good price. Let's wait to see what now happens with Amazon. I mean, obviously, we're hoping higher. But the market has been really wishy-washy here today, so not really clear direction anyways. And Amazon looks like it wants to lose 216, I mean, it might be one of the weaker ones out of them all as some of the Mag 7 names really pulling back in. We talked about Meta, Microsoft a little bit. Apple was weak. Well, Apple was strong, but we were looking weak on Apple. And then Google kind of helped the whole story out. And I just wonder if Amazon and Microsoft, some of these names being affected now, because if OpenAI, I guess, again, Neil and I were talking a little bit about the story there. If OpenAI was targeted Google for some of their computing power, I guess. That means not Amazon with AWS potentially, and not Microsoft. So as some of these names come back in, it makes sense. So again, this is what the whole point of the note is, right? Sometimes stories change. Like, this is a brand new situation here. So we're not going to hold on to this Amazon and be like, we love this 216 level. Things have changed, right? So the market is a fluid situation. So we're going to have to wait to see if there's anything going on there. We did, peg really the right name here with Google and made back part of our losses there on Apple back. Well, this still is position pending, but so far so good there. Marvell dripping now. I don't know. I thought, where's my stop on Marvell? Oh, we got pretty light on it. We were going to give this, I guess, about 50 cents because that was the amount that we took there. So let's give this one about 50 cents, 68.50 there for Marvell, as the whole kind of space is falling in right now. Really, we just need Amazon to go because Google is going and Marvell's a light position.
I think the futures might be part of the problem right now.
Yeah, I'd say so.
So, like, if you look at the NASDAQ, it's kind of a head and shoulders. I mean, Hood's trying to bounce back here. IBIT's trying to bounce. Uber is maybe headed back into the lows. But you have essentially on a 15-minute, you got a false breakout, and now we could be putting a topping tail candle in here. So I think that's what the concern might be. It looks like Apple just went to 203 again, and I'm not shorting it at that 203 level, and it just gave it to you one more time. The hooded one, let's talk about the things we're in. Robinhood just bounced off of, call it the afternoon, I don't know, the post-market consolidation level. There you go. Which was 73, so it just bounced off that again. I'm going to get another leg out in front of the volume-weighted average price because we just spiked up, and if you can't break VWAP, then if I was looking short on this stock, I'd be shorting it at VWAP, but I'm not, so I'm going to take some out there in front of the volume-weighted average price. Uber is holding up the nicest.
Why did Amazon sell there?
As it dipped only once into that bottom, and now it's holding on to VWAP. So I think Uber is looking like a nice little hold trade. That one kind of rocketing up there. iBit took the L. That'll be... Because I got lucky on Apple in terms of getting some out instantly on that short, and then it ran my stop. My red stock will be iBit, but it's now trying to break through VWAP. So now you're seeing a little bit of strength come into these crypto names. I want Webull to go as well, but I'm stuck with not stuck with. I'm trading Robinhood today because that was the front of the mind. But Webull, I like it. I did buy Webull in my personal account, which is kind of hilarious because I actually think Robinhood's a better company. But Webull was just at that $10 level, which is, you were talking about, I always buy it. If you like it, you should just buy it. Well, I did like Webull in front of 10, but the irony of owning Webull and not Robinhood is not lost on me because you'll hear me talk more positively about Hood.
Okay, so I bought, actually I just tweeted, I don't even know what Robinhood, what Webull is at right now, but I just tweeted this out right there. This was 22 minutes ago. We bought it at $11 off the open. So I dipped by, I put my bid in there as soon as we got that news. We want to be in Webull, so we're in it now, right there on the long-term account. So we're in at $11 on a pretty strong position. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening. We did take that all of a sudden, so my Amazon trade came in, it got flattened for some reason there. I think we got a bad tick there. But anyways, we are also in, we're in Amazon again. But that's why my price has changed. I'll discuss that in a minute because this is a new position right here and it's Tesla and it's not doing really anything right now other than concerning me just a little bit because now it looks like we want to break through 315 off of buying that 316.50 break. So possible dip buy opportunities in Tesla, but we got to watch out here for a break lower. I was trying to find out where VWAP is exactly. That's 314. I mean, I guess we can wait for a 314 break, but we don't really want that to get into our positions there again. But here comes a nice move higher now as we just bounce off a 350 there. I think we'll take something out here as we rip back up. Okay, so again, I'm just trying to limit some of the damage here because it doesn't look like it wanted to go off that high and I don't want to be stuck at the high. So we just took some out there, about 20% out at 16s, still dripping down here for Tesla. So not a great move there. And then before we go over to Adara, we do have Amazon. There was something that got me out there instantly on our 216.15 fill, and then we just punched right back in. So that's the thing there as we go back into the 40s. If you guys were wondering like why the prices changed, it wasn't. I guess it was a keystroke error, but I think just one of my flattened keys punched me out there for some reason. It's almost like the minute I got into Amazon, the minute I got into Google, Tesla. Yeah, Tesla, Amazon, Google. Something happened with that Amazon trade, but here comes Tesla right back up to the upside. We're taking a little bit out of this play now as we're bouncing around. Okay, here we go. So let's see what happens with Tesla. It's a hell of a lot higher when we come back to you, but right now it's happening now, and there's a lot of happening now in this market with Adara.
Indeed, a lot is happening, especially if you're a small cap. But here's the market. This S&P, or sorry, not a small cap, a mega cap or a Meg 7 name here. S&P 500 on the 15-minute making higher lows, higher highs. Nice little uptrend off of these pre-market lows from the morning. NASDAQ looking pretty similar here. Nice, steady climb. They're both, I guess, high day for both of these is near yesterday's high. So still fairly range bound. Let's take a look here, at Google, GOOGL. OpenAI, as reported by Reuters, trying to get involved here with Google in a cloud deal despite their AI rivalry. Here's Meta. Speaking of AI, apparently Mark Zuckerberg, according to Bloomberg, trying to form an artificial general intelligence team that he's hand selecting. Last but not least, Apple bouncing nicely here off of weakness on WWDC. That keynote not very well received. Back to you.
Okay, right now, man, we are really blasting right now. Let's freaking go for a dollar club here on Tesla. We still got We still got half, actually. It's too bad. I wish we had a little bit more than that. We still got half of this. Once it didn't go on that initial break, I explained myself. And I mean, yesterday we had talked about Tesla trading and missed some trades, then got stuck on one of the shorts that didn't work. Then we got out there. And now here we go on Tesla. So we're long right here, right now at 316.50. So there's 317.50. Here's 317.60. Let's take something out again there at 63s. We'll take that fill. And now we'll wait to see where we go on there. But here it is, man. Good day alert right now for me. I'm actually not even at my one-day goal yet, but we're trying to get there with Tesla. We didn't take too many shares, and we did take a decent size on Apple. So that put me down a day, and then we had to make it back. So right now we're waiting for that one. And oh boy, man, IBIT has been a great trade for me today, as this one's sort of just been hanging out. We've done real well waiting for it and being as patient as possible with IBIT. So out some VWAPs. We did not take that 50 period. It didn't come there. So let's take another out right now. We'll wait to see if IBIT can give us that 62.19. I did punch out some more. Oh no, we missed that Marvell right there, 69.20. That's too bad. Marvell, we should have got a little longer there. I'm probably going to drop this one. I'm not as excited about Marvell as the rest. And Google still making new highs, man. That was a great trade there on Google. But we're going to wait to see where that goes. What's up, Adara, again?
Just a couple of names here with some news. These are not names that get a ton of intraday volume, but they're worth noting regardless. Here's Costco, COST on watch. Global News reporting that the company is looking to source Canadian tariffs to avoid products. We get this push to the downside. Then here's Netflix. NFLX also pushing lower here. Apparently the company planning to invest more than 1 billion euros in Spain from 2025 to 2028. Both these making some downside moves. Just wanted to let you guys know that this is happening. Back to you.
Move on Uber as well. It just kicked back into the prior day close, so we took another leg back into it. It bounced off 87.20.
Oh, shit, we're in Uber too.
Grabbed some back as it tried to hold. No, it's headed right back in here. So it was trying to get back into 87.5 a second ago, and now you're seeing pull back. I think this one might lose. What? Not yet. Not there yet. It was okay buying it off volume weighted average price, quick little breakout trade, VWAP trade, but the dip is back into 73, I think, on Robinhood. So we'll hold on to that because it's working. But you just lost that 87.10. I still like it too, right about here, like 87, and even another shot at 86.7. But I think you need a trend break here. Oh, thank you so much, Randy. I appreciate it. So I'm going to take. What? Oh, whatever. It's. Okay.
We both got some lemon teas over here. I hear Neil, hacking up
just,
over here. It's making me nervous, my guy.
I'm fine. It's fine. It's fine. Just my throat's a little off.
If both of us aren't here, man, it's going to be Joe and Sharif all day long. You know what I'm saying?
We're fine.
Which they may like right there. The Bro Show extended there soon. So, okay. Here we go, man. We're doing real well. Google is going to be the trade of the day, I think, well, P&L-wise anyways for us. But we're going to wait to see where it goes because it's at 179 and change right now. We did not get any reloads. We got a great top tick there at 179.50 for Google. So there it goes, man. Like I said, a negative name for both of us will be Apple. That's, at least for me, that's a bad name there today for me. The worst on the docket there. We only have one red name today, and it's going to be Apple. So that's what's happening right there. And then we do wait. Oh, there goes Uber. So Uber goes red for me as well, as there it goes breaking lower on Uber. See you later goes Uber there. But Tesla still holding out okay. Uber is the one that doesn't want to go, it looks like. So we do take that L there on Uber. And now we have two L's today. Like I said, man, it hasn't been the craziest of days waiting for opportunities. But I think Tesla should be something there. Bye-bye Uber. IBIT's been good. We were able to get something out at the top side of IBIT. That's going to be a well-profitable name for us as we get some more out on VWAP right there. And then, Rocket Lab. And the problem is, guys, I haven't been able to focus too much on the chat, and I apologize for that. I have 5 big positions trying to make some cash here. So I'll try to look at the chat in a minute, but there goes Rocket Labs to the downside as well. So I'm just trying to focus on the positions that I have, and right now, this is looking like it wants to turn around as well. A lot of these bigger mag names, like we have Amazon came back in a little bit here.
All except Apple.
Here comes Tesla. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like sometimes it's like the opposite. Like yesterday we were thinking short Tesla, blasted higher. Today we're thinking short Apple, blasted higher. So yeah, man, not participating the greatest here. But Tesla breaking through 316 now. We're gonna have to watch out. I don't think we want to get too much
I'm still waiting for VWAP, which
Yeah, that's
hasn't happened on it.
315 right now. For Tesla.
I have VWAP at, I mean, what, yeah, 314 and a half.
Yep, that's right.
As I look up, but look at Apple, it's now breaking out the high. So if I'm trying to be patient with it, you can now, it's past 10 o'clock, so connect the dots. When I say connect the dots, I'm really just connecting the trend line up here. Yeah, Apple's going to have to break a trend line if I'm going to go short this thing again. So super strong to the upside. This is why you watch the market recap show about names like ASTS and Rocket Labs. These could be nice sympathy. If you're looking long on Tesla, the short on these are absolutely gorgeous, but I'm not chasing it down here. That makes no sense. So adjusting the plan of action on Apple to try to be more patient if we short it again. VWAP on Tesla, it doesn't even seem to want it. There was a held bid at 315 very quickly. Maybe it'll do that again, and we can just sit right in front of the 315 level. And that'd be 315, not 135. You got to make sure you type it in there correctly. And yes, ASTS, right. That's another name that is catching a little bit of a selling wave on that upward move in the reconciliation between the president and Elon. But it's stronger than Rocket Labs. I think if you're looking for one of those short, I would much prefer RKLB. Palantir, we didn't even get to.
Nope.
I know we're trying to go over some names here, but what I don't like about this market is the thing I thought was weak is the strongest, and the thing that was almost the strongest at the open is now underneath VWAP, and that's Palantir. About to go red is PLTR. You'll see I have a line drawn at 131.
Enough for me.
Well, that's because I like 131. But it wasn't front of the mind. It's frustrating. I can slap the fail here because Palantir, like there's your support at 131, bottoming tail wick, and then it goes $3. Maybe it'll give us a second chance. Hopefully it gives us a second chance. But you never know. The market's not always that forgiving.
Yeah, everybody, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Thanks for joining us one more time. Thanks to Derek for the news, Sharif, everybody, Joe, Fabian, Andre, Ramin's over there chilling. Shout out to everybody today. Shout out to Brendan on vacay as well.
Did you see Disney today?
So much hotter these teas, man, than everything. No, but I'm loving Disney. Is it down today?
No.
Oh yeah, we love Disney, man. This is a position of ours that we've had for a minute. So yeah, good call on Disney. Up 1%. Good call on that one.
Well, the market's not.
Yeah, I mean, again, really, the chart on Disney's been impressive. And then you had that Warner Brothers news yesterday. So we'll find out if there's anything going on with Disney. But yeah, nice move higher right there. I'm just kind of like chilling right now, honestly. Tesla's trying to move. I'm going to take another piece here at O's if we can. It's just there's a lot of volume going through, and it's not really doing a lot right now on Tesla, which is making them in nerves. Okay, there we go. We just get some O's out a little bit there on Tesla. Oh, no, we didn't. That was out on something else. We just got filled on something else. Okay, there we go. We get the Tesla there. See, this is what I'm talking about. All of these fills now coming in, and I'm not even paying attention. We are long. This is the problem, man. This is why I can't watch the chat, guys, right now. It's not about like not trying to get new names. I have 5 names on right now: Amazon, Google, iBit, Marvell, Tesla. They're all on. So I mean, I got to be very, very careful with what we're doing. I lose my day in 5 seconds. So just be careful. I'm gonna get some more out there. Tesla just dipped into 316 again. We just got a 317 fill. I'll take a 316.60 fill here again. It's just getting lighter in this position. I only have 1/3 left. Doesn't look like it wants to go, man. I mean, ever since we punched in, we got some high ticks, which were great at 3.7. We got the dollar there, 317.40 actually. So we do have almost a dollar. We did have that, and now we just keep on fading off of this 317, 317.20 area. So again, it just looks the same for everybody. Shorts and longs can win. Whether or not you're shorting up here or longing down into this area, it's just right now trying to figure itself out. I'm not hearing anything in my ear. Obviously, we've got Adara here, so if anything pops, we have her. But right now, there's a pop right now, and your boy's in this one as well. This is the thing, like, have those losing trades, but make it back on winning trades. You got to have different opportunities. I know that sounds ridiculous, but like, if you just sit there and only stare at Apple all day, then yeah, this is what happens. You sort of get like, I probably would have shorted again once I saw this falling back down. But right there, Apple takes out highs one more time 5 minutes ago, new highs on Apple, and then boom, down $1. So it's just kind of like, some of these stocks here aren't, yeah, I know. See, there's pitch bulls shorting Tesla. Yeah, that's probably fine. I'm just going to wait for 315 to come in, right? If it does, then we'll get out. We're getting lighter and lighter on it right now, and it does look like it wants to fade out. So, yeah, not great action here for sure. First one to admit
Finally, iBit.
IBIT's been great, man.
Look, the Nasdaq's going to break the high. Well, okay, the Nasdaq is trying to break the highs, and while it does so, IBIT's trying to get back into VWAP. For me, I got stopped out right at pre-market. It's not the pre-market lows, that's irrelevant. Right at prior day resistance and right around that close price. It did a couple of more dips to be able to get you underneath that 62 into the high. This one needs to crack. If you can't crack VWAP now, then you're never cracking it here on this kind of strength. It just feels like it should have already gone. Robinhood, I'm looking 75s at this point. The hooded one,
Google.
all-time
Holy
highs
shit.
are, well, the highs, not all-time highs. The highs are 77.5, but 75 was that Friday close dip area. So I'm looking for the out in front of 75. We're going to buy dips back into VWAP. This one has been pretty clean so far on Hood, only up 1%, but absolutely flying. And now IBIT is really starting to go. If Tesla dips into VWAP, I'm still looking for that VWAP dip buy. But it's just IBIT and Robinhood that I'm in right now. And we're going to see if we can't ride this one to 75. Even. Nice clean bounce off VWAP. I thought maybe we'd get that low again here on Hood, but that's okay. We'll see if we can't grab $1.50 on that as the ultimate target for Hood. Martin, I haven't even looked at CoreWeave today. Haven't even looked at Circle today. Sometimes that's how it is. CoreWeave catching a bit of a bid. I feel like CoreWeave's on the other side right now. Like I'm favoring shorts off the high in this stock. Yeah, I don't see any reason why not. Like, you just can't seem to bust through and hold above 160 for very long. So I think CoreWeave might be on the other side of the A, not the V.
All right, there it goes, man. Google is now $2 in the money. We just went right over to that name and it was like, boom, boom. The problem is it gave you a lot of opportunities to get into this name, right? So, and it's just there, it finally goes. It looks like it wants to maybe, or false break there at 180, but we took advantage of that anyways. We got a 180.10 out there on Google. So the rip continues to happen here in Google, now up 2% and more coming, I feel like, for Google. So good trade there as we break higher on Google. Marvell's doing nothing a bit, you know, hopefully goes up, but who knows. And Amazon right now doing its own thing as well. That's starting to go a little bit higher. I'm going to take some more opportunities to get some more out. It doesn't look like we want to trade through VWAP again here. Like I said, it's just a little bit of a funny day, man. It just feels like, you know, we're just battling back and forth with kind of the same levels and the same names here. And I just did apologize in the chat. I mean, there's only so many. Like, I just bought Bull in my own account. I haven't even called it up yet to see what that's doing. But we'll do it right now quickly just to see what Weeble's up to. So we're in the money a little bit on this one. Weeble, we're bought it at 11, up to 11.20 here. Bought that one early. But here comes Tesla right back into 315 again. So this is what I mean. It's like, you know, tale of many different stories today with Google, Tesla, all these names bouncing around just a little bit. Let's take advantage of that. That was a good dip buy, wasn't it? Right there. Yes, sir. Right there. What's up to Brendo again? There's a nice little dip buy opportunity for Tesla. Take advantage of that right now and get some out near that top of 316. But all right, let's go over to Adair, see what she's up to.
Part of the show is brought to you by Easy Trading Computers. Traders, are you ready to fully optimize the computer you use for trading every day? Well, Easy Trading Computers and Trader TV have teamed up to bring you an exclusive sale on the world's most powerful AI-ready computers for trading. This limited time desktop and laptop sale includes exclusive performance upgrades, bonus gear, and 0% financing. And it's only for Trader TV viewers. Scan the QR code, enter your email, and unlock access before it's gone. This exclusive sale is ending June 12th at 5 p.m. Eastern. So scan that QR code or click the link in the description box. Back to you.
Go Tesla, go Tesla.
Apple is relentless. It was just about to break the trend to the downside. I'm like, oh, look at it. It's breaking downward trend. And new high of the day already. So forget about that one. Forget about the short on that one. Tesla did pull back into 315. It is still trying to break out the pre-market highs, which is almost to the penny. It held that pre-market high 317.75. I think it's a dip and rip into that level, at least until proven otherwise for Tesla. Super strong day today. There hasn't been a red candle in the ES or the NASDAQ. It just doesn't, it hasn't felt that clean. But the market's telling you your longs are good right now. So I think you want to stay the course. Anything that's holding on to trend to the long side, I think you want to stick with it because there hasn't been anything telling you otherwise. So Tesla's in that category. I hate to say it, but Apple's in that category too, even though I'm not really on board with the Apple long. It still looks like it's been a good one for everybody out there. And Weeble Whoops, that's Blue Ocean, which is a fantastic overnight market, everybody, that we have here at Real Trading. But Webull's holding on to VWAP as well. I'm just deciding to trade Robinhood instead of Bull, but I think you're getting a lot of the same look back in on either one of those crypto-related names. But dip buys in Hood back into 73. We've been able to, at best, get 74.4. As long as we hold on to 73, I think we're okay, but we're starting to come back in to that level. And Vin just asked about AMD. I haven't really been paying enough attention to the chips today. We said we'd be looking at crypto names and Tesla much more than we would at the chip names. We'll do some work on it. But I guess if we had just gone back to the well with AMD, it's the same thing. Trend to the upside's unabated. The stock is in the midst of a breakout. Next stop, I think, is a 125 and the 200-period moving average here on the daily. I like it, but we're not in it to the long side. That's all I can say. It was a great one yesterday. Today, I guess we just thought other things would be better. Yeah, I can admit, probably should have prioritized this a bit more.
Yeah, yesterday's number one stock 200 times over was AMD.
Easy today.
Yeah, today. Well, it was easy yesterday and maybe even easier today, but I have not looked. All right, so, you know, we got some good plays there on Amazon. All right, let me look at the chat now because we do have, again, I already have the plan of action for Tesla, man. We just got a 316.30 fill there as well. So we took some out as we go upside, and then we take out some more there at 316.40s. Wait to see if that here comes in again. We're going to drop this off if it breaks through 314.50 or so is going to be my stop here on Tesla if we do break down in. I'm going to try again at 315 flat. We are going to be red on Tesla. I mean, if this thing breaks lower, and we're going to be red on that one. It's a good thing that we have some good positive names though for you so far today. Although Marvell's not doing too much, it's a positive name. IBIT's a positive name for me. Google's big one, that's for sure. As we just got some 180. So first of all, on Google right now, less than 10% left on Google. So this is why I'm trying to distracting here for myself. And then Amazon as well. We're still in about 30% of Amazon. So let's get a little more out here as we continue to go a little higher here on AMZN around VWAP. Some really good dip buy opportunities. And again, this is probably, the best sticky note name, and we can look again, but right there, we did have Tesla as a 310 dip buy or the 318 break long. We didn't get either one of those actually today yet. So we took that pre-market high, and that's kind of what's got me involved right now. But there's our second trade of the day, Amazon 216 long. That has given you multiple opportunities to go. Uber was wrong. I'll show you that right now. It's at $86. We'll do that in a minute. We're waiting for Palantir to get to 129, and then the IBIT 62 long was cash. So yeah, man, so far so good. We still are in some IBIT as that's falling back in right now, so that's not great. And then Tesla is right at a flat level for me as well here. So kind of uneventful, to be honest with you, here this morning. Although I have 5 positions, we're just waiting for something to actually go. Right now, Nike apparently on the chat. Let me check out that just quickly. NKE. I actually typed in $ Nike there. That's not going to work unless you're on Twitter. But oh wow, yeah, Nike. They're doing it today. That's for sure. That's a good break too. Nice little coil and then a break there on Nike at some point. Looking good. Okay, Tesla. We just got a nice little dip buy opportunity into 315 again, man. And this is what we're talking about. I had to offer that out. We are now hella positive now on Tesla, but again, position pending because who knows? There's another 315 buy. Yes, sir. All right, good opportunity there for Tesla. So yeah, we're going to empty out that clip in and around 316, man, time after time on that one.
Cyndi
That's
Lauper.
not Cyndi Lauper. Okay, I was going to say Cyndi Lauper. Time after time. And time after time, we put these trades on. And time after time, we throw back over to Adara.
Do we, though?
Yeah.
Beautiful upside push here for the Russell 2000. Nice push to the upside, up 0.8% right now. Back above that 215 level. And if you look here on the 15-minute chart, we've kind of been in this steady pattern of pushing higher, consolidation, and then getting another push to the upside. So good look there. MRIN trying to get a little bit of a support area here, though we're well below any pre-market or post-market highs. It's trading higher after announcing a non-binding letter of intent that it's entered into with a private equity firm. They're considering a potential asset sale. So keep an eye on MRIN. This one has rallied in the past. Here's JFBR. This is Jeff's Brands. No news on this one, about a 489,000 share float. And it is also a penny stock trading around 52 cents. ARAI, by far the strongest small cap that I'm seeing today. This one's actually halted right now, up around just below $12.50. This one also has a sub 500,000 share float, announcing this morning they secured another key patent for their smart mailbox anchored autonomous last mile delivery solutions platform. So another patent here for ARAI, again, currently halted. Back to you.
Yeah, multiple halts for that name for sure. Oh, Tesla just broke. No, it didn't. Apple just broke trend. Tesla is about to fill 315 again. So I'm offering in front of 203 on the trend break. What I just mean is it closed a 3-minute bar underneath the trend line on Apple. So the first leg, obviously, losing short, and we're going to try it again, give it to the prior bar high if we're even able to catch that fill. You could see the first red candle in the 15-minute, but you got 7 minutes to go for the futures there. It has been a relatively strong day. Okay, stop in on Apple. Tesla did fill 315. I've only been in at that price. One thing to keep in mind, I know someone said they were short Tesla. I didn't see who it was in the chat, but that was a trend break into the high. So in theory, when it breaks the trend and bounces into VWAP, it's a VWAP retracement into the highs. For myself, at least that's the way I want to try to play it. So I'm offering in front of the pre-market highs, and then 318 we'll just take as a breakout. So the VWAP trade into the high, and then if Tesla's able to break 318, well, we can do that later. Because if we lose VWAP, I think we could get that 310 fill. It's not crazy for Tesla to drop $5 and give you that dip all the way. In a 10, T-Money says it was them, so shout out to you, T-Money. IBIT's trying to make a bit of a move in here. I guess I didn't get Apple short. I'm leaving the order in to see if I get picked up. But yeah, Apple now headed, if it gets to VWAP without me, I'll probably pull the offer. But for now, it's still in the pocket on that trend break. I'm trying to pick it up in front of 203. But we had Money Mitch on talking a little bit about our friends over there at Trade the Pool. And I can tell you, one for all, the new trading competition from Trade the Pool is an interesting one. Never done before. Everyone will be trading together on one shared account with 1 million buying power. It's June 16th to the 18th. The goal? Beat the Qs. For example, if the Qs move by 3% up or down, we just aim for more. And what's in it for you? Everyone wins, plus $675,000 in prizes. Not bad. 20 evaluation accounts are also up for grabs. One account, one mission, one for all. Scan the QR code and join the team now. Link in the description. I feel like all for one and then one for all is what you're supposed to say after that. Like by reflex, I almost said that. So shout out to Trade the Pool. Good look there. Beat those Qs, which is what everyone's trying to do. Right now, the Qs still haven't put a red candle in on that 15. Trend is your friend to the end.
Yeah. Yeah, shout out to Money Mitch and Trade the Pool. Right there. Okay, so I mean, just more outs on Tesla, man. I mean, it's we're up on the stock today, but we're flat. Like if I covered right now, we'd be flat on the name. Oh. So we're trading hundreds of shares in here and flat. Like it's just like it's 10:30. Hoping to get a move here on Tesla. I'm waiting at 316.50s, just ahead of that. And hopefully we can get a nice little bump now in the market, which will carry this name just a little bit higher. I still think we need to test the highs again. What did I just get there? Oh, I got it, 10s, okay. Yeah, no, I'm waiting for that 40 fill. Sometimes it'll just rip up and it's like, whoa, I got that fill? It's kind of like what we did right there at 315 flats. So here we go. Okay, I'm at 46. Oh, there we go. Yes, yes, Neil, finally. Let's go right now. And wow, that was a little stressful down there near that 315 area, but it's all good. We did it, and we're in it now. So, all right, Tesla, now your next target is the highs. So I'm now waiting at 317.39s right now for Tesla. So we did it, says Jason Tatum there, and poor Jason Tatum there tears his Achilles as well.
Oh, he didn't do it yet.
Right there, but all right, so nice move. Like, look at that fill there at 316.50. This is the thing, man. When you're trading with shares, you take advantage of these pops. So there's an out for us. We told you we were nervous about it. There's my out right there on Tesla. Look at this, man. Comes right back in $1 right there off of that recent out. So this is what you got to do, man. You got to take those outs. Nice move there for Tesla as it rips back to the upside. and then crashes right back in again. So yeah, man, I really enjoy my Tesla, but I'm not enjoying trading it today. A little too stressful. Here it comes. And there it goes. Bye-bye, Tesla. We are now red there on Tesla as it drops in pretty aggressively right now, almost as if there's news right now on Tesla. Nice move to the downside right now, cracking a lot lower on TSLA. So, oh boy, thankfully we have...
There was the fail on Tesla.
Yeah, thankfully we have Google today. Thankfully we have all the other ones, but it is Tesla right now dropping down. So let's go find out what the story is potentially. Look at that VWAP break on Tesla. What's up, Adara?
I'm not sure this is it, but it's worth noting we just got this in, and it's kind of tangential, so I'm going to mention it here just in case. Republican Senator Curtis saying that the U.S. Senate budget bill should be easing the start date requirement for clean energy tax credits. We know one thing that's certainly been on watch here with this bill with regards to Tesla, especially, are these EV credits or mandates? Again, not sure if those are 100% related or if that's why it's moving, but I think it's worth noting regardless, given that this came in just as we get this drop in TSLA. Now we could do a quick crypto segment here while I'm here. We talked today about potentially getting a new all-time high on Bitcoin today off camera. It looks like that might not be coming today. Go all the way from this high above 110,000 yesterday. Right now, we're actually back below 109, trading around 108.7s and actually making new lows of day. It's worth noting here, still well above this recent area of support that it would be that 100,000 level. So that's holding up well. But if we can't make another new high here, this could be a slightly lower high on BTC, though it's still really strong. Let's take a look and see what some of these other crypto-related names are doing. Ethereum back above 2,700. Great look for ETH. XRP up about 1%. Solana up about 2%. Dogecoin, Cardano, and Tron all up about 4%. So some of these altcoins may be faring better than their peers once again. Back to you.
I can tell you my VWAP stop on Tesla, either I didn't have it in or it didn't fill. I had to punch out of that one manually. We wanted a VWAP stop, but that's what happens, man. We say always trade with stops, but I keystroked it. I'm going to guess keystroke, but I'll look back and then go through the log. I'm guessing it didn't even fire, and then I had to punch out of that one manually. But that should have been a 50-cent stop on it, less because I was right in front of that 315 level. Ooh, Apple just pulled right back in there just very quickly. The strongest stock in the market. Well, it's not the strongest stock in the market. One of the strongest names in the Mag 7 has been Apple. It broke trend. I said I'd leave my orders in off of 3 with a stop at the prior bar high, so actually just got filled now on the way back up. I'll look for a VWAP retrace. That's the name of the game. Apple has been strong after the WWDC event bounce off of 200. But it has managed to hold resistance at the 203 level, which is just about it. So I'll look for the pullback into VWAP and hold some in case it can break the volume weighted average price here on Apple as we're going back to Adara.
I'm going to let you guys know here, as the market makes these higher highs, higher lows, potential flat top here, we have comments coming from an official in India saying that these U.S. and India trade talks are going well. They've been held here, I guess, on market access and digital trade, apparently viewed as being progressive, so keep an eye here on the market. More trade comments. We haven't heard yet from what's happening with the China delegation today, but apparently India-U.S. talks going well. Back to you.
All right.
We want China. Although realistically, when you think from a logical standpoint, do you think you're going to make a deal with your enemies before you make a deal with your friends?
He has no friends nor enemies.
No, I mean the U.S. The U.S.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying. I don't think
shouldn't a deal? Wouldn't it be easier to make a deal with Canada or the EU, in theory, than with China?
I have a feeling
We've got nothing.
Yeah, I have
either of those.
I have a feeling Carney's too smart for President Trump, to be honest with you.
I like Carney.
So I think we're gonna have to let that one settle down just a little bit. I'm
worried about this.
We'll get there.
The tax bill. There's a provision in the tax bill which is for foreign investing.
Okay, right now we are back in to $1 winner now plus on Tesla. Let's just make it back. On Tesla as it drops down on us right there again. And I mean, I don't know, again, for you, but for me, Tesla right there, we will lose. And we always talk about making sure that your losers are very similar to your winners or vice versa. You always want to have higher winners than losers. But right now, if I were to flatten out this trade for me right now on Tesla, we would have lost about half of what we made on Google. So I think that that's always important to talk about because that that's what it is, right? No matter the trades that you have, if you're losing more, like significantly more on your losing trades than you are on your winning trades, this is something that I've changed dramatically over the last little while. I don't want to be in names. I want to get out. Because we have winners, no problem. It's how do you manage your losers? So that's what I'm doing right now, and I think we did a great job doing that with Tesla. And yeah, so far so good here as we rip all the way back. We're almost going to be up after all of this. There, good move down. I was just going to try to go off that bottom wick once it gave it to us. So that's a 3. We're long at 13s. That bottom wick is a break at 12. So just making $1 now puts it 1-to-1. But I'm not one of those ratio traders. It doesn't. I just playing the momentum. If this slows down, we can get out right now, make that money, and put it in our pocket. So again, a shout out to risk management down there. And I think that's the one thing that I'm doing so much better now than I have in the past is on stuff like that, and making sure that your losing trades are not out of the pocket for your winning trades, right? And so that's what we're doing, and it does stop you from having huge blowout days to the downside. You can still have monster days to the upside with that strategy. I mean, we're down on Apple today. We're up on Amazon. We're down too much on Apple because we really try to take that for risk. Google as well, a good trade there. This can be my #1 trade. And then IBIT actually came out right there, but we're flat on IBIT today. Marvell, we're up on it, but it's really done nothing. Tesla, well, that story is still there. And then look at Uber. You want to talk about risk management right there. I mean, Uber
is bleeding.
Yeah, Uber's getting crushed right now to the downside. So, wrong call alert on that one. And I was just saying earlier, yeah, maybe we can get out of some Uber if we get to $90 or so today. Yeah, that didn't happen right there as well. I really like Uber, but honestly, man, trading Tesla is so much more fun. There's Tesla right back up to VWAP at $1.50 now on the Tesla trade, but Uber was a crappy trade.
Well, you know what? I think Uber was just maybe underestimated how much the rotation away from the Tesla winners, like the stocks that were winning on the feud, would rotate to the downside here. So obviously, the minute you get out of it, it's like the greatest short ever. That's just how it plays sometimes. I'm going to have a purple on my Tesla chart, but it's not because I'm short the stock. It's going to get that out of the way. I am not short Tesla.
Go Tesla.
I am not shorted Tesla, but I had a stop in my mind. I had a stop, might have had it missed, either mispriced, whatever it happens to be. But I think, like Sean likes to say, try to keep your winners bigger than your losers. I always try to say, keep apples to apples and oranges to orange. So for myself, I wasn't taking profit on Tesla till it was bouncing $1. And then I was holding higher. That's why I didn't want to be losing $2. You could lose $2 on Tesla, but my intention was not to lose $2 on Tesla. My stop was underneath 50 cents. But that's a keystroke error. Apple looks like it does want to try to run the prior bar high again, so we'll jump out of that one. Took our second shot at it, only at the 03 level. Want to make sure we're trading it only at the price that we want to, as the market is still just very slowly trying to grind higher. Like super slowly trying to grind higher. Dr. J says Intel program buying. Apologies for not looking at the chips too much today. And it obviously has turned into a mistake because Intel, look at this thing. I agree. I think it's program buying. AMD, which was a good long, is not as good, but that's at the high of the day as well. ARM, which was ridiculously strong yesterday. That was up 5 points. It's strong, but not nearly as strong as some of the other chip names. Yeah, the chips are definitely front of the mind yesterday, but not today, and that's going to be a certain fail. Sometimes I say that the easiest trades you have the day before, a lot of times you don't want to be avoiding them if they set up the next day. So I think when you think along those terms, I don't want to spoil the lesson of the day. It's always something that the market taught me today. A, make sure your stops are right. But B, if you made money on a long and there's a continuation play, look for the continuation because that's pretty clean there on AMD. Stair step to the upside.
Guys, $5 in the money now on the account. So there we go, man. Congratulations to everybody who's been trading today, especially this Google trade and this Tesla reloaded. We're getting some out here at $3.15. That's $2. We are now more than half out of our reload there. And then Google, just look at that, man. 181.50. Oh, sorry, 180.50 on its way up to 181. We'll take another out right there on Google as we're trying to hold out. What's up to everybody in the chat, man? Maybe we'll do a roll call right after this. So get ready for a roll call. I want to see who's in this chat. All right, e-signal right now. Traders, listen up. It's your first month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade your platform to e-signal. Everything infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts. Predict this all with backtesting, reliable, real-time data. Global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Grab your first month free right there with e-signal, brought to you by Trader TV Live. You only get the first month free if you do scan that QR code. So I would think you should do that ASAP. Grab that before that promotion runs out. I have no idea how long it is. But let's just wave away. What's up, Tia? Let's just do a quick little roll call right here, right now, because I want to see who's available in the chat. I mean, we have over, well, let's check to see who's watching right now. First of all, in this, load. Not loading. 1.6K likes right there. And how many people watching? Load. 9,300. So not too many watching right now, but let's get those likes going right now. Oh gosh, here we go, man. What's up to Big Worm we just saw right there? Jarhead's in here. Aura Alpha's in here. Professional Love. Brad Adams. What's up, Brad? Andrew Chow. Britt is here. Holly's here. Jim. What's up, James Foster? Yo, T-Money. Yo, Skull. What's up, Gwarwev? Your Bash Bros are coming soon, my guy. What's up to Ryan? What's up, Sid? What's up, my wife? What's up, my wife? There it is. Thank you so much for that orzo and chicken dish last night. You are absolutely kicking it. It is a chicken dinner winner last night in the Katina household. I love you. I could not do any of this without you, my wife. She has raised, our 3 kids the best. I could not replace her at all. She gives me the confidence to be here and to put on these trades for you every single day. Thank you so much, Marisa. I love you so much. What's up, Maxine? What's up, Jesse? What's up, Hojo? Tyler, Justice, Jersey Shore. Jack is here as well. Hey, man, Monkey See, Monkey Do right there. What's up to Da Hood is in the building as well. A friend from Israel there as well. What's up to that? Guzman is here. Bag Holder Trading. If I see any other flags and I know what it is, I'll try to call it out for you as well. Gary, everybody's stock market professor. Hi, y'all. That's it for me. But again, thank you so much again for watching the show and keep on supporting it, man. Bigger and better things coming, including all 4 of us, trading at once. I can't wait to be beside Mini-Me. We'll have Sharif on this as well. You'll hear Neil talk about what he's doing, and then we'll hear some trades from all of us coming up very, very soon. So there it is, man. There goes Google right now, up to 181, man. $3 in the money on Google. We like that stock. We like it a lot. All right, what's up with Adara now? And I'm going to go with small cap recap.
No, Sector Watch.
Sector Watch, but not lunch.
Let's watch these sectors here, and they're going to the upside for the most part. Health technology, Eli Lilly leading this here, up 2.8%. Great look, but Merck also strong, Amgen also strong, Thermo Fisher also strong. Consumer durables all really green here. Tesla leading this group to the upside. Transportation, GE notably red, but UPS, some of these other plays here are green. Uber's also a little bit red today. Communications a bit mixed. Commercial services pretty strong. Energy minerals really green here across the board. Shout out to Randy. Consumer services pretty green. Let's talk about some of these other sectors. Finance and retail trade both a little bit weak. Finance, though, not as red as yesterday, which was notably weak for the sector. And tech services, of course, as well, and electronic technology. Tech services a little bit mixed. Microsoft, we know, red, pulling back from recent new all-time highs. Google and Meta, though, bright green. Netflix also is another one near all-time highs that's been selling off lately. Electronic technology here, we've got Apple, Apple, AMD, both strong, but some of these other plays, including Broadcom and Boeing, a little bit weak. So a lot of these sectors are pretty divided. Back to you.
Just got back to Robinhood. I just saw Brendo here, which is that surprised me there as he is enjoying some time up, but also apparently also working too. A couple of reloads, bottoming tail candle here on Hood. Hood was one of the strongest ones, but it absolutely failed the 74.5 breakout. Now you're coming back in. It did a bottoming tail into 72, which is outside of 70 and a half, like the last spot. I always look for prior resistance to be my support spots, but we got to look for a VWAP retracement. A similar thing just happened over there in IBIT, where it made a bottoming tail candle into 71.6. It has been unable to break VWAP. All of the best fills have been, I have stopped out once, getting the bounce, but it's lower highs. Every one of these bounces is giving us lower highs. So you want to take profit into the volume weighted average price if you're able to get it. It's like bounce out, bounce out. We had that one stop out that we gave it just a little bit too much room. Tesla's still looking like it wants to head to the downside, everybody. Not looking as strong as we thought. And now that it's 1040, have not looked at Quantum. Right at the open, I know we got, and shout out to everyone that was mentioning how strong QUBT is. I'm kind of hoping QBTS is going as well, because that's the one that my wife actually has in the personal, one that we bought earlier in the, over a year ago actually. But QUBT in particular, one of the strongest names out here. This is, it's not a blue sky setup, but it's adjacent to a blue sky setup, at least for the next couple of dollars. Getting into 19 and a half, I think you might run into resistance on QUBT. But it looks like I bid on that bottoming tail candle. That gave me the entry. And Yannick, if I take a trend break, it's the prior bar low. Like when I took this trend break, prior bar low was the out. If you take a trend break, prior bar low is going to be the out. The prior bar is right here. That's the rule. Play it back into the volume weighted average price. If it breaks out the prior bar low, then jump out of the trade. It's the same thing I would do with an Apple that we did and we got out. Actually, I mean, Apple's still slightly gliding higher. Not crazy, but Apple hasn't, it broke the trend to the upside. It just didn't follow all the way through into the volume weighted average price. So Apple's still looking like a bit of a dog. As I said, I always hold it into the prior bar low on that kind of a trend break. Today, there's just no follow through. There was one shot to get into the long on IBIT. Unfortunately, that was my biggest hit because I was long into that stop out on IBIT as it just broke the low again.
All right.
Bitcoin's not getting to that all-time high this way.
No, it's not.
Well,
I want to get
today,
longer.
Not today, anyways.
No, I want to get longer on Bitcoin. So I almost bought some this morning. Yeah, we last bought at 103, so I don't know. Hopefully that's a good one. Just checking in on my most recent purchase, Webull, not doing anything here yet either today. We thought it would have been better, but I bought on that news. I don't know, I don't even know the news anymore. So something about cryptocurrencies there. All this deal talk, yeah, Kalshi, all that deal talk, I like it. I mean, I like it. Big Bear AI, man, we're long at $4.20, you know, not here to, you know, call this one to the moon or anything like that. But I just look at how it's consolidating here, and I like big data and Department of Defense there. They have contracts with them as well. And I don't think this is a baby Palantir. Palantir has I told you, one of the biggest moats around it right now, period, which is why Palantir continues to be the best stock in the NASDAQ. 133 right there, 134, almost new all-time highs for Palantir. Let me see what eSignal actually says today about all-time high for Palantir. 135.28 right here for an all-time high as listed there on eSignal. So we got to give a big shout out to eSignal. Make sure you do scan that QR code, grab that month free. But there it is right there. We almost did it again there today. Looking real healthy, man. I love that every time it dips into this 120 marker, it's done it like 4 times, it just gets bought right back up. So if we get that opportunity again, that might be a place to add to the long-term position. Remember, like adding on a PE like north of 100 seems crazy, but I'm a crazy guy. So that's that kind of a play right there. Everything's sort of just dancing. We got some more out right there at 314 for Tesla. Good trades to the upside, but here it comes fading right back in again. So Tesla's still not really working out for us, or for me there today, but or for us, I guess.
Well, I mean, look, you got to have your stop order in place, but you also have to make sure that it's placed correctly.
I mean, even if you did have it in, it would have been a loser, right? I mean, all of these trades, we couldn't win on Tesla.
It would be close. I can put it this way. It's because like the stop was for less than $1 worth of a hit. and we had taken out $1 on it the one time. So it would be a small loss instead of my biggest loss, which is kind of silly, but it happens. You're going to make stop order errors every now and then. I think it's exacerbated sometimes when you have a full order book. A lot of times that's going to be the case. But if we do get back, we're going to have some guests in a quick little second here. But the chance to get to 310, like in my note this morning, I liked it down in front of 310, and we missed that initial dip. But there's still a chance we can trend into it. I'm not trying to play the middle. I either want VWAP or give me the lows at that 310 or down around that 310 level. You're trending back into it, so I think you got to be patient, wait for it to get there. The other thing that's going kind of crazy before we get to Jeff is Uber. It's solidly red, but I'm not sure it's completely dead. It bounced clean off of yesterday's low, and then where it broke out at about 86 and a quarter on a 15-minute. That's a bottoming tail candle. That's just a setup that has to get taken. If we close this holding on the 15-minute above 86, I should say, then that's a long entry on the higher time frame. And a push back into 87 is what I would look for there. But I'm setting this one up on the 15-minute because that's a crazy bottoming tail candle there on Uber. Now I believe we are ready to talk with our good friend. It's been a hot minute, Mr. Mendel from the OTC Markets. Jeff.
There he is. He just appears. He just appears.
Out of nowhere.
How's it going?
Well, I should have had my stop properly on Tesla, but
Dude, you okay? I'm just gonna cut you off right there. At this point, you're a professional. Yeah, some mistakes happen, but your smart keys, your hotkeys should be smarter.
well, no, it's ultimately you're still hidden keys yourself, right? So you take responsibility for every keystroke and every entry that you put in there as a trader. Whether you're trading in the open market, whether you're trading in the after or the overnight markets as well, where there is good liquidity, you want to make sure that you're getting the goods. And I know OTC Moon has been picking up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Moon ATS guys. Yep.
Moon
So listen, we're in there every night. We're in all of the listed securities, right? So stocks like Tesla and SPY and Nvidia. So the names that you guys talk about every day, right? That's trading overnight. And so 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. we're getting a ton of traction. I think the whole space in general is gaining, and also I think you guys have access now to it as well too. So it's very fresh, right? I think it just happened maybe it might have just happened last night, and so definitely take a look. Moon ATS, overnight trading, could be daytime for you as well too, depending where you are in the world, and so you got a lot of those names out there. Then we also have our OTC stuff as well too, and so names like Luckin Coffee and Tencent and BYD and DD and Fannie Mae. We also have that trading overnight. And then right now I'm looking at them during the day, and Luckin Coffee is probably the most actively traded name in the over-the-counter space today. So it's down a little bit, but lots of activity going on, decent amount of volume as well too.
Yeah, and that's what it's about. You want to make sure there's activity. That's why we always look at the most active, which for a lot of, if you're new to OTC, sometimes you want to sort it not always by volume, but you want to see the active trades as well, in addition to notional volume is going to be a big one. As you said, Fannie Freddie, you've got DD in there. The overnight's been picking up. What are you looking, so in terms of issues with OTC Moon, when it comes to actual individual, symbols out there, Jeff, what are you guys up to now, and where do you see that growth heading to in terms of getting as many active names out there as possible?
So we enable all listed securities on Moon, but what we do is to protect people who are trading on the session overnight. We halt anything that has a pending corporate action for the next day. And so let's say something's going to go through a stock split of some sort, right? We'll halt that name so that way everyone's systems has time to adjust for that split. Start trading it again on one of the exchanges at 4 a.m. But other than that, it's trading, right? And so that's anything from Ford to a triple lever ETF or SPY or the Semiconductor ETFs, or I think I already said it. It's like Google, Apple, Tesla, Nvidia. Those are there every night. And then as far as access goes, we're working with a lot of the retail firms out there. It doesn't hurt to ask. Your account rep or anything like that. Hey, is Moon available out there for me to try trading? It looks and feels a lot like when you see you have a market that, let's say you have a bid and an offer, so you see that come up on your platform, right? And so you see where the market is, and then when you send in an order as well too, it's just like when you're sending it in, kind of during the daytime to a venue as well too. And so it's I hate to mention my competitor's name out there, but Blue Ocean has done a great job kind of bringing that whole space together. And so now between Blue Ocean and Moon ATS, there's a couple different venues out there. There's redundancy. There's multiple ways to try out your strategies, right? So, if you're someone that's sitting there providing liquidity overnight, you have 2 different venues to do it on. If you're someone there that's just looking to get in and out of stocks, buy and sell, take offers and hit bids, now there's multiple points of liquidity out there. There's multiple venues. It kind of brings more stability to that space, which, as I said, it is still pretty early. Early days for, as more participants get involved, there will be more activity. We talk about that all the time, and that just brings more volume. It brings more opportunities as well too, and it also makes it so going into buy or sell a stock overnight or off hours is I'm not going to say it's the exact same as going in during the day, but it's a more viable option.
The end goal. That's the end goal,
Yeah.
right? I mean, we've been talking about. Everyone's been talking about 24-hour trading forever. I mean, it feels like it's inevitable that we get there at some point and bring multiple venues on, as you guys have now done. That's part and parcel. It can't happen without it. It's the same way when you're looking to build a future, right? At the end of the day, everyone has to have a plan of action. And what I love, I just want to go back to one thing before I throw to Sean. I love what you said about you list everything, but if something is unavailable, it's because you're protecting the traders out there, right? Like maybe there's a reaction to news, maybe there's liquidity, something along those lines. That would be the reason. I think that's really great because that's great for traders like us as well.
One thing I want to point out, right? It's not just it's not us, just like we're saying this, right? This is the way it should be. This is working with the retail broker dealers that connect the end customers, right? Working with them and getting their input, right? And those are guardrails that they like to see as well too. And so we like to provide that for them. If it's a service that we can, do for them, then that it's like it's when you're making something new, it's working with the entire ecosystem to do it.
Holy app.
What's up, Jeff? I hope all is well. I love. Come over here. Yeah.
There we go.
Love the hair, man. This guy, the best hair on Trader TV Live. Period.
Well,
Mr. Jeff Mendel, coming from a guy you must not trade every day like I do, right there. But how's the family, by the way?
Pretty good, man.
Good man.
So,
waiting for number 2. Good.
No, come on. Enough. We'll
Enough pressure.
Wow.
I like that jacket, by the way. Sharp jacket looking on there. I did want to, first of all, Tesla right now, $2+ in the money. Hey, maybe Tesla will be an OTC stock at one point. I do want to bring up a popular name here, especially at Real Trading and things like that, because often we don't go over it too much. But Fannie Mae has been a great stock as of late, Jeff. I mean, huge moves, huge volume, great levels, a lot of liquidity. I was just in and out there at 50, out at 48, just taking 2 pennies. There are scalping opportunities here. You guys have a great fee structure, especially on the prop side. So I just wanted to say to people that there's a lot of opportunity. You mentioned LKNCY as well for Luckin Coffee. Again, another name, over almost near 1 million shares today. Great looking charts, trades off of technicals as well as fundamentals. So great work on all of this, man. I really like like for me, FNMA, trading that, pairing it while looking at FMCC can be a well worth strategy as well. So I just want to bring that to everyone's attention. There is a lot of trading available with Fannie and Freddie just alone. And then your website is great. We sort of brought that up as well. BYDDY, BYDDF, 10 cent, things like that. So as China becomes just as popular as the United States market to trade these days, it seems like you guys are all over some of those names.
Yeah, listen, guys, all those names that you just said too, right? Starting up the overnight session, right? It makes it so everyone can just start getting into those names earlier, right? It lines up with the local marketplace, right? And so let's take BYD for example, right? I think it's like the biggest, it's one of the biggest electric car makers in the world, right? And so it's on par with Tesla, right? It's tradable in the U.S. on OTC markets, right? BYDDY.
Yeah, I have it up right here.
If you're in a name like this, right, and whether it's during the daytime or overnight or whenever it is, right, at any point, going out there in that name, it's about picking your spots. And so, if there's a level that you're like, you know what, I like it, I would sell, 5% up from here, or I would buy 5% low or lower from here where it's trading right now. And maybe that's not happening during, U.S. hours, but during the local market time, fluctuations in stocks, just like, Tesla's going up and down today, right? You throw out a bid, you throw out an offer, and, these stocks are now moving, or they've always have been, right? But now it's just more access to it, right? And it's the same thing. It's the same thing with Tesla. We'll just talk electric car makers right now, right? If there's a spot, okay, right now, it's trading. Where is it even trading right now?
I'll look at it, 315 or so. Yeah, 315. I'm going to call it up right now. 316 right now. Jeff, we have a $3 winner on Tesla right now. But yeah, you're right. It's about taking some of these plays, taking the bonds. I mean, if you're looking at there's BYDDY is the one I like to look at. A great level here of 105. You could grab that, try to support that the same way we would have on an Nvidia or an Amazon or anything like that. So yeah, lots of opportunity right here to trade. You've got Adidas, a whole bunch of different names to look at over there on the OTC market. And I just want to direct people to your website. I mean, to me, that's what I look at every single day, showing the top traders. And actually, it's one of my tabs. So I'm actually going to pull this up right here. I don't even need to search it. It's right here right now. So this is the list right here, MTPLF. I think there's an issue with that stock because we're not able to trade that here. But there's BYDDY. Rolls Royce.
So there's no issue with that stock. Okay. But what it is, though, is that 5-letter F share, right? When it's not in Canada, it trades over on us. There are certain brokers where you can't trade it through because it clears and settles locally.
Right.
But I think if you're in like a Schwab or a Fidelity account or something like that, that's something that you can buy and sell, no problem, right? It's just connectivity, right? And so, when it's a 5-letter F share that's not in Canada, sometimes you run into that. But just because Sean can't trade it doesn't mean there's something wrong with it, guys. Just throwing that out.
Yeah, no. I was just saying at Real Trading, it's not tradable. We have a lot of viewers on that as well. But yeah, your top names today, BYDDY, LKNCY, Rolls Royce. We had President Trump talking Rolls Royce a couple weeks ago as well. So just some more names. There's 10 cent as well. So there's lots on here. Didi, again, the electronic ride sharing there in China as well. So, hey, it's Jeff Mendel. All right, so next time, Brendan and I have promised that we will be going golfing next time you're coming up here. So as long as we can hold you to having some fun on that, we love to do that.
When are you back?
Is there another time you're traveling to the good old Great North?
We got to set it up, right? I mean, do you guys need permission to step off the desk this afternoon?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, then get it.
Exactly.
There's no permission needed.
Hey, last time it was like, I'm taking the afternoon off, and the producer's like, no, you're not. So I was like, oh, that was great.
They pulled you back. They're like, I can't leave my viewers.
I know. So, but anyways, I think we get permission from the chat to get off. And plus, we have such great talent.
Put out a poll. Should Sean and Neil go golfing with
I'm the least talented.
You know what my back says about golfing, Jeff?
Neil, you can just hold our bags, man. You come, no problem.
Yeah, help.
Right there. It's never a problem. All right, Jeff Mendel. Thank you so much, man. A great
Appreciate you,
segment. I
brother.
think we covered a lot, man. And we want everyone pay attention for Moon and get that going. And
Yeah, shout out to
Link.
OTC. Getting multiple gateways is huge because liquidity matters, everybody. Thank you so much, Jeff.
Thanks, guys.
Good friend of the show, Jeff Mendel, always.
Didn't even say about the Cowboys.
Always coming
trash talk
through.
him.
Yeah, well, you know, that was a good one, man. It brought us into 11
I was
o'clock.
ready to. It's fine. I was gonna.
All right, while you guys were gone, and not gone, by the way. I mean, like I said, I'm just going to continue to do what we do over here, and that's trade. And there's Tesla right now, $3 in the money. Good trading. We just took some out right now at 316. We got some good outs on the way up. Let's see if now Tesla, after getting flushed there and getting stopped out right there on a VWAP break, we just buy it right back upside there on Tesla. Looking, again, we're going to be flat on the name after all of this, if you believe it or not. And then Google has pulled back nicely as well. But look at all those top outs. Man, we have 3% left of Google, and it's been a good one. So why don't we just wrap this thing up again?
We didn't do what's for lunches.
Oh, that's right. We didn't do what's for lunch. All right.
Joe's going to be in a kerfuffle. I don't want to see Joe get upset.
Yeah, that's
you got to keep Joe happy.
my bad, Joe.
Just saying.
My bad, Joe. Joe's telling everyone to be quiet. All right, today we've had this before, and we never get it on the salad. These little too messy. Today, a little beef stroganoff. I mean, that's okay. We're not talking chicken right there. We've got a money storm going. I don't know what that means for food, but that's pretty good right there. As Sharif losing his mind over there. We have buttered egg noodles, steamed vegetables, and chef choice salad. So thanks for the reminder.
Buttered noodles? That sounds okay.
Buttered egg noodles.
Buttered
That's what it's
egg
supposed to be with beef stroganoff,
that makes
right? A little thicker noodle there with that beef stroganoff. So again, thanks, Neil, for reminding me. Jeff Mendel tried to get in our way there. Right now, $3.50 in the money on Tesla. That's what's for lunch, man. I may go charge my Tesla downstairs now because we're getting charged up. Neil, we're almost green right now. We talked about that on Tesla, man. Stay with your ideas. There goes Tesla. Nice move back there to the upside. All right. Great show right now. We'll throw it over to Adara with breaking news. Good job there, Neil. And Adara, give us the news, then over to the Bro Show Midday. Ciao till 2.
See ya.
Before we send you to, as it was just called, the Bro Show Midday, let's take a look at Boeing. BA, beautiful pop to the upside here. Apparently, they booked 303 gross orders in May. That includes the company's biggest wide-body order in its history. They delivered 45 aircraft in the month of May, including 31 737 MAXs and 7 787s. So good look here. They also hit their 737 MAX production rate of 38 per month in May. So some targets being hit here. Good look for BA. Now BA stands for Bash, as in Bash Brothers. Over to you.
Oh. I just like the guy squatting there at the end. Cause today is like day boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. That's your boy Joey Options. Welcome to the Midday Show. Where's everybody at, YouTube?
Where are
I don't
you
want to be
at?
waiting
We don't
anymore,
wanna
man.
wait.
Let's go, YouTube. We want to do the roll call. All right.
Oh, hold on. I got something to say first.
Okay.
I forgot. Let's go.
Boom! Your mom's stonk broker.
Ooh, okay.
I like how we both started clapping at the same time. Miggy Mog Mo, we got Bovin, we got Yannick, we got Nygaard, we got Daryl, Monty G, Echo Max, and Benton C. Come on, you gunners. Looks like Zuba Mendy's a done deal there, Benton. What's his name? Fabrizio Romano put it on his gram, and you know what that means. Ooh. Shadows. 7, we got Why Not, we got Jay Haas, we got trading today for tomorrow, we got A-Hole, D-Loaf, boom, right back at you, D-Loaf, we got Mary S. Lyman, who shortened her name now, I like that better, Mary. A shout out to Tara the Dawn, the Millionaire, we got Daryl Finch and A-Hole Artemis, as in NASA's amazing moon program. It seems to be doing very well over there. The Philanthropist, all things Trump and Blue Arrow. Shout out to Rev Boost and Brown Lighting. Who else we got? We got Bob the Dog, J Trader Cut. We got Sadiq, Ilkin, Joey Jabs. Have you seen this?
Yeah, I seen
Joey
him.
Jabs.
I seen him.
Raul Raval. We got Wispaway and Jassim Khan. Kevin Vasquez, your boys long. TSLL, keep your eye on that. Who else is here, man? Buff Ironside. I like that. Luka Modric. Boo. Desi Junction. Anybody who is associated with Tottenham at any point in their life will be booed by me. All right, what else we got here? Mr. Thumbs Up, Carolyn Van Water. We got Desi Junction, Alongo, Matthew Santa Cruz, Big Finesse. Last one here, Joseph. Lo-fi soul.
Lo-fi, I love a good lo-fi music. I think I'm a lo-fi soul, to be honest with you. I remember back in the day when I first started out trading, lo-fi geek, I used to sit at my desk and just study and run replay and read books and stuff and just listen to lo-fi geek. So shout out to lo-fi soul. I mean, happy Tuesday, everyone. It is a gorgeous day here in the city. Dwayne Walker, my fellow Yachty, what's going on? Yeah, I mean, it was a choppy day for me. You can see that I'm in Tesla. That's starting to work out for me. But my other trades, full disclosure, you know how we do it around here, guys. We talk about our winners. We talk about our losers. I took a couple attempts here on Nvidia. Didn't work out. Here you go. That's attempt number 1. Entry, stop out. This one worked out, but then we got stopped out the majority of it. Try it one more time. Add to the position, looking for this breakout, stop out. I entered again, and then I'm like, no, what am I doing? I know much better than this. It's just chopping around. We'll find another time to get in. And then I tried some IBIT as well, too, just looking for the continuation within the strength. And we didn't really get that. So just small paper cuts, a couple paper cuts. But we're cooking up here in Tesla right now, and that's all that matters. So you guys know how we do. I'm down a little bit more than half my shutdown, just so you guys know. But that ain't nothing for your boy to climb back. We'll go over what we got going on with Tesla, just looking for this continued breakout as the market's getting somewhat of a pop. Nvidia might start rolling here, and I'm looking for a big bounce in Tesla. You can see that I've already added to this trade. That's how we do, trying to make this one as big as possible. Hopefully we don't reject this previous high here. And if we can blow past through that, then I think we're going to be able to get into some nice trading here, brother.
All right, guys, I'm keeping my eye here on KWM. This is a small cap gapper. I've put in a dip trade here that seems to want to go unfilled. It's spready. We've been seeing this a lot. We saw it a lot yesterday with these small cap gappers having a wider than typical spread. This one no different. Right now it's 3 pennies. I've seen it as wide as 11. The dip trade going unfilled as a result of said spread. My idea here is to defend 7, which is kind of overlapping with the 10 exponential moving average. It does not letting me in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a smaller position. Yeah, this thing's just going, man. It's not letting me in at the moment. It doesn't look like it's going to fill that order. So we're going to get out of that. Now, here's the deal. We still have a lower high than the prior candle. 771 is the previous candle high. Here comes that 7.5. I perceive this as a bull flag formation. So if that is the case, and it is in fact a bull flag, then I should be able to get filled at my level. I don't want to chase these because I got into trouble yesterday chasing them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to insist that it come into my level, and I will not chase it. Here's what I'm looking at, though, guys. There's a bunch of small cap gappers. What's going on over there, Katina Man?
Let's go Tesla. My guy, you know my guy Katina Man's in Tesla. You know your boy Joey O is in Tesla.
Go Tesla, go.
Let's go Tesla, go. I'm not taking anything off this just yet, guys. I'm not in the chicken dinner winner because I am trading TSLA, but we added to this position.
Why is TSLL not a chicken dinner winner?
You gotta be in the dollar club.
Why? This is the dollar club right here. That's a chicken dinner winner, my boy.
It's another chicken dinner winner. That is not for lunch. I'm gonna be honest here. Beef strogie, not really my cup of tea. But hey,
a lot of things seem to not be your cup of tea.
Like, whoa, like
to be
what?
quite honest with you over there. Pies, chocolate chip cookies. What else, Joseph? What else are we gonna find out, bro?
Are we going down this road?
Yeah, we're gonna go down this road.
Are we going down this road?
Let me finish my small cap gapper review before we start this. I appreciate you. All right, everybody's yelling about MRIN, so I probably should look at that because it is apparently breaking out right now. The Katina Man is slamming his desk. Usually that means it's a good thing. MRIN, there it is. Let's flip to the 1. It doesn't look. Oh no, the Katina Man's amped up. All right, I love this guy's amped up, bro.
Red to green.
Red to green, bro. That's the best feeling. The red to green feeling is the best feeling.
I'm not yet. I'm not. But.
Yeah, well, give it some time. So MRIN, guys, I'll have no beef with this one whatsoever.
No stroganoff,
Huh?
No stroganoff. Sorry.
I was like, what did he say?
No beef.
I was like, yeah. I was like, what?
No beef.
My ear caught that the wrong way.
I'll let you
yeah, you're just trying to divert attention now, Joseph. All right, I'm playing. MRIN, let's look at this one quickly, guys. I want nothing to do with this one, and there's a lot of reasons why. Look at that pre-market high. We touched that pre-market high. All hell breaks loose. We head to the downside. I've said this once. I'll say it 1,000 more dang times. Wait until the pre-market high gets taken and taken decisively before you take these small cap gappers long. It's something that I say over and over because I've paid with it, paid for that experience with painful memories. So this one, 176 high. But you know what I'll also say? If the name that you're looking at in question was running aggressively in the aftermarket yesterday because it had an aftermarket catalyst, it's the aftermarket high that has to get taken out from the previous day, not the pre-market high. This one even couldn't take out the pre-market high, let alone the aftermarket high from the day before. So I will not trade this one until it gets into that $2.50 and clears it. And if I miss it, I miss it. End of the story. So now we're long KWM. It's coming down aggressively here. Where is the volume weighted average price? It's at 660. So let's go ahead. We're going to wait at 69. Joseph's getting amped up there. We're going to see what we get. Anything below that $6.50 area, we're gonzino there because that's where the volume weighted average price is. KWM up 25%. But it could be trouble. Let's see how this one does. What do you got, Joe?
Yeah, good look there, brother. I mean, that's why Sean and I were talking earlier. That's why it's so important to just have good risk to reward. And then when you have the ability, I talk about this all the time, is that you want to make your winners as big as possible. I put on, so I took about 3 losses on Tesla and then went 0 for 2 on iBit. Okay, so again, not shooting a good percentage. But I have 1 win on that's literally eliminated almost more than half of my losses. So that's really, really important when it comes to risk to reward. I took 10% off right there, guys. I'm going to take another a couple percentage points off here just because as we continue this breakout. But that's just really, really key. Glad to have gotten involved in this. I seen that it looked like it was going to break out. I had 2 names on my watch list this morning. That was iBit looking for the continuation in last night's strength. You can see in the post market, we did climb up to 110, which is good news for that. I do believe that we are going to put in a new all-time high, and that's one thing that I was asking everyone here on the floor this morning was like, does Bitcoin put in a new all-time high today? It's not looking like that's going to be the case, but I wouldn't write anything out just yet. It's still relatively early.
I like what Adara said there in the morning too, brother, is like a lot of the all-time highs that we get seem to be off peak hours or on the weekend.
6
you know what I mean?
Or you're going to wake up on the weekend and see that Bitcoin's putting in a new all-time high. Yes, I couldn't agree more. I think maybe the Asian markets are something along those lines. The European markets kind of just pushing things higher, just continuing the strength. They're like, over in the Western world, these guys are pumping Bitcoin, et cetera. We're going to look to join this one, but let's go here in Tesla. We got a lot to talk about this morning, getting a nice move here in Bitcoin. I also grabbed some contracts yesterday. That I told you guys about. So full disclosure, I let you guys know everything, but Adara's got some stuff for us.
I do have some things here. So I'm going to pull up the market. Here's the NASDAQ. Apparently, I'm just seeing here through an X, U.S. and China have concluded their trade talks in London. So it looks like those talks seem to be over. Again, we'll have to wait for more details here. Also, keep an eye on Robinhood. Apparently, Representative Rob Brushtahan has just disclosed a new 30,000, I can't tell if this is 30,000 shares or $30,000 here in Robinhood. Let's pull this up. But either way, he is apparently only the second politician to purchase Robinhood. Yeah, so it's valued around $30,000, his purchase here of HOOD. Nothing major, but nice bounce off the bottom here for HOOD, which apparently, I guess, is getting some love from politicians now. Good look for Robinhood as we send you back to the desk.
Thank you for that, Adara. Yeah, Robinhood very much in vogue these days. Joseph, yourself included, liking that name as well. Shout out to the hooded one. Shout out to Vlad Tenney. You know, he's got
our guy Tenny over
He's got some detractors. He's got some detractors and proponents. Opponents. No, detractors and proponents, Adara, right? Yeah. Adara, look, I always check with Adara because you know she knows what she's talking. That's fair. I'll give you a pass on that one, Adara. What's happening over there?
I want to see if we can catch this fill here. Oh, look at that look at the strength on the tape there. Come on, how come we can fill us? Come on.
Get it, tape.
Come on, fill us. Come on. All right, yeah, a little lackluster there. Sorry, apologize about that.
That's okay. It's not up to you when you get the print, but it's a good trade nonetheless.
Yeah.
All right, what we're doing it live. All right, so here's what we're doing, guys. We got a couple of outs here on KWM. Printed at 20s, printed at 25s. We're long 15, set up at 35 now. Let's go ahead and wait at 45. That's the good news. The bad news is that dip trade, we missed by about, I want to say, 7 or 8 pennies. So I'm a little disappointed with that. That's on a technical way to look at it, 7 or 8 penny miss. But we know what the issue is with the spready ones. It's got to cross on the bid for me to get printed. That likely wouldn't have happened. So why I put this dip trade here that you can see that green circle on your chart right there. on my chart on your screen, that was to front run or defend, I should say, the 10 exponential or the volume weighted average price. We're still putting in lower highs. So even though I was able to extract something on this, we are still putting in lower highs on this. So I still like my dip trade here for possibly being filled. If we end up making higher highs, fine. I've got shares on this one. We're not taking small shares on KWM. We'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. Here's what I'm looking at. I see you, Tisha. I see you. I see you, Buvin, as well. AQMS. Let me just have a look at that one quick. Make sure that I'm not missing anything out on that. Yeah, okay. These. So what do we got here on on AQMS? We got AQMS. We got $10.5 million market cap. What's the volume? 1.4 million shares. Yeah. Okay, not a bad look, Buvin. I'm going to pack my patience with that one. So KWM I'm involved in right now. ARAI. I see, Mary, I saw you mentioning ARAI. Good look, very respectful of the volume weighted average price. Kind of hard to tell whether it was a VWAP retracement here or a 10 exponential. I guess we'll be able to tell shortly. This is another small cap gapper that suffers from that same affliction of being very spready, okay? Look, I can just tell, look at this thing. It was at $14.89, now it's at $15.29. All right, so this thing is absolutely wild. ARAI, it's very profitable if you make money, but it can be just as bad or even worse if you lose on this one. But look at KW frickin' M. Go, give me my money, man. All right, there we go. We're doing it frickin' live. We're taking out levels. We're setting up at 65. Now let's see what comes from KWM here, Joseph. Big boy breakout on KWM.
Well, you're in.
Yeah. We're not in the club yet, but hopefully we'll be soon. So KWM on one right now. Joseph, ARAI is breaking out as well, guys. They are all moving here to the high side. Both these two, both of them on the left screen. ARAI 1573 high day. KWM still well off that high day at 810. But looking at breaking out above $8, I would submit to you that that is the real level here, that $8 level. I'm also keeping an eye on RFL. A bit of a cheaper name and a bit of a slower mover. Also, you have a declining volume profile here on RFL, so trade that carefully. On the top right of your screen, you'll see that I've got QUBT on there. I mean, and quantum's in vogue. You know, some days you get days like yesterday where it looks like a sound wave where it did bupkis, and then you got days like today where it looks like a beautiful looking bull flag. I'm less likely to want to base anything on QUBT, on the volume weighted average price, because it zigged and zagged through it like it doesn't even matter. It looks like a line of best fit here. So kind of unsure how to work my way into QUBT. Last but not least, before we send it back to Joey Options, IMNN. This one very strong as well. It's up about 15% on the day, cheaper. It's $1.50, so you can size in substantially here. Let's look at the daily quickly on this name. Look, so this one has already been moving. It was moving in late May. It looks like it gave up the ghost earlier in the early part of this month. V-shaped or a Christmas tree retracement. Finding, though, support for whatever reason at that $1.50. So we'll base something on IMNN on that $1.50. We'll keep an eye out on this one, Joseph, but the other one's breaking out right now.
Yeah. Good luck there. Okay, as soon as I get the good to go, we're gonna send it over to Adair with a breaking news. All right, let's go.
The catalyst we've talked about the most, or at least that we've seen the most news on in the last couple days, it's Meta. Yesterday, I guess we had some reports here that Meta was looking to invest $10 billion in scale AI. Then this morning, we have some talks that Meta is going to be, I guess, trying to assemble a secret team for AGI, personally assembled by Mark Zuckerberg. Now we've got another update. The information reporting that Meta has agreed to take a 49% stake in Scale AI for $14.8 billion. That is, I think, in line with what I was seeing as the valuation for Scale AI, but it is well above the 10, or not well above, but significantly above the $10 billion valuation we were seeing here, or $10 billion investment we were expecting from Meta. So Meta here looking to invest $14.8 billion for a 49% stake in Scale AI, as reported by The Information. Back to you.
That Adair. Take it over, baby.
Yeah, pull up the old screen. Yeah, Good stuff here, guys. We just caught an additional fill. You can see I posted up at 12:30 there on TSLL. We'll go over the losers here momentarily, but we have to manage this trade here. And yeah, Ronnie, I'm honestly not going to get into a grammar debate here.
Seriously?
It's not that deep. Yeah. Well,
okay, let's chill out there, bro.
Yeah, it's not that deep, to be honest with you. But yeah, what we're really focused on here, Mr. Ronnie R, is are you putting on these good trades? That's all that really matters.
Get it, Ronnie.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, let's go, guys. Looking pretty good here on Tesla. I still have about 66% of the position left. I'm letting this ride. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm set up well enough right now in order for this trade to eliminate all of my losses. But what we can do is try to hold on for the majority of it. Just slowly pick away. Let's go, Tesla. Oh boy. I just channeled my inner Obi right there. Oh boy. I mean, yeah, it's a good look, guys. So let's break it down, actually. So
break it down.
This morning, I knew it was going to be a little bit of a choppy mess. I took my trades and I risked half my shutdown. It didn't work how I wanted to. Sharif's like, Joe, I seen you out there walking. I'm like, yeah, I just went for a nice casual walk. I wasn't upset. I wasn't tilted or anything like that. I just literally wanted to go outside. I'm like, I'll come back a little bit later to see what the market is presenting itself because what I see right now, it's not that good of a setup for any of my systems. So I'm like, all right, let's come back. If there's something there in a couple of minutes, then you know what? We're going to look to take advantage of it. And that's exactly what we've seen when I sat back down. I'm like, let me be patient here. Tesla could break out. I mean, it was oversold with that Trump and Elon tariff, rift between them. I think that there was nothing fundamentally changed. So do I believe that we can get back to those prices that we've seen before all of that happened? Absolutely. And with that, you need to be patient and wait for specific setups. The market isn't going to move in one direction all the time. It will try to wave all the weak hands out. It will stop you at multiple occasions, as we've seen today. If you're a breakout trader, it's probably not that good of a day for you, but you had to leave enough ammunition in order for you to take multiple trades. And that's exactly what we displayed here. So there we go. Yeah, the escape, that's what I said. That's what I thought. Anyways, we're not getting all into that. I'm pretty sure Sharif is right on that one. I would put my money on Sharif. Well, when you say join Joseph and I on the thing, I said that's the correct thing. Somebody wrote, I'm not going to mention the name, says join Joseph and me, or me and Joseph. And I said, hey, I thought it was Joseph and I, which
I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I said we're not going to get too deep into this. This isn't middle school or anything.
Seriously, guys?
Yeah, it's not middle school or anything like that. We're trying to make this money. We're putting on these trades. We're displaying these for you guys. Katina Man's long this. NVDA continuously not breaking out. I want to show you guys these trades anyways. NVDA on NVDL. That just didn't work out for me, right? So again, we'll go over our losers. So I went again for the move back towards the volume weighted average price. Was just too early, get a better entry. This was working out really well for me, but the tape wasn't displaying the amount of strength that I wanted to see, so I didn't add into it. I take some off and then I eventually just cut it before it would have came back to my break even. I then try another attempt for the break of the volume weighted average price. Slowly started to work for me. I seen the volume pick up a little bit here. You can see that we start to stair step, which is really important. That's why I added. But I also told myself that if I add here and it goes back into the middle of the range, I have to get out because it's just choppy, and you can see that displayed. Try one more time, comes back up. I'm like, you know what? I'm forcing it. See you later. I'm not going to continuously try to beat a dead horse. If it's not going to work, or milk a stone. So boom, I just left. I tried a couple of trades on IBIT. Didn't work out for me. Go for a nice walk outside. And then there we are. Now we put on this Tesla trade. I see a lot of people tagging me in the chat. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters.
It doesn't matter, my boy.
It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters right now is that Tesla's starting to pull back a little bit. Let's see if this breakout can be sustained.
All right, guys. We're getting a lot of super chats. I'm in a couple of new positions. We're going to get to them in 1 second. Thank you, JV. $2. Hi, Sharif. 3-year auction at 1 p.m. Any advice? We'll get back to that, Jay, because we'll talk more about it as we get closer to the auction. Thank you for pointing that out. Adara's already got that covered, but thank you for pointing that out. We will cover it closer to the time. Brian Herman. $10 super chat. My man's getting rich there in the chat. Shout out to him. Thank you, Brian. You guys are amazing. No, Brian. No, Brian.
Ooh.
You're amazing. There we go. There he is. There's my man.
Keeping LH.
So good, bro. Get goosebumps every time that thing comes
That's
on,
crazy.
my
That's
God.
a little bit of a push. But
I'm talking about myself.
Oh, okay,
Childhood
okay,
memories.
okay,
that's all
fine,
I can
that's
say
fine,
right
that's
there.
fine.
Yeah.
We don't want to rain on the old parade. Okay, so we don't want to rain on that parade. But Sharif, this conversation
sir.
between and me and I is going crazy in the chat right now. I guess it's a little bit different in America, but here in Canada we say Sharif and I. It's the same rule. Everyone said, listen to what Adara has to say. She
Why
says
don't
the
you
same
ask your
thing.
friend Copilot?
Okay, let's do it.
Let's see what Copilot has to say. Because ChatGPT's down. We can't ask Chat.
I'm down to join this conversation.
We want to hear it,
Here's the
Adara.
thing. So I think what we've all been raised on, what I was certainly raised on, what I used to do was, like, you want to say and I, right? People say if you say and me, it's always incorrect. But there's a bit of a gray area, right? You have to think about it. How would it sound if it was just you? So if you're saying come join me, you're not going to say come join I, right? But people still think it sounds wrong if you say come join Sharif and me or come join Joe and me, because we've been taught that and me is always wrong. So it's really situational. I mean, there are certain cases where it is wrong. It's like, I'm going to the store. You're not going to say me going to the store. You're not going to say, like, so Sharif and I are going to the store would be correct.
Adara, I have a question.
Yes.
I thought it was just putting the individual first before yourself. So, for example, let's say me and Adara, or yeah, you know what I mean? Obviously, it doesn't work, but it's Adara and I. So would it also be incorrect to say Adara and me, even though I'm putting you first?
Yeah, I mean, if it's Adara and me are going to the store, it's still not,
weird.
like, you wouldn't say me,
Yeah,
I'm
it
going,
sounds
right?
weird.
So you have to think about how would it sound if it was just you. That's what I use for it. But I mean, I will say I always do and I think generally.
Likewise.
So, like, who knows? Anyways, I'm done now.
Thank you, Adara. Boom.
Look what you started, Ronnie.
Oh
Look
boy,
what
here we
you
go.
started.
Here we go. Oh no. The English
Here we go.
majors are
There
coming
we
in
go.
the
Look
chat,
what
not
you
the English
started, Ronnie.
majors.
No, it's all love and
Oh,
games,
my
but
goodness.
it's all good. Pizza Rat. Yeah, exactly. English, my guy Pizza Rat's in the chat, sweeping LH. Where's Mike DeRider? I haven't seen him.
He's out deriding,
in the
bro.
chat. Yeah,
He's
he's
busy,
out deriding. For sure. No, he's told me I think he's hiking. So yeah, it's good seeing everybody in the chat. I think I'm going to take a little bit more out because someone in there mentioned, said, hey, Joe, there is a call wall at 320 here on Tesla with 24.4 thousand open contracts right now. So I think I'm going to take a little bit off. I'm going to take exactly half of what I got remaining just because, to be smart. And then if it decides that it wants to turn around, then we'll look to get at it. And we're not going to obviously live in large. We're not going to say that out loud.
No, man, come on now.
Bro, show some respect, please. Please, please, please. But thanks for the $5.
Just think about, you know, like how you would, you know, just
Yeah.
speak to their face, right? Like,
exactly.
and let's just keep it respectful, guys. All right, ARAI is at the 10 exponential, and if history's any guide, well, it'll hold. So we're going to give this one the old college try. Let's give this one to below the 50 penny level, excuse me. Then we're going to have to give it a sizable spread because this one is a spready ticker. So we're going to set up, where are we long? 87. So let's go ahead up and set up in the 90s as well for a possible move back up. We're going to give ARAI a try, even though it's a bit of a deeper retracement over here, coming back down a little bit aggressively into that 10 exponential moving average on the 5. But this one we're doing real well on right now. IMNN taking out all the tops, taking out all the way to 60. So let's go ahead and set up on the north side of 60 for a nice breakout there. We'll keep an eye out on that. Also, keeping my eye on RFL. I weaseled into this one. Look, I'm out of the money on this one, so this one's going to have to hold that 10 exponential. It's already giving up the ghost at $3, but that's not what I got into it for. I got into it for 10 exponential retracement. I am worried about this topping tail candle that probably bamboozled everybody and their mother's cousin getting into this trade, so we're going to keep tabs on that. Let's look back now at ARAI, see if we can extract some prints to the high side as it dips into that 10, but right back into the 80s it goes. Does it pass back and move into 14? Keep in mind, the high of the day right now, 1573, and you know the previous retracements at around 1040, 1045, 1050 at the 10 exponential did hold. So that's why I'm trying to put the odds on my side here by getting in at a level that I perceive to be a good technical level. And we just got the first print there. So let's go ahead and set up now. Boom to the high side, 14. Seller at 14 for whatever reason. Can't shake them, can't shake them. We're going to take out some more there because we can't shake that seller at 14. There is a seller here, a hidden order, an iceberg order as the kids say, at that $14 level. We're unable to print anything above that $14 level for whatever reason, so it just extracted some profits there. That is interesting that it did that. Okay, so I need to be aware of that. There was a lot of shares that chopped and churned there at 14 that we couldn't really break through. So good to extract some profits there on, what's it called? ARAI. Just blanked out for a second there, focusing on other stocks. Let's go and have a look back here at RFL, still not stopping me out, but not breaking out either. And then KWM, we're all done our trade on that. That was a good trade. And IMNN, we're still holding on to this one. Okay, 1 second before we go to Adara. Boom. Get it, Adara.
Get it, Sharif. AbbVie on watch here. Nice bounce off the lows. ABBV, the CEO of the company, apparently speaking here during this Goldman Sachs conference, saying that presidents with Donald Trump, saying that conversations with President Donald Trump on drug reform have been apparently productive. So we know drug pricing reform has been on watch here. Trump reportedly speaking to some of these CEOs. Apparently, according to AbbVie at least, it's going quite well. Back to you.
All right. We're doing it live.
All right.
So we extracted some profits there on ARAI, super quick as you like, as people say these days. All right, so I'm just keeping my eye here on the positions, and I'm quite displeased with how I am executing now on RFL. So we're 3 for 4. RFL will be a loser, it looks like here, okay? RFL is a problem. It's at the 10 exponential. It's not losing the 10 exponential with any vigor. And the volume weighted average price at 280. So I'm caught in between two minds. Do I dollar cost average aggressively into that volume weighted average price, essentially into 280? Okay? Or do I stick with my original area stop where I had it below the consolidation area low? And I just got decided for me because it just absolutely lost the bid. So now I will punch in at the volume weighted average price if it holds up here.
Oh, whoa.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the market just took a massive dive there, guys.
Good.
All right, I'm free rolling right now, so I don't have much room. If Tesla comes back, because I did add to this position, okay, yeah, I got to get out there because the market's absolutely tanking. I was thinking that Tesla was going to hold up, and then maybe we can continue. But we took a big-time nosedive here in the Qs. Curious to see what that's all about here. You can see that we broke through some key resistance zones. So hopefully we have another opportunity to get involved in Tesla because that was working out relatively well for us. Looking for that continuation of the trend. So I added to that position. I was free rolling, so I had to stop out before I gave up all my unrealized and then turned a positive trade into a negative one. So it didn't work out how I necessarily wanted to. We're going to go to Adara because there has to be some news that just hit this market, guys.
I mean, I'm not sure if this is what it is, but I'm seeing some people attribute the drop to this. We had the 52-week bill auction. Now, usually these auctions we have at 11:30 don't move the market at all. We're going to be watching this 3-year note auction coming up much more closely. But regardless here, I'm seeing the 52-week bill auction. But I think the drop actually has to do with the story that just came out, just seeing now. Apparently, Iran is becoming much more aggressive in its nuclear talks. That's according to Donald Trump. So Donald Trump talking to Fox News, saying that Iran's becoming a lot more aggressive in its nuclear talks. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, that could definitely lead to this market sell-off here, guys. So now it's just our job to be patient, to wait for any forms of indecision, and to determine if, hey, we're going to continue to the south side, or we might be able to find some stopping volume and some VPA signals that will lead us into the right direction for a potential bounce here in the market. But Iran heating things up with their nuclear game, that's not something that I personally want to hear, nor does the market, as you can see that being displayed today, guys. So yeah, be patient, wait for that volume. Now the volatility has stepped in, so keep an eye out on the VIX as well, because that's going to be spiking. With all of that, you got to think of the ripple effect that we're seeing, the market's selling off. Guys, the VIX is increasing. With that comes increased options premium. So around the table, you have to be patient, especially if you're looking for those longs today. Unless you're participating to the downside, make sure that you wait for those definitive signals. And if you're jumping the gun, you can't get mad at yourself for getting in too early, especially when you see that volume come into the south side.
Sorry, just give me a second here.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so yeah, that's what I got going on. That was my game plan. Let's break down this Tesla. trade. So I seen that momentum slowly start to pick up. But then I'm like, okay, we had a couple of indecision prints here on TSLA and Tesla. And I'm like, okay, so if the market decides that it wants to bounce, we're holding up relatively strong, and I'm getting in at the right place. But instead, you see that volatility spike to the downside, and sure enough, I had just had to get out before I turned a positive trade into a negative one. But otherwise, I was looking to add into this position and make it substantially bigger than what my losses currently are. But unfortunately, we didn't get that opportunity. Yeah, but I do believe we will. There's a good VPA signal right now on the 1 minute. I'm going to be patient with that there, guys. But make sure that you hit that like and subscribe.
You have the option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.
Okay, and I mean, we don't, again, I say this all the time, so maybe we do ask for quite a bit, but just hit that like, hit that subscribe, just the click of a button. It's not going to do you any harm.
So ARAI just absolutely flushed off the top, 1573, dropping below 12, losing VWAP, losing the 10, losing basically everything here except the 50 and the 200, off which I don't base intraday trades, but it lost the 20 as well, and it's on the way down to 12. This does seem like a bit of a consolidation area here, even though it is below the volume weighted average price. Look at this chop and churn area where we definitely had support at the $12 area. So this could be an interesting pickup area, although I'm much more hesitant picking it up here. ARAI is the one that I'm talking about. Everybody's been yelling about this one. We were involved in this one quick for a scalp, so perhaps an entry into this one here at this $12 level, but it's giving up the ghost at the level 1186, 12. I mean, we could, I don't want to trade this here. No, look at it, just lose the bid. Oh my goodness. ARAI is absolutely flushing to the downside. It just lost 12. Yeah, there's really nothing for me over here on ARAI. Well off the high. Now it's still up 83%, but not tradable under my system at this level. So I'm just not going to even bother with this one. The one that I want to start working into is KWM. Okay, this one I perceive this one to be doing a lot better in terms of what's it called? Chart patterns. It's got higher lows with a flat top through 8. So I believe this one could be a bit of a banger. Let's go ahead and set up. First out, we're going to look at 80. Second out, we're going to look at 90. Okay. And then we're going to try and hold a piece for the dream, obviously, above that $8 level. So we're going to set up at 98 for the third one. Then we're going to go way high here at 815 for, excuse me, there we go. Just putting that 815 for the one above 8. So KWM looks like a good one here. You never really know how this is going to go. So keeping my eye out on this one. I like this kind of chart pattern that we're seeing here on KWM, where you're getting a bull flag, and in addition to the bull flag pattern, you're getting higher lows on that consolidation area of the bull flag with essentially a flat top through 8. That doesn't mean you won't have bamboozlement in the interim before you get that flat top break through 8. So that's my perception of it. Let's keep an eye on that. I'm still involved here in RFL. Boom to the high side on RFL. So we'll take some prints over here. We got some at 95. Where are we long on RFL? 84. We just got 95s. Let's set up in front of 3, and then we're going to set up north of 3 over here at 05s, and then we'll set up at 10s on the next one there. So RFL in focus, but really keeping my eye on KWM. I feel this one has explosive potential. There was bamboozlement below the 10 exponential moving average on one of the candles that was basically putting in the higher lows and higher highs. It's that candle in the 5 right at 1110 that did breach the 10. It did hold the 20. And it did hold VWAP. And there we go. We're taking out all the prints to the high side over here on my friend KWM. Boom, 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 boom. We're going to see if we can take out 8, and then I'm waiting at 815. Let's see if we can get that flat top break. We know what the flat top break is. It's an ascending wedge. It's just another way of saying it. It's a reliable pattern. Whether or not it happens here, we're going to take it out. Boom! To the high side again on freaking KWM. We're doing it live. Let's set Sorry, guys. I'm a little hyper today. I do apologize.
It's the thing. Show them what you got going on there.
Oh, I didn't even show everybody, guys.
Show them what you got going on there.
Okay, well, I might have to get up for this one. Why are you laughing, Ram? All right. I got myself a little massage thing over here.
This is 43, guys. This is 43. Don't
What do you mean 43? What's happening over there? No, look. So this is my little Obis Form massage seat over here. It comes with your own very nice remote, air conditioned and heated. Shout out to that, maybe. So, you know, we're doing it live. Everything's fine over here. Everything's fine. No, don't worry. Look at this, Joseph. We're taking out all the prints. There goes the flat top break on KW Dang M. Very happy with this trade. Let's see if it reverses. It's an 822 high, Joseph. We just printed out that high right now. I'm waiting at 25s. You guys already know how it is. We're continuing to wait there. So keeping my eye out on this one. I'm talking about KWM. It's at 829 right now. Where's my print? There it is, boy, boom. We're doing it again. Sorry, guys. All right, we're going to set up at 35s now, Joseph, and now we're going to set up at 45s. What do you got, my man?
Yeah, I'm in the TQs. I'm just looking at this Tesla trade. I should have hopped back in, but that's okay. I hopped in some TQs, really small to start off, just to see if we can get this cooking. Because if the big names don't, if not all of the big names want to participate, then this isn't the name that you want to be in. You want to find an outlier, and I think that's Tesla on the day. So you can see that it's continuously climbing off of that. It wasn't as aggressive as some of the other mags, so this is what I like.
Why does he do that to me, bro? You think that we're friends?
Yeah.
You think that we're friends, but basically from the comments, no one would be able to discern that.
No one would.
They'd be like, Sharif's getting the you know what bullied out of him. You know what I mean?
Man.
Like, well, why you like this, Big Smile? What'd I do to you, bro?
$5 super chat from Big Smile. Joe.
What a liability.
Sharif's back hurts from bending over the sink and working them eyebrows over. Yeah. Hey, man, eyebrow game strong. You can't be.
Bro, I was in like third year university.
And you got them done?
Bro, that was 2007.
You got them done?
Yes. Yes.
Damn. All right, then. It's all right. It's all good, man. It's all good. To each their own, you know?
Whatever, bro.
I would do them. I should get
I don't do them anymore, but, you know, whatever. Back in the day, it was fashionable. I had the little soul patch, too.
Did you,
Can I just...
did you ever do the two lines in the eyebrow?
Neil almost choked on his ledge.
Did you ever...
No, I never did that.
Yeah, I got it.
You got that done?
Yeah, I got into that
So
one.
why are you bullying him then, Big Spile?
You don't know. There's no evidence.
Well, there you go,
right?
bro. There's no evidence of that.
There's no evidence of that.
All right, we're doing it live, guys. We're having a good time. Thank you for the super chat.
I don't got much size on with this trade, guys, and I don't know if it's going to give me a good ad opportunity, right?
Love you, brother.
Full risk, because I'm like quarter risk right now, just because of the profile was pretty wide, and I wanted to start small, and I was waiting for a pullback lower, and I could have got in a little bit better and sorry, make my risk to reward slightly increase, but that's not the case right now. So we'll see if we can get that move into the volume weighted average price, and if we have the ability to breach it and hold, then that's going to give me an ad opportunity. But right now you can see from the volume by time profile in the 1 minute interval, we are decreasing as we're appreciating in price. So that's not the best signs for me to add into this right now, but I'm not saying that we can't pick up because you can see we're starting to squeeze. So I mean, when we have such a vigorous move, or a strong move, I guess I should say, then you can get an equal reaction, right? So that's exactly what I'm looking at right now. Want to see it start to pick up. If we can break VWAP, maybe this was just a big enough liquidity grab for us to get out of this consolidation phase and then head north of the volume weighted average price, break through some pre-market resistance zones, break through some intraday resistance zones, and then continue to move to the northeast. So that's exactly what I'm looking at right now, guys. I do want to add substantially to this position just because the risk that I have on is puny.
All right, Joseph, we're going to do a lower back and thigh massage. And then what we're going to do, we're going to put it on medium intensity, and we're going to do left to right.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to go left to right, side to side, as this thing calls it. Oh, that's good.
Oh my God! I don't know, man.
Don't worry about it, bro. Over here, you know, everything's fine. We're having a good time over here, bringing these toys to work, guys. We're doing it freaking live on IMNN. This keeps taking out highs. It's not the biggest mover on the day, but it's a predictable bad boy over here. I'm keeping my eye though on KWM because it's coming. into my entry. What I want to see here is a hold above the 10 exponential. We got an ugly looking topping tail candle right now, okay? That goes to 848. That's the bad side of the equation. The good side of the equation is we're still holding the 10 exponential. So I've got one out left here on KWM. What I want to see, does it hold that 10 EMA? And now I'm just thinking out loud here, guys. Should I be adding at 7.5? That is where the 10 exponential is. A little bit higher now. It's at 760 something. So should I be adding there? Or have we gotten that flat top breakout through 8? And now you're going to be, picking up the trade on the wrong side here. That's kind of the question I'm asking myself right now. I don't know how to feel about this. I'm going to get out. Okay? Break even, or 10 pennies actually, on the last remaining out there, and I will be watching intently to see whether KWM actually holds up at the 10 EMA, the 10 EMA on the 5. If it does, I'm more than free to get back in. It's losing it, and it's losing it aggressively. There's that 7.5. Does it continue to bleed? There's a buyer at 48 there that was preventing it from dropping any further. Does that buyer have enough in the tank there to keep this bad boy back up? So I'm going to keep my eye here on KWM. Big move up into 8.5, and then a bigger move down, $1 basically from the top to the bottom within 2 5-minute candles. So KWM, okay, so it is finding some support there, as I expected, right up into 780s. Decisions so hard with these ones that are super spready, Joseph. They just make you really think twice about entering, because if you enter in size on these spready tickers, they can be $1 on the wrong side super quickly, right? And Adara, when you're trading the $300 name, you kind of expect that. I get it. You've already conditioned yourself to that. When I'm
still
trading,
be really scary though. Like I've
100%.
like $2-3 on Lily with size.
Yeah, and then that's fair. And Adara's been doing this over and over and over every day with these very expensive, widespread tickers. So she's obviously adept at that. With these small cap gappers, that isn't the move. The move is to be able to capitalize on smaller price action movements within a smaller window of time. And it just, when they're spready, it just makes it hard, okay? So that's really all I can say about that. So KWM in focus right now. RFL also in focus as this one continues to try to retrace off the volume weighted average price and work its way up to 3 on RFL. We have 84s. It's showing me 95s. It's time to take some profits at 90. Oh, that won't be the right thing, because then we'll be out. So RFL, we've got shares on. Let's go ahead and wait at 95s. I'm going to extract lesser size on every out, so that way I can layer my orders into the high side there. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait there for a move into that $3 area on RFL. And IMN, as I mentioned, kind of finding resistance in the low 60s. I'm talking about $1.62. It did double top there at that $1.62 area. So we'll keep tabs on that. But there's another one, guys, I negated to mention, and this one is on me because I've been watching it the entire time. LVWR. Look at this beauty. It doesn't even know what a 10 EMA retracement is. You want to know why? Because it hasn't touched it on the day. Okay. Even that opening print there, Joseph, right at 1025 when we started getting volume. And that is the last time there was any interaction between LVWR and that 10 exponential moving average on the 5. This one opened up just south of 6 at high 590s, and it's an $8 high a day. I'd like to see what it does at around 7.5. It is getting a little extended there away from that 10 EMA, which I use kind of as an informal gauge of overbought and oversold, much like you would use RSI, but in a bit of a different way. So I'm going to keep my eye on LVWR. Very interested in weaseling into this one if it will allow me to weasel. IMN taking out levels, and here we go. We printed a new high a day. I'm waiting at 163. That is what it's showing me on the ask. Likewise, with my very good friend now, RFL, taking out 96s. I get printed there, and now I'm waiting at 3s. Go RFL, go up 31.5, Joseph.
Nice, good look there. Yeah, we can take a look at the meta options chain for sure here momentarily. Yeah, but this is what I got going on. Yeah, Gaurav, I mean, the thing is though, on this TSLA, I'll show you guys what I had going on and just kind of what my thinking was. I didn't, so here it is. All right, so I add, and then I make this position substantially larger. I take some off, so I do get that top tick, but then I'm looking for the continuation of the trend, and then I add right here because there's a couple indecision prints. So I'm like, okay, let me get involved here a little bit more. Let me put back all my size that I took off here, and then I was going to add a little bit more as well too. So I was a little bit bigger, but you can see that what it does, it moves my average up substantially higher, right? So with that being said, when my average is being moved up and I'm free rolling, I'm using that methodology that I referred to you guys about, that when I always free roll using my unrealized gains to add more shares into a position. That's exactly what I was doing, but then it came back and came back to my break evens, my stop out at break even. So that's what happened with that, Gaurav. And then there was another signal right there, but I was too focused on what the market was doing. I mean, the TQs is working out relatively well for me. I can't complain about that. It's just that I don't have very much size on it in order for me to eliminate my earlier losses. So now I'm just waiting for this pullback. If this volume can be sustained, you just look at the 5-minute time frame, and that's not the most positive signs for me. Can things turn around? Absolutely. So we're going to be a little bit patient and wait for a pullback through the volume weighted average price. And if there's any form of indecision or I'm displaying weakness and the volume starts to cool off even more than what it is right now with that pullback occurring, then that's when I'm going to look to add, and then maybe we can get a break of the pre-market highs, or it just decides to go without me, which seems to be the case right now. So we'll be patient. Maybe we get a rejection of some of these key resistance zones. That's the game plan that I got going on, just telling you guys out loud what I'm going to do, and I'm going to try to execute the best that I can for you guys to see if we can get that continued move to the top side here. So yeah, let's see what we got going on with that. Be patient, wait for this pullback. Maybe I'll take a little bit more off, because what I'm looking to add isn't going to do anything from my average anyways. It's just going to lift it up to where I'm currently trading at, but we'll just lock in a little bit more profits. But for the individual in the chat who asked me to take a look at Meta's option chain, we're going to pull it up right now to see what we got going on from that standpoint, and if there's anything that stands out. And when we refer to high levels of OI, you have to think of it from a relative standpoint. Like, what is the dollar value of the stock? Is it more expensive? The more expensive it is, obviously, the less open interest you're going to see, right? You're not going to see that abundance like you would see on an Nvidia or a Tesla or a TQs or something along those lines. But 9,602, 620 open contracts right there at 700 on META. Let's pull up the actual underlying to see where we've rejected from an intraday standpoint. So there you go. It's coming into play once again. There's open interest at 320 on Tesla. You've seen that we traded to 704 here on META. We have the highest concentration at that 700 strike price. Right now, we haven't breached it and held after that sell-off. So maybe we trade back towards those specific levels. Maybe not. We have to see how strong this market is. But if the bigger names are going to continue to recover here, I'm in the TQs, and I'm going to be looking to add into this position substantially if we break through some key levels and I see a change within that volume profile. So Tesla's working out really well. It's unfortunate that we didn't hop right back into it, but that's okay. That ship has sailed. Now we got to focus on what we got going on and just think about how can we optimize what this trade can potentially gift us, right? So that's what I'm looking at right now. Going to be patient, pull back through volume weighted average price, indecision at the lows, add into the position, volume starts to cool off, wait, once it steps back in, you add shares.
All right, man, this one is really taking off here, guys. IMNN is really going. It was a real good breakout above, I want to say, that initial flat top at $1.55, and then we had some more consolidation. Look at this thing go, bro. Every time I'm looking, there's new highs of days. So we're waiting at 75, and then I'm setting up at 82. So IMNN up 30%, very, very consistent pattern. But here's the deal. The volume profile on this one is quite interesting because, look, I mean, you don't typically see this kind of volume bar manifest at, 7 to 12. Usually this kind of volume bar you're going to have in the earlier trading day. I'm talking about this, about 400,000 shares printed so far right now on IMNN on this 5-minute candle. It's $1.75 high a day now, and this thing's really going up 30.5%. So good strength on this name. We'll keep tabs on that. We'll continue to extract prints incrementally, I guess. It's got to cross that 75 for me to get printed, hence why the high of the day is 75, but we did not take the fill. So Packer patience. Let's see if we can get on this bad boy. There's 75 again. There's a seller of note here. There's about, probably a little bit less than 3 or maybe 200 lots at this level. Boom, taking him out. So there goes the seller at 75. His lot has just got eaten up. So we'll keep tabs on that. And then my next profit taker there at 82s. We've still got several more outs on this one. So we'll take outs incrementally now on IMNN. So happy with this one. Now, here's the deal. I'm in a bit of a risky trade now. I got back into KWM about I want to say 20% of the original shares that I had. Why did I do this? Because it continues to defend the 10 exponential topping tail candle or not, the bamboozlement. I still feel that we could break above 8. So I've given this one a bit of a tighter stop because I just don't want to give too much money back here. If it continues to drop down below that 10 exponential, I will get stopped out, but I'm giving it a try. It's still kind of an ascending wedge pattern, but it does look like it might stop me out here. So we will give some money back on that if it continues to head down. So that is the issue with that one. Let's look at RFL as well. This one feels like it's also a bit of an ascending wedge pattern into that $3 area. Whether or not it ends up happening, yeah. So I just got stopped out of KWM. You win some, you lose some. That's all good there. Yep. So back to RFL, sorry to keep digressing there from one to the other, but we're trading multiple names. So this is my concern right now. There seems to be a seller at 95s to 3s. So you can see this candle over here at 1145 did get into about 298 or so, but it was met with aggressive selling. And as I can see there on the level 2, just from what I can see, there's over 200 lots waiting for me, which is not that much on a $3 name, right? But it's typically what we can't see that usually gets us in trouble. So RFL of interest to me right now, especially if it can really explode above 3. And that's kind of what I'm holding the majority of my shares for. We're long at 84s. I'm trying to pack my patience for a flat top break through 3, but I am concerned that we reject 3, make a lower high relative to this area high, so this would be the high day area high, and then all the way down here we end up dropping and then making a lower high on our way to VWAP. And then it's not a flat top break anymore, then it's a lower high, lower high, lower high with that same area bottom. We know that that is a flat bottom break, and I don't want to be on the receiving end of that because I'm not looking short, okay? So of concern to me is RFL. We'll pack our patience, see what we can get on this one, okay? Quickly over here, I wanted to mention LVWR, one that we mentioned earlier that was, kind of aggressively moving up. Finally, a 2-candle retracement right now on LVWR. I'm going to be an interested buyer here at the 10 EMA. There's no doubt about it. And the thing is, I'm debating whether or not I front run the 10 EMA. Now, when we've seen these with more prolonged pullbacks, I'm talking about 2 and 3 candle red pullbacks, oftentimes they do breach the 10. And the money fills, at least my observation has been, will be between the 10 and the 20 exponential moving average. That's not a hard and fast rule, and that's anecdotal. It's not statistically based, but we're going to give this one the old college try, see what we get on this one. Oh, you little... KWM, this is my mistake. I put the stop ahead of the 10 exponential. I shouldn't have been doing that, and look what it did. Right back up. Right back up. So that's a mistake on me there. That's a lesson in stop placement. Don't be a schmuck like me and put your stops too tight. Look at it. It's an ascending wedge, bro. I don't know why I was aggressively placing my... What the hell was I so worried about? Psychological, but not wanting to give the money back. Exactly. And I hate that. That's not... You're not executing on the technical side of things, so I'm a little disappointed there.
Yeah. Then it's just put that one away.
Right there it goes, man. Oh,
put that one in the
brutal
in the old back pocket there and find something else. Yeah,
it's still going. That's the thing.
It's
still going. There, then. What is this? What is happening over here, Joseph?
Oh, I got the email last night, Sharif. I got to do the old test key.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You're going to do the test key, eh?
Yeah, I got to do the old test.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I get that done.
Don't use chat or anything like that.
No. I won't. No. I can't because it's not working.
Attaboy, way to take a shot at chat. What's going on there, Sam?
What's going on there?
We pay $20 US. Ooh. We pay good money for this, my boy. We want access to chat when we need it, man. Brother. I shouldn't have to use Gemini.
Come on, you think I'm going to fail it? That's crazy, man.
Yeah. Uh-oh. There's questions there, Neil. There's questions there. Those are solid questions.
Drop everything.
All right, guys.
And is this beef strogie? No, let's get back into these markets, guys. Again, we're in this. You can see that we're running into the higher end of this consolidation phase that the Qs have been in throughout the day. So what I'm waiting for, again, I'll just go over the game plan. We're going to wait for a pullback here to the volume-weighted average price, and then we're going to look for that volume to slowly start to pick up as we start to approach it once again, and then look for it to really start to increase as we break through some of the key resistance zones. So that's exactly what I'm looking on. I only have one more out here on the TQs, and I'm happy to start a whole new position. But we guys, we are going to Adara and then to Neo with this lesson of the day.
I'm going to notice the market took a bit of a tumble here. I guess it would be around 11:30. You can see this big push in volume and this drop to the downside that we've recovered from. Basically, there were a couple of things going on. We had one senator saying they're going to be revising the big, beautiful bill with regards to spending. But I think the bigger move is likely because Donald Trump went on Fox News. And of course, the president of the United States, Donald Trump, goes on Fox News and says that apparently Iran is being much more aggressive still on these nuclear talks. So drop to the downside, recovered that entire move if you look at it from a 15-minute candle. Let's talk about TSLA. Speaking of recovery, it's back in the $1 trillion club as of this morning after leaving said club on Thursday, dropping following a very public, very heated spat between Donald Trump and CEO Elon Musk. Looks like, though, as of yesterday, Trump seems to have less aggressive opinions towards Musk and Tesla stock recovering in kind. Here's GME. This one weak today, but they do have earnings after the bell. We know this is one that is watched heavily by retail investors. Keep an eye on this one. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. But before we send you back to the Bash Brothers, we're going to send you to Neil and his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Welcome to the lesson of the day, everybody. I'm literally just, Mark's behind and we're talking about the new Studio 8 and some of the new renovations and how it's going to go. So I got a little bit distracted there. But and you might be distracted when something like that news just hits everybody. But if you find yourself in that spot where you get this crazy move, at NASDAQ, ES doesn't really make a difference. The key thing is, whether you miss it or not, know where you want to go, right? So if you get this kind of a bottoming tail wick, and you can see it go right into the overnight lows on the NASDAQ, and you're thinking, okay, we've seen these wick dip buys, have an idea where it is that you want to float. Now, my worst trade today was Tesla coming in. But that didn't stop me from knowing that, hey, Tesla long, even though I misplaced a stop order or didn't have it in whatever it might be, was a missed opportunity. Well, I know it's above VWAP and I know it's trending up. So this is a name that I want to buy the dip in the volume weighted average price. You saw that bottoming tail on the NASDAQ. That's into the low of the day, whereas Tesla's pulling back on an uptrend going into the volume weighted average price. Now, the other place that I think maybe it wouldn't have worked as well if you grabbed it as well as Tesla did off of VWAP there. The other thing you could have looked at was maybe an Apple, another stock. I was only shorted here, so it was never on my plan to go dip buying. But have an idea where you want to go, like something which was holding higher lows while the market wasn't as strong as it is now. So when you get that dip buy in, it gives you a nice little bottoming tail, tries to get above VWAP. I don't think it's working as well, but the idea being, I think you want to try to find some strength. Now, it's not just strong names when you have a move like that. The other thing I think you have to consider is maybe you can reload something which was already working. Now, I'm going to talk about Uber in particular because, Uber early on, we had a couple of dip buys in there, got a 1 for 2 into VWAP on Uber, but then we missed a huge bottoming tail candle. And you can see what's going on with Uber. It goes right into yesterday's bottom and finally catches a bid. Well, the other way to know that maybe you've got something on a dip buy and a move like that is sometimes you're holding on to a long that runs your stop and you are already in it. So this isn't a I know where I'm going to go, look over at Tesla or look over at Apple. This is a I am in this stock. It just liquidity grabbed my stop order. By the time I look over to react, it's right back to my entry at 86. So what am I doing in that spot? Well, I can tell you, you're buying it right back in there for that VWAP retrace that you were already going to take. So when you see moves like this in the futures, we see it all the time. We're a headline-driven market, whether it's a truth, whether it's a tweet, whether it's a bond auction, whatever it might be. If it is a liquidity grab, have an idea where you want to go first. Relative strength if you're buying dips, relative weakness if you're shorting rips. Look at something which has been trending for you in that direction, but also if you were already in something that worked, you see yourself get run and stopped out, have the ability to just jump back into it, because if they liquidity grabbed and you know this was a winning and working trade, well, then you can just possibly get that same trade back. And because of the liquidity grab, it can end up a better trade because it's already rinsed people out and not everybody gets back in really quickly. So you have less people on the offer on the way to the upside. So are we going to see moves like this until the cows come home? The market's now breaking out the highs after that flush through VWAP, whatever you want to call it. You want to make sure that you have some opportunities to get back into longs, find some dip buys, continue that trend into the upside. And you have to be a sniper about it. It starts with knowing where you want to go, getting back into anything which might have wicked you out but still has the same setup, or just something which is joining the trend and you're able to buy some higher lows in there. So thank you very much for that dip buy. You know, it's one of those things that can turn your day around a little bit, especially if you've been fighting the trend. Good luck, everybody.
All right, guys, thank you very much, Neil, for that. Here we go. IMNN is breaking out aggressively. Boom! There it is. We're done this trade. Wowzers. IMNN is really going here, guys. Wow. We got in at that $1.54, Joseph. This thing is on the way up. The high day is 212. This thing is rocketing up, guys. I didn't peg this one as the one that was going to break out. It was super light on volume to start the day, but here it is, the volume picking up in spades. And now we're doing about 1.5 million shares per 5-minute candle. What a breakout here on IMNN. Keep your eye out on this one. Wow. It's really going. I'm done. I'm exhausted all my shares on this one, so we're done this trade. I'll be looking for something possibly at that $1.80, maybe something a little bit deeper there. It's not a bad looking one there, Joseph, keeping my eye out on that. So IMNN very strong. LVWR as well, continuing to go here quite aggressively to the high side. And it pulled back into the 10, and I had no part with this one. I just was focusing on other ones. There, it's still an $8 high a day. So yet another bull flag setup right now that we seem to be on. You can kind of say the previous area bull flag was that $7 breakout. So 2 bull flags on this one, LVWR. You have that initial one right at 10.25. You rock it up. You consolidate $7. This is essentially the resistance level. Boom, you break above it. Boom, all the way up to 8. And now you're consolidating again. No 2 bull flags are created equal. They'll look different, okay? So don't anticipate that they're going to be the exact same. Oh, my God, it's Iga Hauren. Shout out to my man, Iga Hauren, which means good guy in Mandarin. Shout out to my man there. Thank you very much, brother. 199er super chat. Appreciate that, my man. So, yeah, keep your eye on IMNN, which is topping tail. You have a double top now. Looks like IMNN is losing to and coming down possibly into that VWAP area, which is around 177 or so. So we'll keep tabs on that. I'm still involved here in RFL as well, waiting for a flat top breakthrough 3. That hasn't happened. And I worked my way back into KWM. Maybe I regret doing this, okay? Because now we got a 2-candle pullback, and it looks like it's rejecting 8. I still like the higher low situation. In fact, I've set up a dip trade at 77. So come what may with KWM, we made really good money on it to start. One of my biggest trades on the day, but we're going to give some back here because we're in the same amount of shares that we got into originally, not smaller this time. So we're going to keep an eye on this one. Let's see if it can break through that 8 decisively, 848 high a day, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there, brother, and really nice breakout trade there. That was prime time there. We got to clip that one.
Appreciate that, man.
We'll put that on what the hell?
What the hell?
Yeah, what the hell?
What the hell?
What the heliante?
I love that, man.
Yeah. But yeah, let's pull up the old screen here, guys, and see what we got going on. I'm now officially out of the TQs. So a nice little move right there. Again, obviously wishing that we just had a little bit more shares on us, but unfortunately that's not the case. So we're going to accept the trade for what it is. It did break through this. So you've seen what I was talking about. You guys heard what I was talking about earlier. Waiting for that pullback, the retest of the volume weighted average price, and then that's when you get that nice, strong, vigorous move through some of those resistance zones. But instead it just consolidated micro pullback, and then you see that volume really start to step in there, guys, and it punched through. So right when I seen that volume spike, I got out because I was waiting for a little bit more healthy of a move with that pullback, but that's not the case. So we'll be patient to wait and see if there's there's anything else that's going to potentially set up for us. I mean, Tesla's putting in another consolidation, but the thing is, though, it's now forming this cliff, and I don't necessarily like these. When I see this, for me, it's just run and find something else, because what we want to see is I'll pull up my old trusty tool that I haven't pulled out here in a while, and I'll just display to you guys exactly what I'm looking for. So this is fine. There's nothing wrong with this, right? But what I want to see is this. Pull back about 30-40% of the move, continue higher. Pull back 30-40% of the move, continue higher. Not necessarily what we're seeing right here, where we go like this, right? This is a shelf, and for me, that's no, 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 because at some point, I do believe it's going to fail, and then that's where you're going to use your stop out as, and then that's it. You're done with that trade. So I want to see more healthy pullback price action as you continuously make these highs, exactly like that, and that's not what I'm seeing. So what do? We go find something else, all right? So that's my game plan there. If Tesla does decide that it wants to pull back and put in that 40% retracement from this specific zone, then we'll look to get involved. But I'm not going to be chasing this consolidation zone all the way for that break of the high, all right? So that's my game plan, especially with how the market's been trading today. I mean, you're seeing that we're getting these pops, and then they're obviously faded. They're faded right back, and then we as soon as we fade, it pops back higher again. So for that, I think precision is extremely key. I know Katina Man's still long Tesla from 313, so he's $6 in the money there, almost 7. Nice work there, brother. That's working relatively well for you. But again, just be patient, wait for certain things. With that being said, let's go over the top performing sectors of the day to see where we can find some relative strength here, guys. And that's going to be the energy sector. Yeah, performing really well today, up 2%. That's pretty big. And then we got the comms up about 1% there, guys. Healthcare sector sitting in that third place, up about 9/10. Okay, so then we'll go from the bottom three, third last to last here. Utilities still slightly green, up about 1/10, and then we have the financials that is down 1/10. I'm pretty sure it was a top 3 performer yesterday, and then the industrials are in last place here, guys, down about 0.4%. So if you're looking for relative strength and you want to find some longs, let's pull up the XLE because it is the best performing sector, and if you're looking for the continuation, then this is probably the space you're going to want to be in. All right, so there you go. Choppy. I'm not saying this is necessarily the vehicle that you want to trade, but you can see we haven't pulled back. It hasn't been selling off with the rest of the market. Right shortly after we open, it's been holding VWAP for the duration of this session. Again, if you're just going to look to play the ebbs and flows, you're at the lower end of this pullback. Maybe look for a continuation in the energy sector there.
All right, guys, I got back into IMNN. We're going to give this really tight. So what do we got in 85s? I've given it to 77s because it came into the volume weighted average price. So if it loses VWAP, I'm just going to end the trade. I'm not going to fight with this one. Huge double top at basically 2 high 12s, 2 mid-teens there. There we go. We just got stopped out. It dropped down below the volume weighted average price. So I have no interest in trading this below the volume weighted average price. It's going to have to get above that $1.88. Otherwise, it's of no interest to me right now. So we'll keep tabs on that. My real focus is, though, on KWM. Okay. Now it has put in a 3-candle lower low, lower high setup off that $8 rejection. That concerns me. Okay. So let's see if we can work our way back up. We're showing 89s now, technically holding up at the 10, but it's not, I'm not comfortable. I just got to tell you the truth. I'm not comfortable up here. So let's go ahead and see if we can extract some at 90s and then 95s. We can get something there. Makes me feel a bit better. There's a huge seller. Monster at 89. Look at the amount of wattage there, and that's just what we can see there, Joseph. So concern for me on KWM, can we shake the seller at 89s, let alone the seller at 8s? So KWM, I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about this one anymore. We'll pack our patience there. Now, RFL is coming right back down into my entry, so it doesn't look like this one wants to be a flat top breakout through 3. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put my stop right below the volume weighted average price at 78. So let's go ahead and throw that on there. And how many shares do we have of this one? Okay, so we can give it down to 70 in case it really starts flushing over here. RFL is what I'm talking about, dipping down into that possible VWAP area. But I'm all eyes, ears, and every other sensory percepting organ on KWM because I really want this one to flat top break through 8. Whether or not we get it is an entirely different story. We're long 88s. It's showing me 86s right now, but I submit to you guys there is a huge seller at 89. Now, can we take them? We've done about a little bit less than 8 million shares on the day, so it's not exactly the biggest or the biggest volume play on the day, no question about that. So this is a bit of a concern here. So gonna keep my eyes fixated on this one, see if the seller starts moving down from that 89 position into other levels. That's what I'm also concerned about. Adair calls this the ask creep or the bid creep, where that big position size, you know, was posted, let's just say, at 790, and then all of a sudden you see that same seller that was posting at 790, he's posting, or they're posting at 788. So I'll keep my eye out on that. I gotta say though, you know, feeling quite comfortable in the seat over here. You know, like everything's good over here, guy. Okay, so right now, Joseph, we got a mix. You get middle, you get upper. And then, if that wasn't enough, you can go side to side. You can mix it up. You can go up, down. You can throw some heat in that bad boy.
I think might go missing.
Who? Oh. This guy, bro. It's over.
Might go missing.
We're having a good time, guys. All right. Keeping an eye on KWM. Joseph, what do you got, my man?
Yeah, Artemis, it's the ask, A-S-K, the ask. Yes. Not what the other thing that you were referring to, but I mean, close correlation, that's for sure. But I mean, let's see what we got going on. We're not all out of the TQs. I know someone in the chat asked for some GME stuff, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a look at the expected move here, guys. I don't know what I would do with earnings season if there wasn't one without GameStop. All right, there we go, guys. So 11.4% expected move here, guys. You can see that IV is really starting to creep up right there. So 29.73 is what we're currently trading at. With that expected move, if we exceed it, we're going to be north of 33.12. And then if we exceed it to the downside, we're going to be south of 26.35. All right, so that is the expected move there on GameStop. I'll post that on X as well, too. So go and follow your boy at Trader TV Joseph, and I post the options chain and the expected move there. With that being said, let's take a look if there's any high levels of open interest around those specific areas that we were just referring to, and maybe that can act as some overhead resistance, maybe not. All right, so where is the highest level currently concentrated at? That is going to be right around this 32 strike. Okay, so a little bit south of where that expected move is to be. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some resistance around this specific level. So that's what we see on the call side. If we go down to the put side, nothing relatively as large as that. So for a potential base, who knows, maybe we'll be free fall into 25 or something along those lines. But there you go, GameStop reporting this afternoon after the bell. I'm not sure if it's 4 o'clock, 4:15 or whatever it may be. But you can see that we are looking at a 11.4% expected move in either direction, putting us at a high of around 33 and then a low of around 26. And going to be around around that 30 strike price with the 14,500 open contracts. Okay, guys, so keep that in mind. Write those numbers down, especially if you're looking to play some options or even trade the equity after the earnings report. And if you are trading earnings, please don't play the announcement print. And thank you, everyone, for wishing me a happy birthday. Let's see what Adair's got for us. Oh,
okay, guys.
Okay.
All right, level up your trading game with Prop XP, up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on our platform. Sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey today. You enjoy rapid payouts and real human support, not bots, guys. Rated 4 off with code TRADERTV. The link is in the description, guys. Link is in the description, guys. Be the trader, get funded, join Prop XP today. Your edge starts here. Visit propxp.com, guys. Go ahead, Adair.
This is breaking news and more breaking fun fact, but I'm just seeing this come in here from Bernstein. Bernstein is, of course, a well-known financial analyst. Apparently, they're saying that their price target for Bitcoin, which is $200,000 for 2025, is actually conservative. So we have certainly Bernstein having big dreams for BTC this year. I think worth noting just because of the GameStop conversation. This will be actually, I believe, GameStop's first earnings report since they announced their treasury strategy, their Bitcoin treasury strategy. They purchased Bitcoin as of a couple weeks ago, I believe. Back to you.
Yeah, today is not my birthday, guys. Thank you very much for wishing me one. So I'll take an early happy birthday. It is the 5th of October, debatably the best month of the year.
That's really early,
Yeah,
says
it's really
Andre.
Hey, man, we can do a couple month-long celebration. So, Joseph, welcome to the 33 Club, brother. Thank you. Thanks, Bob the dog. Oh, you're 33 too. Yeah. So I found out that I'm not an unk. I'm a big bro. So I fall in the big bro category. Sharif, you're unk. Yeah. Sharif's unk. I'm big.
I'm frowning because of this trade, bro. I don't care if I'm an unk or not, bro. I don't give a rat's you know what.
Yeah. What's wrong with? Oh, it's breaking.
I hate
down?
this trade.
Yeah, that's right. You already put on a banger one. There goes your converter for your massager thing. So that thing's gonna be broken.
You say converter to a.
Yeah.
You don't say remote.
What do you call it? A converter?
I call it a remote. Right? Yeah.
Your pops call it a converter?
No. But like, I know people that call it a converter.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, yeah, good stuff here, guys. Yeah, so that's what we got going on here, guys. I think patience is going to be a lot of the name of today's game. I'm going to be looking to get involved in something. I just need to wait for that pullback. If we're going to continue this trajectory, this northeast move here in the overall market, then I'll look to get involved. So you can see that we're now north of some of these key resistance zones. So wait for that retest, any form of indecision, and if you see the volume start to pick up on the lower time frame, then that's going to give you a good go signal, and that's exactly what I'm waiting for. I don't want to rush anything just yet, nor am I going to chase near the top end of this range, especially when you can see that volume really start to cool off there, Sharif.
All right, well said, Joseph. All right, we're setting up here, some at 80s. We'll see what we get. Now, I have to set up my stop because, well, I don't want to get in trouble with this one. So let me just see exactly where we're going to set up over here. So that we got on. All right, that's fine. So we got 78. So I'm going to have to give it to basically right here. All right, so we can go ahead and do that. And I'll set up just like that. Wow, it's really losing it. So I'm gonna get in trouble with this one. Looks like, sadly. All right, let me just think about where I want to place the stop. All right, so we're gonna go, and then we'll set up like this. Okay. Just allow me a second over here. There we go. So stops in play, and now come what may. All right, so KWS, we're 28 pennies out of the money on this one. So this is trouble for me. If it loses this 7.5 area, that's going to be the end of the trade on this one. It's already coming down. Looks like it will make its way down to VWAP. And that's what I was trying to decide. Do I want to give this? Do I have enough room to give it to VWAP? And I don't think I do. So I'm going to have to stop out before that. Now, if I do end up getting stopped out before that and it comes into VWAP and it defends it, I can get back in. That's an option that I have. But we're taking way more share size than I typically do, and that's fine. We're going to give this one a try. Sometimes you're going to miss, sometimes you're going to score. We scored on it earlier, and I'm going to keep trying. So I don't have a problem with that. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. Let's see if it dips down into that level. Simultaneously, I got into another trade over here, again on IMNN. It's got a 4-candle hold up above the volume weighted average price. Yeah, I just got stopped out. It's so frustrating on KW. I sized in too aggressively, too quickly, and I had a chance to get break even on this one when it did move up into 8. So I am kind of disappointed with how I executed the remaining amount on this one, but there is another shot here at the volume weighted average price, which is about 708. It's showing me 723s now, where we get stopped out at. I had to stop out there, otherwise I would have been shut down, so I had to give it to that level. I couldn't have given it to VWAP. That doesn't mean, though, I can't get back in at VWAP. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. If it allows me to get back in at VWAP, we will get back in. So RFL, I flattened out the trade over here because this one keeps putting in lower lows and lower highs. So I feel that this one is looking to set up for a flat bottom break. But it's IMNN that I want to keep my eye on over here because it's holding the volume weighted average price quite well. Now, if that's the case, let me size in substantially at this area over here for that move back into $2. So I'll keep my eye out on that. And last but not least, LVWR. Do we have this up on a trading screen? No, let's load this up. LVWR is still holding up at or around the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, which trades on the New York. And it's got a good support level there. So I see a consolidation area here on LVWR between 758, or sorry, so let's just say 760 and essentially $8. So you have a 40 penny consolidation area here, which I perceive to be as the second bull flag. You gotta give me. You gotta. Oh boy, that doesn't feel good right there. That does not feel good right there. Look at that. That is literally bottom wick.
Yeah.
That is literally bottom wick, and then up it goes. So that's quite frustrating there. Go ahead.
All right, guys. One for all. What is this? In stock trading competition. One for all, the new trading competition from Trade the Pool. Never been done before. Everyone will be trading together on one shared account with $1 million buying power. Starts June 16th to 18th. The goal, beat the Qs. For example, if the Qs move by 3% up or down, we aim for more. And that's what's in it for you. Everyone wins plus $675,000 in prizes. Valuation amounts up for grabs. One account, one mission, one for all. Scan the QR code and join the team now. Wow, okay, over $250,000 or over $500,000 in prizes there, guys. That intrigues me. Maybe we have to take a look at that one there. So yeah, and thank you very much, guys. Much appreciated for all the super chats. I know we got another one there from Steven Stewart. Keep it going. Happy birthday, Jay. Thanks for that $5 super chat, brother. We'll get the birthday shenanigans going for you, all right? So there's no question of that. And by shenanigans, I mean we are going outside to the outdoor workout gym, and then probably gonna fall asleep shortly after that, after I barbecue, and then head back to hit the old pillow, I guess, there. So, Joseph, I'm looking to add more HAS calls on August 15th expiry. Happen to have any insights on the entry point and strike? I'm bullish on earnings. All right, let's pull up HAS. Where am I? Oh, okay. Hasbro. Okay, that's Hasbro. Okay. Very, very interesting. So, see, the thing is with me, so when I pull this up, if you're looking to buy some calls with this, when I look at it from an intraday standpoint, you already have liquidity issues. And with that being said, as soon as I pull up the chain, I'm probably going to see the same things, right? So I'll pull up HAS, and to see what we got going on, I mean, you're looking at the August calls here. And there's liquidity, so I won't say there isn't, but there's nothing substantial. Entry point, I honestly can't tell you that. If you're already involved in this name, then you have your game plan. But I mean, you can see you have that stair-step type pattern, so you get the leg one. And I've gone over this pattern with multiple names with you guys, where you have consolidation, you have that move down, back up, consolidation, and then an additional move higher. Like I can go in the likes of Google, Tesla, and there's another name that had the identical pattern as well too. So you can see that that move has been sustained. So now the key thing is, are you going to have enough momentum to break through this resistance zones? Because I think this is going to be the next level. Do you want to get involved right away? Unless you see volume start to step in rapidly, then maybe wait for an additional pullback before you add into those contracts. And that's what Wayne and I were talking about the other day, and the system's been working really, really well for us. So guys, you know that I've kind of been working on a hybrid system, so it's shares and contracts. So what I essentially do, so just using the same methodology as I do for my intraday trading, you see how I add into my winning positions. So what I'll do is I'll start with shares. I'll grab an X amount of shares. Once it starts working out, now I've built myself a buffer, and then that's when I have the ability to use those leverage products. So it's been working really, really well, and I'm continuing to do it. So that's one thing that I want you guys to know. Just don't go all ham on contracts, because there's good traders around the floor who believe in the hybrid system, and I'm one of them. Wayner likes it as well too, and he's an amazing trader. So just keep that in mind. You're using a leverage derivative, and if you're not too familiar with how time decay works, that's why the majority of traders lose it, is because they don't understand the value of theta, and just keep that in mind, all right? So I like what you see from a potential daily standpoint for the continuation and the break of these key resistance zones, but just be patient and wait for a pullback, and then you can add into the position.
So looking at the core weave,
oh yeah, how's that?
Still basically even on it at the moment.
Break even?
Well, because we got in and it was we were like $300 out of the money, so I'm literally like 181. Yeah, but that's basically the same thing.
What's
there.
that top left corner there though?
This?
Yeah.
That's the daily P&L. And then this is so that's what you're up and down on the day.
Yeah. Oh,
right.
You got some other things, obviously.
Yeah. We got Pandub, Nvidia, Uber, ACI Mara, Udemy. So that's like what you're up and down on the day. But
so that's
this is the core weave one right there. So we're out $485 on the put.
Yeah.
But we were like 350, I think, out of the money immediately because of the spread. So it's like, you're out of it a little bit.
And you got September? Yeah, you got time though.
That's why I thought to look at it there. Interesting stuff there on CoreWeave. Yeah, we've talked about this one before. Great move up. And a buddy at the gym is actually long. I'm just trying to bring in the chart over here for CoreWeave, and he was just absolutely gung-ho this name. I was like, yeah, look, it's a great trade, but I don't know about the fundamentals. But the chart is still setting up. That's the thing, Joseph.
Yeah.
Looks like we're getting that 165 area top, but look at the higher lows. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So even on this day, the subsequent day, we ended up having a higher low. The next day, we ended up having a big green day, but that 165 top looks like it might be right up there. So I'm waiting for lower highs and lower lows, and you're not getting the lower highs or lower lows quite yet. So keep tabs on that.
What is it trading at right now?
It's trading at 153.33 right now.
Probably.
Basically, it has an area high of, I want to say, 165. There seems to be a lot of selling in and out 163, 164 area, so we'll keep tabs on that. KWM is double bottoming at the volume weighted average price over here, so keep your eye on that. We're going to send it to Adara.
Here's the FXI. Keep an eye on this market as well. Apparently, officials are saying that the U.S.-China trade talks are ongoing, and the countries are still working out technical details. The other thing I want to mention is we had heard earlier these talks were over. Then Scott Besson said they're still happening. So a little bit unclear what's happening here in London with regards to the U.S.-China talks. But either way, seems like they're working out some, technical details. Back to you.
Nah, you know what I mean? That's the thing. That's what bothers me.
It's just, hey.
Oh, I feel no kind of way about it.
Chip away, man. You know how it is.
I feel no kind of way about
Chip away,
it.
brother.
Yeah.
That's how we rock
I don't know what that means, but
chip
it
away.
sounds like it's a good thing, though, so I'm good with it.
Just chip away.
Yeah, there you go. Guys, there's another one that I negated to mention today, small cap gapper world. It goes by the ticker NVTS, and it's breaking out quite aggressively right now. I want to say it was in a bit of a range with essentially about, around 7 3/4 to the low side, essentially 8 1/4, maybe 8 1/3 to the high side. But that level just got taken out there on good volume, $8.50 at the high of the day right now, NVTS. This one had a big day yesterday and popped up, nice bull flag. We ended up closing above the volume weighted average price in the aftermarket today. We hold the levels, we hold yesterday's lows, we hold yesterday's closing print at around 7 1/3, and here we are, $8.50. Good strength on this name. Keep your eye out there for this one. It is breaking out to the high side right now. $8.50 is NVTS, up 16 1/3%. Not a bad look there, so keeping an eye out on that. Nothing for me to do at the moment right now, guys. KWM is in no man's land over here. It's got a double bottom off or two bottoming tail candles, I should say, off the volume weighted average price. Back into 7.5 it goes, but it's not putting up any higher highs or higher lows. So I feel like we're in an area of indecision right now on KWM. So I'm going to pack my patience to see if there's a better entry level on this name. Otherwise, I'm going to stay clear of this one. Just looking at the scanner to see what's moving. It looks like there's a new ticker, GELS, GELS. Looks like it's at the high of the day right now, $2.96. This is the daily chart on GELS. So it is a former runner. You can kind of see that it has these outsized days with huge topping tail candles and smaller bodies. That means it was obviously intraday traded, and then by the time the market was closing, it moved back down into a more reasonable level. And here's that $3 area. This one's been quite respectful of this higher low, higher high situation with these last two candles getting away from that average mean price. But what I will say to you is this one looks like it has a propensity to print a new high of the day and then to Christmas tree retrace. Here's what I mean. Look at that 7 a.m., 7:30 print. We pop up all the way to 315. We just printed a new high of the day, by the way. So watch for a retracement now. 320, and we drop, the 315 at 7:30 a.m. We drop all the way back down to 2. So we've done that. Then it happened again at the open. We pop up from $2 into 262. We drop right back down to 215. Over here, again, 11:30, we pop up, make a high of the day at around 291, drop all the way back down to 241. So let's see if the money fills here are going to be around like 270, maybe 260. We just printed that 320 high. It has a propensity to retrace after that high of the day break. Take advantage of that. Now, if it doesn't come back into your area, it doesn't come back, you haven't lost any money. Just the opportunity. So we'll keep an eye on this one. GELS, it's going to replace NTCL on the side chart. Let's put in GLS. And replace said NTCL because it's doing bupkis. So we're going to keep an eye out on Gels. Gels is having a good day, man. We're only about 18 pennies or so away from, 18%, excuse me, away from that 100% banger. We're up into 311 or the 320 high. We are still below, believe it or not, the pre-market high, which took us all the way up to about 336. We double topped there. So be on the lookout for 3 high 30s, maybe 3 1/3 area rejection. We just got to 3 1/5 and we're already retracing back down into that $3 level. So there could be something here on GELS. Packing my patience for this one. Let's see if we can get something. NVTS continues to go, and LWVR, another one that we talked about there, all the way to the high side, looking to take out 8. I tried to set up something there on LVWR. It is a little illiquid. It's an $8 name. It's done 1.5 million shares on the day, so I wasn't able to get into this one on my dip trade. Now I have to be really careful about where I get in and get out because I'm on the precipice of getting shut down. So we're gonna have to be super careful now about how we get in and where we get in. Uh-oh, my share shut off there. We gotta turn it back on there, Joseph. Uh-oh. Yeah. I'm gonna throw in. I think I might do a mix now. We'll do some upper as well. We'll do some upper.
Do you ever use that kind of that EMS machine where you put the patches on?
Say that again.
That EMS machine, like where you put the patches.
Oh,
on.
that Dr. Ho machine? You're talking about that? I don't have that, but my sister before she.
Have that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's awesome. A buddy of mine used it.
Yeah. I used it on my lower back.
Is it good?
Yeah. It was fantastic. I was running some serious lower back problems in my lower 20s. Yeah, so I don't know if I told you this story. So, okay, when I bought my condo, it was COVID. I did tell you this story. And the day that I moved in was the day that everything shut down. And it was my game plan to go to IKEA and buy a bed that day.
Okay.
I couldn't. So I had to order it online. And I ordered, like, obviously the worst mattress on the planet and decided to sleep on it for, like, the better part of a month. Yeah, and it just destroyed my lower back because I used to sleep on my stomach, and then it just ruined it, and then I had to get that thing, and then obviously...
Was it a hard mattress or soft?
Yeah, it was hard. I bought it too hard. Like,
aren't those good for you, though?
No.
I thought hard mattresses were good
it was
for you.
too hard, man.
Okay.
Yeah, it was too hard. I had to get a mattress topper and everything. I ended up just throwing it out, but yeah, and then I had to get one of those Dr. Ho...
Thanks, Assassino. Assassino's letting you hear it, bro.
Yeah, he's letting me know, man. It was a big time fail, but that was some interesting.
Joseph, I just want to cover Gels for a second. All right, so there's the topping tail, guys, into 329, and here comes 3. Be on the lookout for a deeper retracement. How deep? I don't know, man. This one is kind of marching to the beat of its own drum. So we're off already, 30 pennies off the top. Let's see if it comes back down, maybe into 2 high 80s. There does seem to be a support level there, owing to this double top that we put in earlier on, right into that 290, 2 high 80s. You guys get what I mean? Generally that area. I'll look for a 2 or 3 candle retracement right now on GELS. You good, Fabian? I think he's got his headphones on there. He's got the hiccups, my guy. Okay. He's out drinking last night, then, I guess. Okay, Fabian had a good night.
And what do I do?
That's why he came in his sunglasses.
Yeah.
Now it all makes sense. Poor thing. I know, man. We're having fun at the Chilean Nightmares expense.
Well, I said,
shout out to him.
That's what I said to get down. I'm like, man, my guy was partying last night because I know it was tonight is trivia night. I think.
What do you mean?
Yes, he has got trivia night.
Fabian?
Yeah, Fabian.
Which trivia?
He just runs trivia night.
Oh no, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Fabian, you do trivia night?
Yeah.
Which is it just general knowledge or is there a theme? Sometimes there's a theme?
Bang.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Where do you do it, man? That's awesome. Near your house, all right.
So, yeah, we're not going to.
So we're not invited.
Yeah, we're not going to. We're not invited nor disclose that one there. All right, guys, let's hop into exactly electrical muscle stimulation (EMS). Thank you, Escape Planet.
Oh yeah, it feels pretty good. I feel pretty stimulated right now.
Thanks, Escape Planet. Always reminds me of Escape Tracks. But yeah, all right. See, the thing is here, guys, we're just waiting. So you can see that we're just continuously moving sideways right now. So I'm either going to wait for that pullback. I know someone mentioned that, like, hey, Joe was right on the Tesla move. I was waiting for that to be a little bit deeper of a pullback for me to get involved. But you can see that we traded right up into that resistance zone and just holding around those specific levels. So again, I'm just going to wait for the exact same thing. It seems that we're forming a shelf here on the Qs, just slowly, gradually forming higher lows as well. But what I want to see is that pullback into the top end of that range, and then some indecision around those specific areas, and then that's when I'm going to look for the continuation for that move to the top side. But it may not happen, right? So the thing is, we might just come back into the middle of the range and trade sideways. I mean, look at how the Qs have been trading throughout the whole session. Other than that volatility spike on the potential, I think, of the Iran news. So here you go, boom, you get that big move right here, and then again we recover most of it, and then we just head right back to moving eastward. So this is really tough. For me, in my opinion, what you want to do, personally, I'm a breakout trader, so I want to see the volume step in. I want to see that momentum start to pick up. But if you're not and you're just trading these ranges, then you want to sell the highs and then buy at the lows, all right? So just keep that in mind. I believe at some point we are going to get that pullback that I'm looking for right into this resistance zone. Just have to be patient enough and not let the market suck me in and drag me in to the point where I'm just chasing something when I have a better opportunity that can potentially arise, all right? So keep that in mind. If there's any names that you guys want me to specifically go over, put it in the chat. We'll do that. But we'll just go over what I did on IBIT as well, too, because I didn't touch too much on that IBIT. So one thing that I want to note is that I was looking for the continuation of yesterday's strength and what we've seen in the post-market as well, too. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. So I did see some indecision prints at some lows, but then when I was looking at the tape, I decided to get out relatively early, which made me miss out on this retracement back towards the volume-weighted average price. But then I was looking for the volume to slowly step up and then break through view up. We didn't get that. It's unfortunate, and you can see. So guys, just focus on these volume candles right now. Look at the strength towards the downside, and then when we start to recover, look at these volume candles. Look at on the 1 minute. Look at these 1 minute interval volume candles. To me, that's weak, and then that's why I started really small. And then when it started to pick up back to the downside, that's when I got right back out, and I wasn't going to force the trade back towards the top side. I was going to be a little bit more patient to see if eventually things turned around, but that hasn't been the case thus far here in Bitcoin, Sharif.
All right, guys. Keeping an eye on NVTS. Comes back into that 10 exponential where it broke out from there. So we're long at this one. We're going to give it a try. We're going to keep a tight stop, likely at the $0.25, give or take, at around there. We're going to do the new. What time is it? Yeah, it's 12:40. We can do the news now. So it's kind of a late news day, to be honest, but we're going to do it anyway. A couple of interesting headlines. Let's talk about our friends at Tesla. All right, so anybody follow Elon Musk on X? I mean, he only has like 250 million followers. If you do follow him on X, you would have noticed he's reposting some of Donald Trump's, truths there that get reposted on Twitter or X. That all really have to do with the Los Angeles riots, but it really is not the subject matter here that's of importance. It is the possible rekindling of the relationship being obviously started by Elon Musk and then Donald Trump making, I don't know, not negative comments about Tesla yesterday, saying he may not sell his Tesla. He's got a lot of properties where he can keep that Model S, right, Adara? So we'll keep tabs on that. A lot of locations, he said there yesterday. So shout out to Donald. All right, we just got to put a stop for our friend over here. At the $0.25. So we're going to go 821. We'll go all the way to 810 there on NVTS. Just keeping my eye out on that because it's selling off quite aggressively over here. So Tesla stock rallied quite nicely today and yesterday as well. 3 1/3 back above 300. Is it back above a trillion? It is back above a trillion. So there you go. Oh, so here's the deal. Tesla has been officially named an autonomous vehicle operator in the city of Austin. That is big news, obviously, because we are anticipating the launch of robotaxi, actually not just the demos, on June 12th in Austin. The city of Austin designating now Tesla an official robotaxi operator, putting it with the likes of Waymo. Prior to that, it had been just in the experimental mode. So what they're looking at doing, the company is slated to launch June 12th. As I said, their initial plans, they're going to have about 10 or 20 modified Model Y vehicles. All will be operating, though, within a geo-fenced environment. So they're going to have basically areas where it can go and where it can't go. And that makes sense, right? You want to step up this kind of thing incrementally and not all at once, so not a bad look. There's going to be no supervised driver. So a lot of the Waymos, they don't have supervised drivers anymore. So kind of putting it on par with that, obviously doing a lot less trips so far. Waymo has, this has nothing to do with Tesla, but Waymo has paused robotaxi service in downtown Los Angeles because people feel the need to take their anger out on these Waymo vehicles that have 100 cameras all over them. And I'm sure nobody was filmed at all doing anything like that. So everything's fine there. WWDC day number 2 out there in Cupertino, California. Yep. Apple's Worldwide Developer Conference really lacked any groundbreaking announcements yesterday, kind of like the Vision Pro that we got back in 2023. We got Apple Intelligence last year, so we typically have bigger announcements during the WWDC conference. Yesterday, more subdued, not really anything moving, but we did get some stuff, so let's talk about it. So the more personalized Siri, like that more advanced Apple Intelligence, will have to wait until later this year or next year. We don't know exactly when the date or the release is going to be, but they did unveil some of their new designs for the upcoming OS, which, by the way, they will go to a new naming system right now for the OS. I just got stopped out of NVTS, by the way. They will go basically for the year. So they're going to say if it's iOS in 2026, it's going to be iOS 26. For 27, it's going to be 27. Right now, they're on iOS 18, which obviously has nothing to do with the year. Go ahead, Joseph.
All right, guys. Traders, are you ready to fully optimize the computer you use for trading every day? Well, Easy Trading Computers and Trader TV has teamed up to bring you an exclusive sale on the world's most powerful AI-ready computers for trading. This limited time desktop and laptop sale includes exclusive performance upgrades, bonus gear, and 0% financing there, guys. And it's only for Trader TV viewers. Scan the QR code, enter your email, and unlock the access before it's gone. The exclusive sale is ending June 12th at 5 p.m. Eastern. So scan that QR code or click the link in the description box, guys.
All right, continuing on with the news. So they're going to have a new naming system, but in addition to that, they're going to have a new operating system look. So they unveiled something called Liquid Glass. It's basically just going to use the Apple processors to kind of give you a more nuanced and more, kind of a natural picture on the for the iOS as well. It's going to be on all their platforms. So Vision Pro is going to get it. You're also going to get it on your Mac. There's also going to be that on CarPlay. More on CarPlay in a second. So in all the different ecosystems that they have, they're going to be employing this Liquid Glass. It marks the first major redesign, believe it or not, of iOS and their OS systems since 2013. And what's funny is I just actually had an old, you guys, like when you go into Facebook, it shows you memories. So back in 2013, I posted a demo. Remember back in the day, you could install these beta versions by downloading it online, which is kind of what I did there. So I have a post actually posting a picture of iOS 13, iOS 7 back in 2013. And that was the last time they had a major redesign. So it's a long time coming. We'll keep an eye out on that. As it said over here, iOS 7 back in 2013.
It seems like it makes like your app a little bit more fluid and seamless.
Yeah, it looks
some
good.
cool things, right? Like we don't have to be switching through the apps all the time. You can just a lot of good connectivity.
Absolutely. I'll take any increase, any improvements where we can get them.
Yeah, exactly.
To be quite honest with you. So the new design emphasizes those curved corners for the windows. It mirrors the device physical design, and it's made possible by Apple Silicon, as we talked about. But They also did introduce some notable improvements to its AI capabilities, particularly image generation and language translation. So if you're FaceTiming with someone, if you're on a call with someone, you'll be able to hear live translations of what the other person is saying. Decent stuff. What I liked the most, quite frankly, is what they're calling Apple Super CarPlay or something like that. I forget the name that they're giving it. It's not just going to be on your infotainment system in the middle. It's going to be on your actual driver display system as well. And you're going to be able to control all the car's features from CarPlay. Now, right now, it's only with a couple of providers. I think the car they were showing yesterday was the Aston Martin Vantage or the DBX, which is the SUV. It's going to be on many different car systems, so you're going to be able to adjust climate control, make all the necessary adjustments that you would be able to do using your car system all through CarPlay. I like that ecosystem. Let's see how they end up doing with it IRL. They also expanded its integration with OpenAI's ChatGPT, allowing users to send screenshots to ChatGPT for text summarization. I saw the screenshot kind of got an upgrade there, so you can screenshot stuff. And if there is, a date for an event, it'll suggest to you to add it to calendar. So some little nuanced AI stuff, making that incremental kind of move up, but nothing groundbreaking whatsoever. Okay, the translation stuff really kind of being the best of the bunch there. Also, Nvidia partnering with HPE out in Europe, out in Germany, that is, for the construction of a new supercomputer named Blue Lion. It's going to be for science and science research, going to be ready as early as 2027, and it's using NVIDIA's latest generation chip called Vera Rubin chip, so good luck there. Also, they just confirmed that one of their supercomputers there that's called Jupiter is the strongest or the fastest European computer, so not a bad look there. Meta, also in the news. It looks like Zuck quite displeased with the state of Llama. And he is so displeased that he's getting together what they're calling an artificial intelligence supergroup. And what he wants to do is get AGI faster than anybody else. Altman's after AGI, all these LLMs looking at, achieving artificial general intelligence. Apparently, the formation of this new super intelligence group was driven by his dissatisfaction with the performance and reception of the new LLM, Llama 4. Achieving AGI would allow Meta, obviously, to integrate its AGI across all its platforms. We reported on this story yesterday with, Scale AI. They're looking at investing about $10 billion into Scale AI, which is run by a guy named Alexander Wang, who will be, if the deal goes through, he will be part of this super group, apparently, that Meta is putting together for AGI, so we'll have to wait to see if we get more information on that. He's apparently recruiting up to 50 people, including the new head of AI research for that AGI project. Anything you want to mention?
Yeah, I'm short the queues. It's not looking too good right now, especially if Amazon wants to get rolling. I mean, Apple tanked south of the volume-weighted average price, and then now we're just trading within this here. So again, I'm not gonna get suckered into any of this chop here in the overall market. So if I get stopped out, then that's fine. I'll wait for some orderly type price action. But here we are in the TQs. We're short this name at this shelf price. Come on, get it right there, kid. Man, why? That's the thing. Why can't we just type it in? All right. Still, there we go. All right, so yeah, again, if we hold above this zone, then I'll just hop out of this trade. If it wants to take another leg higher, then so be it. Again, yeah, I just mentioned I'm not gonna hop into this chop game of the market. Okay. Yeah, exactly. So we're just gonna have to find something else. NVDA doing the exact same thing. You can see how identical the price action is between the Qs and NVDA. So they're moving in correlation there, guys. And yeah, again, we hold above this specific level. I'm gonna get out of that. No worries. Start really small with the position, and then we build into them once they start working. Looking for that move back towards the volume-weighted average price. Maybe another liquidity grab or two, and we get that. But right now, it's looking like we want to slowly grind higher.
Sounds good. All right. Uber making yet another push into that AV game, autonomous vehicles. So Uber announced a partnership with Wave, which is a based self-driving technology firm to commence trials for fully autonomous vehicles out in England. The pilot program marks a significant first for Uber as it will enable users to take rides without any safety driver present, which is class 4, as we know the different classes of autonomous driving. Wave, just to give you an idea who they are, they're a London-based startup. They're backed by SoftBank and Masayoshi Son. They specialize in developing software for self-driving vehicles. They utilize AI. Obviously, we know Tesla has been using AI a lot more in their neural network, so kind of, you know, something we've already heard of. The UK's recent Autonomous Vehicles Act, which was passed last year, aims to pave the way for self-driving vehicles to be on British roads by 2026. That is quite good. Obviously, a little bit behind North America, or America, because we don't have anything here in Canada, autonomous vehicle. We don't have, right, guys? You don't have, we don't have, right? Yeah, I don't think
know.
so.
Why don't we be a little proactive and start to get that ball rolling, because we know it's coming, but we'll probably wait until the last minute.
Yeah. I don't know why they're dragging their feet. They probably should, maybe because of the climate.
Maybe.
Because climate's probably a little bit difficult in the winter. Yeah, because you see what the NTH or NHTSA or whatever it is, National Highway, NHTSA, they want, and even though, like, you know, apparently it was supposed to be a pro or a friendly governing body now, a regulatory body, they still want all this information from Tesla about what the camera is able to see and not see during, like, tough times, fog, night, you know, bad conditions like that. Because again, Tesla's only using the camera networks, right?
And I like how you put it that way, because imagine the individuals who don't brush the snow off of their car.
Oh yeah, I love those people.
So there you go. The cameras will be working fantastically, especially when they're covered in snow.
Yeah, well, even if not, like even if you clean it and then you end up in a snowstorm and it gets covered, you're in trouble, right? Like,
exactly,
it's probably gonna have to get disengaged. So let's talk about Disney, because now they own Hulu outright. Now we've seen this whole like long thing. This has been going on since 2019, guys, since Disney's been trying to take Hulu off Comcast's hands. Finally done. They added an additional $438.75 million to acquire Comcast's remaining 33% stake in Hulu, officially concluding the multi-year process. The final payment comes after Disney's initial announcement in 23 of its intent to buy Comcast stake, which was at the time they paid about $8.6 billion on Hulu's guaranteed minimum value of $27.5, which was the agreed upon minimum back in 2019. Whether it's worth more or less, the market can decide that. The appraisal process which was expected to conclude in 2024, involved both Disney and Comcast appraisers whose valuations differed significantly. They ended up bringing a third party there. So the transaction is anticipated to close on or before July 24th, while the payment will be recorded on Disney's third fiscal quarter and not expected to affect their 2025 guidance, in case you were worried about earnings there. So the full ownership will also facilitate what Disney's been trying to do with their integration of ESPN and other services, all with that direct-to-consumer push to kind of circumvent the cable companies and obviously improve margins. As of March 29th, Hulu had about 50 million subs, give or take, which contributes significantly to that 180.7 million subs that Disney claims. 50 million of that is just Hulu. So not a bad look. Obviously, the majority coming from Disney Plus, but 50 million, nothing to sneeze at. Anything on your side, Joseph?
No, just still sitting in on this trade here, guys. Again, you got to be patient. It does look like the market's going to want to start coming back in here. Nvidia doing the exact same job. I'm short the queue, so I'm monitoring what the big boys are up to. And I think that's what needs to be done, especially when you're trading the overall market. All right, so that's what I got going on. It's still the same game plan. Going to be patient. If it does look like we're going to pick up a little bit in momentum, and I see the volume start to pick up, because you can see, look at the profile here, guys. It's just completely just falling off a cliff, right? It's decayed. So again, I'm not expecting anything too drastic right now until that volume does step in. And if it does, and I see it start to step in towards the downside, and we make that push towards VWAP, then that's going to give me a beautiful add opportunity there. So,
all right.
Sorry, your mom's stockbroker. Any plans to bring them back? Oh, okay. So some people in the chat have been. You see the questions there? Yeah. Not that I'm aware of, there, guys. So not anytime soon. But if there is, obviously, we'll keep you posted with
Absolutely, yeah. Look, guys, the lessons are not happening anymore because the market's just moving off a lot lately. So what we've decided to do is just kind of to go with the market moves, and with Donald Trump speaking at any one time, we've just been trying to cover that. But thank you for asking that. If we do bring it back, we'll obviously you'll be informed about it. Absolutely. All right, last one here, Joseph. HHS, Department of Health and Human Services, being obviously spearheaded by RFK, announced the retirement, let's put it in quotes, of all 17 members of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, essentially the people who deal with the vaccines. ACIP is responsible for reviewing vaccine data and making recommendations on eligibility for shots, insurance coverage, and other critical immunization policies. We know what's going on here. So Kennedy claimed that he couldn't really deal with the current board in their form because they were people put in by Biden last minute. And if he was to wait until their term lapsed, it would have to take until 2028. So he basically fired them all, and he's going to put new people in. That obviously has an effect on these, names that make vaccines, like we're RNA, mRNA, Pfizer, etc. So keep your eye out on that. Not really the biggest news headline, but one that I thought I would mention. Now, the trade talks continue between China and the United States. It's day 2 of the high-level talks between the two countries. For the U.S. delegation, we got Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary. We got Howard Lunatic, the Commerce Secretary. I'm kidding, of course, guys. We also have Jameson Greer. China's team is being spearheaded by Vice Premier He Li Fang, as well as Minister Wang Wentao and Vice Minister of Commerce Li Changgang. President Trump expressed his optimism yesterday, said the talks are going well and he's receiving good reports from his team. The central focus, though, of the talks is about the critical minerals, especially those rare earth elements and rare earth metals, which are vital for many different industries, including defense and technology. The U.S. is seeking confirmation from China that will basically restore the amount of volumes of those metals, rare earths, that were coming before Beijing put the restriction on back in April. In exchange, Donald Trump has authorized his team to potentially remove U.S. restrictions on the sale of certain strategic goods to China, including chip-making software, jet engine parts, and ethane. So not a bad look there. Analysts remain, though, cautious, suggesting that these talks are unlikely to provide a comprehensive deal, but will likely, be just incremental in how they get done. So it's not going to be one big, beautiful deal, so to speak. I know, sorry, I had to do that. But it's going to be more like, okay, we've agreed to this, and then we move on to the next issue, and then we agree on that, and then maybe by the end of the year, who knows, we'll have a deal in place that can stand the test of time. So that is the news for now, guys. Just wanted to keep you guys apprised of that, and we'll keep a look out on the market. What do you got, Joseph?
Yeah, same thing here, guys. Just being real patient. It's 1 o'clock, so we will do the Playmaker. This is 100, so as of tomorrow, I've came up with an idea, and I'm going to present it to everyone. We're going to start doing options contracts with weekly expiration. I think that'll be cool and add a little bit of a twist to it there. So there we go, Sharif. Number 100 there on the Playmaker poll there, brother. All the data that we have collected.
Are we doing it live?
As a collective unit. We're doing it live there, my friend. All right, cool. So yeah, we're going long, 75%, guys. For those who are just tuning in, just a kind of a paper trade that we do as a collective unit. You vote in the chat there, long or short SPY, and then we just put on a paper trade and collect the data to see if it's a profitable system over time. And right now, as of right now, it definitely is. So yeah, we'll keep an eye out on that. All ears. Joseph, yeah, let's go. Yeah, I know, it's a great idea. I know everybody's loving that already. So yeah, we're going to do that, guys. We're going to do it, I think, with weekly expiration. And then what we'll do is with each day, we'll just continue on that same one, and we'll just see how volatility affects the contracts and how time decay affects that weekly expiration cycle. All right, so that's going to be a cool idea. I think you guys are going to like that one. So far, everybody seems to be cool, having a good time about that. I don't think it's strong enough to lose you up, but Tesla, you never know. Okay, that's not on topic. All right, Sharif, talk to me, my friend.
All right, 602.03.
602.
We take profits at 604.03.
604.03.
And we get stopped out At 601.03.
601.03. All
There
right,
you go.
yeah, it's a tough look there, I think, today, guys, on the playmaker. Considering where we're currently sitting at, and you can see the market start to pull back a little bit here as well, too. But that's the game plan. We're going to start officially tomorrow on that one. Once I update that, switch the will the playmaker. Yeah, I mean, we can definitely do that. We're thinking about that as well, too, is just actually just putting on a couple of shares as well, just to see if that works out. And we can do that. But unfortunately, we can't do that with contracts. We'll do a couple weeks of contracts to see how that works. And then there we go. All the other traders seem to be enjoying that. DTP, I don't know where your comment is. You got to take into consideration. I don't think it's strong enough to lose view up with Tesla. Sorry, Sharif, I'm just reading something here.
Take your time, bro.
Yeah, Theta is strong with this one. Yes, okay. Read my comment. Yeah, I did DTP. So there you go. Congratulations.
Sorry,
yes,
Andre, give me a second.
Yeah. All right.
No, I'm just sending him the tickers.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah, here we go, guys. That's a good idea. I think everybody's adapting that relatively cool.
Boom.
So what we'll do is we'll just do weeklies, and then we'll just continue on that same expiration cycle until Fridays to see either we hit a banger of a 0 DTE trade or we just lose the value of the contract. So I think that'd be a pretty cool idea. And here you can see, guys, the Qs are starting to pull back. So again, we made it a little push higher. Wasn't strong enough to be sustained, but now as we continue to pick up this momentum, you see the volume slightly start to pick up, and that's a positive direction for me, all right? So this is exactly what I want to see. As we pushed higher, volume really started to stair-step down, so this is not a genuine move that can be classified as somewhat as an anomaly, but now we're slowly starting to stair-step as we depreciate in price. Stair-step higher, that is, as we're depreciating in price. So once we break through some key support levels, I want to see that volume really start to pick up, and that's going to give me an opportunity to add into this position, Sharif.
All right, MU, guys, is really having a good day today. Shout out to Micron, man. What a move up here for Micron. Let's have a look. Shout out to Bishwajit. Said, please check Micron. What's wrong? Well, I don't think anything's wrong, brother. I mean, it's up nicely here, 3.25%. All the chips are strong today. Like, I'm looking at my watch list for the chips. There's only 2 names that are red. SPCE down 1%, and Marvell is essentially flat. Every other name is positive. Intel is up 4%. You've got the likes of, what else? MCHP, the one that I gave you guys, up 3.5%. That one continues to put in higher highs and higher lows. What were we saying about this $60 breakout, right? Above the 200. And look at this move up. Jenny Harrington, I told you guys about this when it was at around $50, $55. It's now $70. It's above all its technical levels, and it kind of is looking like an inverse head and shoulders. Shout out to Mitch, who says, you know, he doesn't like using that pattern, but I think an inverse head and shoulders is as good as a regular head and shoulders, probably manifests a little bit less. So MCHP, another very good day. Adara, what's up?
Up here, Sharif, is we have these 3-year note auction. It's not really moving the market, and it's also, the numbers themselves aren't super significant, but worth noting because as we learned a couple weeks ago, sometimes we can have big delayed reactions to these auctions. So here's the number for the 3-year note auction. 3.972% is what we got. Our previous number here, 3.824%, so slightly higher than the previous. Back to you.
Out as I kind of mentioned it was really going. Here is INTC. Let's look at the 5-minute on this one. No idea what it is. I just got this price spike notification from my brokerage, but I don't see the headline on it, and there's really nothing that is in my blotter today to justify this. There was a 7:05 headline from QuickLogic joins Intel Foundry Chip Alliance. That can't be it because that came in at 7:05 this morning. So Intel breaking out as we speak, 4 2/3, almost at that 21.5, 21.45 HOD on INTC, which was essentially consolidative all day or all afternoon from 10:30 onwards till we took out that basically 20.95 high. We were in a consolidation mode. So Intel on the move up right now. Keep your eye on it. Guys, I see gels is breaking out, but I was on the verge of getting shut down, so I have to trade super carefully. I couldn't hold this position against me, so I realized it was going. I would have been sizing in substantially over here in front of 3 because it was obviously bull flagging, but that's just the nature of trading on a prop floor. You got to basically work around your risk, and there's not much risk left for me, so got to keep an eye on that. Anything you can tell us about it, Intelidera?
There's no news. This move, of course, does suggest some kind of news. I'm still looking for it. If I see anything, I'll let you guys know. But it's worth noting lots of social media attention for this one right now. INTC traders are definitely watching it. Now, whether or not they're watching it with a catalyst, I have yet to determine. But again, this move really significant, guys. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair. Yeah, great look there for Intel. I mean, who knows what Lip-Bu is up to, man? Lip-Bu could be, striking these deals, and we got no idea about it.
Exactly.
So that's a look there. What do you got, my man?
Cooking up a storm there. Thank you, Equinox, for correcting me on that one. Yeah, so let's take a look at Lip-Bu here and see what he's got going on. I mean, we can zoom out. I heard Katina Man talking about this one a little bit earlier throughout the day, and unfortunately, this name has been not doing so well. I mean, it's been holding up 18 relatively well, but we're just trading within this $10 range here for since August of last year. So, yeah, not a good look here for Intel. I think it's going to take some time for this thing to get turned around. But I mean, one step at a time, babies. One step at a time.
Get it, Joe.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh, Dara's singing too, bro. You got Adair singing
well,
now.
It's not
man.
hard to get Adair to get going on.
No. Sometimes Adair's jamming in the morning on her own.
Large. You have to.
Often, she said.
Often, quite often, so often. But yeah, this is what I got going on. If this really starts to pick up and the momentum seems that it wants to continue to the top side, then we'll just hop out of this. I don't want to micromanage this here, guys. So again, just focusing on what the volume's telling me until it really starts to pick up. And if it does, as we break through some key resistance zones, then we'll just hop out of that trade. There's no worries about that. So yeah, that's my game plan on that. NVDA just stuck in moving sideways. I mean, it's not doing too much today. I want to talk a little bit about Bitcoin after this, but let's take a look at NVDA from a daily standpoint. Again, just moving sideways on the higher time frames as well too. Wait for a pullback, and then I think we're going to get that continuation and break through that all-time high. So that's going to be 153. Currently trading in the 140s, and I've seen someone in the chat also mention 155 by the end of the week. The thing is, though, and we've been monitoring NVDA's options chain for quite some time now, and just how it reacts around high levels of open interest on the call side. And what I'm seeing displayed at 45s, and that's where we rejected literally almost to the penny yesterday, is that we still have too much size at 145 and 146. So there's a congestion of open contracts through a series of about 5 or 6 strike prices. And we want to keep an eye on that, because what we want to be able to identify is that come next week, are those contracts lifting up and are they rolling over? So that's one of the big questions that I have. I'm not saying that we can't go north of 145 or 146, but just be cautious, because if we decide to, and I've noticed this on multiple occasions as well too, is that now that everyone who's been underwater from last week's expiration cycle, there's nothing that you can do. They hedge aggressively, and that can also send the stock to the downside. So keep an eye on that. If we do trade below 145 for the remainder of the week, then what I'm going to look for is next week, are those contracts being lifted to higher strike prices? And if they're not and they stay stagnant, then I'm going to say, hey, we're going to trade in this range until I see them lifted and until I see them start to kind of slowly decay or go higher in increments. Okay, I'm out of TQs here. That volume really stepped in. I don't want any part of that. I have no issues hopping out of there, especially if the market's going to break out and some of these names are going to follow suit. Then I'm going to look to participate on the long side. We didn't get that breakdown to the volume-weighted average price. This could just be an additional liquidity grab, which is I'm getting the feeling, because we do have that shelf-type price action. Be patient, wait for that opportunity. Took a small L on TQs right now, but we had a half-decent long on it earlier.
All right, guys, what's it called? Intel is really going here, so it probably behooves us to have a quick gander at INTC. Guys, we are 562, 5.5 now. 162, 5.5%. INTC aggressively higher at the moment, looking to possibly go 6%. Right now. Oops, sorry, it didn't update there. There's the chart on INTC for those who are following. What a move up on this name. Still no headline that I'm seeing quite yet, just getting the price spike notification. But Jared just confirmed she's still seeing nothing on her end. So we'll keep tabs on this one. Obviously, anything that we get, we will let you know. But INTC right now, breakout through, I want to say, that $21 area. It looked more like 20.90, but we always try to round up. It's continuing to go here. So high of the day, 67. We just printed that 67 high day right now. So keep your eye on INTC if you're interested in this one. Good continuation. I don't know. We're not typically trading these ones, so I don't really have an entry. But on the 5-minute. Let me have a look there. We're well extended away from the 10 exponential moving average. So it feels like, you're just punching in on the highs right now on INTC, but a fantastic look. No question about it. Again, nothing new coming in on my blotter on INTC. We'll keep you guys apprised of that. You always wonder, these algos that react to these news headlines, what news service are they using? We're obviously news service peasantry over here, you know what I mean?
Oh, no,
we're 10 minutes deep into the breakout, we have no idea what the hell's going on. Who are these guys using over there,
You gotta
bro?
get on the phone with these guys.
Gotta get on the phone with them, man. I need answers, baby.
And see what's going on. We need
Clearly.
their news service and what their insiders. A little insider info would never hurt anybody.
No, and remember when quantum started breaking out after the election, and everyone was wondering what the hell quantum was breaking out for, and then we got the Google headline, I think 2 weeks deep. It's like, okay.
Somebody knew a little something.
If I'm the SEC, I'm auditing everybody who punched in large size from this day to that day. You can't tell me that's not hard. That's hard to do these days, right? You can probably do it in a second.
Team Pelosi.
So Team Pelosi, bro. What's going on there, Katina, man? Apparently Snapchat's breaking out. We're going to go to Adair in a second while we show you guys SNAP, Assassino, Alke there. Big move up. Here it is. Snap plans to sell lightweight consumer AR glasses, reports TechCrunch. Who are these TechCrunch people? But they got that what is his name? Sam Spiegel or something? Sam Spiegel. Thank you, Adara. So there it is. Adara, you've got news. Tell us what's up. Evan, that's.
So we're going to take a look here at HIMS, hims and hers. Unclear. I can't really get a time on this story. I'm still not seeing it in Benzingo, but either way, it's worth noting this just came in my blotter. Eli Lilly's been really strong today. Apparently, at some point today, they came out and said they're only going to be partnering with telehealth firms that stop selling copycat versions of their weight loss drugs. Well, that's going to rule out Hims and Hers. So Hims and Hers here apparently not likely to partner with Eli Lilly anytime soon. This one super weak on the day. Cannot find if this story is brand new, if it's just being recirculated here on X, but HIMS to the downside. Meanwhile, Eli Lilly in a day that's been fairly choppy for lots of the market, really strong today. Back to you.
All right, beauty.
There you go.
Still looking for Intel. Nothing on Intel still, guys. We've got that Snapchat headline, quick as you like, but we're getting bub-kissed right now on that Intel headline. So keep you guys updated. Anything you got, Joseph?
Yeah. I just punched Snap here.
Something happened on Uber. Sorry to have to interrupt.
Uber,
Neil just talking about Uber.
as well too.
I'm not seeing it, Neil.
Yeah, it's tanking. Uber's tanking as well.
Oh, I clicked the wrong one.
Yeah.
My bad.
You hit Uber instead.
Not clicked on the one. Here it is.
There you go. Our big move to the downside in Uber. I'm long Snap on that volume spike just to look for a pop-up below those specific levels. If we don't get it, then we'll just hop out small size. Adair, what do you got for us?
Get it, Dara.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, I'm seeing here a lot of people circulating on X for Uber. I'm not seeing a brand new news catalyst here or anything, but people are talking about how apparently the first ever Tesla Model Y robotaxi is just driving around without anyone in the driver's seat on public roads in Austin, Texas. People are getting really excited about this, so lots of hype here on TSLA. Unclear if that's the reason for this UBER drop, but we know with regards to this autonomous driving related catalyst that UBER and TSLA can kind of move together or opposite one another. Back to you.
That's really interesting.
We'll take it. I mean,
why not, right?
Yeah. It's about time. This is exactly what we want to see from Elon. So I'm
Get
glad
it, Elon.
Yeah, I'm glad that he's finally getting this rollout happening. And I want to see a lot more. I want to hear. I should call my buddy that lives in Austin to see. Oh, I told you that I have a good friend that lives in Austin and he works.
Another city that you like in Texas.
I've never been.
Oh, I thought you were. Oh, I'm
Dallas.
just joking.
Yeah. No, but I heard Austin's a good time. No, he works in the EV space.
Okay.
And he named electric. There's a street called Electric Drive in Austin.
No.
And he actually got to name it. So which is
You kidding?
Yeah, I swear.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe we'll get him on here. And
Yeah, man, bring him on.
He's from Austin because he's in Austin and he works in the EV space.
That's fantastic. Are you kidding, dude? Bring him on. Yeah, no question about it.
All right, we'll do that. Maybe I'll message him. I'll message him tonight to see what he's up to. So
I think that's fantastic,
what do you guys
man.
think about that there? So
Absolutely.
that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, and
I'd love to hear what he has to say. Obviously, he's probably, there might be some confidentiality stuff, but whatever you can tell us.
Things. Exactly. I'm going to message him tonight. I'm glad that I kind of thought of it like that.
Yeah.
And so he actually works in the EV space and named Electric Drive in Austin, Texas, for those who are familiar with that. So yeah, we'll get in touch with.
Yeah. Anybody in Austin know that spot?
Yeah.
Can you? Let us know. That's fantastic.
So Ron Johnson might know. Can you confirm
Get it,
Electric
Ron.
Drive? I'm pretty sure that's the name of the street there. But yeah, he did a commercial not too long ago. A couple of years ago, he sent it to me. Yeah, a good friend of mine that I met.
Should be super interesting to see. Like, what they're talking about now, not just robo-taxis driving around, but self-deliveries.
Yeah.
Like you buy a Model Y online and it drives to your house.
Isn't
that
that
sick?
Is so cool.
Of
right?
course,
Yeah, that is so cool.
schlepping to a dealership like a schmuck.
Yeah.
That's a lot of Yiddish.
Who would
right
ever
there,
do
bro.
that? Yeah, exactly. When you can just get it to drive straight to your front door.
You know what I mean? Like, I think that like, it's obviously, more of a superficial thing, but it'll get a lot of people.
How much lazier do you think we can get?
I can get a little bit lazier, bro. And the thing is, I don't get lazier. I reassign my time.
You reassign.
Yeah,
Okay.
like, I'll do something different with that time.
So we'll put it in this instance. Okay, so you get the Model Y delivered.
Okay.
That's 40 extra minutes in the gym.
Once every 4 years. Fantastic. You know what I mean? Like, if that's not saving time. No, but like, you know what I mean for real though, right? Like,
obviously, right?
There's other things that
there's
you
other
can.
things that we can most definitely be doing.
No question about it. So we'll keep tabs on that. All right, we're kidding, guys.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's more of a gimmick than anything else. I don't think that's going to move the needle. But the technology that's allowing it to deliver, self-deliver, that is, to your house is going to be the same technology that can drive you around or drive other people around while you're at work. And that's kind of been the always the theme, so to speak, that you can have a Tesla and it can be out there making money for you. We'll have to see how that all works IRL. Right now, it is still just in the beta phase, so keep tabs on all that. Sharif, I would love it to also deliver my Grubhub order. So you bring up a really good point to New York Sense, and the thing about that is they don't want these bigger vehicles driving around food and stuff like that. They think it's super inefficient use of energy. So you have a big Model Y, driving around like a little paper bag that's bringing your food. So what the move here is for those smaller kind of like autonomous things or the drones. Obviously, I'm sure you guys have seen it in China. They have these lockers that the drones deliver your food in, and then you just go with your phone app, and I think everything's WeChat there. You basically scan the locker, and then it gives you your food. And those lockers are kind of just all over the place. And so when you order from any of them, it tells you where the local locker is, when is assigned to you, et cetera. You guys know the drill. So that is, I think, a more efficient use of the energy there. Guys, I got stopped out again over here of GELS as this one came down aggressively. So it lost that $3 area, so we're all out of that, but we're still holding our position in NVTS over here, looking for a volume weighted average price hold and a move back up. Tell me what's up, Adira.
Flurry of headlines that I want to mention here briefly coming through. TSLA looking really nice here, bouncing off that 316 level. As I mentioned, lots of excitement here on X about these upcoming robo-taxis. Elon Musk chiming in, talking about the simply beautiful design, quote unquote. So good look here, TSLA getting this hype and getting this bounce here off of that 316 level. Keep an eye on as well on AI plays both here and in China, because we do have comments coming through here from artificial intelligence and crypto czar David Sachs. He's saying that China is only about 3 to 6 months behind the U.S. in artificial intelligence. Jensen Huang has said pretty similar things too. But last but not least, I think this might be one of the more interesting things here. We know that it's been on watch for a while. Who is Donald Trump going to pick to be the next head of the Federal Reserve? Well, for a while, we were thinking it was going to be this guy, Kevin Warsh. Now, Bloomberg reporting that Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary, is going to be the top contender. As of 4 days ago, Donald Trump said that he's going to have his pick for the new Fed Reserve Chair soon. We're going to have to wait and find out who it is. But either way, this is being discussed pretty heavily right now. We'll have to wait and see. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adira. Just keeping an eye here on anything that could be coming in for Intel. I'm still not seeing anything on Intel. It's literally at the high of the day right now, INTC, 2171. It's at 68s over here. So I'm just looking for any news on Google, because certainly I have nothing on my blotter, guys. So INTC continues to move up here quite aggressively. Keep your eye out on that. Wisp away. They deliver to your address. You put landing mat in your yard and the drone lands there. This is out, I'm assuming, Ireland, Wisp away. Shout out to you. That's interesting. Yeah, they do it a little differently, as I mentioned. In China, you get that locker specifically. But I know that Walmart now is delivering things directly to your address. I think in Texas. I'm not sure if they're doing it in California. Was it Walmart or was it... So Walmart, was it Amazon? Probably both. In any event, yeah, I think that is probably where the future is going there, guys. So we'll keep all that, we'll keep all that, close by. All right, guys, keeping an eye here on some names that are not doing what the market is doing. Netflix, for whatever reason, selling off today, 3% to the downside, losing that $1,200 area. Very weak today on NFLX. I wonder if that had anything to do with the acquisition that we talked about today with Hulu and Disney. I don't think that's probably it. I'm looking on my blotter to see if there's anything on Netflix right now or from earlier today. Obviously, we had probably just gotten into all-time highs again. No, we're in a 3-day pullback right now. So 3-day negativity here for NFLX, but very much near all-time highs at that 63, 1260, and now we're down below 1200 at 1187. Scott Bessent is now being considered as a possible candidate for the next Fed chair. When does Jerome Powell's term expire? Do you know?
Yeah.
May?
Let's go.
Next May. Yeah, let's find out.
Final year. Let's go Snapchat.
Is he? Is that his final year? Let's find out with Chat over here. Apparently, Chat's working now. Okay. So let's go and do this. So when is
do your thing, Chat?
Actually, I got to go to Midday queries. There we go. I don't want to be littering that. When is Jerome Powell's term expiring? Let's see. Come on, get it right, Chat. May 15th, 26. Okay. Yeah, Katina Man, you're right on. You're a month off, but no problem.
Never mind ChatGPT, you got Katina Man in there.
Yeah, I know, right? Intel still going here, guys. So yeah, that's really interesting. Obviously, we've seen that before. Janet Yellen held the Fed chair position, then she ended up being Treasury Secretary. Scott going to do it in reverse, so to speak. He's Treasury Secretary and now possible Fed chair president. You got to wonder, though. You got to wonder about Donald's selection to put him in there. He can't have his way with Jerome. Jerome won't cut rates. No. Does he get what he needs from Scotty Bessent? Is that what the move is here?
Maybe.
I don't know. I don't think Scotty Bessent lies down, though.
Yeah, see, that's not a good thing. I got stopped out of Snapchat there. Don't usually trade this thing from an intraday standpoint. No continuation. But yeah, there you go. To add to that point there, Sharif,
yes, sir.
Does that make the Fed a political entity if...
Oh, yeah. Or do they lose their neutrality? Yeah, exactly.
Right. Exactly. So
Big Spile. $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Big Spile. Walmart delivers anything to me sometimes within hours, and I am 40 to 50 minutes away from the nearest one. Amazon missing out on those cheap groceries. Thank you, Big Spile. Thank you for giving us context as well, because we don't have anything delivered up here by drone, so it's nice to see what you guys are doing down there and what to expect for us over here. Shout out to Big Spile. We were talking, obviously, about the drone deliveries in China. Jay Lee, Sharif. The funniest part is that the POTUS thinks the Fed decision is up to the chair. He still does not understand the market bond rates set what the Fed can and can't do. Should be funny. You bring up a very good point, Jay. The bond market dictates a lot of what the 10-year does. No question about that. And also, it's a committee, right? So everybody has to vote in the same way, or usually they don't actually all vote the same way. But everybody always talks about it's a chair-dominated committee. So the Fed chair basically dominates the FOMC. Whether or not that's true IRL, that's what I hear. Adair, what's up?
I want to say as well, and I mentioned this when I initially was talking about these reports about Scott Bassett potentially being a contender. There's another contender that Donald Trump has talked about a lot himself that I think we should talk about really quickly here as well. His name is Kevin Warsh. This is just what really the only good photo I could find of him where he was not blurry. He's on the Coupang board. He's on a lot of boards here, Kevin Warsh. Now, Donald Trump has actually floated him around a couple different times here as a potential replacement once Fed Chair Jerome Powell's term expires. And it's worth noting, too, we know, he actually was a former governor on the board, so he served on the Federal Reserve before. The thing with Kevin Warsh is, as of late, he seems to spend a lot of time posting or writing here anti-Federal Reserve articles. They've been published a couple different places. Clearly, Kevin Warsh, not a fan of how they're currently running things. He could be an interesting choice as well. And again, it's been reported for a while here that he's Donald Trump's first pick. Back to you.
Dara, for that. Apparently, Elon. Oh, it is.
Got it right here.
Oh, there it is. Okay, first ever Tesla Model Y robotaxi with no one in the driver's seat spotted testing on public roads in Austin. Yeah, prior to that, you guys saw the videos I showed you guys a few weeks ago. You got it?
Yep.
All right.
We'll make sure we are.
Yeah, so no audio there, but yeah, this is basically it. That's a new Juniper Model Y.
Nice.
No.
Oh, there's my buddy right there. No, I'm just
Is that the older one behind it? Just let me see quick.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see it actually stop for pedestrians.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? No, those are both the
only
new
two,
ones right
though?
there.
What kind of fleet is that? That's not really
Yeah, well, there you go, man. I mean, there was only supposed to be 10 to 20 to start, Joseph.
Oh,
so
is there? Okay.
Yeah.
We got 10% of that, so.
All right, Big Spouse. Sorry, not by drone, by drivers, but it won't be long, and still amazing living rural and getting your groceries and stuff delivered same day, saves literally hours a week. I bet, Big Spile, but what I was talking about are drone deliveries. Baby, you're throwing me off here. No, we're talking about basically the idea that, you were misusing these larger vehicles and all the energy they consume to deliver these super small parcels. And that's what everybody complains about right now. When an Uber Eats or a DoorDash or on this side of the border, Skip the Dishes, they come in a big bulbous car to give you a small bag like that. A lot of people saying, it's not the best use of energy. We'll have to, it's the best we have right now. So until we can kind of improve that, that's what we've got. So that's why I was talking about that, Big Spile. And I was talking about China. They do everything, drone deliveries based on the locker system and that whole thing. So that's a look there. Anything else you want us to look at, guys? It's about, it's a bit of a slower day today. These small cap gappers really not really moving a whole lot here in the midday. I'm keeping my eye on the blotter to see if anything is moving, anything afoot. MRIN was one that we talked about earlier. This one can't seem to shake the pre-market high that we got into. Let's flip to the 5 here on MRIN and that aftermarket high. Still keeping an eye on this one, been very consolidative. You could have had a good trade here if you traded the range, but that's not really my cup of tea. That one is up 80 some odd %. We also had ARAI that was moving up quite aggressively up today. Let's just flip this over here. GELS as well. I was involved in that, got stopped out a bunch of times. We also had LVWR. That's trading near highs right around $8, but very much in a consolidative phase right now between that 820 and 790. What else was there? KWM, which is the one that got me in trouble, was very positive on it and then ended up giving back everything and then some on KWM. So I hate this stock for ever and ever more. This one, though, QSG, continuing to put in higher highs and higher lows. What is this? QuantaSing, China-based company mainly engaged in the provision of adult learning courses. This sounds like HKD. Wasn't HKD doing that adult learning back in 2022? Anyway, QSG, guys, a new entrant in the small cap gapper world. 990 high, back down here 9.5, but holding that 10 exponential moving average quite well. QSG is the ticker. I didn't put that up there. I do apologize. QSG. Yeah, so we'll throw that one up on there. I could be absolutely persuaded to weasel into this one if it is appropriate. So keep tabs on that one. Involved in this trade right now on NVTS. It's going against me over here. So we'll have to decide what to do with this one here. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, good luck there, guys. So I tried for the continuation here on Snapchat. Just didn't work out. Yeah, so I mean, it's just how this day's going. I mean, it is what it is.
Same, bro, same.
Yeah, yeah, it is what it is.
Same.
You know what I mean? So it's just
look at this. I just want to show you one thing.
that's true.
It's just, it is what it is, baby. It is what it is,
man. That's just how it is, right? Like, it's sometimes it be that way, but yeah,
that's closer than you've been, right? Like, close as it gets right there. All right. Well, it is.
Been that close for sure, but that's funny. No, I mean, again, today is the end of my green streak. So I went on a 7-dayer. Today will probably be the end of it because I'm not going to be trading too much after this, guys. So 7 days today, red, small stuff, and that's the thing, right? I think that's a really, really key skill in trading is that when you have a day like this, you just want to keep those losses as small as you can. You got to take your stabs, obviously, but then at some point you just want to quit and just be like, you know what, guess what? Tomorrow's a new day. If today's choppy, hopefully we find some order. Oh my days. Why didn't I think of this? Why didn't I think of this? I said this first thing this morning. That's absolutely hilarious. I said that to myself. First thing this morning. Tomorrow was CPI. And when I looked at it, I'm like, CPI, today's going to be choppy. And then today I'm like scratching my head, like, why is it so choppy? Tomorrow is CPI, so keep an eye out for that there, guys. 8:30 bright and early. We'll pull up some of the macro events that we got coming up throughout the week because it's PPI to follow that, I believe, on Thursday as well, too, guys. So I'm like, why is this market so choppy? And then sure enough, boom, we got the light bulb switch right there, guys. Solid job, Joe. I mean, why didn't I? Again, it is what it is, right? So traders trade, others zinc. I mean, at the end of the see, that's the thing. There's a time and a place for everything. Sometimes it's just not your day. And I think the best traders realize that. Today is not their day, and then they just stop. It's like, all right, see you later, because guess what? The market's going to be back tomorrow. And that's the boat that I'm falling in this morning. Again, I can't complain about a 7-dayer, a green streak, and I have one red day. That's no issue. All right, core, we got PPI tomorrow, guys. Consumer Price Index coming in bright and early, 8:30. Best believe Adara and Sharif are going to be covering that one. So I'm going to be looking forward to that. I know Adara's excited about it too. Adair, what do you think about tomorrow's print? Are we coming in hot or are we coming in cooler than expected?
I think the market will tell me. I don't like to make assumptions about these types of things, so I'm going to have to wait and see what happens. I have found lately these have been pretty in line with what we're expecting, so we're going to look at the past. I would assume it continues, but who am I? I don't know.
See how I tried to lure you in there with that one to see what your suggestion would be on there, but no, good answer there, Adara. Yeah, maybe we come in line. Let's keep an eye out for that. But then we also got core PPI coming out on Thursday as well too. So keep an eye out for that. And then Friday 10 a.m. we might get a little volatility spike with consumer sentiment. So that's why I was like, Sharif, the first thing I said this morning was. Tomorrow's CPI, so watch out for a choppy price action type day, right? And then throughout the whole session, I'm like, why is it choppy? And then sure enough, as you were walking away, it just clicked.
Hit you, eh?
Yeah, it clicked. So yeah, keep an eye out for that there, guys. I think it's going to be a good one. We're going to get the volatility to step in regardless.
And a lot of people are making the assumption, and obviously it's still an assumption, that we finally see some of the weakness or the inflation, of the tariffs finally reflected in the print.
Coming into this print.
We haven't seen it yet,
We haven't seen it yet. So maybe, we'll see that.
Whether or not it manifests, I mean, like every economist and their mother has been predicting that we're going to see a temporary bump in inflation, the print as the tariffs take effect. But the good news about that is they're one-time, right? Well, we'll see, right? I wouldn't use that word. Nice try there, brother. that word has got it's got cooties on it, bro. No, seriously though. So a lot of people are saying that we finally get that higher print. I haven't looked at the estimates yet. We'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
But
I think we have. I think it's 0.2.
Do we have?
Yeah, I have some.
So we're expecting a 0.2 bump month over month.
Yeah, exactly.
What are we expecting year over year?
Year over year, we're going to be looking at 2.4%.
2.4.
Yeah.
You don't happen to know what we got last time.
2.3.
Okay, so
we're cooler than expected.
Interesting.
Than last month.
Okay, so there you go. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not that all happens. Guys, I want to mention that Intel's on that good. And that good stuff that we've talked about in the past, that's not legal on this side of the border, Neil. And whatever it is, Intel is on it. It's not legal anywhere. You don't know that, Neil. It could be legal somewhere. I don't know, man.
I know where.
Oh,
I don't know where. I truly don't know.
Okay.
I don't
Are there any of those type of jurisdictions in the world?
I'd have no idea, to be honest with you.
Like Amsterdam, but not? You know what I mean? Like, everybody get what I'm saying?
I'm pretty sure. I think it's more socially accepted where it's being derived from.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
I don't know what you're talking about, Joseph. You're going to have to be more specific,
I
brother.
can't be any more specific than that, brother. Unfortunately, yeah.
No, seriously, guys. Intel is really going here, and I still have nothing on my blotter. Assassino, if we can show the chart. 2184 high day. Intel is up almost 7% now. We're going on 6 2/3% right now on INTC. You feel like this is a buy program that got turned on because usually this doesn't happen when we have no idea why, okay? This is not a small cap gapper. This is a $95 billion market cap company, just shy of $100 billion. It's not easy to move in this way. And just to give you an idea of what the float is on Intel, it's got to be in the billions. Yeah, it's a 4.3 billion share float. So yeah, to do this takes quite a bit of money here. So keep your eye on that. As soon as we have the headline, guys, we will give it to you. We still don't have it though. Benton, our old friend VG is strong again today. My average price $11.99. Shout out to my man Benton. Let's have a look at VG. Okay. $11.79. So you've been holding this for a swing, Benton, for multiple days. The nat gas adjacent name having yet a good day, yet another good day. We traded this multiple times last week. It started off well, Benton. Then you know my system. Like if it loses VWAP, I don't get involved. But it's trying to work its way right now above the volume weighted average price into 1670. Shout out to Benton. I see all the areas where you guys wrote where this could be legal. I love how Mr. Ducats wrote Seattle.
Did it? Yeah.
Or Oregon, Portland. Have you been?
Oh, I heard it's a dump fest over there.
Hey, I didn't say anything, bro. I just said Portland, bro.
Hey,
but I see some stuff there.
Our East Van is a dump as well.
East
too.
Van, yeah. East Vancouver up here.
Yeah, it's decriminalized there. I'm pretty sure still, isn't it?
They did decriminalize. Remember they got into beef with the federal government because they decriminalized drug use.
Weren't they putting it in like vending machines too? Like you could just go.
They weren't doing. They were putting it like in these what do we call it? Safe injection sites and stuff like that. So you go in and get a clean drugs, Joseph. So you don't get that stuff on the road. Look, I hate to make a joke out of it because there's people that suffer from that stuff. We see it every day down here, but I don't champion that policy.
No. That's definitely not the best idea that's come out of Vancouver. That's for sure.
It is what it is.
Neither is Morgan Riley, but that's okay.
I
went there. I'm sorry.
You went there.
I'm sorry.
You're getting. I like it.
Sorry.
You're taking a page out of my book today. You're getting all controversial. Fantastic. All right, Hims, Julio. Hims, thanks. Shout out to Julio. Hims having a bit of a tough day today, Julio, excuse me, to the tune of 5%. This was a money short off the volume weighted average price, but it's been a lower low, lower high situation all day for HIMS. Let's have a look at the daily. How are we doing here? Well, yeah, we're holding that range, brother. Look at that. Look at that $50 area holding like a dang glove. It feels very bull flag-ish here. It looks like it's finding support off the 20 on the daily, but yeah, we'll have to see how this one does. Not really of interest to me. Jacques, I'm in PDX now. They recriminalized it here. PDX, what is PDX? I was going to type in the ticker, but I feel like that's a city code or something.
I have a feeling it's Portland because they're talking.
Say that again, Ram? Philadelphia.
Oh, maybe.
Okay, all right. Well, okay, so PDX. Let's find out what that is. Portland. It is Portland International Airport. It's like saying the airport there. All right, guys, we do have a special intraday guest, and they're going with none other than Adaris. Take it over, Adara.
Yes, we do here. We have some guests. We're very excited to welcome here with you Cal Mulhy, chairman of Lafleur Minerals, and also a CEO, Paul Tenier. So thank you so much, both of you, for being with us here today. Lafleur Minerals trading on the CSE as LFLR. How are you guys doing today? Thank you for being here with us.
I'm good. Then thank you for having us.
So let's just get started here. We know your team here is planning an upcoming drilling program at the Swanson project with a goal of increasing resources to over 1 million ounces. So can you walk us through just quickly the scope and the objectives of this program? I
think before we get into the drilling program, just want to give the audience an a shortened version of what Lafleur Minerals is.
Of course.
We're obviously a gold mining mineral exploration company, but we're different than juniors that are looking for deposits. We actually currently own a mill that's fully permitted. It was upgraded with about 20 million spent on it when gold was 1900 an ounce. We bought that mill in a bankruptcy situation, and now that gold's at 3,500 an ounce, or getting above that, hopefully, we can restart that mill, and that's what our mandate right now is, to restart our Beacon Gold Mill and produce ounces of gold. And we have a nearby deposit called Swanson deposit, which is where we will be getting our ore to produce the ounces of gold, as well as we will be drilling at Swanson to prove up further ounces.
Sounds really good. Thank you for going over that with us. So you mentioned the Beacon Mill. Let's talk about that a little bit more then for now. So the Beacon Mill and its tailings facility, as you mentioned, undergoing some maintenance ahead of a planned restart. So can you provide some updates on how that project is progressing as of right now, and what kind of timeline are you looking for this restart?
I think Paul can speak more to that. He's been more on the permitting side.
Yeah, absolutely. Be happy to. So we purchased the Beacon Mill back in November 2024, and since then we've been putting a lot of effort into maintenance and repairs of the mill. The mill had been under care and maintenance and also had undergone a over $20 million refurbishment by the previous operator. And so we basically have put a plan together and a budget of up to $5 to $6 million to restart the mill, and also to do some construction work and repairs to the tailing storage facility on site. So we've been very busy on that. We've also hired an engineer. We also have mill staff as well that have had, some of them former workers at the mill, that have been helping us put all this together. So right now we're looking at being able to put the mill back up and running by later this year and back in full production by early 2026.
So another question here for you, Paul. Thanks for getting into that. We're going to get a little bit more into the Beacon Mill. So with this coming back online, what type of opportunities are you seeing right now for bulk sampling or custom milling from these nearby gold deposits?
Yeah, the main thing we're looking at is actually mining from our Swanson deposit, which is about 50 kilometers north of Beacon. So we've also acquired this project, 100% owned by Lafleur. And we're actually looking and submitting an application to the Quebec government to basically do a small open pit operation there. Because it sits on a mining lease, there's a lot less red tape and paperwork required. And we're in the midst of doing that with an updated scoping study to the Quebec government, and we'll also need to provide an environmental plan for mining that. Again, if all goes well and then the lead time is a matter of months as opposed to years, we would then truck the ore from the Swanson deposit down to Beacon Mill. So that's one of our main. We could mine up to 500,000 tons there. Then we are also looking at all the bulk samples from adjacent properties as well throughout the Val-d'Or and Rouyn-Noranda and throughout the Abitibi.
That sounds really exciting there. Lots of potential for sure. I'm going to throw this next question here to Cal. Is there anything that you guys can tease for us with regards to potential acquisitions that could significantly grow your gold resource base within this region?
Yes, our situation is unique, and having that mill with the run-up in the price of gold, the mill is an amazing asset now. It's surrounded by gold deposits in the Abitibi gold belt of Val-d'Or. And, our opinion is Val-d'Or is the very best mining town, and the Abitibi belt is the best gold belt. It's produced millions and millions of ounces. So around our Beacon Mill, there's junior companies that have deposits, ounces, and our goal is to acquire 3 to 5 million ounces that surround that Beacon Mill, and then upgrade that mill and be producing gold. In the next 3 to 5 years, we're targeting over 100,000 ounces, but immediately we're targeting 10 to 20,000 ounces a year. That may sound small, but at 3,500 US an ounce, that's pretty big numbers for a junior like us. So we're excited.
Yeah, it certainly sounds exciting, that's for sure. So you both have a lot of experience and background within the mining industry. And with that in mind, in your opinion, what makes Lafleur such a unique opportunity? I guess I'll start here with Paul.
Yeah, I think it's like Cal said, it's a unique opportunity in that we basically purchased a mill for very cheap overall, and it had undergone some major repairs and refurbishment. And basically there's other projects in the area, including our own, where we can actually feed ore to that mill. So we kind of fit in a smaller, sort of the smaller to intermediate producers part of the industry. So that's where I think we're really keen on. There's lots of companies that are actually interested in sending bulk samples to us because it's just very difficult or time consuming to get them done in other mills and other facilities.
Yeah, sounds good there. And so I guess I'll start here with Cal just to kind of end things off. Is there anything else that you guys want investors to know about Lafleur, about any of your projects before we let you guys go?
I think a quick summary is that Lafleur Minerals is on the cusp of producing ounces of gold in this gold market. We have a fully permitted mill. We have a nearby deposit that's on a mining lease, which makes it easy to pull ore from. And we will be producing ounces, and we're looking to do a capital raise. It's our first raise. We've self-funded this deal until now, and we're just going to the market now to tell our story. And as I said, we're a junior exploration company, but we're more so a near-term gold producer, which is very unique in the current gold market.
Thank you so much for outlining that for us and for being here with us today. Once again, say thank you to CEO Paul Tenier and Chairman Cal Mahi of Lafleur Minerals. Thank you so much for being here with us. LFLR on CSE.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great information there and great interview with Dara. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Cal, for your time and apprising us of your company. If you're interested in that kind of thing, you can check them out. They are on the OTC as well as CSE there,
CSE,
Venture.
exactly.
So not a bad look there.
Yeah,
Joseph.
good interview as well too, Adara. Thank you much.
Absolutely.
Much needed, and a lot of good information in that one. And apparently you're the new Becky Quick. A lot of people are saying.
Adara, did you hear that?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Adara likes Becky Quick.
Sharif and I were literally talking today about how Becky Quick is Sarah Eisen. She is like the best on CNBC. She also has a very fun ex-presence. So thank you very much. Definitely not on Becky Quick's level by any means, but pleased as punch and very flattered.
Ooh.
There you go.
Ooh.
Yeah, I like
I beg to differ.
Becky Quick over Sarah Eisen for me.
Adara LePage overall.
Oh, you hear Joey Ops is trying to get in your good books there,
Yeah,
Adara.
I'm already
He's
there.
like, Sarah, Adara LePage for all.
Yeah,
My
Adara
man's
LePage.
going deep.
I know your guys. I know Sorkin's your guy.
Sorkin's my guy? Are you delusional? Sorkin's my guy? I gotta like drink to listen to Sorkin, bro. No, I'm just joking. I know he's obviously a very intelligent individual.
very
I don't see eye to eye with Sorkin almost on anything, right? That's just my look there. But Intel is looking boom at the high of the day, right in the eye, Joseph, 8.25%. This thing is on that good stuff. It is well high right now, up $1.68 on the day, 8.25%. The high of the day, 22.23. What a fantastic move for Intel. We still have no idea why Intel is breaking out. I've scoured the internet. It feels like it is one of those technical breaks where a larger buyer is positioning into it, but usually they don't do it this obviously. Usually, you know, when you're sizing into a position, you do it discreetly. This is certainly not discreet. 8.25 on a name that, you know, can move 2 or 3% max on the day. So keep your eye out on Intel. Anything you can tell us, Adair?
I don't have anything to tell you guys about INTC, but I do have a couple other catalysts worth noting. For one, the Geo Group. This one made a little bit of a move. GEO. It's a prison-related stock. Apparently, I'm just seeing a report here. Apparently, the EPA has dropped its legal case against the company. So the other one that we mentioned, we all kind of reported earlier. Scott Bessent reportedly, according to Bloomberg, a top contender to take over when Fed Chair Jerome Powell's term ends as the new Fed Reserve Chair. Well, apparently, that's actually false. Again, I just want to clarify here. It is false that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is apparently not a contender. White House confirming Scott Bessent not a contender to replace Fed Chair Jerome Powell when we do have to replace Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Again, as I mentioned earlier, Kevin Warsh is seen as a top contender. Sounds like that could potentially still be the case. But apparently, again, White House denying any reports that they're looking at Scott Bessent. Back to you.
Fabian, show everybody your hair.
Everybody knows Fabian's hair, man.
So should we talk about that right now? Or yeah, okay. So Fabian, everybody knows who the Chilean Nightmare is, right? And Fabian is actually thinking about shaving his head. And obviously the first thing we said to him, you have fantastic hair, donate that. And he was already thinking that. Needless to say, the dude's altruistic to the fullest. And so we're thinking about doing a charity. We're going to donate this to charity. Obviously, what do you guys think about in the chat? Throw up ones if you want Fabian to shave his head during the midday. We're going to bring the barber that is going to do it. He's going to do it live right on the show, and we're going to donate it, obviously, to a person who needs. Look at all that, bro. The dude, like, okay, needless to say, he didn't do his hair. This is all natural right here, right? So shout out to the Chilean Nightmare. I think it's a hell of an idea.
Keep rubbing it in, Fabian. Keep rubbing it in.
Oh,
what do you say?
He don't guns like
you.
There you go. You're getting a lot of love there in the chat, Fabian. Ones are littering the chat right now.
In the chat.
Yeah, well, have a look for yourself, my man. Yeah, it's absolutely littering the chat, guys. We're gonna do a live. Shout out to Fabian, man. That's a hell of a move on his part.
Yeah.
Super altruistic. Mad respect for the dude. Thinking about other
and
people.
Get the super chat. Here's some bucks for the shears. Go in.
There it is, man. There's the money.
Go in.
There's the money.
Nada Vengaiza. I probably definitely butchered that one.
Oh, there you go. All right. You're getting a lot of love in the chat, man, and as rightfully so, Fabian, because that's obviously very, very kind of you. And we all know people who struggle with alopecia and stuff like that, man. It's not a joke. All right, guys, but this is not a joke either. 9% on Intel, and we have no idea what the hell is going on. Someone make sense of this. Intel is a buy program to the high side right now. It is a 234 high day. It's cleared 9%. It's up $1.84. We're going on $2 right now. Keep your eye on Intel. Keep your eye on it for the afternoon show as well, which starts in about 8 minutes. What a fantastic look today for INTC. We're going to keep tabs on this one, and as soon as Adara sees anything, you can bet your bottom dollar or whatever currency you're using on the other side of that screen that we will bring you that headline, but there is nothing right now, and we have been looking, trust me. Dorothy. Mantooth is a saint. Maybe Sharif could donate his mustache. What, to the garbage dump? Like, what do you want? What are they going to do with this thing, bro? Are you kidding me? Dorothy, you're killing me, bro. All right, shout out to the Chilean Nightmare, man. He's the one doing it for real, though. For real, for real. I got that Arab hair.
Yeah,
the Arab hair, it doesn't know what it is, Joseph. Is it curly? Is it wavy? I got some parts of my hair that go that way, some parts go this way, and then some others go that way. They don't know what they want to be. They don't know who they are. So you got to fill this bad boy with a lot of product to calm it the hell down. It doesn't calm me down, though. It calms the hair down, right? So that's the problem with Arab hair, at least with my hair anyway. So, yeah, I do it for fun, Neil. All right, guys, we're having a good time up on the midday. yeah, I can say it. I can say it, right? I told Adara this morning, I think racial humor is the funniest humor. Yeah. I never take that sensitive ever. Because I get what's behind it. It's funny. Right? But, you can step on some toes. As Zadar was making the point in the morning, it's got to be done tastefully. It's got to be, it can't be like hurting people's feelings and stuff like that.
Our language is sarcasm, I think, to some extent.
It's my love language,
baby.
Yeah,
exactly. But yeah, I mean, I'm just over here listening to you talk about how much hair you have and it's going this way and that way. But then I'm just sitting in my desk being like, you know what, brother? This
guy's talking like he has no hair. His 90% of his head is full, and he's talking like he has no hair, man.
It's on the, as you would say, the precipice of just slowly. But you know what? I manifested this morning. Okay. It's going to start to grow back naturally. I'm not going to do anything.
Joseph, things don't on their own. You gotta have an input.
I can't do. I
already told you finasteride. Leave minoxidil alone.
I can't do either of that stuff.
Why not?
Because look what happened in the first.
Finasteride doesn't have the same effect. One is hormonal, and one is working on your blood pressure. That's the minoxidil. That's the one that drops your blood pressure. Finasteride works on what they call dihydrotestosterone. It's this molecule that binds to the hair follicle, and every time your hair goes through a cycle, it shrinks and shrinks and shrinks because the DHT it keeps choking the hair cell, right? So the finasteride, or what they call Propecia, removes those DHT molecules from kind of choking there. It doesn't work the same way. I promise you it doesn't work the same way. You're not going to get the same type of thinking.
Sounds like I'm going to Turkey.
Boom. I just spoke for like 30 seconds there. My man didn't hear anything. He doesn't care. He wants to go to Turkey.
Sounds like he's
Shout
going
out to
over
my
there
man.
with the boys. Oh, man. Okay, this is a big-time signal. I'm honestly playing. Obviously, I was listening to what you had to say. I got to test that out. But, again, first experience, full disclosure, I'll tell you guys what happened. So I was taking Rogaine. It didn't work out too well for me. Sharif knows what happened after that.
You're not the only person that it happened to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I'll tell the story. I don't even really care anymore.
Okay.
So I'm taking Rogaine. Anyways, I'm at the gym working out, get lightheaded, pass out, smoke my head on the wall, and then following after that, I had a concussion for about 2 months. So I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that stuff anymore. Yeah, I woke up, I was on the ground like this. I'm like, what happened to me? And so that's what happened when I started taking that stuff. So.
All right, well, it's the way it is, right? Like what I was trying to tell Joseph is that they discovered minoxidil because they were studying a drug to lower blood pressure. So it was designed for that exact purpose. So the fact that it's lowering his blood pressure is what it was designed to do originally. So that is the look. Yeah, I know.
Puts on Rogaine, man.
What's that?
Someone said puts on Rogaine. Big time.
Well,
like big time. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
for sure. If you have,
Rogaine.
issues with blood pressure, it is puts on Rogaine.
Does creatine...
Huh? What's going on? Katina Man is yelling about Tesla, and it's up
Tesla
big right now.
Yeah.
4 1/3%, Joseph. It just took out 420. Great trade. By the way, your boy Elon posted Model Y all around Austin, Katina Man. That could be why. The Katina Man is still long at 313, so that's very close to a 10 banger. All right. He talks about 1 bangers, but we're gonna hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Ooh. Yeah, that was a good one on the day. I mean, compared to the rest of the market there, Sharif, Tesla has definitely been one of the better traders here. We're up 4% on the day. So, yeah, really good look. When things are working for you, you got to continuously take stabs at them, and unfortunately, that wasn't the case for me. We did get a nice move earlier in the day, but there was multiple occasions where we had the ability and the opportunity to get back into this trade. Unfortunately, we didn't. We tried shorting the overall market. That did end up working for us, but it was just one of those sessions where in slightly too early, out slightly too late, et cetera, et cetera. But again, it's just one single day. We're not going to cry home about it or anything along those lines because best believe tomorrow, bright and early, we're going to be back at it, and we're going to find the exact same opportunities. Hopefully, we find some continuation in Intel because this is a really, really strong move. And hopefully it's not just a one and done, Sharif. This is a big time short signal as well. So keep that in mind, guys. This is some things that we really want to keep an eye out for. So we went on this massive run where we go parabolic, but then now we have this indecision print. Are we going to completely revert this move and head back in towards VWAP? Time will tell. We have to be patient to wait and see. But if the top end of this candle is breached, then I'm going to suspect some more topside here in INTC.
Tyler Reverse, it's very simple what supplements I take. So in the morning, when I do my morning session, I basically get out of bed 5 a.m. I do a 25, 30-minute session. I take after that 1 scoop of protein, so it's about 25, 30 grams. I forget exactly which one I have. And I throw in a scoop of creatine. I'm taking creatine twice a day. I'm taking 10 milligrams. 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening. And I only do that when I have doubles that day, when I do 2 workouts. On days where I only work out once, I'll only take creatine once, so 5 grams. In addition to that, I'm taking branched chain amino acids, BCAAs, during my workout. That is literally it. I don't take any multivitamins. I don't take anything, period, except creatine, protein, and branched chain amino acids. So that's my go-to. I find creatine and BCAAs help exponentially. Can I tell you, when I go off BCAAs, there's a marked decrease in my endurance.
Yeah.
BCAAs more than creatine. I find creatine gives you that fullness that you get. I don't feel like I get much of a performance increase except the muscle fullness, which is why I stay on it, right? And I've only been on it. When did I start? Like end of March.
Yeah.
I started at end of March.
For me, I think I don't take BCAAs, but creatine. It's funny. I went and got blood work the other day, and the doctor was like, "Yeah, your creatine levels are obviously high." And I'm like,
"Well, obviously they have to be."
I'm like, "Come on, what do you expect here?"
To be expected, right? Yeah.
No, but for me, rep count. in
Say it again?
rep count.
Rep count.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Increased drastically with the consistent.
Really, eh?
15 cycle.
I find that with more with branched chain amino acids. I don't know why.
I think maybe I'll hop on that too to see.
All right, guys, I'm short Intel at these levels right now, and Intel has a topping tail candle into 22.5. I'm short 12s. Wow. It's about to lose 22 right now on Intel. We're over time about 30 seconds right now. It's time to send you the big boy show. It's Neil, it's Sean, it's the afternoon show. Get them, gentlemen.
Anyway.
I mean, you know, I don't need to take creatine.
I got to get connected.
Any of that nonsense. You know, I'm just straight hardcore.
We're just straight natural.
No, it's just, we got gummy bears every now and then.
Yeah.
We're going to rock some apple fritters when we're feeling right.
That's right.
That's going to work pretty well for me. Oreo cookies are pretty delicious. No, I'm just...
Hey man,
all of those things are good, but
hey man, the only thing I need is some hugs from the kids. You know what I'm saying? So give me a hug, give me a hug. Yeah, we're ready to go right now. But the market needs a hug right here. I got to just making sure I got to get into the right stream. I'm not ready. I was just watching this market.
The chat.
Okay, what's going on in the chat?
Well, what's going on in the chat is Skull says Netflix needs to split. Skull says market. Oh my. Okay.
Netflix needs to split.
Markets drop. Kevin, Tesla, push. Look, Intel, I don't know why. Look, man, I don't know what's going on with Intel. But generally speaking, when there's no news on something like this, I'm usually thinking, I was just talking to Mateo, I'm like usually thinking the other direction. I was in it before this all happened. This is why you trade with stops. I've taken a couple shots, tight stops each time. And now you just got a trend break of the entirety of the move. I'm not sure this can get to VWAP. But 21.75 to 21.8 would be the next level. The biggest sign of strength would be if it breaks the trend from the parabolic move and this dip. If it breaks this trend line and can't even get past like this 21.70 level, then you know something is seriously up if the buyers were able to re-engage at that price. So my stop is now at the prior, not even the prior bar, like the current bar of, it's the prior bar, but the bar that I got in on. Because it's starting to move down, if that makes any sense. And I see Alexander say that they're natural. Congratulations, whatever works for you. As I said, the market just lost the volume weighted average price. It was absolutely cruising.
Man, damn it. I was long the TQs there too.
The NASDAQ was bouncing off VWAP on an upward trend after a massive midday. Like, look at the rebound. When was the last time we had a bottoming tail candle like this on the NASDAQ and we didn't have a strong afternoon? Usually that's what you expect to see. Okay, so now it's bouncing back into the upside. I'm going to go over to, oh no, Palantir's not above VWAP. Why did I?
I'm long Palantir here at 131. We got a decent size here, but still like to get this going a little bit more than where we are right now. So there it is. Sorry, that's Blue Ocean. Palantir Blue Ocean. No, we don't want that. We want the main one right into here. So here we go. We'll see what winds up happening, man. We just had a little bit of a dump down. We were sitting there, so we were able to buy something on the dip, but we did get hit on our, okay, first of all, Tesla. Wow, we're still in that one. But Palantir, just for, we were sitting here at 131. I mean, our stop, like, again, we almost got stopped out again. So it's just a matter of waiting to see if this market wants to do something or not. And by do something, I mean hit these bottoms again. These curbs are getting hit. We just went and tried to go long on 75 right there off of VWAP with the market. That came just screaming in. I don't know what was going on. But you have to get out, right? I mean, we say that all the time. If you don't trade with stops, you're trading very, very dangerously in this market. But okay, here comes PLTR. It's going to be a good one, hopefully, for us. We were short early. Then we just were trying to play some longs off of 131, and we just got some out at the 200 and at the 50-period moving average. Again, I'm going to take another piece out right here at 36 if we're able to. But yeah, so far so good here. Been a busy day. Lots of movement in many different names. So we're getting ready to go. Remember we nailed Snapchat earlier? And again, this was just fluky. I don't know. It's down where it was now, but I was like, huh? There that goes on. Snapchat is talking about augmented glasses again, I guess, in 2026. So that went up and then whoosh all the way to the downside. This is part of the excitement that we're talking about here today, as many names kind of just kicking around. We may get stopped out of Nvidia pretty soon, but right now it's Nvidia, Palantir, Tesla, and Google. With these two, the newer ones, right there with Nvidia. We got stopped out there, partly came all the way back, took some more out for flats. But yeah, so far trying to deal with this Nvidia. We went long right here at sort of that breaking spot. And yeah, not great right now for NVDA as it looks like it wants to take down 142. So yuck, man. Market's still going lower there. I thought we were battling back there into VWAP. It looks like we're trying to make that next leg down. So take some profits where profits lie. And we did that on Palantir. And now we have to wait to see if this market wants to blast higher because right now it is a downside push. So.
Yeah, it is a downside push. The only thing that's not going downside, I mean, it's going downside from where I entered this last short, but it just bounces Intel. The buying continues. Remember, there's no story here. I've seen like a few posts on X where people are like, ha ha ha. People are now calling Intel value or like their credit, whatever. It's just a lot of nonsense. Like it's just. Yeah, anyone trying to make like a bull, if anyone that previously made a bull case for it is going to come out and say like, oh, this is some kind of an AI value play. I saw a couple of posts like that. But realistically, for this much volume and this kind of a move and to go about like 8% to the upside, if there's no story that we hear this afternoon, then there's something's going to have happened overnight, and you know how this works. Right, like something's happening and somebody knows something. Unfortunately, this is a particular case where, like, trust me, we got all the resources out there for you guys. It's just in this particular case, we're a little bit blind. If there had been news, I'd probably take a shot at this to the long side, but it is what it is. Just very quickly, if Tesla goes to VWAP again,
I'm on Palantir.
I'm taking this one at the volume weighted average price. I missed it the second time through, got it the first. We're gonna go for it one more time if we get down there. I'm not sure we can. But yeah, let's see what happens, man. Could be manipulation, could be nothing. Who knows? Maybe it's just some algo gone rogue. That's happened before.
Yeah, no, I think it's just a value. I think it's just like there's been so many recoveries, right? We've seen AMD recover. We've seen Nvidia near all-time highs again. Marvell's made a move back up. Broadcom, I don't know what Broadcom's doing, but out of all of the chip names right now, Broadcom's still hovering around that level. Out of all of the chip names right now, they're all going to look a lot different than Intel. I mean, look at where Broadcom is. We've seen AMD, right? And then you look at what Intel's doing, and today's going to be something special for Intel because of the day. But if you take away this huge move right there today, Intel's still right here. It's like one of those names that really hasn't done anything in the chip space since, well, we talked about this since 1987, but, it hasn't done anything in the last 6 months for sure. It's just been hovering around. We had some big moves up on Lip Bhutan, a little bit of a move back upside there, and then right into here. Now, maybe you're starting to see some value. Remember, we had, I keep thinking Oracle, but it's not Oracle. Someone else had a little bit of interest in them before, but anyways, long story short, we'll see what the story is there with Intel. Nice move back here. Qualcomm, that's what it is. I always confuse those two. Yeah, 100%. Okay. Good remembering there because I'm always confusing those two names. Well, I wish I didn't get out of as much Palantir as I did, but there goes Palantir right now, right back up to the upside on strong market play. So we bought the dip at 131. I mean, that's what we wanted to do on that move down. Here's 80 cents for us back in on Palantir. We just need this guy to go. Let's go right now, Nvidia. So, all right, we're going to do, there's going to be, CoreWeave I wanted to look at there. I just didn't know because I saw Trump talking, but I guess he's done now. Our TV is off over there. So we'll wait to hear some more information. We're excited for this no matter what. It's Sharif. He's over there at the screen. Let's go over some names you want to talk about.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're locked and they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you, but the only way to get the tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the Midday Show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to be a subscriber in order to vote and engage in general in the chat. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at all four major averages. Even though we're selling off right now on the NQ and the ES, they're still in positive territory. The NQ to the tune of 0.18%. The ES outperforming a little bit here, up 0.2, with the Russell 2000, the strongest of the bunch, up 0.33%, and the Dow almost flat, up 0.06. The first ticker, as decided by you guys, TSLA, and it's rising up from the ashes here up into that $320 level, up 3.5% likely as a result of this. This is a video posted by Elon Musk of the robotaxi out in Austin driving itself. That is a Model Y, the Juniper, followed by another one there, and it's stopping for pedestrians, boys, so at least it's not running people over yet.
Yeah, I mean, look, Tesla.
Yet, I thought they had a lot of successful test drives.
Yeah,
the model. I was doing the studies before. It was something like millions and millions of miles without an accident or something currently right now with
millions.
Model Y and millions. But Sharif,
come on.
there.
He's just having fun.
Oh, by the way, I thought, ever since Randy's got to get on this Tesla thing now, so now he's test driving Model Ys. Yeah, of course he's gonna do it, man. It's like I jump into the pool and it's like, okay, it's warm, and all these sharks start swimming around. But we got to get you one. We got to get Randy one. Joseph's thinking Joseph's gonna get one on his way back from Turkey.
Away from that, man. Like it's not that close for me.
No, for you it doesn't make any sense because
it's just
we got the charging station.
Well, I'm saying since the charging station got here, like I might drive into the office like a handful of times a year. As Sharif says, do it, Neil. If Tesla gets to VWAP, we'll do it. So to those that say don't trade with the stop, or don't trade with the stop. Well, you need to have a stop in there. There was a big spike in the middle of the day to the downside. I was trading off VWAP, scalping off VWAP. I didn't have a stop in. I actually confirmed. I thought I had hit enter. I thought I had the stop. I didn't have the stop in, so it wasn't even a keystroke error. It was that it wasn't in. And that is I ended up having to punch out manually, so when stop missed, I quickly went to try to swipe right after. That order was still in there, so it's going to code as a sell, but that wasn't a short sell. That was a cover of a long. I then went long again, almost got it back to green, but that move didn't push all the way into the high. So I want one more shot at this on Tesla if we can get it back into VWAP. Look, Tesla, it looks really good today. It looks really good on the daily as well. This, knock on wood, close above the 200-period moving average again. So it ends up just pulling into first support on the what are we calling it, the spat or the argument or whatever. And when they make up, it holds that 200-period. We should close looking to fill this gap back into, like, what's the bottom there? 330, call it the low 330s. That's the first step. There's plenty of time left in the week for it to get there. But yeah, the close above the 200 period, only looking long after that. The market with that little dip, I think we get maybe one more shot at VWAP, if that, on Tesla.
Yeah, look, Tesla for me today was a big idea. It was the number one idea on the board for me. And the thing is, it didn't get to 310 is what we wrote. Wow. Actually. Wow, it did get to 310 pretty much. I mean, that's the level. I don't even know what I was doing at that time. I didn't even think we got down there. But there it is right there, Tesla 310 dip buy. Crazy. Or the 318 break. Well, at the end of the day, it didn't do either one. It did finally, but the trade that I took was that break right there of 316.50. It did have a nice move up, but then it fell back in, and that's where we were able to, no outs, right? That's where we were able to catch that long right there at 313 there was a wick down candle there that we were playing. Maybe if I zoom in, you'll be able to see. Yeah, right there. So we actually do have a stop right there once it broke VWAP, and then we waited, gave us that little wick bottom, then we bought it off of that. And then since then, it's been nothing but upside here for Tesla. We're still in a very, very small piece. We'll wait to see. Our best out rate there is I put the out rate right at the high at that time, 321. So we do have a 321, $8 winner. It does go about 9, but the amount of money it goes in the money doesn't matter. We're just trying to trade it the way we want to. So there's a bunch of outs on the 50 period. There's an out on the break of the 50 period. These are all from this trade, right? And then there's the high of the day at that time right there, 321. We've made new highs now, bouncing off the 200 again. So I chose Palantir and Nvidia to go long. It looks like we could have made some money obviously there with Tesla as well. Okay, we're going hard right now back there to the upside. There goes Nvidia. Let's go. And then let's go with Palantir as well. So some good longs that we grabbed off that, whatever that was, bottom there. Oh, wow, look at that Palantir. Kathy, did you just go in there or what? That was a nice little boost up there. Thanks, Kathy, for that move. We just broke through 132, and I was not sitting there. Wow, that went to 132.13, and when you're playing with shares, those kind of things, you got to get that. So I'm going to sit there. We punched out there at 05 or 04, fives, and now we're waiting at 10s, but let's wait to see. Good move higher here in the market. Let's go. Nvidia, you can do this as well, my guy. So far so good here in this market. That was scary. Those the drops are pretty hard here. So Tesla, robo-taxis. Oh, the other story about all of that is Uber, because Uber today, although it's only down 0.5 right now, it was a lot lower there, down to 85 and change. So we were initially trying to go long on Uber, and then that like Neil was talking about with stop orders and stuff, once that breaks, we get out, and then it falls down about another $1.50 all the way to 85.70. Our out there is $87. So a nice move down, makes its way all the way back up pretty much to those levels again, and then whooshing back down. So I think robo-taxis are bad news for Uber, but are they? Is it? I mean, that's a thing that we should be talking about maybe a little more on the show, because I think Uber can take advantage of this as well, get more efficient.
I don't think it's all bad.
Yeah, I don't think it's all bad.
The algos know what they want to do with that trade, but I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think it's all bad either. So, all right, we'll go back over and discuss the next play, Google, and oh boy, we're in the money on that one too.
Up at 1.33%, but off the highs, guys. Good day today for Google. It was a big spike up on the price of Google, simultaneous spike down on Microsoft. Don't know if that's still the case, but OpenAI looking to tap Google's unprecedented cloud deal, putting the AI rivalry in focus, guys. So OpenAI, Google doing business.
Yes, and the analysis of Google is going to be brought to you by our good friends over at Easy Trading Computers. You ready to fully optimize the computer you use for trading every single day? Well, Easy Trading Computers and Trader TV have teamed up to bring you an exclusive sale on the world's most powerful AI-ready computers for trading. This limited-time desktop and laptop sale includes exclusive performance upgrades, bonus gear, and 0% financing. And it's only for Trader TV viewers. Scan the QR code, enter your email, and unlock access before it's gone. This exclusive sale is ending June 12th at 5 p.m. Eastern. So scan that QR or click the link in the description box. Shout out to Easy Trading. I'll leave Google, like Alphabet to you for the trading side of it, because I mean the only good thing about me selling a portion of my Alphabet in the long term was that I put it into Meta, which I'm willing to bet on a net percentage basis is probably a wash. So it's like, you moved it from one hand to the other, and I mean, you guys pay some fees in there. Maybe it's a little bit up, but yeah, Google is an absolute, it's strong today, and it's breaking out on the daily. It speaks for itself. Maybe it can get back to its highs the way the other Mag 7 spawns Apple, and Tesla have done so.
Well, we made a lot. We've done good making some money back here on these plays, but yeah, no, Google. I'll probably have to do the same kind of math, because you guys, oh, by the way, I got out of some JP Morgan today at 268.40 or something like that. We'll talk about that in a minute. I got out of about 10% of the position, I think. We'll double check. Well, not I think. I know we got at 10%, but I'll double check the price. Okay, so Google, I don't know, man. We heard that in our ear there. I heard the OpenAI story, and I was just like, okay. And yeah, that's basically what that was right there. So we were able to buy that break of 178. We actually, if I remember correctly, we put in like half a unit or something like that when we first heard the story. Then it fell back into our lap at 178. And it's just kind of lucky that we didn't break too much lower, because we were playing off of VWAP and stuff like that. So yeah, it just kept on cracking higher. Then the next thing we knew, it just really ripped up. So that turned out to be about a $3 winner at some point. And right now we have a very, very small piece left, thankfully, as we got out. I don't know why we got out there. Oh, one in front of 180, that's why. As it rips into 180 again, then it comes back in and we get it another piece. So I have less than 2%, about 2% left right now of Google out right there. Should have probably bought some more on that dip. I don't mind this at 178. I mean, look, OpenAI, and again, I have to double check the story before I talk too much about it, but OpenAI was in talks with Google. I think they bought some computing power. So, and I think they went to Google there. Well, I don't know if it's a cloud deal or what, but that really started that name going higher. So right now up 1.43%. Again, I like the stock, seems to be a good one. And then I rotated, I sold it at 160 and change. So like 160, like $160 and like 50 cents or something. And then I just went into Eli Lilly because, again, way too much involved with tech. And Eli Lilly has done okay from 750. It's only up $50, but still that's up about 6 or 7%. So I think net I'm probably down on that switch, but we're not, wow. Okay, man, Palantir right there. Now $1 40 right now. What's up, Ozan? Off of that recent dip. The thing is, that's what we talk about when, okay, I'm gonna get some more out here at 54s. That's what we talk about when knowing what you want to do when you see something happen, right? I mean, Palantir, the market came back in. We were already trying to get long ahead of 131, then boom to the upside. Now, Neil and I, we saw ETH on here, Ethereum, and we were both like, huh? So let's go find the story.
Sean, that's what we're up on the day. This is the chart on ETH. Obviously, it's the grayscale Ethereum ETF, but I'll show you guys over here what it looks like on the daily, and we're still well off that double top, guys, at $4,000, kind of in the middle here, but breaking into new highs. Kind of looks like it's putting a bit of a bull flag there. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, a bull flag in a not a great looking trend. For ETH, Bitcoin I like better, but yeah, 28.5. We break 28.5, and wherever that move slows down, I'm selling more ETH. So that's actually, I'm glad we looked at it a little bit here because that's pretty much all I see. As far as a day trade goes, I don't know what you're going to do with this up here. Like early, unless you had it early, or maybe when we had that market dip before noon. Like that was pretty much it. Like it's sideways action. You could call it, you know, you could maybe make an argument that there's a nice little wedge pattern being broken. But since it broke the trend on a 15-minute, it broke the downward trend and is still not going. So yeah, I think this is one of those congratulations for the relief rally. But right. I think if it breaks 28.5, I mean, maybe I'd even wait for like a 3,000 test and then I'd be looking to cover some more as it pushes into if it 4,000. I know for sure I'd be getting some out on. So, anyways, that'd be the look. If it had broken that trend and done something, you might have a look. But there's just really nothing going on in Ethereum that I can see right now. Nice move. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's up nicely. I've sold some out on Ethereum. So, you know, sans looking at charts like Neil. Yeah, I would say just we talk about Bitcoin a lot. Ethereum's been down. It's down quite a bit. Its high was 4,800 or something like that. So to see it at 27 or 28, I mean, there's still some room to go on Ethereum. I like it. I like XRP. I mean, I'm not going to bore everybody with going over all of these coins, but just quickly, because then we got to get on to the next one here. If we look right here, big market cap right now, 3.54 right there on the whole industry. It's been going up. And of course, that's helped by Ethereum today. And there it is right there. XRP is, I mean, that's been the most recent buys for me. Is XRP at 228, Solana at 158, not doing too much. There's Circle's big asset right there, USD, what they brought to the market. That's not doing anything, obviously, at $1, thankfully. And then Cardano's the other one there at 70 cents. I always look at those XRP, Cardano, Ethereum, and BTC because as part of that crypto, like at Fort Knox, where there's actually no gold, maybe there's actually Bitcoin in the treasury. But the Bitcoin treasury, that's what it was there by Donald Trump, listed a few names and they were on there. So I got to start emptying out, man. We had a nice little run on a lot of these names here, including Palantir and Nvidia. So I'm just starting to piece a lot of these out now on the high side because the market's battled all the way back here into the 50-period moving average. And we've been taking advantage of those outs. But you could see here on Palantir, we just got a bunch outs up here at 132.50, man. I trade around 50s, quarters, and all that, right? So there's a bunch more out. We're going to get some more. I'm going to put something at 36, 30. There we go. We just got a 37 out again. So getting lighter and lighter. It's just a big win, and we want to make sure we capture as much of this as we possibly can on Palantir. Like, Palantir's not even on here. Neither is Nvidia or nothing. But GameStop after the bell should be a good one, Sharif.
Absolutely, Sean, and this will be the first earnings report we get after finding out that they added Bitcoin to their balance sheet, and that's what the analysts are talking about here. It's down on the day to the tune of 1.5%, losing that $30 level that it had been defending for a period of weeks now, but we'll find out after the bell. Make sure to catch that with Sean and Adair on the Market Recap Show.
Still going to take that 31 break if it happens intraday. But you're going to have to wait till after earnings for that move. I thought there was a chance. I mean, we've thought there was a chance for the last week. Whatever. That you were going to be able to make this breakout at 31. It's just not happening. So you're consolidating on GameStop. It's a nice consolidation because you're off of you're off some of those lows. It looks actually not bad. It's just, you know, you're going completely sideways. So the fear would be that that it does nothing, and everyone that's aggressive in options gets rinsed. 11% expected move. If it's not above 31, I don't think I trade it tomorrow. I don't want any part of GameStop inside of the range post earnings. It needs to be breaking out. For all the, I don't really care one way or the other, but probably more exciting and more fun if it actually breaks that 31 level. So that's all I'm looking for. If there's any sympathy plays to be had out there, fair enough. You can look at fading some of those if they try to go. Like sometimes you'll get these weird moves on Chewy instead. Although the GameStoppers hate Chewy sometimes because it's like it takes away Chewy and Unity take away from the action in GameStop apparently. But yeah, it needs to break out. Disappointing action today. Very disappointing.
Right. Yeah, we're gonna wait for some GameStop. I mean, Tesla right now is 322. I mean, this is almost going to be that 10-bagger Sharif was talking about here as we continue to go higher and higher here on Tesla, man. Small piece left, obviously. I mean, if we had a lot, we'd be a little more excited. But there it goes. Good. The next couple of days, and then I said next stop after that, and I really do believe it, 350 to 360. We're going to be getting up here, I would say, even by the end of this week. I think Tesla continues to be so super strong. We're seeing that here today, and then this is without even any deals or anything. So I'm excited to see what happens with Tesla moving forward, and I'm not talking up my book or anything like that. I mean, I own Tesla, but I haven't traded this thing in a while. I'm just holding on to the shares that I own. So. Yeah, Tesla is still a nice move higher. Let's go find out. So GameStop joined on Darren and I after the bell. We have Brian Shannon today as well. So there's going to be lots to talk about, and excited to do that live tonight. So we'll do that, and let's go talk about Micron, another name that I haven't really paid too much attention to.
High bandwidth memory back in focus, guys, and Micron involved in that, shipping some of their most advanced HBMs out to their customers, 36 gigabytes of 12 high memory samples to multiple key customers being reported here, and to the market liking it to the tune of almost 2 1/3%, guys. Good look today for Micron.
Yeah, of all the chip names, I mean, like obviously the Midday when you guys were voting, you couldn't have known what Intel was going to do. Right. So that's fine. Micron looks fantastic, but this is going to be a breakout at $115. Get my head out of the way. There you go. Now you can see. This is going to be a breakout at $115. Win, lose, or draw, going to have it. We've talked about this every single time that it's gotten there, and every single time it has failed to break this level. This goes all the way back to the end of 2024, where you've been failing or in and around this price. What's distinctly different here is the move it's made off the 200-period moving average. So it's much more bullish this time around. It failed it again here today. This actually looks good for a VWAP bounce. Yeah, like look at this. Nice little double bottom, hold above the volume weighted average price. I think you're out 113. I think buying dips into 113 looks pretty good on this. Like you said, you couldn't have known anything was going on with Intel, but somebody is holding the line at 22 on Intel. The market's bouncing, and it's not breaking back up, so I like until it breaks 22, I'm not making a move. Like this is either breaking this top where we got in, or it's breaking 22 and it's going to fall back on Intel. If it was going with the market right now, I'd feel a little bit like you should scalp it out. But the fact that it's no longer running and the volume has come back in, especially with the market bouncing, makes me want to hold on to it. But yeah, Micron looks pretty solid off 113 even here, and some point this week, hopefully a 115 break.
Gosh, man, this Palantir just keeps going up, and we have Nvidia, so Nvidia will be a good trade today. I think it'll be, we have Marvell, we have Nvidia. That's it as far as chip names are concerned here today. And we started shorting Nvidia, right? We were going against this level where we're at right now. Good shorts again. Then we break above and get stopped out, so we're making money there. Then we went long, lost the bid on whatever that move was, and it was. And like we were just like, okay, we're going to use 142 as our out here for Nvidia. So right now it's $1, and it's going higher. So this is real good, man. Like at one point when we were holding on to this. Like, we don't have any stops here. Like, we bought 142.50s. It went all the way down to 142 and change. We were out a lot. Like, it was not great. But now we bring it back, and the net is happy for that. So far, so good there on that move. But yeah, Nvidia, nice move there. We could check out what Marvell's been doing. Marvell was virtually a flat trade for me today. We will wind up just paying fees and be down on this a little bit because we didn't get it all out. It ripped up. That was nice. And then it came back in. We're basically flat on it, is what I'm trying to say. There it is, 68.75. We bought a little bit in there, and then once it broke through 68.70, we wound up losing. So kind of like nothing, 20 cents there, and then lost 10 cents there on a reloaded position. So give or take, down a couple bucks on Marvell. That one did not go according to plan. I thought Marvell would be upside today, and it's not, so it's downside. So there it is, man. Thank you, everybody, for an awesome market, not recap show, but a sector rundown with the best thing there. Most viewers returned to your channel. Good. Hit like, hit subscribe, man. Let's get that one going right now. We only have, well, I have to refresh. I'm showing 40 likes. I sure hope that is off a little bit right there. 208, yeah, 207 likes right now. 5,600 watching. Very, very light numbers, but that's okay. Hit the like and the subscribe right now. See if we can get that up to 5 bills, right? I mean, we always about 1 in every 10. Like, we can do that. I think we need to do higher than that, but if you can get that, let's go. Hit the like button. Thank you so much for all of that. And again, we'd say this, and it's somewhat scientific, but if you do hit the like button, then there's more of a chance that your next trades will be profitable.
I've heard this.
So it's like, it's something that I say and haven't really tested it, but like, I just hit the like button, you know, and we just took another.
Hey, thank you, Curtis Webb.
Yeah. What's up, Curtis Webb?
Shout out to Curtis Webb. Without a message, a super chat.
Oh, perfect. Nice.
There it is. Just appreciate you, Curtis. It'll go to maybe putting an extra coat on those desks behind us because everything's getting your weight, everybody. Like, it's getting very, well, I mean, it's been real because you've been hearing all the construction around here, so you can't say that it hasn't been real. But yeah, we're starting to actually see. You guys can't tell. Like, there's a rough.
I think it's the fall. Oh, so you can see right behind me. That's a desk right there.
And kind of what it might end up looking like behind us. Desk behind, and then a desk on the other side. We'll get into it a little bit later. I was going to mention I'll go to Uber in a second because I had meant to talk about it, and then we got sidetracked with something else, I think, probably. But yeah, Uber was absolutely cruising. But remember I said Intel, it's either breaking that top or we're waiting for it to break 22. Well, the stop is in above this current bar. If it wicks me out, I do want to be ready for like an entry back into the same range for pretty much the same trade. But I said before, there isn't a story here. If something hits the wire, we'll let you guys know. And I just wanted to give that update because it's a couple of cents away there. Uber is falling asleep. It's one of the more frustrating trades because I don't remember what it was a Tesla robotaxi. Right, so I was in with a stop underneath. I was long. I had been stopped out at the low of the day and gone right back in at 86. I had a trail at 87, and it was absolutely cruising. I had my offer actually 10 cents higher. Actually, not even 10 cents higher. It was like 5 cents higher. I was out in front of 87.5, and then my trail hit. I haven't jumped back in. It looks relatively weak. It's no longer moving with the market. I think Uber might be sitting it out for a little bit here after the strong run that it's had. I think it just needs to settle down. It just had like 5 or 6 days in a row to the upside, but not looking good amidst Tesla strength. If anything, the market starts to roll over again. Uber might be a short off VWAP as much as I was only looking long on Uber today. But frustrating because that was the one long that worked out relatively well. And then Tesla Robotaxi ended up happening. So only in Intel. I do like this Micron if we can get a good solid entry off of this 113 low, but haven't really been able to get into it just yet. It's back underneath VWAP, but support at 113, not the volume weighted average price, at least currently on MU. Malek, are you taking any position in Apple? I don't think so. Apple was frustrating this morning, and I'm staying away from it.
What's up to Wisp Away? Good duel over there with the spins. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I could talk a little bit about Apple. You know, we were short early there, and then I tried to go long basically on that move that went to the downside. And yeah, that could have been picked up as well at 201 and change. I mean, it basically landed right into its bottom of the day. I mean, forget about the first I'm done looking at the first 5 minutes, right? I mean, unless we're going to be low and then I want to look at these kind of levels, fine. But other than that, man, I mean, we came back in right there at 10 o'clock, 9:50, and gave this 201.40 area a look, and we bounced around there for a minute and then took off, right? And so that should have been, I was sitting on Nvidia and Palantir, and I couldn't be more happy to do that. So, but that was a good level again. So I think if you are looking, and I know that that was sort of the question there, if we're looking at anything here for Apple, but I would think that this 201, bless you, Ramin, down here at 201.40 or so, that could be a spot. So I was just going to say, like, if you are looking for something, maybe there. I'm sort of married to the longs that I'm already in right now, so we'll wait and see if there's some sort of a comeback from there. But today, man, I've pretty much overtraded. Like, we'll be red on Apple, so that's 1. Amazon's the second name, that's 2. Google's 3, so that's 2 for 3. IBIT 4. Marvell 5 names. And Marvell was okay. Nvidia, 6 names, already too many, but Nvidia is going to be maybe my number 1. Palantir, it's fine. We always like Palantir. That's 7 names. Then the future shouldn't even really count, but it does. Look where we went long, man. We would be well in the money now, but unfortunately, like I said, man, victim on that move down a couple times. So right there, that sucks because we got hit on. That was a decent sized position too. There, and then out on that flush. That sucked. So this might be my reddest name. Oh no, Apple will be. And then Tesla. I mean, come on, that's a good one there. 7 or 8 names. Wow, Tesla's 323. And remember yesterday, man, yesterday during the afternoon when this was happening, I'm like, my trade tomorrow is Tesla long. So right into there, man, we smoked it. And we're really happy that we're able to do that because, again, sticking with your plans, Neil writes it down on a gangster iPad. I just keep it right up here. And it was like, I needed to make sure to take this trade. I knew it was going to be there. I didn't even look at anything. As soon as I came in, I just opened up the charts, wrote down some levels, 310 on Tesla. The bottom of the day is 311. We wrote that down. And then the 318 break, which obviously is working out now. But yeah, sometimes you just want to stick with the names that are working out there. And that's Tesla. And then the last trade that I'd put on today. And again, some of these names are just quick one-hitters or whatever, right? Like Uber's basically the same thing. We went long. We tried it again at 87. And then whoosh, there goes that idea. We wrote down 87 on the sticky note. Once it loses it, it's gone. And there it goes to the downside. So we followed our plans pretty good today. Could have always had better execution, less shares on bad trades and more shares on good trades. But that's kind of what happens. I mean, I still feel a little sour about this TQQ trade because that was a good one other than that move. But there was a couple wicks to the downside. And, that's trading, right? Coulda, woulda, shoulda. But, we got it in there. We're still fine. I'm going to be red today. And it's just, again, we lost with Apple. But other than that, we're about 50-50 on the names that we're up and down on, right? And so, yeah, we're going to try to make it back. Palantir and Nvidia trying to do yeoman's work right now, and then we'll see if we can find another trade. Oh, I thought I traded. Oh, I did trade Amazon. I was going to say, what about Amazon? Amazon was a good one for me today. Amazon, yeah. So this is my number 1 stock, holding on to Palantir to see if that can take it out. But I really like Amazon today. Maybe this breaks that high of 217.
Yeah, I mean, Amazon right now, like there's a lot of, okay, you know what? The market seems to want to get to the high. I'd be surprised if some strong Mag 7 names aren't going to get dragged up here. It's a pretty good recovery here in Robinhood, which was a good early long and then lost it late. Yesterday, or first couple of trades were great on Robinhood, then went red on it when we lost the trend. But yesterday it had a similar look and bounce off VWAP. We had a long off VWAP on this yesterday. And what I like about this trade is really, it's almost like it rinsed everybody out a couple of days in a row and is trying to get back into some of the highs. Like if you look at a 15-minute chart, like you had a flat bottom break, regained support, and then that support at 71 got wicked again, like the prior support level. So I think a retest of the high. On a 15-minute, it's actually been accelerating to the upside. So any dip that gets you to VWAP or 72.5 still looks pretty good. Intel's doing the exact same thing. Micron wasn't moving how I would like to see, but I think this makes some sense back into the volume-weighted average price. After seeing what it did yesterday, especially in Robinhood, Lazarus said Intel something big is going to happen, not sure when. Maybe not. The longer this goes without a story or without a subsequent volume spike, you'd like to think, I mean, I can't remember the last time a stock did something like this without a new story. It's like let the longs get another move or let it come back in and fade. Like you would think something is going to happen here, but right now it's been since I got into this position. It's over a half an hour, and it's traded inside of like a 10-15 cent range. And I'm inclined to believe that's not going to hold true. For now it is. So I'm going to move on over to Robinhood. Let's see if we can get a pullback in volume-weighted average price. This one, if it can get green today, I think that would be a pretty bullish sign. Heck, a close above 72 is a pretty bullish look on the 15-minute for the hooded one. Exactly. Andrew Sandoval, algo move on Intel. Well, yeah, but you know what? Every move is an algo move in this market, in the general sense. Doesn't mean there isn't a news story behind it that we are just not unaware of. There's a lot that it could be. We'll see. I'm suspecting we're going to hear. I saw some people in the chat say it could be like people talking about it on Reddit. Maybe like Reddit's got it as a value play or something. I have no idea. I don't really follow some of those forums anymore like we used to.
All right, I'm starting to get out a little bit. I mean, the market's starting to go back to the upside here. I'm starting to empty out some of these clips, you know what I mean? Because it's just we just ran into a little bit of a problem here. We hadn't spent too much of the day above these levels that we're at right now. Like during the midday, we went from about, this is Chicago time, so we went from about 12 o'clock to about 2 o'clock or so, where we just kind of hovered a little bit above where we are. We didn't really get going, and then we had some pretty good drops there with a big. This is that spike that I was talking about there at 2 o'clock. Like, I mean, as soon as we went on the air, that's why I was all like, I'm not connected yet. I'm not like, I was getting into positions. Like, I don't know what the biggest sell volume candle. Adair, was there something that happened at 2 o'clock? Because like, right, like that's bigger than the open. Like that's bigger than this drop that happened right here. It's the single largest volume candle of the day that happened at 2 o'clock right here on can't find anything about it. So I just say, what's up with that? Yeah, that got us in trouble there. So we want to talk about Neil mentioning algo moves. I mean, I don't think there's anything more obvious than that kind of a thing where someone just hit a sell key, I guess, and really hammered it down. And I am a little bit bitter because we did have the futures there. We did have the TQs, and it came into a level that I liked, and I still feel like we were right about it. But again, you're never right if you take an L, so we're wrong. All right, and then there it goes. So Broadcom, shout out to Tia and everybody in the chat, man. Really appreciate the kind words and everything, because we put, that's not doing anything. I was just saying, like, I wanted to look at it just to see what was going on with Broadcom. But there's a huge move back to the upside. So I wonder if some of Intel's move, again, is nothing to do with Broadcom or anything, but just that, when they want to buy some of these chip names, they go in there and they buy, whether or not it's a story that someone's going to have. And you're going to find out, like, you see how Intel went up today? You're going to find out tomorrow that someone upgraded Intel, or Bill Ackman or someone took a position and the word got out, and now tomorrow it's gonna leak, right? And
there's a bunch of
then it's gonna be up a lot more than it is today. So we'll wait to see. I already said this before, man. Like the next time Intel's up here, I'm out like crazy on Intel. If we ever get back into this 25, 26 area, I hope it can happen in the next couple of days, and then we'll drop out of that one, put our money in the SMH or something if I still want a piece of this. But other than that, I want to be gone with Intel. I do know that there's a lot of traders that think we do with the Foundry and Build America and all this kind of stuff, that Intel could be great at some point again. I have my doubts. So we're going to wait to see. They don't even have an EPS, a negative quarter last quarter. We'll find out what's going on with Intel.
It wasn't Mobileye.
After they report next time. Yeah, Mobileye. They spun off Mobileye also, and I think Mobileye's straight to the downside as well, but I don't know. I have to check that. This $30 area would be a dream if we ever got anything into there. But again, Intel, you would think that was a split, but of course it was not. And then there we go. So we're going to wait. Looks like $23 tomorrow for Intel could be something. But for me right now, I know Neil's in it, so whatever, we'll just leave it for that. But it's not really doing anything naturally. So yeah, I think if you can get that break, basically of $22, you already got a good short. So a break of that $22 maybe gets me in.
It should go.
But again, like I want to hit it with like really good amount of shares. And for me right now, the fact that it's just doing this, I feel like I'd get stopped out there. If I got in now, then I feel bad about losing 15 cents. So I'd rather just play with some momentum and short this on the way through, if it's a short at all. I talk about momentum, but all these other stocks that I'm in really aren't doing too much either. Nvidia right here again, Neil's talking about sitting in Intel for a half hour. In that half hour, Nvidia's moved up $1. So part of it is for me is looking for some actionable plays, and we can't predict what's going to happen. No one thought Intel was going to go up $1.50 or whatever. So play the back end reversal on that. I like that play, but for me, Palantir, it's Nvidia, and it's a $10 winner right now on Tesla. And just for those of you that are trading it, because I'm getting some nice comments in the chat, thank you so much for that. I'm gonna use the 50-period moving average. If we break below 321, let's put that in right now. My stop on this trade, by the way, is a break of 311.50. So obviously that was worth it. 320.99 right there, a full stop. And we'll punch out if that is what winds up happening. But for right now, maybe we have an upside move into the close. Thank you for putting up with me talking all the time. And let's go over to Adair, and then we'll hear from Neil.
Be aware here, Donald Trump apparently set to observe a military demonstration at Fort Bragg. Here's the market just trying to push higher, as we know. Nothing's happening here, and he's not set to speak until later. I believe 4 p.m. Eastern is when he's scheduled to speak. So could be nothing, but just be aware, Donald Trump on camera, anything can happen. Back to you.
Yeah, well, we kind of know that. It's really if a microphone gets in front, more than anything else. But yeah, military needs, defense spending is going up, no questions asked. We're talking about it like where CNBC had their disruptor list, and a good, I would say, dozen, just on a quick glance, of the top 50 names involved some kind of AI in defense. Palantir wouldn't be on a disruptor list anymore because it's too big of a company. Number 1 on the list was one of those. So Robinhood did just give us a dip buy, first one into the volume weighted average price. It popped back up, gave us 20 pennies, and now right back into the volume weighted average price. So if it holds, great. Then we can get on the right side of the V another time for an ad. But if we lose VWAP, I'm going to jump out of this bad boy. I didn't tell. Break. It's, do it or don't do it, but it's not making that move just yet. Micron, I'm just going to cancel a bit on Micron. It's trying to go. I still like this look on Micron overall. It's just not really giving you the volume. So I'm going to back away at least for now. I love the fact that it was a $2 retracement down, thus giving you lots of room to the upside, but it's absolutely not moving whatsoever. Might just be it's going to be a flat bottom break on Intel. So, I'm not bidding anything till 80. Every time it gets down to the bid, I'm going to be on guard, but until it breaks, pretty much nothing just yet. Oh, the other thing is, obviously Tesla's not going to get to VWAP. 321 and then 319 would be the 2 areas I'd look to try to get a trend continuation play, because I feel if something is going to go parabolic and we get to the highs, now that Intel is pretty much stopped, the only thing doing exorbitant volume is Tesla. Like when I look at my e-signal trade rate scanner, like there's nothing. It's TSLL, it's TSLA on that scanner, and everything else is pretty minute. Like relatively speaking anyway. And this is just something we have, and we're not even doing the e-signal thing right now. Something I always like to have up. You'll see some of the usual suspects, but the simple fact that on the trade rate, Intel, which you just saw going sideways, is number 3 on the list. That tells you something. So I don't want to rush into anything when you're not getting crazy movement or volatility. Still over an hour to go, so plenty of time for us to get something going. And I want to buy some dips, like I said, in something that's relatively strong and doing some volume. Tesla does fit that bill, but it didn't want to give us VWAP like it did before.
Yeah, we're, by the way, Bitcoin's now at 109, looking to get to 110 right now. And again, remember where our stop is, the 50-period moving average. We'll keep adjusting that on Tesla as we go. I took a little small piece out here on Nvidia. I was waiting for that true dollar club selfishly because it's right there at that area of 143.25. So I did put an offer there. Hopefully we can get back to the upside and roll that. So that's what we're doing right there. We can check out a little bit of GameStop. They are reporting after hours, and I just...
Is it just them?
No, that's what I was actually... You read my mind. I was just going to show that out right now. Got to adjust this, man. We have more than 500,000 subscribers. Right now, yeah, join Adair and I tonight around 4 p.m. as these numbers drop. GameStop, GitLab, Dave & Buster's, and Stitch Fix. So I think the big one that everyone's going to look for here is GameStop. But look at these implied moves, 11, 13, 16, 19. So go over at Trader TV Sean, go find those as well. Thanks to Dara for all the information on all of those names. So we'll look for that and have a lot of fun. GameStop right now down 1.73%. And you could also trade GameStop at Prop XP. Level up your trading game with Prop XP. Up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. Scroll the site, Pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on their platform. Sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support. No bots. This is rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot and is trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with code, and make sure you use this code, man. 50% off is nice. Trader TV, one word. Trader TV, link is in the description. Be the trader, get funded, join Prop XP today. Prop XP, your edge starts here. Visit propxp.com. So yeah, we want to thank them for sponsoring the show again this afternoon. So thank you to Prop XP for all of that one right there. We've made it when we got these sponsors. We want to thank all of you for that, and reaching the globe is what we're trying to do, and I think we've done that. We have a great exposure to many parts. India is big, UK is big, man. All over Europe is big. Canada, the United States is our #1 point as well. Brazil in there as well. A lot of people in Chile watching. Yeah. India watching. Yeah. Saudi Arabia. Everywhere, worldwide. We're Mr. Worldwide this show right now. So we want to thank everybody for all of that. And maybe you're here for this. Or maybe not, who knows? But there's $1 there on Nvidia as we're trying to get back up to the upside. That's there. We're $1.70 in the money on Palantir. And I'm not going to hit this 10 times, or am I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Something like 10 for Tesla. And I mean, this has been, again, the dream trade of the day. Just keeps on working, man. There it goes. See how far this one can go. I might just sit in many of these trades for the rest of it. We did buy Webull today as well at 11. That made a dip down into 1070. Not adding to anything around here. I told you it's not in the swing account or anything like that. I put it into the longer term account. I think this is a good possibility that just to leave it alone. But I do see some SoFi and some Robinhood-esque into this one where we could go a hell of a lot lower than where we are now before we actually get higher. So I'm going to be cautious on Webull, but that was a relatively new the newest entrant into my account is Webull, and that was today. And we did sell, we said we'd talk about this. We're long JP Morgan at 230, a little bit lower than 230. And okay, good. So we sold it right here. I was going to say, I thought 268.40 or so. Yep, right into there. Perfect. This is where we sold it during the afternoon. And yeah, so that's what we did. And I've just been seeing real nice top right there, right? And so it's just kind of like Uber. You could buy Uber at $60, and watch it go all the way back to 60 and not do anything about it, and watch it go all the way back up. I mean, at some point, we're gonna have to take some profit. So that's basically what I'm doing here. We first bought it on this dip into the 200 period, which is why we're right around 230. And then it moved all the way up to 255. And I was like, we're doing pretty good. And then tariff time, and then that happened all the way to the downside. I was like, what have I done? Because we were $20, $25 in the money. Then we went like $25 out of the money, basically. And so if you're not going to flinch at this, then you can't flinch at that. But now I'm flinching and getting out because we've seen this top just too many times, man. We were here 2 weeks ago, dropped back into 260, back up to 268. So we do take out a small piece, a petit peu of 10% there on JP Morgan. And I say to JP Morgan, the same thing that Russell Wilson said to the Broncos, although it didn't work out, let's ride. So right there, we're riding with you, JP. Really and there it is right there. That's a good one, man. What's up to Brendo? What's up to the Face Slapper Nation as well? Because there's Nvidia, man. Right now, 10, 12, 13 and change, plus Google, $14 in the money on these positions, man. We're 3 longs. We like the trade. Here goes the NASDAQ. This is a bull market. We're only long, man. Only long today. Let's see what winds up happening, although I did go short something. Or maybe I did not, actually. No, I did not. Only longs. Yeah, Apple. Okay, I was going to say, looking at my thing there, Apple, the only one short. And then I went long Apple. So, yeah, we were short Apple early, long Apple there. But, yeah, man, really making back, putting some damage on the board now, thankfully. There's Nvidia, man, 38, right back into day's high right there on NVDA. Let's just sit back and relax. And if we had some cognac, we'd be sipping it.
Oh, I don't know if I'll be sipping it today on the yak. That is like my one no-go. I've told that story before. I'm not going to rehash it. The position board, I think it might have just got refreshed, is my guess, because anytime you see it disappear, the next time a fill comes in, I guess it'll come back. But it should be back up because I took a fill there, and we'll see if we can. We'll see if we get Sean's positions back up. But you guys just saw all of them. Can Nvidia get to 145? I hope so. I hope Nvidia gets to the 145 level.
Yeah.
It's not going anything. The Roaring Griffin, no, I'm not on that yak. Last exam in university. That was the one of choice to celebrate. And as you can imagine how that night might have went. So hoodie, I'm going to give it to on a 15-minute. I always want prior lows. Or sorry, I mean for a long, I want prior highs on a pullback. So if we're consolidating here on the 15-minute, these bars are 72.44. My stop is basically right underneath that. This time it's actually in there, unlike Tesla earlier today. So we're going to look for that. My offers are sitting here into what would be green for the stock randomly, because this is the close at 73.40. And then if it's able to break that, we'll hold out for where it was this afternoon for sure. Everybody, good time to fill up on Rocket Lab longs. I don't like Rocket Lab up here at all. This was a name, paid for locates, didn't trade it short, so it doesn't really matter. In the aftermarket show, fail, because we discussed how this made a lot of sense for a short trade after what we saw in Tesla yesterday. Like if you were bullish on the makeup between Elon and Donald and the President Trump, then I think Donald like I know him, then this is a name that made a lot of sense to get a little bit of a pullback. How far it goes, who knows? It makes some sense that you'd pull back maybe into the 50 period, something along those lines. But not a good day for Rocket Lab. I think you got to give it, let it breathe a little bit. Down 8.5% today. No signs of a bounce whatsoever here on Rocket Lab. I'd be stay away. We like this one. I think it's in a bit of a short-term, like, bear rally, let's just call it, or bear move, and you want to back off of that one. If Tesla starts, look, if things flare back up between Elon and President Trump, then I think you put the longs back on in that name. But it got so far into the highs, and the last part of the move was pretty much based on the spat. Robinhood trying to get back up to the first offer, which is at 72.80. We'll see where it goes from there. Intel, like I said, if it breaks 22, then we'll get some more. If it doesn't, then we're not doing anything with Intel. So you'll see it there, but if it doesn't break 22 or 22.20, then nothing is going to happen until the close for me, where I'll have no choice but to get out.
All right, man. We are once again very much in chill mode right here. So if there are any symbols as we enter power hour, I think this market could absolutely take off. So this is what we've been doing, and it's been great. So wow. I honestly, man, face slap. There goes Palantir, man. $2 in the money on Palantir, $1.80 in the money on Nvidia, $10 in the money on Tesla. The trading we're happening right now on the after show. Shout out to Neil. Shout out to everybody, the midday show guys. Shout out to everybody watching right here. This is what trading's all about. There it goes. 5% to the north side right now. Bye-bye, Nvidia. Bye-bye, Nvidia right now. So Lutnick saying talks are going real well, I guess, there as China. The meetings are back on right now. So we're going to watch out here. There goes Palantir. There goes Nvidia. This has been quite an afternoon here as well. So, hey, man, ever since we changed up the style of trading, this has been quite a run. The last few months have been absolutely monstrous, and we're teeing it off now. There it goes, man. Huge move to the upside. There goes Nvidia. We are now $15 in the money on all these trades. We might as well get something out. I mean, I don't know. We might as well get something out here on Google, but there it is. Let's get something out at 179.10s as we just approach. It's a lot to manage. There we go. We get, what did I get there? 10s? I got 9s. So this is hard to manage when we have this many positions, but hey, we're doing it, and I hope that we're doing it well for all of you guys as well. What's up, John M? Yeah, congratulations. Thanks, Adam, man. And I know you're a real one too, so my hats are off to you. Where was this super chat? Oh, here, I'll just go over here. Fan funding. What's up, John M? Oh, there he is. John M. Hey, what's going on, dude? All right, AMD longs off VWAP. Well, that would be have been I think Neil talked about this, didn't he? That runneth over the last 2 days. Maybe not. 2.5 daily goal both days. Let's go right there. That's what we're talking about, man. Congratulations. Again, thank you for everything you do. No, thank you for all of that. But there it is. We can have a look quickly at VWAP. I mean, yesterday, like I was saying, man, the number one stock by far was AMD on the show, right? And we're glad to have that for you. I think we both might have had that. But right here, AMD, just to call you up for it. Look, I like VWAP, right? I mean, when the market's blasting right now Tesla's 1150 in the money. Let that go, man. It's gone. But there's AMD right now. So I guess you hit the VWAP there. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't look like it was that great.
VWAP?
Blue, yeah. Doesn't look like it was that great today, but I mean, if you hit it, then that's good enough for me, man. I mean, again, today's going to be one of those days where now we're just getting some extension there. There goes the NASDAQ. And you know, like, this is part of the problem with having stop orders is something like this happens. Like you get that huge move at 2 o'clock where absolutely nobody knows what happened. And then that happens right now. So I feel like I should still be long the futures and we should have got back in, but I didn't know what was going on. We picked on Palantir, we picked on Nvidia. And look, man, since that dump off there, I know Neil's short Intel, but like this Palantir right there, 131, I'll take it, man. That's $2 in the money. Nvidia right there, off that dump right there, that's 142. That's also $2 in the money. So $4 we've put on since we've been on with you. So that's $4 clean dollars. Forget about the Tesla, that's from the morning, but on trades that I've talked about that we've taken together, that's $2 on Nvidia and $2 on Palantir. So, you know, congratulations to everybody that's been doing that, man. It's been a fun day.
Let's go to Adara. We do have news for that last little spike, I believe.
Basically here, as mentioned a bit by Sean, Howard Lutnick making some comments. I just want to clarify here, I guess summarize what he said. So this is the U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. He said that the talks with China are going really well. He hopes that they end this evening. They're trying to finish it this evening, but they could also go into tomorrow. So it seems like these talks are ongoing, but that they're going well. So that seems like a positive right now. Certainly the market taking it as such. Back to you.
Yeah, the market taking it as such. I did get the first offer since the first thing we got into since I've been sitting in this intel from when we got into the show with you guys. And like I said, there's no story there, and it won't even move with that market move to the upside. You can look at it if you want, but we're looking for the next fill in front of 73, and then hopefully we get a bit of a breakout here. Joe Blow saying you've been saying it for months. We're going to get a China deal. Well, hopefully we do. I wish I had reloaded on Baba before that happened. But beggars can't be choosers. Alibaba, I don't think I take this breakout. In the aftermarket show, I said I was taking this break on Alibaba. But at 3 o'clock, 120, essentially yesterday's high. You'd be buying the top of the move here. And I'm not sure how keen I am on taking the top of the move on a Chinese ADR in the afternoon when the volume usually isn't that good with them. So I'm going to back away from that. I know we were discussing kind of Alibaba second resurgence. I know I'd mentioned it. It's one of those things where yesterday at the close, it looked a heck of a lot better for a breakout play this morning, and then we gapped down on the Chinese name. So I'm probably not taking that break. I'm going to stick with Robinhood. I think there's a chance to add to this now that it's holding above the volume weighted average price again, but I want to get filled at the top of the range first and then try to add back in the 60s and 70s for sure. And like I said on Intel, I had to punch this manually. I'm going to hit manually if it breaks 22 because I want to use a certain type of stop order that, one of our stop orders you kind of have to use. You can't use another stop while that one's out, so I'll be punching through if we break that 22. The fact that the NASDAQ just went 100 points to the upside and this didn't move, it just makes me like the short a little bit better. So the second it breaks that low, we're getting more of it, and we're just going to stick with Robinhood, at least for now. Chef Joe says, don't sleep on TSM, even for next week's news, all-time high move. I got too many chip names in the portfolio to add another one. I've been buying ARM on these dips and have Nvidia, still have some AMD shares from I'm not even sure when, a very, very long time ago. So, and I own some ASML as well, which probably looking pretty good right now. I haven't double checked on what ASML is doing. So I got an offer right here at 72, like just above 90. Look to grab that fill, then I'm jumping back on the bid in a Robinhood. ASML is a good stock, but it's been having a rough go.
All right. All right.
Move to 90.
Yeah, I was just looking there because, oh boy, when we talk about a stock, I've been talking about Disney now for weeks, and today Disney breaks 120. This name has been an absolute rocket to the upside, man. Disney right now, if you're in this, I'm looking at my phone to get out of some of my position because we're long, man. We've been long this name. This was like a COVID name. I don't know, it wasn't, it's not Jarhead. I forget Daryl. I don't know if you're still in here, Daryl Flinch. You guys know we were buying SMG. We were buying JP Morgan. We were buying Disney. Not SMG. Not Scott's Miracle Grow. Simon Property Group. I don't even know that symbol
No,
anymore.
the second you said S and G, I knew it was Simon Property.
Yeah.
Because it's like, yeah.
Simon Property Group. What is that symbol? I'll have to look that up. I can't believe it. I'm out of it now. SM, Simon, SPG.
Well, I guess that makes sense.
All right. So yeah. Anyways, there it is. Once you have one symbol in your mind, like especially when I'm looking down at my blotter and all I see is 4-digit names, 4-letter names. But yeah. Anyways, there goes Disney right here. I mean, look how many times do we have to see this, right? I mean, okay. So there's a level. There's a level. There it is again, and there it is again, and now we're right back here right now. So whoa, again, these aren't very accurate, but it's this general area here between 120, and that's about it, man. The highest is like 123-ish and change. I guess we got up there right there, but that's 2022. So Disney's gone up and down, man. Bad content, good, great, this and that, go woke, go broke. But at the end of the day, you come all the way back up to 120. So I think that we've been talking about this, man, not just day trades, but, swing trades and longer term positions as well. I like this play here for Disney. So if you're into that right there, grab some Disney shares because this seems to be either breaking out longer right now. I'm going to ask Brian Shannon about this on the after show. Hopefully I can remember, but this will be a good one there for Disney talk because I think to me, it looks like we should be getting out right now. I want to hear what Brian has to say. I'm going to ask him about that. I'll put that in our show notes there for tonight because DIS looking mighty fine. I did put the stop order on Tesla breaking through 322.25.
I think he's going to say hold.
So if we break, yeah, he always says stuff like that. I mean, yeah, when you're looking at it's easy when it's not your money, but I'm going to ask Brian what he thinks about that as well. Palantir's off to the races. They all are, man. Palantir's now $2.40 in the money. We might as well take another piece out right now. There we go. We just offer 45s and get it. So it's just really that quick. Anything we're doing right now seems to be working out. Palantir highs of the day, Nvidia highs of the day, Tesla highs of the day. So we're in all of this, man. And it's been a great 1 hour considering what we've been doing, man. I mean, when we started the show with Tesla at 2 o'clock, Tesla was $3.18. That's up $6 now. So that's $6 there. Palantir, we put this on with you guys at 2 o'clock. So there it goes. That's a nice move to the upside. And then Nvidia, the same story at 2 o'clock. Boom. Oh, wow. Nvidia, I don't even... Like, I'm trying not to watch the net because I don't want to just, get out. I mean, there it goes. I just don't want to get out, immediately every time. But there goes NVIDIA, man. It is really going. I see you guys. What's up, Jameson, on there as well. We'll see what's going on with Marvell. Yeah, good call there on Marvell. It looks too different than everything else for me to get into this. But, I mean, I hope it starts to go. I really like Marvell for long-term AI play. I think they're undervalued and underappreciated at this level, so we'll wait to see. But for right now, I'm going to leave Marvell alone. I think we've done a lot of damage here on Nvidia, Google, and the likes right here. I mean, we are sitting in about $15. I don't want to put any more risk into Marvell. To me, that's not the one. Maybe AMD starting to go. Like I said, Intel, I'll leave that to Neil. But look at AMD, right? A lot of them just look so much different than Marvell. So I'm going to chill out on that one and we'll wait. But yeah, that's pretty good trading so far.
Dell's not having a good day either.
Oh, no? Okay.
No, Dell, and I asked Adair if she could find anything on Dell. I'll get to the chart in just a quick little second, but I said I'd jump back on the bid VWAP if we got to fill in front of 73. So it being Robinhood just pressed into 73. Obviously, Intel's not going to 73. And then we'll dip back into the volume weighted average price. If it breaks 73, waiting for about 73.40 in front of the prior day close. So when it comes to Dell, and I don't know what's going on with it, it's now bouncing because I guess the market is strong. But Dell down 1 point. Ooh, I still have those wicks from the 9th. But it's been trending down pretty much the entirety of the day until literally right now, bouncing with the rest of the market. And maybe there is a story.
There isn't one, but I have a feeling this might be antipathy. We know Nvidia announced that really fast supercomputer coming out of Europe. It could be a bit of an antipathy play for that. We know Dell also space, but of course that's not concrete news. Dell also had a pretty good day, at least for the morning yesterday. A couple different things. No concrete news, but that supercomputer story for Nvidia is certainly worth noting just in general. Before we zoom back to the guys, here is our implied earnings move list for tonight. Huge one: GameStop, GitLab, Play, or Dave & Buster's here, and Stitch Fix. All of these expected moves here of over 10%. Check out those earnings with myself, Sean, and Brian Shannon on the market recap. Check out this infographic on X at GTV Research. Make sure to like and subscribe. Back to the guys.
The only thing I remember about GitLab is like someone on the show really liked it, and there was one day on earnings. It was just, I don't remember when it was, but I just remember it being like a really good short setup. I traded it once to the short side and was like, well, that was easy, because when it fell, it just fell like a rock. But it's not the most liquid stock in the world, but when it loses a bid, pretty nasty for GitLab. I don't know what the short float is off the top of my head, but I'm going to guess that should be a decent enough mover. Doesn't look very good.
6% short float,
Only
5.8%. Also, I don't know if it was me, but I know I've traded GitLab on the show before.
No, this was a while ago. It was a long time ago. 42 breaks, and this is it looks nasty on GTLB. I think you can put that one in the back burner for sure. Figgy Marley, what are we feeling about NEO? I feel absolutely nothing. Shaggy, you might be right. I feel absolutely nothing about NIO. I know it's up 5%, but I think when looking at like this name, I know what Chinese ADRs I like, and I know which ones I want to stay away from. You can make these random trades on NEO off of like even dollar levels. So like this is an example of what you could do at $3. There was an example of what you can do at $4. Outside of that, there's been no other trade in NEO except that. So maybe it retakes $4 and you get an even dollar trade again. I know you're thinking it's breaking the trend line here and looking solid, but yeah, I mean, go BYD, go Tesla, maybe even go Rivian, break that 15 that we didn't get today. That was another opportunity that I thought we'd get a breakout that just didn't happen. So I did take some out, like I said, took some out of Robinhood, going to try and hold on to the other half here, but I'm back on the bid. It doesn't seem to want to pull back into the volume weighted average price again. It's only 310, so there's plenty of time for it to do one more dip and rip. But if we break out 73 and take that next stair step up, then I'm not waiting all around for those lows. I'm going to make sure that if it breaks 73, I'd look for higher lows. You want to either hold the range and trade the range, or break higher and play higher highs and higher lows. If it fail breaks, I'm not buying the dip on that fail break. I need it to go, and I need it to go this time, right here.
All right, I guess we can look elsewhere for you guys now. Disney, PayPal, Amazon, Coin. All right, well, I mean, look at what crypto's doing right now. Oh, I thought I traded. Oh, I did trade IBIT. Okay, yeah, this was the one that we're flat on the day. When I was running through the names there, I feel like I didn't mention IBIT, but I don't know. Anyways, there it is. We were long, and yeah, because we didn't discuss this. So we were long and then out. This is about as flat as a trade as you can get. Bought the 62s, bought the 6190s, got some out 6210, 6218s, fell right there, got out at 6180s. So a flat trade there on IBIT today. And as you can see, now making the moves higher into that play as Bitcoin hovering around 1094 right now. So that play trying to happen for us here on IBIT. But you're not really breaking that. It's not, for me, something to trade for sure, but I don't know. Right now, let's wait. I still think the market breaks higher off of this. Look at Mara today. I mean, this would be something more likely for me to trade, right? Something that's actually moving around. It's going to be Mara. There's a nice move. There's a nice bounce off the 200 period. Bounce again off the 200. And there's that dip down with no reason. And good dip by opportunity, 1635. And Mara, Marathon Digital, continues to move higher. Whoa, that's right. I'm still on these ellipses. Let's get rid of that quickly. But right into there, looks like we are trying to take down. This could be a great long on this break. That looks pretty good, man. Breaking through 17. We'll see if it can do that on the 200 period moving average, getting that garbage out of here. It's already dipped back in January. What a move down to $9, like during April, back up to $17. I mean, there's all going to be lots of names that you look at there and be like, oh, wow, look where that is. But yeah, Mara, huge move down, huge move up right there for Marathon. So that's another name to potentially look at. Looks pretty good here on the 5-minute chart, getting into those levels. We had Mitch on earlier. Right now, Google's $1 in the money. Palantir's still trying to go. Tesla's at its highs. SMR right now. How to move down, I thought, today. Yeah, there it was. So we get up, wow, man, we get up to $38. Oh, I got to pull the trigger on more shares out up there. And then now it just fell back into 34. Like, you want to talk about that. Basically, straight up 10%, straight down 15%, and now you're trying to hover around flat on the day, down 1%. So SMR, Oklo, and a few other names today as far as uranium names continue to go. And before we go, I want to look at uranium. We're not going anywhere, but
URA was huge.
Yeah, the uranium ETF. Wow. Talk about that one, man. Yeah, we were It's like down in here, I remember I was with Michael Noss. I was like, yeah, I'm going to buy this. And then we didn't buy it on that break right there. But the ETF that we have been buying that you guys know about, because I've been talking about it for a year plus, XPI, it's finally starting to go back upside. I really like the biotech, and we got some of this in the low 70s. We talked about that we're buying some more ETFs these days. So there it was. We don't have that very bottom, of course, of 66 and change, but right into here, now trying to print a little bit higher now, XPI as Eli. Wow, the net is just growing here, boy. 230 now in the money. There goes Nvidia going to the upside, right back to highs. Again goes Nvidia. Right back to highs goes Tesla as, yeah, Travolta, man, or that's not Travolta. This is Travolta. No, Travolta's not working. Oh, is that what happens? Oh, Adara is now Travolta. I got to change that right there. So there's, I didn't change anything. These guys did. Right there, we'll props it up, and we'll go back over to this bull because, hey, man, we're in the building right now, man. This was $14 or $15 in the money. Now we're 17 as everything just continues to climb higher, man. Tesla, we got to change our out now. 320, 325 for Tesla. So yeah, things are going well over 323, 24s as a stop out right now for Tesla. It's always good, man, when the least you can take, Neil, is $11. So we'll watch that. We'll see what winds up happening right here. Back over to Intel and Robinhood, I guess. I don't know if they're moving, but
no, Intel finally broke out. The last trade, oddly enough, is going to be pretty much the same as this other one. I'm flat since this move here. We lost here, lost here, lost here, flat trade there, flat trade there. But we wanted follow through at the end of the day. But we did take a third out. But once it breaks the high, relatively tight stop. I'm not going long that name, forget it. If it was going to make a bigger move, I feel like it should have done it already. Hood, we're gonna buy dips. We're gonna buy dip back here on Hood.
There's something going on with Google.
Alphabet? I'm not hearing anything.
Neither am I.
Here.
I didn't hear anything. But
yeah, Alphabet just dropped $1.
Let's go.
To the downside here on absolutely nothing. It looks
Look
like.
at that.
Okay,
wow, now it's moving around.
Amazon's not moving. Microsoft maybe.
See, I only know this because I'm in the trade. So I actually bought the dip right there on this downside.
Microsoft's not moving.
Play right there. So now we're long Google, waiting to see what's up with that. What's up with that right there? So how could she slap right now? We're going to get out some more of Nvidia now in case this is something more about the broader market overall. But there we go. We just got out some more Nvidia at 12s. Happy to do that, man. Awesome. And again, like when we're taking Nvidia out for $1, we'll do that over and over again. So now let's see what the story is with Google. As this is the #1 P&L name, now we lose it as it drops out. It's still the #1 P&L name, but it just got dropped out right there for Google. So what's up, Adara?
So I'm not sure if this is the news. This actually came out a little bit earlier, but it's worth noting here, CNBC reporting this is as of, I guess, 20 minutes ago, that Google's overhauling its internal learning platform to focus it on AI and business priorities. Now I'm seeing the news here, just coming through here. The information reporting that Google is offering buyouts to employees in search and ad units. So I guess the information reporting that Google's looking to restructure its employee system. They're offering buyouts to search and ad employees. Back to you.
They think usually you're going to think that cutting back on expenses like that is going to be a good thing, but ad is their bread and butter. And if they think they got to cut back there, that's not a good sign overall for Alphabet. That's not the way that I wanted selling some Alphabet to look good here. 176, I mean, if it fills all of the gap in there, then maybe.
I mean, selling Alphabet, yeah, it's not look good, man.
No, it hasn't. Like I'm not here to tell you saying Alphabet has looked good as a recent sell of mine in the long term. I'm basically flat because I put the money into Meta, and for the time being, this is probably the only thing that's made it look a little bit better. But the second it had to be specific to Alphabet, but it is starting to drag the markets back in here a little bit. Maybe it's an opportunity.
I'm gonna go short.
Maybe it's an opportunity, but I just got hit on. Hit VWAP on the bid here. Where's the out?
We're short. I don't know, man. We're just going to let this go and see what winds up happening right now. We're now 55 cents in the money right there. We talked about this, man. Have the ability to do this kind of stuff. Like, we were long, but change up your mind, man. Get in there, man. We talked about this. Told you we need merch, man. Traders got to trade, but not overtrade. There it is, Neil. There's $1 right there, man. We put that right back in again. So there it goes, man. We're here for excitement. We're here for But there goes Google. I don't know, getting too excited, but hey, $1 is $1. Nice move to the downside right now. It's bringing other things with it a little bit, but obviously, wow, okay, there it is. And did we say $1? Can we get $2? Maybe is the question right now, as there's the move down on Google. There, wow, yeah, buddy. There's the flip up short, man. It's the flippening right there. We props that up as we go short on that. Neil, now we're $1.80 in the money right there. This is the dollar club that we're talking about on Google. Ciao, downside right now for Google. We'll take some more profits, man. We just got a 175 fill off of a 176.75. So I don't know where we're going, but other than downside, boom goes the dynamite. We're here. I hope you enjoy that, man. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. There it is. Ciao. See you later, man. And that's, again, it's having that ability. Get in there. Go nuts on those trades. There it goes, Google, man. You don't need no small cap winners or runners to make some big time moves, especially in this market. Now I have less than 10% left of that Google trade, man. I mean, we just came right in. We're taking that 10 times out of 10. Now let's see if Nvidia can make its way back. Well, Nvidia didn't do anything. Nvidia and Palantir. Palantir dipped down a little bit on that. Obviously, they have nothing to do with search or anything, so that's probably a good buy, the dip opportunity there. And then Tesla, I mean, oh boy, on Tesla, as that one's still cruising as well. Tesla's still upside, but it's Google right now that's dancing a little bit. You know, we'll take something out right now again. Let's take something out at 20s. There, now we have less than 2% left on this trade. And yeah, we'll just get stopped out for flat. We don't even have any orders out to get stopped out. So let's go 176. Where am I long at? 74, so let's go 76. Probably gonna be some slippage in that, but there it goes. That's how you do it real quick. I don't know, Dane, if it's the Midas touch or not, but I don't mind Midas. I have to use someone else for tires, though, I think. Oh, no, Ramin dropped something.
Uh-oh, watch your head there, Ramin. Be careful. Look, Amazon looking pretty good right now. Alphabet looks like it's catching a bit of a bid. Doesn't really give it. 176 never held. I said 176 if 176 gave you the bottom wick. It didn't. I'm not going long and holding it $1 against me. Everyone's got to have their own style. Not on news. If you're with it, fine, but not if you're going against the grain. I'd like to think if it's going to pull back, which it is right now pulling back. Let me go to a 15-minute chart so I can see what we're trying to look at here. If it's going to indeed pull back, Head and Shoulders would look something like rejecting 177. If it's above 177, it's like right back to bullish. Underneath 177, and then the breakout from this morning looks a little bit fugazi. As I said, we were on Robinhood's bid, and we ended up getting that fill. Not much you can do about it. It's unrelated to to Google at all. But it did drop the market. The first thing I looked at was what was going on with Amazon and Meta to see if something could have got to VWAP. Amazon did not get to VWAP. But this could be one of those, if it blows out the top, well, it's that or VWAP for Amazon. I like the fact that these got dragged down with it on some strong names, but the only thing I reloaded was the one they were already in. For life, saying X ripping, I'll have a look at it. It's a little bit late in the day for something like US Steel. If it's ripping, then I'd offer in front of like 55 or something like that. But my guess is US Steel's not doing much of anything. I know you posted about it a couple times, but I just don't think that stock's going to be moving all that much now that the deal's closing end of the month. That's not to ignore it. It's just, if it does something crazy, believe me, I'd be all over it.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what got us into Google, is doing something crazy. I mean, we were in it earlier, but right now I just tried to short one. I am short right now, 177.50. I think it's going to break, or we're going to get out at 177.75 on the break there if it does break a little bit higher. I just thought maybe this rebound in Google. There's the short rate here. This rebound in Google might have been a little bit too big. I don't, okay, here it comes back in good for us. If it fills me, there it is. Now, nice fill right there for 40 cents. All right, and then right back up again. So yeah, right now as the market tries to figure out if this is good or bad news, I would lean more towards bad, but Google's
bad
been-
for Google. How is it good news?
I don't know. I mean, the market's not treating it as bad right now. So I'm just, you know, like I said, man, just a slave to price action. That's how I trade. So we'll just have to wait to see what winds up happening. If it does break, there it is. So it breaks out higher there. So yeah, I thought it was, you know, bad, but the market doesn't seem to worry too much about that. Right there, as we just dropped down about, I guess we're down about 50 or so cents from maybe where we started this move. Oh, I guess 178.80s, about $1 lower right now, which I don't know. It seems like that's nothing.
For those that are asking what the story is, the story was simply that Alphabet is offering buyouts to employees in search and ads unit, according to the information. So like that's it. I mean, ultimately, like you said, like that's open to interpretation. Cost cutting good. Cost cutting in your absolute bread and butter to me is signaling
Nvidia. All right.
that search isn't as healthy. You're not expecting to be as healthy. It could be an AI thing. Like maybe that's bullish because of AI. Anyways, I got hit in the bid of Robinhood, and it just barely held on to that prior bar, like on the 15-minute. This is that prior high, so it just dipped out in front of it. So far so good, but took some out above VWAP because this is exactly the kind of move that if it turns the tides on what seemed like a nice little consolidation for a break, I don't want this losing the bid and then heading back to the low. So I took some out on the north side of VWAP. Jameson, my thoughts on PanW are, generally bullish for a day trade. Absolutely nothing. That's not gonna. There you go. Yeah, the splits are a bit of an issue with us, but you can look it up on eSignal and see it clean. PanW's just turned really boring recently, and it's because it can't break $200. It's in a nice upward trend. I like cybersecurity. I still have some CrowdStrike. I wish I was like 60-40 PanW CrowdStrike, but it's probably CrowdStrike PanW, but it's something like, it's probably like 65-35, somewhere in that range in the other direction, because I've been selling my CrowdStrike, which has ended up not being a good decision. Although the entire group is fine, but this one's gotten a little bit good. It's good that it's going up, but relatively speaking, CrowdStrike has just been, that little bit better. Actually, when you look at the charts, it's not that much of a difference, but it's enough, right? Like to me, it's like I hate being wrong. And selling some crowd for PanW has turned out to be very minutely wrong. I think this space is getting a little bit heated. They are trading at expensive PEs, but you've had to deal with that for a very long time if you're a buy and hold. I'd say stick with it. But I'm not a buyer of PanW up here. I'd wait for dips.
I'm going to try to give this to 178.10 or so. That was that sort of high tick right there. I mean, I'm trying to get short in this area a little bit more. We're just short right now at 55s, just playing around. That's just like flat right now. Looking to see, because like I said, I can't wrap my head around this being a good story. So right there, 178.15, my stop, that's where my stop is. I'm actually going to bump it just a little bit higher up there, 178.21s. It's not even like it's that much higher right there. So we'll try to get some more short. I'm not covering any, like I want to get something like around 80s, 90s there, just where we kind of danced a little bit, and then we'll see if we can push back in. I don't think it's, I mean, that fell like crazy there. We were able to thankfully take advantage of this move down, which was really good on that short. But now we'll have to wait to see where we go from here, because Google is kind of holding up pretty good right now on that story that, again, layoffs coming in their search department. So we'll see as they're maybe searching for new jobs. That's not nice to say, because we never want anybody to lose their jobs, but I might be searching for a new job myself soon, because here it comes right back up through 178 and change. So we're not, I have one unit. It's not, this is not worth it to me to start to play around, because when you get new news stories like this, it's just one of those things where now we wait to see what the market reaction is, because initially, obviously, it was incredibly sour, and right now it is building itself back to the upside right here. Because remember, Google was really hot today, man. I mean, it was a great trade. We actually hit Google long, huge right there at right here at 178. Actually, was our long position earlier, and that ripped all the way to 181. So if they don't, here it comes. If they don't think this story is anything, then maybe we do just continue to go back to the upside as some of these dip buyers win right here so far. Because if you're short, you probably didn't. I was just lucky enough to cover. Like, I was hitting keys like crazy down there, because I know 175 to me, pretty key level. So we were just hitting keys like crazy. And I know there's not a lot of traders out there that can take advantage of moves the way we can. We have lightning fast software here. You can see how fast we're in and out, right? Like right in that 1 minute, I probably made 20 trades. So let's wait to see, can this come in? We have one unit right here, relatively small position for Google. So yeah, just holding out hope that maybe there is a low coming in, but I feel like the news is out, right? And so now we just move on off of that.
GameStop is
doing stuff.
Program buying on GameStop.
Ooh, that's interesting. Always.
Also related to GameStop is, seems like 110 just broke on Bitcoin, everybody. So remember now, GME is a Bitcoin stock as well, in addition to whatever it is that they do to make money. I'm just kidding. They have a good cash position, right? So what do? With cash, you follow the Michael Saylor plan and you buy Bitcoin. But it is program buying. If it breaks 31 at 330, I know I said, look, I'm not taking a 331 break. Let's just get it out of the way. That's way up here. It would have to go another 1.5%, which is completely nuts. But if we can join something in the back half of Power Hour, why not? As long as 110, as long as Bitcoin doesn't see some kind of crater, I do have it up here just to check. I look at the Binance price. So we're solidly above the 110. Why can't this happen to Hood? I remember back in the day when actual crypto-related names would rally, like yesterday. Robinhood is not doing what it did yesterday. The bounce off 71, just because it did it and looked really good yesterday, it's not giving it to you today. It's gone maybe 40, 50 cents at best on the range. It looks like GME is the one for now this afternoon that's getting the rally. And if you can catch this early, like the first volume breakout, and for anyone out there, when you see this kind of a move where it's all green candles, generally speaking, there isn't much technically to do unless you just want to randomly punch long. One of the things you can try to see is when volume breaks out and then just get in on that. You just get in after that. So volume breaks out in here. You're trying to grab it in somewhere in this candle. That would give you like 30s, like 30, 20 or so. It's just a way to get into an algo move sometimes, and you can see it break out there. There's a retest. I always look when you get in, like where's your stop going to be? Well, prior high right in here. So you could have been in on that volume spike, giving it to that prior high. But that's just if we had seen this 20 minutes ago, because I didn't actually pop that one up on my hot list for some reason, my trade rate. So GME going into earnings. Remember, after the bell, GME, GitLab, there's going to be we're going to have Brian Shannon on the show joining Sean and Adara. Unfortunately, Robinhood, which had been ranging nicely for us, doesn't want to participate anymore. The market's actually starting to come back in. So maybe this Google thing is going to drag a few names back into the downside. Let me double check this Amazon. Yeah, couldn't break that 217 on Amazon. No local breakout. Even that strong name couldn't catch a bit of a bid there. Tesla's still cruising higher. That seems like it's fine. But yeah, it looks like we're giving back. I mean, Nvidia's starting to pull back. I'm just looking at the names that I'm watching pretty closely here. And Hood, I don't know if I let it break all the way down 72.40. The fact that Bitcoin just went and GME just went, if it closes underneath VWAP, I might just take this out close to flat and just accept the fact that this one isn't going the way that we would want to. Because anytime you see Bitcoin doing what it's doing up here, oh crap, that's Ethereum because we were doing Ethereum in our show. There's Bitcoin breaking this 110. Yesterday when this was happening in Bitcoin in the afternoon, Robinhood was going absolutely ham. And it's not today. So if I can get a chance to just get this out for a small on the reload, then I think we should. Because it's not like it was the day before.
Yeah, congratulations right now, flossing it out for Bitcoin traders because you just broke 110 again right there. We put out this kind of cool, there it is, earnings releases tonight. GitLab, GME, Play, I know Neil just talked about it, Stitch Fix, but here it is. This is that Bitcoin. Oh yeah, by the way, this is what was, well, he's talking about what's for lunch around here. This is what was for lunch if you had the salad today, a little bit of quinoa there, the turkey loaf, and then just garden salad. So it was pretty good, but you know, it's just.
Is that what that's called?
Generics.
I call it spam.
No, it's not.
No, I know it's not spam.
Oh,
I call my nickname for that is spam. I mean, it's not actually spam.
Yeah, cool, man. Yeah, definitely not spam, but yeah, it's not the greatest there. I should have stole some beef stroganoff. But okay, so we just covered a little bit of Google there. You know, our average price is where it is right now at 87. We got some 75s there, but it does look like it wants to blow a little bit here. So if it does go 178.21, we'll give some back there on this short. I mean, we nailed the short here on the way down, but unable. I wish those were longs all the way back up. So we'll just wait to see. I'm not hearing anything in my ear at all about anything. So we already know what that story is about search. So we'll just wait for it. We did take a good advantage of everything. I told you earlier today, Tesla, and this is when Tesla opened the day at 310. I said 330. Actually, it was before then. It was in the pre-market when we were discussing this. 315, $15 up right there. I didn't even believe it myself. But there it is right there, 324 24 right there. So that's, again, like, let's just cancel our stop on Tesla and put it in here. And like I said already, to Neil, nothing wrong when you know, the best out you have right there would be $10, $11, $12, $324, $30s. So we just got stopped out on Google. It just, I guess it did. It's backed out now, but that's okay. $323.99. So right there, we're going to offer that on Tesla. That's going to be our stop. But here we go. We'll figure out what else is going on in the area. Microsoft, huge move up, near all-time highs as well. Microsoft starting to go. What about a 471 break? Yeah, right there on Microsoft. That could be something. 471 looking to break out on Microsoft. I just think this market's pretty hot here into the close, especially on possible China deals. Now, not that Microsoft's going to be a huge China deal or anything like that, but here goes Microsoft. Let's see what happens if it breaks 471. I'm going to try baby long.
Softy trying to break. I still think Amazon has one chance to go. There's still a little bit of time left. So Amazon, it's about 217.08 is that actual high. It's not the high of the day. It's the high of the afternoon. V-shape or whatever shape recovery, and then opening range top. I like the consolidation, higher highs going into a flat top with only a few minutes to go until we get the imbalances coming out. I'll still favor that break. I mean, why not on Amazon? It's a strong one. It's also a red to green story. Well, that's the other thing. I closed at 216.98, so this would be it going green on the day and trying to break away from that. And yesterday's top gives you a nice target area. Like triple top at 217.70 also makes a heck of a lot of sense there for Amazon. So this one goes. We're going to put that break in. I actually hadn't canceled that Intel stop. I just did. I mean, the 22 break. I mean, if it does it now, it's a little bit late in the day anyways, and it doesn't look like the market. I mean, the market's moving down a little bit, but it's not tanking enough that I think that breakout is going to be good. I'm going to use an edge A stop on this one. Switch it up a little bit here. Not that it matters. I just like the edge A stops when I can use it instead of like a NASDAQ scan. So we break out. Going to take that last shot. I did take out some of Hood when it lost VWAP. I had take profits out there, so it's going to say short. It's going to look like a short sell, but that was just covering some at VWAP because I didn't want to give the whole thing back down to 72.40. Just not looking strong enough here on Robinhood, so I trimmed some at break even so that if it breaks a stop, we lose half of what we would have about 5 minutes ago.
All right, yeah.
Larry Page's,
trimming.
I don't use edge A stops for the rebates. I use it because I just think it fills better on a breakout trade. But maybe it doesn't. I don't know.
Okay.
That's my experience. They've been really good lately.
Okay, good. All right, so here we go. Just looking right here. I'm going to try to go back into Google, wondering if we just kind of got wicked out there. And it wasn't wicked out. I mean, we just basically paid the top right there for it. I don't know. I guess maybe it was. We're going to wait. Wow, Tesla is almost at our level of 330. Cannot believe this, man. Rewind it to 830 and you'll find out all about why we like this trade. It is your #1 trade idea today on there. So banging it out with Tesla here again today. Still going, man. I'm going to put the stop now at 324.99. I mean, like I said, man, we just keep on going higher and higher and higher in this name. And then here comes, I mean, Nvidia is also another name that's really starting to go. Let's take something out here at 91 if we're lucky enough to do that on Google, as maybe we continue to fall back just a little bit. We could take our, what are we short at here? 03s. I don't know. It's right back to flat there. Anyways, all right, scan that QR code right there. Find out why eSignal is the best charting platform, something I've been using for 24 plus years. Again, it's the back testing. It's the reliability of the charts. It's the fact that it is a all-in-one platform for you. Get all your needs covered with eSignal. Connect over 50 plus brokers. Grab those scanners, over 500 plus symbols available there, and it is 1 month for free. So, make sure you do grab that with eSignal. Scan your QR code right there. Let them know you're coming from Trader TV and grab your 1 month for free. But yeah, there it is. So, hey man, okay, so our stop was going to be on a break rate, basically right here. It looks like Google wants to keep going, even though the market right now is kind of edging downside. So we'll try, what am I short at right now? 05s. We're getting close, man. I mean, it sucks to give back some of what we've already made on this in trying it. And again, some of these news plays, you get a little bit caught up in thinking one way when it's kind of the other. So 178.36, last straw for me on that one. If the Google breaks higher, then it breaks, and it breaks our back. We are now into Google one last time. We'll see what winds up happening there on this play. So that's Google. Like I said, Tesla, everything else is working out for us. It's just right here, right now. We wait. As Google was strong, and then we got that story, maybe the trade desk could be something as well. There goes Google pulling back in a little bit right there. Now we're short at 11s. All right, maybe just to take 10 cents for 10%, we'll try, oops, the trade desk goes down on that news as well. You guys, I was just looking at Google, you didn't see it. There's a little bit of a flush on Google right there, but it basically stops again right where we were bidding at 03s. So hopefully we can come back in and grab that right now, try to make, are we bidding 03s? Yeah, there it is. Okay, there it comes. Okay, so now we're finally in. We just got out of 10% more of it. We'll get out some 99s. We took that just real quick like that. And now we'll go see what Adara's up to.
Keep an eye on Starbucks and Microsoft here. CNBC reporting that Starbucks is apparently rolling out Microsoft Azure OpenAI assistants for baristas. So Starbucks reportedly incorporating some AI here, a little bit of pop for this one. Then we have Microsoft. So Business Insider, in addition to this Starbucks story here, Business Insider reporting that Microsoft is working on a deal to add 1 million Copilot users from a single customer. That's according to an executive in an internal meeting. So clearly, it sounds like there's a pretty big customer on watch here that would have, I guess, lead to a lot of Copilot users. Again, we don't know any details here, but keep an eye on MSFT. Back to you.
Yeah, heading a little bit to the downside there. Tesla absolutely rocking. Someone just said 333. Fill in the gap. Why not? I don't know why 333. This close here is 330, and that top there is 335. So I guess the middle of that range makes a heck of a lot of sense. I think holding out in this move to like $360 makes some sense, though, from the lows. Seems like another round trip. Does look like it's in play. I just saw in the chat there, Bobby Axelrod. What up, Bobby? Love the show. Love your firm. Billions is great. Although when you left the show, the show was terrible, and I stopped watching it. Cross fingers, it's your birthday for BBAI and Joby.
BBAI is going on.
BBI, yeah, I think that's going. Joby, I don't know what Joby's doing because we didn't look too much at the aviation. Like yesterday, yes. Today, no, unfortunately. But yeah, Joby looks fantastic. Mitch liked RCAT the best this morning, and the charts looked somewhat similar, but there's nothing about this that looks bad. Do you need to cross your fingers when it's working? I don't think so. I think you run this one into the high. It's a nice little breakout. So yeah, I'd say looking fantastic. BBI, I know you're in. I haven't really looked at BBAI today, so couldn't comment. I know we were looking at some of the eVTOL names that's before, but yeah, this is nicely basing out. That's the best I could say for it. Amazon, I'm close to saying like it's like put up or shut up. It's very close to making this breakout trade. It just keeps on tagging 17 and trying to break the 10s. There it goes. I guess we just had to call it up and it would finally break that local high. So prior bar sits at 80s, so that's where the stop goes on my breakout. I'm just going to throw the stop in there, and I just heard in my ear that Funware is going. My guess is Funware is moving. Well, you know what? Actually, I don't have a guess because Funware is a DJT stock, not a GameStop stock. My first thought was like, oh, Funware is going to go because it's a meme stock. But no, Funware is the one that moves with DJT. Apparently, that's on the move. So stop here is underneath 80. First profit take is at 1-to-1, and now I'll go look at Funware for everybody. What's this doing? Oh, no volume. Pass. I see the candle. It's up 13%. 800,000 shares in volume, and one volume spike, and no follow-up. Since I pulled this stock up, there hasn't even been a print on the time and sales. So that makes it a very, very easy pass. If something's moving on news or it's moving on a breakout, it's always a pretty significant tell if you pull it up and you sit there watching and nothing happens, especially this late in the day. So yeah, ignore Funware for now.
All right.
Well, I mean, you can do what you want to do. I shouldn't. For me, I don't like it if there's no volume.
Yeah, yeah, today's been, like I was saying, a back and forth kind of a day, guys. So we're just going to have to, we only have 7 minutes now until the imbalances. I mean, we could have a quick little look to see what's on them right here. And there's not much, man. I mean, BNS, Bank of Nova Scotia, it's Canadian Bank, looking for a sell right there. TRP. These are all broker-related plays. Okay, Nvidia's finally starting to go back. We're almost out of all of these. What I really need to happen is Google to go down, but Google looks like it wants to go higher right now as we're still short 178.33. But Nvidia's pulling back in a little bit, so is Palantir. But this is what's going on. Most of these imbalances aren't going to be major names. We'll wait for 350, and then we'll get updated. We'll get the NASDAQ, and all of the live imbalances will fill out for us again. So just an out there at 133 when we broke below on Palantir. Like I said, we're trying to do the best with the least here because we only have 4 positions, but Google we're almost out. If this breaks 325, we're out of Google, man, to stamp a $12 winner on the books there for I wish for Google, for Tesla. So that looks like that could be coming out very, very soon. I know we had Neil was on Robinhood and Intel, so we talked about those. The TQs and Uber maybe. No, nothing going on there. We just talked about
Uber, everything was great in Uber until that. The second you saw a moving cyber taxi, whatever, Tesla, it was just, it just got punked, man. And ever since then, you couldn't trade unless you bought the initial dip. I still like Uber. I think it'll be fine, but for temporarily, while you're watching Tesla do what it's doing, I just don't think you want to be on the bid of Uber yet. Call it a yet. It's still going to have its day. I'm not sure. I think it's just a bit of an overreaction. It was up 4 days in a row, and clearly Tesla's going to be the one here, at least for now.
I feel like there's going to be a buy imbalance on Google for sure.
Well, I'm thinking, if you look at the market today, buy imbalance makes a lot of sense for like 3 reasons. One, uptrend off of a down move at the open, and then the second reason, excuse me, is crazy bottoming tail wicks that you see. Like, we've had 2 liquidity grab events, which have been immediately bought back up when we had the liquidity grab. And I'm not talking about just individual stocks. The NASDAQ has done it a couple of times. So to me, that means that there's buyers in here buying up the indexes, every single massive drop they've got for liquidity. And if they're going to do that, then why not put it into the auction if they're not done? So that's what makes sense to me. That said, I put an Amazon here. My stop is not moving. There's only 5 minutes till the imbalances go here. The millionaire says, go Weeble. Hopefully you mean that because the Chicago Bulls ain't playing. So if you type in go Bull, you must mean go Weeble.
Yep.
I agree, but look at it. I don't have the poke me do something button here. But Weeble doing absolutely nothing. It's a couple of days in a row where it's tried to go and it just can't get past 11.5. You know what that means. If it can't get past 11.5, that means when it breaks 12, I like it. So forget about this level. It's been failing it. The buys have been good underneath $11, but the breakout ain't happened until we break 12 on Weeble. So wake me up when that happens, everybody.
Oh, yeah, and by the way, those of you talking about waking me up, we called Target breaking through 100, so we're going to have to look at this coming up very soon because Target does break through 100 like crazy time today, up to 102 right there goes Target and falling back into 100. I thought I liked this name because of this potential break right there, but noticing where we stopped was basically at some of these top ticks as well. So I actually ran this idea by Brian last time. Well, maybe I'll talk to him about it again here tonight as he joined me on the market recap show. Every time Google dips down, I'm getting out of a little bit of this trade because it has not, that's still a target. We're short right here at 41s. And I mean, it's just dipping back in. Like all I'm getting is 40 covers. It's not, I'm just trying to like stop this bleeding a little bit. Here we go, bring it back. Oh, no, missed it. I'm at 36s just to cover something. And if it does, I just don't, just bounce off 36 again, darn. That's gonna suck, man. All right, so that's a name that we're looking at right there as well. Something that we haven't looked at today, Circle. We can have a quick look to see what that's been doing. 106, okay, well that's healthily coming back in as well for Circle. I mean, this name got way overpriced up there. And yeah, we were trying to get all over that short, but there's Circle. Circle is my #1 stock of the year, P&L wise, and that's of the year, imagine that, on what we did on IPO day. So that was obviously a very big day right there for Circle. It's probably true of many people. All right, CRWV as well, CoreWeave.
Best one in 5 years.
Yep, exactly. No, but I'm saying the #1 P&L name of the year. I'm saying it's already June. It's only June and we traded it 1 day. All right, so where it is right there, CoreWeave, It looks like 160. I mean, 160 was pretty good there. We'll see if 160 holds again. It did get up to 159, 158 and change. We'll see CoreWeave. I mean, this looks like it wants to come back in as well, topping out a little bit, barring any great news from an Nvidia or something like that. CoreWeave maybe does soon. So I know that.
I think it's downside from here on CoreWeave.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So I think Sharif also believes that. I thought he was talking about some options. He's not here now.
Oh, he bought puts on this?
To clarify. I thought that's
so absurd. They've got to.
I don't listen too much,
they've
but
got to be so expensive.
Yeah, they're very expensive. Yeah,
yeah,
but that's the move, right? I mean, you're hoping for a bigger move. So we'll talk to him. I believe if you guys were watching that, you'd be able to know. All right, what he was doing there. All right, Tesla, man, we're out of it. What a face slapper, man. That was the trade right there, man. So we'll take $12, $13 on that. And it broke the high. It broke that 325. So with a minute and a half left until imbalances, feels like all these imbalances are going to be long, but that's just the stocks that I'm in because there's, I almost said Nvidia. There's Google. It looks like it just wants to get up. So there we go, right? Like I said, I'm just trying to trade price action and it's been wrong going short. And my mistake has been trying to judge the news. And I just think that it's a negative story, but the market is not negative about this at all right now, as it's actually going oppo the market. So yeah, here we go. 1 more minute until those imbalance data, and then we'll go from there. But right now, it looks like Google wants to go higher. So anything low, man, we're sitting on the bid. We just got missed at 36, which wouldn't matter. It's 5 cents anyways. Hopefully, we do get a downside push here with these imbalances, but not looking great now as Google looks like it wants to take us out near the highs.
Oh, before I forget, I'm just going to mention this now in case I forget to mention this every single day going into the 20th. There's an expected gigantic buy next Friday on Palantir. Yeah, it's supposed to be close to 15 million shares to buy on the S&P rebalancing. Well, for Palantir, that's a big deal.
What?
Just in terms of volume. No, just like it's the largest of all of the. It's now a big cap tech stock, right? So.
Yeah, but I think Palantir does like 100 million.
No, I know, but like it's for a big category. Now it's in the category of the regular ones, right? So like I'm talking about like your Apples, like that kind of a thing.
Oh, we just got
the
filled on Google.
imbalances just came out. Did I get hit on the offer there? No, they must be buys because the market just spiked up a little bit, but I'm not seeing anything really pop up on the NASDAQ names. So more or less.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, like where's the NASDAQ names here? Marvell, 500,000 to buy. I'm kind of like I'm screw face here because I'm like, what? Like AMD, 500 to buy. Like these are like ridiculously small. I'm just gonna punch out some Amazon. Yeah, I'm not used to seeing no big Mag 7 names. Intel, 450,000 to the sell side. You're seeing the same thing I'm seeing, which is a heck of a lot of nothing on the locator. Yeah, so I guess. Pretty much nothing burger there.
That's a 327.
That's wild. Like I expected with the movement that we'd seen today and some of those liquidity grabs, you'd see some big buyers try to step in, but absolutely nothing. The market overall, 674 million to the sell side. Oh, sorry, to the buy side, which is super tiny. Maybe we'll hold on to the last third and get more than like 10 cents on this. The Dow is 276 to buy. The Mag 7's 124 million to buy. The entire Mag 7 put together, 124 to the buy side. That is super tiny. Little surprised. Those are the smallest imbalances I've seen in months. Like no Nvidia there, nothing. Intel, which is up 8%, barely has an imbalance. So yeah, it is what it is. Probably just end up punching out of this flat, I think, because I'm expecting there to be some movement on that, and you didn't really get it. So, I'm thinking if we break out the top, we get buy imbalances, and we take it into the high. Well, guess what? Maybe it didn't break down underneath my stop, but there also weren't any darn buy imbalances to take it higher. So I'm just going to punch out. I mean, it went at absolute best, it went 10 cents in the money there on Amazon. So I think that's kind of a trash move. I'm guessing we'll figure out what's going on with Intel tomorrow, but up 8%. Maybe it's a start of something, I want to say beautiful, but in Intel's case, maybe it's the start of something moderately adequate. And if it's the start of something moderately adequate, I feel as if 27 to 28 has been the stopping zone. That looks like a good spot to start looking for some shorts again. On Intel, because it's distinctly breaking the trend here today. And each time it's done so, you've had to wait it out for it to be a short again on Intel. Yeah, good day for Intel. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, exactly. Just watching out everything. GameStop still $30. It is having a move down here, as I think that's going to be the big name for us to talk about when we talk about the reporting right there. So Tesla did get to almost back to 327. You might have heard me say that. It got to 326.55. The high of the day on Tesla, we almost nailed that top. We talked about it at 330. It gets to 327.85, and it's impossible to predict where stocks are going to go, but that was a pretty good guess. And we got stopped out already right there as we came back in like a crazy and printed us below 325. So Tesla was just a great trade today. These longs early just obviously never hold enough, but still held enough to make it a good trade. So that's going to be a good one there. We're just going to get out of everything else, man. Okay, now Google wants to spit downside a little bit there, but there goes Nvidia. So we're going to have to try to get out a little bit of Nvidia here as the market just gives it to us. We'll get some out at 38 if we're able to, and then just all of it, and then Palantir as well. We'll get all of it out right there. We'll just punch out at 58. Oops, that's still Nvidia, my bad. There was Palantir, we got 58s. I just punched out. So we're just punching out of everything right now. We're out of Nvidia at the same price. We're just getting on late right now in the day. Like if these imbalances flip over and go the other way, there's Nvidia right now with a sell.
Apple's now a sell.
Yeah, so Apple just came in as a sell, as probably Google. Yeah, there goes Google downside as well right now. So yeah, lots of stuff happening. We did get a little bit of a flip up right there at the end of the day. So some of these names starting to go down as the NASDAQ bleeding just a little bit here into the close. What was a successful day got more successful there in the afternoon, but Google sent us for a little bit of a ride. There it is. Nice pullback into the 50 period again. Just too bad that I just thought that it was a short, but you know, at the end of the day, it doesn't hurt that much, but still comes in a little bit there. Google giving some back on what I thought was a negative story, but apparently not. So good job there. Palantir, Nvidia. It looks like here nicely moving off of my stop out there. Again, we only had 5% left of each of these, so not the end of the world. What's up, Adara?
The show is brought to you by Trade the Pool, one for all. This is the new trading competition from Trade the Pool. It's never been done before. Everyone will be trading together on one shared account with $1 million buying power. Starts June 16th, ends June 18th. The goal, beat the QQQs. For example, if the QQQs move by 3% up or down, we aim for more. And what's in it for you? Everyone wins, plus $675,000 in prizes. That is 20 evaluation accounts up for grabs. One account, one mission, one for all. Scan the QR and join the team now. Back to you.
And, I like it in there. Sebastian in the chat. We love you, Sebastian. Says, Viva Italy, greeting to the crew.
Yeah, I'm asking him what part of the country he's in right now.
That's the second time we've tried to figure it out. The next time I go to, I know this is ridiculous, it's stupidly cliche. The next time I go to Italy, I want to see the Leaning Tower. I don't care whether it's like, whatever. People say it's like, oh, it's such an overrated thing to do. But I don't know, I want to do it. Rome was absolutely fantastic the last time I went. It'll probably be a couple of years. More places in Europe that I'd like to see. And I was pleasantly surprised. Like Budapest, I had no idea what to expect. I knew what to expect because you had been to Rome and you talk up Italy and everyone knows what's there, but I had no idea what to expect. And Budapest was absolutely beautiful. I'd love to see Spain. I'd love to see Barcelona, Madrid, like that kind of
Well, now you're just saying places that you're going to go to for free, man. We have all those places coming.
But once I'm done those,
Once
I'm done those, then I want to start to see other places. Like the next thing is going to be Spain and London because those are the company destinations. Yeah. But London, I've been to London before. My wife goes there for business. So I feel like that'll be the last of the list. Come to Germany. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, for sure, man.
Why not? I failed German. The only class I failed in university was German. And I remember the moment when it's like, I should just get out of this class. Because there was, in my program, you had to take 2 language courses I have no idea why they even had that in my program, but you had to take 2 language courses. And so I'm like, yeah, what, German, why not? I just didn't even think about it. And then I figured out that there was this cheat code that you could take 2 classical studies courses and they counted as 1 language, which is great because it's like Greek history, which if you can read, then you can pass that course. But I was a math guy. I absolutely hate languages and I've just never been good at them at all. But shout out to Germany. That stunk. Spanish was easy to pass. That's what I took for the.
Yeah.
Don't ask me to speak it now, though.
Okay, so
I don't like French.
just coming in, let's check out on Eli Lilly, man, a name that, okay, yeah, this was a good one. I wanted to add more to this position. Eli Lilly right here, just off to the races, up $8 here near the end of the day as it just continues to climb just a little bit higher as well. So Eli Lilly making some good moves here into the close, up to 808 in heartbreaks. So there it goes, man. President Trump will be speaking in minutes. We've talked about that a little bit.
This is a planned engagement.
Yeah, planned, exactly. So Adair and I will have that obviously on the recap show as we'll bring you all of that news and more, including earnings from GameStop. Let's just have a quick look to see where that is right now. $30.18. All right, I'm going to log off right now. It was a pretty exciting day overall. But yeah, you know, Tesla could have been a little bit heavier there. We did pretty good on Nvidia there at the end of it all, buying that move. Obviously, we got our last little bit there, we got excited with the imbalances and got taken out. And our TQs, man, that's the crazy, that to me is like, whoa, something happened there, we got stopped out. That could have been a lot bigger as well. But yeah, so far so good to end the day. All right, man, I'm out of here with only a minute and a bit left. We have nothing else to do. All right, good luck. Well, I don't think there's anything to do.
Yeah, there's nothing to do left. It looks like Amazon did go. There was no buy imbalances. That was the theory for myself. You heard me give the reason why I thought there'd be buy imbalances. It ends up going without a buy imbalance, so it is what it is. I flattened that trade. I can't believe somebody's like whale buying 22 on Intel. It's hilarious to watch because it's doing a ton of volume into that level, and someone's just buy. I have no idea why they like it so much, but somebody likes it to the tune of 8% to the upside, leading the semi names for the first time. Yeah, I have no idea when the last time these guys led the semis to the upside. It's certainly been a very, very long time, percentage-wise, that you're going to have this be the biggest gainer. I mean, Nvidia is up 1 point, and you think it should be breaking all-time highs? Yeah, why not? Let's have the worst semi-name look the strongest there today. Oh, goodness, Trader Forever. We didn't mention Netflix. I saw a bunch of people in the chat, Netflix, that short all day long, but look at the bounce. When in doubt, zoom out, everybody. But also, when in doubt, make sure you get to the closing bell with Adara. Right now, get the camera off me. We'll get the closing bell. It's been a wild one, but it's about to close in 3, 2, and 1. Let's ring it. But it's not over, everybody. Why? Because GameStop, GitLab, both of these expected to be movers. GameStop not exactly having a very good day on the day today. But remember, decent enough short float here. We've seen it go before. Do not forget, this is also now a Bitcoin play. You briefly were above. We were just above 110. I guess we didn't close above 110. No, we did not close above 110. Another failure up here at the 110 level. That's okay. Higher lows going into this on Bitcoin. Still like it. But GameStop is going to be able to move with Bitcoin. Now they're doing the whole Michael Saylor thing for sure. GitLab, I don't believe they're out just yet. I just saw a bit of a volume spike on GitLab. That could have just been the closing print. Maybe there's some action here on GitLab. It was a little bit of a spike into 49. My guess is somebody just fat-fingered it a little bit early here, as I'm not seeing any follow-through whatsoever. So yeah, GitLab, I thought for a second there this was going to be out, and I'd show you guys the chart, but I think some fool probably just fat-fingered this after the close, and now they're probably hoping that it comes to the upside because they did buy it up there. Big shout out on the ones and twos. Fabian, of course, Andre, Ramin on the socials, as we always do. Shout out to the Midday. But it's the market recap time. We got Brian Shannon, special guest, joining Sean and Adara for some GameStop earnings. Maybe they'll squeeze. Maybe they won't. You'll find out.
All right, welcome everybody. Yeah, welcome to the Market Recap Show. It's Adara. It's myself. We're really excited to have Brian Shannon back with us today.
Yes.
I think it's been 2 weeks or so.
Been at least
I think.
two.
So we're excited to have him back. That should be a lot of fun. We are waiting for GameStop. As soon as that hits, we're going to have that live. We've got Benzinga Pro in our ear right now. We're scanning everything. We've got GitLab earnings on touch for us here today, as well as Stitch Fix. Here's GameStop right here, just to give you an idea of what's going on right now with it.
Numbers are not out yet.
Yeah, no, nothing going on right now for there's a little bit of a tick. Anyways, it's going to go back.
Numbers are out.
There we go. Now the numbers are out right now for
okay,
GameStop.
I can start.
We're going to parse through them if you want to, yeah, because right now it's not moving around too much, but here we go. What do we got?
So I think the biggest thing here, and they say this in their own report, their net sales are down year over year, guys. So they reported net sales of $732.4 million. compared to $881.8 million last year. So their earnings dropped by roughly $150 million on a year-over-year basis. That's sales. To be fair as well, we were expecting, I was seeing anyway, estimates of $750 million. Again, they reported $732.4 million, so it looks like a bit of a miss here. They're selling general administrative expenses dropping on a year-over-year basis. Operating loss, though, contracting on a year-over-year basis, which is always good. Smaller year-over-year loss. Their loss also included $35.5 million of impairment charges related to their restructuring efforts. They apparently, I guess they completed the divestiture of their Canada business, and they purchased 4,710 Bitcoin between May 3rd and June 10th for cash. We know people really wanted this Bitcoin move, but yeah, it is worth noting 17% year-over-year decline in their net sales. And here are the whole numbers. As I mentioned, they did miss on sales, $732.4 million versus $754.24 million expected, but adjusted earnings are a beat, 17 per share versus 4 cents per share expected. And as I alluded to earlier as well, their operating loss getting smaller on a year-over-year basis is always a good look, Sean.
Yeah, we're going to wait right now for Donald Trump as well speaking, so we'll see if there's anything that's moving the market. But unfortunately, I'm not going to slap a fail on the report, but just a fail on the move, because what we were looking for was about an 11% or so move on GameStop. The numbers are out. So 4,700 Bitcoin bought over the last month. I don't think we got an average price, but you know, it's probably around this 104, 105 area right now. So GameStop trying to make some moves here. 4,700 Bitcoin. That's a pretty decent amount there, but we knew that that was coming. So now there goes GameStop, and just looking at a daily chart, it's just not doing much at all right now. I mean, $29 as the bottom, 30. We can even zoom in just a little bit just to show you. Nothing really going on here on the daily chart for GameStop right now. I was hoping for an excitement play here in the after hours, but it looks like GameStop right now, if anything, trying to go a little bit lower. So 4,710 Bitcoin is what was bought by GameStop with an EPS, which is a nice beat, man, 17 cents versus 4 cents, but the sales miss. So a beat on the EPS, which is, and a miss on sales, and the Bitcoin story is now out, and it doesn't look like GameStop, unfortunately, it needs a little bit of a blitz to it right there. GameStop not doing too much, but yeah, we really love that movie, Dumb Money. That was a really fun movie. That was so good. Yeah, I heard that you watched it with your sister.
Yeah, I watched it on my own, and then I watched it again with my sister, and it was really fun.
Yeah,
I really
it's fun.
liked it.
It's one of those ones that just explains everything. It's pretty easy to watch.
But it's also, the director has a good pedigree. It's the same guy that did I, Tonya. GitLab is dropping here, guys. I'm going to get that for you. Yeah, I'm going to have to read through these results. I will say right now, the revenue's up 27% year over year. I was seeing estimates of $212.52 million. They reported revenue of $214.5 million. So that does look like a beat, is up 12% year over year. Let me see if I have some of these other numbers here. So yeah, nice increase here in revenue. GAAP gross margin and non-GAAP gross margin, both, I guess, getting smaller here by 1%, so contracting by 1% each. Their non-GAAP operating margin, 12% versus negative 2% last year. Their GAAP operating loss looks like that's smaller. They actually made non-GAAP operating income this year. Yeah, I mean, these numbers do not look particularly rough here. You're gonna have to wait and see. I also have Dave & Buster's. If everyone wants, I can go through that.
Yeah, they're going down.
I kind of went through the highlights of GTLB. Dave & Buster's for Q1 revenue, $567.7 million. That is down 3.5% year over year. Their comparable store sales down 8.3%. So their net income, I guess, almost halving here, Sean, from $21.7 million this quarter. Last year, $41.4 million. That is not a great look. And here are the Dave & Buster numbers, as we kind of guessed their double miss. Adjusted earnings of 76 cents per share versus 98 expected. Sales, 567.7 mil versus 576.41 mil expected.
Okay, great. Thanks, Adara, for all of that. Yeah, so it does look like, here's the chart for play. And again, just what the implied moves that we had written down here for Dave & Buster's was 16%. So right now it's not really moving too much. We had GitLab as 13%. That's starting to go to the down. I mean, it's too bad that all these plays are downside because we like, you know, more people tend to be longer than short, but there it is, down into $43, $44 goes GitLab. Quick check back in on GameStop. Most of you are here for that. Over 5,000 of you watching right now. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We are minutes away from having Brian Shannon come on. I'm going to ask him about GameStop. I'm going to ask him about Disney. Look at this Disney chart there today. I want to find out what he thinks about this as we start to break out one more time right there on Disney. Stitch Fix, you just mentioned, was out?
Yeah, I mean, I can go over the GitLab numbers again, too. So
Okay,
Now I
let's
have
see what
them-
Stitch Fix is doing first of all.
Yeah.
So 480 down to 420. So that looks like that's down 10%. Adara. Yeah, man, dealer's choice. What do you want to go?
I'll go over
GitLab?
both. So GitLab, again, just to recap, I mentioned sales up nicely year over year. They did beat estimates, as we kind of alluded to. Adjusted earnings also beating estimates. 17 cents versus 15 cents expected. Now let's get into SFIX. Smaller than expected. This is like a double beat here, guys. Smaller than expected loss per share, 6 cents loss versus 11 cent loss expected. Sales 325.02 million versus 314.44 million expected. That's a double beat. Their sales, though, for Stitch Fix up 0.7% year over year. So small growth. They did have a decline here in active clients on a year over year and quarter over quarter basis.
In the chat, like every single time somebody misses, they put in the chat, this company should buy Bitcoin. And maybe they should, but Stitch Fix probably doesn't have enough money to do that negative earnings per share right now. Well, you can have $1 and buy Bitcoin, but you know who did buy Bitcoin? GameStop. And GameStop right now, I don't want to say the word tanking, but it's not, I don't have too much nicer of a word. Let's just say moving lower. There goes it, completely reversing now to the downside, 28.60, 28.70, trying to come in 28.89 right now for GameStop. Here's a 15-minute chart. Oh, wow, it did get down to 28.60 right there. So nice move. Nice move for the short anyways. Breaking through its level there from the 5th of June. So we do come all the way back in on GameStop. That's giving it all up right now and a little bit more. But I still think it's a pretty healthy play there. Anybody that loves Bitcoin, you have MSTR, you have obviously the Coinbase, the Marathons, and all the sort of the normal plays that we can think of. Maybe even a Webull got a bounce today as well off of some crypto announcements earlier on this morning. But here's Webull on the daily, kind of not doing anything. I bought some at $11 as a starter position. So yeah, I see everyone wants to know more about Trump. Believe me,
I don't have anything to tell you guys.
Yeah, there's no better reporter probably maybe in the world than Adara as far as looking for looking for Trump news related to markets and things like that. So we want to say a big shout out to her. So if there's anything that we have coming through on your president, or depending on where you're watching from, I guess. Is it 47? What is he? He's 40.
He's 47, 45 and 47.
45 and 47. Okay, so right there. So what do you call it? Do you always call them the last? There's been
the previous.
I don't know. I guess you just go with 47.
Also, what's wild is he was the oldest president when he was first.
Yeah.
When he was first in, when he was the 45th. Then Joe Biden usurped him, but now Trump has usurped Biden again. So Trump is both the 45th and 47th, and first and third oldest president. Biden is number 2. So kind of a wild. I mean, to do age comparison from Obama to this latest set is kind of crazy.
Oh, I just heard in my ear that Trump and Xi meeting is going to be to align with the G7 meetings.
That makes sense.
So maybe we don't hear anything. I think the G7 is what, in 2 weeks, end of June maybe? So we'll wait to see that. He's not 86 soon. He's 78, I thought. Wasn't Trump 78 or is he 81? I don't know.
He's 79.
Okay, so anyways, I don't know why we're talking about his age. Okay, so that's Webull. Again, good opportunity today. We did have a nice high spike there. Got really excited real early on Webull, and then we come right back in the news again on Webull this morning. Was not listed on here anywhere. I can't remember why it was there, but they got some sort of a license. They did deal with Kalshi there, talking about crypto, so on and so forth. That is Webull. But all right, just to have a quick look at the overall markets today. We did have oil upside there as well as we continue to move a little bit higher on that spot. But some of the interesting names today, we did have Tesla. Wow, what a play for Tesla. Just continues to be impressive, man. Yesterday afternoon, we saw this move. Then today in the afternoon, we saw that exact same move pretty much. Just nice upside all day. It's always choppy early on Tesla. But again, today we get that nice talk from Donald Trump yesterday, talking how he's not getting rid of the Tesla. Starlink remains in the White House. And yeah, we like the name. Tesla continues to work. I think it's a good one, bouncing off of the 50 period right there. So he came in on that spat over Thursday, kind of got healed up a little bit on Friday, then yesterday and today, more upside plays for them. And I called 330 for Tesla. It looks like we almost got there, which I thought was crazy. And then we get to 360. I think by Friday, we look to take out some. But I could see a little bit of a pullback tomorrow. Let's wait to see what the broader markets do with the NASDAQ. We had a good move up for Eli Lilly today. I don't know. Novo Nordisk had some news with it as well. But yeah. Eli Lilly, what a beautiful candle today, especially when you're long. There goes Eli Lilly trying to get back to the 200 period up to 807. What a great bottom pick that was, around $720. I bought some at $750, exchanged some Google shares for Eli Lilly. I don't know, net probably still down on that. But there was the day for Google, man. Google actually middle fingered me a little bit there, gave it to me actually, what am I talking about, at the end of the day, because I was just really excited about this play back to the downside. Let me go into a 3-minute chart right there. So boom, there it goes as we get a report there that they are letting go of, I'm not sure the percentage, but certain number, I thought it was maybe 1,000 employees or so, sending some papers there, buying them out, early retirement. For the search, but there it goes to the downside and then right back up. So I thought the same thing Neil thought. We all sort of thought that, hey man, this was a pretty negative story. But look where Google goes into. Of course, we get that little wick down into 175. But at the end of it all, it looks like we kind of just went back into the support that we had off open. Google remains strong. I started shorting this name and I did not believe it. But at the end of the day, it still takes me out. The short was wrong there at the end. Google, nice upside play. Microsoft, one of the best looking names as far as Mag 7 goes. And the reason why we say that is it already took out all-time highs. So Microsoft's already above its all-time high. We previously had that posted up there. I think it was 471, 468 or so. That's basically where we are right now. I actually liked it on a 471 break near the end of the day, but that didn't happen. It came close enough to doing that in the aftermarket. We were liking it right there. It does fall back in. Watch out for Microsoft tomorrow. I do think there's something to go on there. And a quick watch before we go over to Brian. He's not here yet. Should be coming soon. We'll wait for Brian to come through. But here's GameStop. Another pushed low side right now. Tried to get back to 29. Does fail 29. Quick look at GitLab to see what performance GitLab is having tonight. Not good at all. Down 12% as GitLab misses. The other name was Play It Again right there. Dave & Buster's. Nice move down, almost all the way back up. Relatively flat there for PLAY. So it's Play, it's GitLab, it's GME, and it's Stitch Fix. The three biggest names that we're reporting today, and this only has a market cap of 500 million, so not big and not affecting the market too much. Wow, we did have a run up on BTC, man, and I thought Brian was maybe talking to us about, was it Solana? Maybe might have been one of his looks. Solana actually had a nice move today up to 163. But there we go again. Refresh this. 110 came into play a couple times. I tweeted it out yesterday as we had that 110 break. 110 broke again around 2 p.m. today, but fails back. Look, man, I talked to Brian. I talked to most of our guests about crypto. I know it's a very popular thing to do, but I don't know. It's looking like it's getting a little toppy up here. You have 1 touch, 2 touch, 3 touch, 4 out the door. I just made that up. I don't think we're going out any doors though right now. If anything, I still think Bitcoin breaks the highs at some point. You know, we really like this name. It's easy to say, hard to do. There is a lot of money that needs to be put into Bitcoin to get it to move. But we'll see. 112 right now is the high watermark there for crypto. So, yeah. But today we had a big move actually. And again, I know I've talked to Brian about this. ETHE, Ethereum today, nice move, up 7%. And maybe this name looks to break out again. A little bit of choppiness here as we finally figure it out. Breaking above the 200 period moving average. There goes the Grayscale ETF with ETH. Nice move back up there to the upside. And then of course, Adara, IBIT. And I know we're going to go to Brian in just a second. There goes Bitcoin upside as well as we look matching basically 1-to-1, right? The only problem with trading IBIT, Adara, is if there's a big move over the weekend, it's closed. Yeah. You know, we do have Blue Ocean and some other ways to get in and out of some of these names, but liquidity is going to be in question. Now with IBIT, you know, you just wait for an open market, you can get out. For me, why trade something? And I know Sharif's in IBIT, and I know that there's a lot of, you know, depending on who your broker is and all that kind of stuff. But I do know that we also hold on-chain Bitcoin as well. If you do hold Bitcoin, put it into a ledger or something like that, or even into a Coinbase or something. I'm not sure they're going to get hacked, but, you know, if you have crypto, keep it on a well-established exchange somewhere. I don't know. I don't want to say that and then all of a sudden Coinbase get hacked, but you do have cold storage availabilities as well. Definitely get into that. But yeah, ETH, definitely a nice move today. Right there, ETHE is what I look at, the grayscale ETF. There's a few others. Isn't there ETHA? Is that another one there? Yeah, so that's another one right here as well. The iShares. So big move. I'm gonna have to find out which one does the most amount of volume because we always look at IBIT. We might as well look at ETHA as well. So, all right, marijuana moving around a bit today. Uranium finally pulling back. I mean, uranium might just give us a dip buy opportunity. Look, there's no one better to talk to about charting or anything like that than a good friend of ours. He is the author of Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. Let's bring him in. It's Trader Talk with Brian Shannon. Hey, Brian, it's been a minute. How are you doing?
Doing good. Yeah, I missed it last week, and you know, a couple weeks in April, I guess, as well.
Yeah, that's good, man. We're really excited to have you back. Thank you for coming back. I hope you're enjoying sort of the beginning parts of summer. It's been pretty gorgeous here around Toronto the last couple of days. Gets kind of chilly at night. What are you experiencing?
Yeah, same thing. It's beautiful sleeping weather. We get down into the 50s, so that's nice.
I know the thing is, though, the wife wants to leave the windows open, so we do that. But then these stupid birds, they start at 3 a.m. So it's like I hear everything. So I'm waking up, I'm closing the window every morning at 3 a.m., but it is great sleeping weather. Okay, what a wild day. I mean, there's been so many things to talk about. We had that crazy movement last week with Tesla and Donald Trump and Elon Musk sort of having their back and forth there. It felt like high school all over again. Were you able to look at that? Did you trade that? Or are you leaving that kind of stuff alone?
I have day traded it, not as well as you did today, Sean. But you know, Friday or what was it? Thursday last week, I guess we came down to a 61.8% retracement, the anchor off of the April 7th low and that 50-day moving average. So that was a natural place to look for the buyers, but it was pretty volatile in there, as you know. So for me, it's been more of a day trading stock, and we're coming into your level, 330, which is of course where we broke down from. That prior support tends to act as resistance.
Well, that's a great honor that you were watching some of the show and we were talking a little bit about Tesla. To me, though, Tesla looks pretty good when you talk about it the next couple days because we kind of talk about it as being a cult stock. When I saw this thing move here yesterday afternoon and just start to rip up like that, there goes Tesla. So today I did have it on my mind. I wrote down 310 as a dip buy opportunity. We almost got into there, and then the break of the high of Tesla. Really, really like that stock. There's a name that I want to talk to you about that I've been really impressed with, and it's going to be Disney. I'm going to give you a second, maybe load that up, because maybe it's not something that's on your radar. But here's Disney right here. We've talked about it, Fabian. Come over here just real quick. I drew it on the main show there, but just too many tops making me a little nervous. It actually goes all the way back, and if I can actually maybe do a weekly chart on this instead of a daily. But Disney right there, we topped out in 22 around this level. We topped out again in 24 around this level. Now we're at 1925. Now we're at 2025, and we're all the way back to 120 again for Disney. I don't know. This looks like a roller coaster that I don't want to be on, but I am. What are we doing with Disney here? Looking constructive, I guess, for the long. I just think it's had such a huge move. I'm thinking about trimming some Disney here. You like the stock? You done any work on this, Brian?
I think it's always wise to look to trim some on a breakout, you know, into a level that's been resistance. What I've got up here, Sean, is this and I know we've discussed this before, and that's probably why I have it here, this is the anchor off of the all-time high. And we spent 3 or 4 weeks under it just recently. Now we've broken back above that. So ideally, it can kind of hold above that, you know, I'd say probably 110, 112 level. Hold that rising 20-day moving average, let's say, and as long as it's making higher lows above that, I'd say stick with, you know, the portion that you're looking to sell until it breaks the higher lows with that 20-day moving average. Try to maximize as much as you can, but you know, it's just run 50% off the April lows, which is a huge move for Disney, and as you say, into this level that's been troubled before. So certainly you want to be a little bit more defensive and not adding to it, certainly.
And there it is right here, the author of Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored View Up, your second book. And thank you for bringing that up. I just dropped an anchor on there as well. I was like, why didn't I just do that at all-time highs? And so great little point there. And of course, with trading, trade ideas, we can drop anchors. And there it is coming in right there on the purple line. Okay, Brian, you had tweeted out something about Rubrik right here, RBRK. So we're looking at that one, a little bit of a candle back in on the weekly chart right here for Rubrik. Yeah, it's a first real pullback is what you were tweeting out a little bit there. So what are you looking at here for Rubrik? They did have a decent earnings call, but since then, now it's 3 days down. I have a 3-day rule on earnings. So here comes Rubrik right back in. Have you positioned yourself short? You looking to maybe play off some of this dip? What are you looking for RBRK?
I've not done anything with it. Actually, the main reason I posted that, I was asked about it. So
Okay.
I was pointed to the anchor off of this gap here in April and how it had been support previously. And this is a logical place to look for the potential of support. But below that declining 5-day moving average, I think if you're going to trade it, you've got to go down to a 1 or 2 minute chart. And we've still got the potential that, here's a 38.2% retracement of the April low to this high and the anchor off of the April 7th low. If we were to come in there, then I would be really more interested in it. So right now, it's just kind of something that someone asked me about, so I'm putting an opinion out there publicly.
One of the sectors, hi Brian, thank you for being here with us.
Hey
One of
there.
the sectors I've been talking about a lot here in the market recap, because we just got a whole slew of earnings, is cybersecurity. We had CrowdStrike last week. Earlier, we had, of course, Okta. We had stuff like Zscaler. What are your thoughts on the sector? Do you have any favorites or anything you'd stay away from here?
Well, Okta, got hit pretty hard, and then you said Okta, right?
I did mention Okta, yeah.
Yeah, and it's still weak. I was thinking Crowd got hit hard, but it's bouncing back really nicely off of that 20-day moving average. So this is the one that seems to be the lowest risk in terms of where you can, set your stop and manage that risk against. Otherwise, Zscaler is the strongest one, but it's so extended up here, and it's just having some trouble with the 5-day moving average that I think it's late in here. So I would say CrowdStrike would be my favorite of these three.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, we really like CrowdStrike there as well. But best of breed has been Palo Alto. I don't know. Look, we've had Michael Noss on before, and he says he's not talking about, of course, you know Michael, and he says he doesn't like talking too much about AMC or GME or any of these trades because they're just kind of like those cult stocks that get pushed around. They're very heavily played with options. But we just had the report out from GameStop. They bought their 4,700 Bitcoin, so they're in that game now. But we already knew that. And the market doesn't seem to like it too much. They did beat a little bit on earnings. I think it was 17 versus 9 cents or something like that. And they miss on sales. But here in the after hours, if we come over to the chart, you're seeing GameStop right now at after hour lows, 28.40 and looking to go lower, now down 6%. The implied move was over 11%. For me, though, Brian, I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to be a roaring kitty or anything here, but there, 26 and change for the 50-period moving average. Looks like we also might have some support in and around here for GameStop. So I don't mind this. If it falls into those levels, maybe we can play that. If we have a couple bad days like that Rubrik off of earnings, if we have a couple negative days, I think GameStop looks somewhat constructive down here, especially if we get a chance to buy it near the 200 period. Are you in anything like this or interested in GameStop, or is this something that you generally pass on?
I generally pass on GameStop because, as you said, it is a cult stock. But the level I would look at in here, Sean, is basically where you said, really low 27s. That is the year-to-date anchor. That's that solid blue. It's the 50-day moving average, which is the dash blue. And this thick black line is the 2-year anchor. So that looks like the level that it's likely to come down into and maybe find some buyers. But generally, it's a broken stock right now. You've got to let it settle out or trade it off a 1-minute chart and day trade.
Yeah, I know there's also been, we talked about the hot sector as far as cybersecurity, another one, and you were talking about nano nuclear, NNE, but I was just looking at uranium as well. You've left us with some decent ideas. I believe we talked about NNE last time or a few times ago, but uranium looks like it's breaking. I mean, this is just a daily chart here. I like it. URA. This is the Global X Uranium ETF. There's going to be a few other ways to play this as well, but now going on a weekly chart. I mean, I don't know. Kind of looks like we're trying to go through here. I just wonder though, is it too late? Like we got President Trump last week sign that bill, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago, and really, rocketed names like a new scale that we really like, man. I actually sold some of this at $30 right into that announcement. And it's gone higher. Today, SMR actually touched as high as $38 before falling in. If I call up a 15-minute chart, you'll see SMR had a great open and then a fallback as well. But NNE has been another popular name amongst day traders. That had sort of the same fate today as we fell back in. But I don't know. I feel a little trappish on this play. I'm not sure why. I just think that uranium's had a huge run up. We're not really making too much money in this space yet. We do know that Amazon's there. They're all looking to acquire more power, and it looks like this may be one of the ways. Any thoughts on the space in general, or any individual names?
Well, they're really high octane stocks.
Yeah.
I mean, stocks like SMR, NNE, Oklo, they have 10% or greater average true range per day. So URA, it's kind of similar in a way to Disney, Sean. If you look at the weekly chart, we kept coming up to this 34 level. We're there again. We've broken out. After a 75% rally here in just the last 2 months, I agree with you that I think it's probably getting a little long in the tooth here. Probably time for these things to settle down a little bit. And NNE, that was, it was a failed move here today. There's no other way to look at that. So they're the high octane. You've got to be on them if you're going to be on them, or you're going to have to hold them with much larger stops because volatility is here in these names.
I wanted to ask you about a name that I think at one point you put a 40-year view up on this, and it was Intel. So INTC today with a great move, and we're actually unable to even find any information on potentially why this is happening. So, sort of my spidey senses go off, and I think that tomorrow or something you'll hear Bill Ackman's in this, or somebody did something here with Intel. But today, huge move up. If you look at my chart here on the weekly, and thanks for bringing the weekly to my attention. I'm looking at this a lot more often now. Still looks like it's not doing anything on this chart, and we can call this back a long time, and it's been hovering here for a minute. But on the daily, we get a good looking candle today as we take out the 200 period. Let's see if we can get back to this $25, $26 level. But what do you think about chasing names when you're up 8% on a beat up name here? Intel, it seems like it's in the right space for chip names, but I don't know, taking out the 200, is this anything interesting? I mean, I'm going to do something that you have taught me. I'm going to put a anchor view up at this most recent high right there, and whoops, it went down to there. But anyways, we're almost around that anchor right here of $22. Anything you're thinking about here with Intel?
For the first time in over a year, Sean, not only are we above the 200-day moving average, but we're above the rising 200-day moving average. If you look at my chart, this vertical line right here is where the stock was 200 days ago. So when we look at this line right here that I'm drawing these green arrows on, that was where we were 200 days ago, meaning we got rid of this data in the 200-day moving average calculation today. So that's the first time that we've seen a rally above the 200-day moving average. If you remember, when we were talking about it back in here, I said I don't trust it because the 200-day moving average is still declining. Now things have changed. We're above a now flat to rising 200-day moving average. So it's in the best position it's been in for quite a while, for over 2 years, to maybe sustain some upward movement. So I think it's time to start taking it a little bit seriously and, maybe look for a pullback down to the week to date anchor and then buy strength off of that, something, something along those lines. But this is one to start putting on the radar as something more serious.
I feel like I have a sneeze coming on, but I'll mute myself to the best of my ability or throw to a dare if that comes on. Okay, I've thrown a couple names at you there. I mean, I could keep on going and going and going. Is there anything, it's 4:30 now, I want to thank you for joining us, obviously, but is there any names that maybe you've been talking to some of your subscribers about? And I want to make sure that everybody goes over, follows at Alpha Trends, one of the best follows there on Twitter, on X. And by the way, we are talking to the Educator of the Year awarded on stock. I mean, another one for you there again. So what else are you looking at? And again, congratulations on that award.
Thanks, Sean. Uber is one that I'd put on Twitter last week at 84.10. I'm long that one still, and also long some Amazon from 207 and change. So
Perfect.
riding those ones. I think for new money, though, I've spoken about quite a bit because we get a lot of questions on it, is Rivian.
Right.
And very similar to what we spoke about just in Intel right now, this is the first time in quite a while that 200-day moving average also, here's where we were 200 days ago, that 200-day moving average is rising. We've got the 20 above the 50, above the 200. So we've seen a nice pullback in here on this daily time frame. Let me just clean some of this stuff up. This is the anchor off the April 7th low. We've just come into that. Just above the 50-day moving average. When we look at a 30-minute time frame, we're back above that 5-day moving average. I'm just got long this stock yesterday, a little bit lower, but I still think it's buyable in here. I own it at 14.25, so it really hasn't done much of anything. But I think the risk goes below this little pullback low right in here that came off that daily chart. Rivian looks good because, again, if they don't scare you out on this move, they'll generally wear you out. And now these are the rallies that have failed with a declining 200-day moving average. Now we've got the rising 200-day moving average. I'll give you one more real quick because it's kind of on the same theme in terms of technical, which is SMCI. Advancing. By the end of the week, as we get rid of these 3 or 4 days, that 200-day moving average is going to flatten out and start to rise here. We have a 20-day moving average that it's holding right now. It's above the 50-day moving average. So SMCI, I get asked a lot about this stock, and I haven't liked it. Now I like it. I think it's ready to get going in here. It might be a day early in here because the 5-day moving average is declining, but I like SMCI as well as Rivian.
Brian, you're speaking our love language around here. Rivian, SMCI, Uberman, all names that our crowd definitely likes to trade. Look, it's Brian Shannon at Alpha Trends. I guess they can find you. Is it the same handle on StockTwits as well?
It is, yep.
Okay, there it is. So, wherever you are, go find this guy. Brian, thank you so much. It's Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. Go pick this up on Amazon still?
Still on Amazon, yes, sir. Thanks.
Perfect. There it is right there. Thank you so much, Brian. And we look forward to joining you again next week when hopefully I talk to you about a NASDAQ all-time high break incoming. We'll see if that can happen. And Bitcoin all-time high break. We'll see if both those things. Hey, give me the odds of those both things happening by the time I see you next week. You think it's 50-50? You think we get there?
Next week, yeah. I think we get through that and then probably start to come in a little bit in the NASDAQ. I think it's got a big, giant magnet above it that's just pulling it up towards that level.
That's for sure. And Microsoft just broke all-time highs just a couple days ago as well. So there's a lot of things working out well. So, okay, I got to let you go. Thank you so much, Brian, for coming in. One more time, it's Brian Shannon, everybody. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks, everybody.
All right, man. I mean, we call him the best for reasons. I mean, right there, you ask him anything you need about the charting and giving us some names that we all love, like the Rivian, Uber.
Yeah.
But you said there was some news on steel.
There is some news on steel here. I put it basically Bloomberg reporting that Mexico and the U.S. here are closing in on a deal that would get rid of Trump's 50% tariffs on steel imports up to a certain volume. So not get rid of the tariffs entirely, but get rid of them on imports up to a certain volume.
Wait a minute, who's coming up with the deal?
Mexico and U.S. reportedly, according to Bloomberg.
So nothing on the Canadian side?
No, Trump is still talking, and he actually danced a little bit, which is fun.
What do you mean he danced?
Well, he played his glad to be an American, which plays every time he goes, and he just went like this.
Oh, he did that. What is this? What is this dance move again?
It wasn't his big, I can't even think of how to do it. Now he's doing voices. He's doing like voices now. I don't know what's happening. Anyways, he's talking, guys, but it's not market related.
All right. We always do something fun near the end of the day, but first we're going to do roll call just to see who's still here with us because we got to get out of here. Over 3,000 of you watching. We want to thank everybody. I did a little bit of a roll call in the middle of the day, actually just before, I think it was about 10:30 on our first show there. I just want to say thank you, everybody. Hambone. Oh, I don't think I've seen Hambone here before. What's up, Hambone? Marcus Stevenson. If Mike Ryder is still here, shout out to you as well. Have a good day. You said you're not going to be here tomorrow. Anyone waving is going to get this. Siri Core Trader, what's up? Yabby Kidaboo, what's up? Indecisive Candle, those are the worst, man. But shout out to you. I hate those indecisive.
But shout out to the person.
Yeah, LYYL as well. Go Bills. I don't know. I mean, as far as an AFC team, I think the Bills would be my favorite, but obviously a Packer fan over here. And a trader, dollar bill, y'all. Pitch Bull, Aura Alpha coming in as well. Sata Jinder. And everybody, Alexa Bliss. Oh, that's she's a wrestler.
Okay.
But that's not going to be her.
No, probably. Maybe.
There as well. So, all right, we'll wrap that up unless, is there anybody you saw?
I mean, thank you to everybody for being here.
Yeah, okay.
We'll see you guys tomorrow.
That's it. Fabian's got to get out of here. All right. I was going to ask you what the last book you read was for this, but because... Okay, there it is. But because we just talked about the NFL, how about your favorite NFL team? I don't know if you have.
Okay, I mean, I have a favorite CFL team. For NFL, I'm going to shout out to Raheem Alani. I like the purple, the Ravens. I'm going to go Ravens.
Good, go Ravens. Another AFC team. We'll tell that to Neil. He'll be mad.
I know you're Packers.
Yeah, I'm the Packers. Yeah. And put your favorite team there in the chat, and we'll see. Yeah, Winnipeg in the house.
Get it, Gerald Fitz. Shout out to the 204. Shout out to Transcona. Shout out to Gerald Fitz.
Yeah, Gerald Fitz is getting a shout out to 7-Eleven apparently.
Shout out to 7-Eleven too.
Right there, the home. I don't. 7-Eleven is not a Canadian company though, but I guess there must be more 7-Eleven.
It's huge in Winnipeg.
We have one right outside our doors. So, all right, thank you so much to everybody, man. We're back here tomorrow at 8:30. I cannot wait. Quite frankly, I mean, every day that we're able to come in and do a live show for you, which is every day, except for Juneteenth is our next day, the random Thursday that we have off. Next week. So next week, Thursday. But okay, until then, it's Wednesday tomorrow. We'll check you then as we'll watch GameStop, GitLab, and all these moves. I'm excited for Tesla. Palantir taking out all-time highs. We'll see if that can happen one more time as Tesla breaks through 330 on the after show. Thanks to Darren. Thanks everybody for staying late, especially you, Fabian, and everybody watching.
Thank you guys.
We'll talk then.